Chapter 1. I confirmed it was a familiar cat. Sir, this place is too dangerous. Can you please come in first and we can talk slowly? A hotel. Silani was shirtless, huddled on top of the air conditioner on the 13th floor. Looking at the several fully armed security guards in the room and the innocent-looking JK girl in a short skirt hiding in the corner, Silani felt like he had no desire to live. This girl's betting is too bad. Why are you yelling about nothing and saying you're going to die? The neighbors thought someone was killed and reported it to my uncle. Call. Silani took a deep breath and said seriously, do you believe me if I say this is a misunderstanding? Hey. A new plot? Tell me more about it. Let me hear what it is. A young security guard couldn't help but joke. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged security guard glared at him. Shut up. The young security guard shrugged and stopped talking. In his opinion, it was impossible for Silani to jump off the building. After all, it was just a trivial matter. At most, he would be imprisoned for 15 days and fined another 5,000. If you have a wife, it would probably be a little more troublesome. I lost my ID card. As he spoke, Silani raised his hand and pointed at the pretty JK girl in a short skirt in the corner of the room. And then this college student picked it up. So we made an appointment to come to the hotel. She gave me her ID card and I transferred 1,800 yuan to her as a thank you fee. The young security guard couldn't help but ask, then what's going on with you guys taking a shower? I took a shower because I rushed here and was sweating. She's taking a bath. Because she was also in a hurry and was sweating. It just so happens that this is a hotel with showers, so I just took advantage of it. That's all. Is it reasonable? This is very reasonable. No matter whether others believe it or not, Silani believes it himself. This moment. Silani's face was full of helplessness after being misunderstood, and he exuded a kind of awe-inspiring righteousness that a man of integrity has nothing to fear from his own shadow. Several security guards looked at each other. Puff. An inappropriate laugh suddenly rang out. Seeing everyone turning around to look at her, especially the resentful look at her superior Lani, the JK girl waved her hands repeatedly and apologized. Sorry, please continue. After saying that, the JK girl lowered her head and stopped talking. Just from her shrugging shoulders and the little hands pinching her thighs, you can tell how hard it is for her to endure at this moment. Silani now has only one idea. That 1,800. Can I return it? Even if I can't return it, I have to let my uncle confiscate it. Every turtle eats a turtle makes you wiser. It seems that I can't look for such a young person next time. If there is no hair on the lips, the work cannot be done reliably. What our ancestors said is true. Silani sighed, gave up struggling, and prepared to get down from the air conditioner. Seeing this, the young security guard laughed and joked, "Ha, brother, why are you so pessimistic? With your looks comparable to those of a reader, why would you bother spending money to look for someone like that? It's a sheer waste." The young security guard hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a clang sound coming from the air conditioner outdoor unit, and he was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. Silani was also frightened and trembled, holding the air conditioner outdoor unit bracket above his head tightly with both hands. Call. Seeing that Silani was fine, the security guards in the room also breathed a sigh of relief. But where does this clanging sound come from? At this time, Silani was looking at the air conditioner unit to his upper left with a confused look on his face. A tabby cat above was also looking at him. Confirmed through eye contact. It's a cat I know. This tabby cat is a stray cat in the community where Silani lives. At first, I fed it because I felt sorry for it because its tail was broken. But later I found out that this guy was very fierce in fighting. Almost all the cats in the community, whether they were stray cats or domestic cats, had been beaten by it. Even a passing dog would get a big slap if it looked at it for a second longer. A hint of doubt flashed in Silani's eyes. Is this cat here to seek revenge? But this is the 13th floor. How the hell did you climb up here? Carat Omega Carat Meow. At this time, the tabby cat also recognized Silani. After calling out, it rushed straight into Silani's arms. Silani subconsciously reached out to catch it. Then, Silani? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Feeling his body leaning outward, Silani didn't even have time to shout fuck, and immediately reached out a hand to grab the air conditioner outdoor unit bracket. His fingertips brushed against the bracket. Ah! Silani's Adam's apple rolled and he let out a low roar. His adrenaline surged, and his waist, which had been trained for a long time, suddenly exerted force and reached out to grab again. All happened in a flash. In the room, several uncles couldn't help but hold their breath and stared at the hand without blinking. There is hope. Just as Silani was about to grab the bracket, the tabby cat in his arms, perhaps frightened by the roar or sensing danger, suddenly kicked Silani in the chest and used the force to leap towards the air conditioner unit. At the same time, this kick also caused Silani's hand that was reaching for the bracket to stop abruptly. Fuck! You ungrateful bastard! Silani cursed, and his other hand stretched out like lightning, grabbing the tabby cat's broken tail. Meow! Come back here! Let's die together! The tabby cat let out a scream and was pulled back into Silani's arms. Silani's eyes widened as he looked at the clear blue sky that was rapidly disappearing into the distance. The vision was blurred by the rapidly changing scenes, fear and dizziness were intertwined, and every second seemed infinitely stretched. Never mind, I'll just die like this. There's nothing to cling to in this world anyway. This thought just came to mind. Silani felt a burning sensation in his chest. Hiss. The stinging pain was like being burned by luotai, and Silani couldn't help but gasp. A look of doubt flashed in Silani's eyes, and he subconsciously lowered his head to check. However, it would only take him 3 seconds at most for an adult to fall from the 13th floor. My sight had just moved down a little bit, and I only had time to see a red light. Immediately following, Silani felt a sharp pain all over his body. Everything went black before my eyes and I completely lost consciousness. The protagonist dies, and the book ends. Ha, just kidding. Brothers, this book still has multiple female protagonists, tentatively planned to be around 5, 6, 7, or 8. After all, the previous book had more than 30 female protagonists, was banned 9 times, and had 400 or 500 deleted chapters, which really messed me up. So it's better to take it easy with the new book and try to just briefly touch upon the process, since there are hidden things anyway. As for the gathering place of gentlemen, I'll post it later when I finish writing about hiding. Some conditions may be set to prevent bad people from entering. In the previous book, 15 of the more than 40 gathering places of 2,000 people were reported enclosed. Also, in the early part of this book, the protagonist lives in the form of a cat, and for this reason, Coke specially got a cat to raise. Tell me if that's detailed enough. Old readers all know that Coke is a programmer. I have written software to record data and make attribute panel diagrams, so new readers can jump in with confidence. The new book has different settings, so the software has been upgraded and the property panel diagram has also been changed. Here is a picture of the new property panel. Do you think this character template can be used as the protagonist's character design? This is the generated panel diagram, the protagonist's midterm combat form. Just tell me whether he is handsome or not. It feels cool. Remember to use the free love electricity to swipe, so that you can earn some money to buy Coke. As I said, Coke is not stubborn. If you find anything uncomfortable, just tell me and I will correct it. Chapter 2: Who can resist a cat that can do backflips? Not dead? Silani woke up quietly in an alley. However, everything in front of me seemed strange. How should I put it? It's like the whole world is covered with a cold tone filter, and everything looks a little gray. Moreover, the viewing angle has become much larger. Where is this? Am I in hell, or have I traveled through time? Looking at the huge building next to him, Silani couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Silani shook his head and tried to get up from the ground, ready to figure out where he was. The result was just a move. I found that my body was not quite under my control, and I felt an indescribable discomfort. Silani subconsciously looked down. The pupils dilated instantly. What caught my eye was a pair of furry cat's paw? Silani stared blankly at the pair of claws that were clearly not human, then looked at the enlarged world around him, and an absurd thought arose in his mind. I traveled through time and space and became a cat? Or rather, because I was still holding the tabby cat when I fell from the building, I traveled through time and space and became a cat? Silani suddenly felt like crying but had no tears, and didn't know if he would have the chance to start a new life in the future. After all, There is really no possibility between cats and humans. You can't go and pick up a kitten, right? This is so perverted just thinking about it. Will I just be a lonely monk cat for the rest of my life? For a while. Silani feels that people. I feel like my life as a cat has lost its meaning, and the world in my eyes has lost its color. He controlled these unfamiliar limbs awkwardly and struggled to stand up unsteadily. His body's center of gravity and sense of balance were completely changed, like a drunk man, no, a drunk cat. System? System lady? Silani called out silently in his heart, looking forward to the appearance of the omnipotent golden finger. If there is not even a system, what is the point of living as a cat? It seems like a response. Suddenly, a soft ding sound rang in Silani's ears. The system is really here? Before Silani could feel happy, he discovered that the sound just now was not a system prompt sound, but the sound of a dull blood jade sliding from his chest and falling to the ground. Looking at the shattered blood jade on the ground, Silani's eyes revealed a complicated look. Previous life. When he was abandoned at the door of the orphanage, this blood jade was with him and was the only thing that proved his identity. He always kept it safely and never left it. I just didn't expect that this blood jade would be so magical. At this time, Silani also recalled some details before falling from the building. After catching the tabby cat, the guy struggled desperately in his arms, and his claws scratched a gash on his chest. When falling from a building, the burning sensation in his chest and the flash of red light before his eyes were probably the result of the blood jade being stained with his blood. Immediately following, Silani felt annoyed. He had read countless novels in his previous life, so how come he had forgotten about the blood oath? If only I had tried it sooner. Maybe I can discover the secret of this blood jade, and maybe even get some opportunity. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Silani looked down at his cat paws and sighed helplessly. After a brief period of decadence, Silani shook his furry head and cheered himself up again. The word give up does not exist in Silani's dictionary. From the towering buildings around, the flat streets, and the faint sound of traffic in the distance, it is not difficult to see that this is still a modern civilized society. This is a blessing in disguise. With his intelligence, even if he were a cat, he would surely be able to thrive. Maybe, he can even become the Elvis Presley of his generation. Thinking of this, Silani became more energetic. Soon, a thorough cat life plan was initially formed in my mind. The top priority. First thing to get done. Just to find a stable meal ticket for myself. Oh no, I want to find a poop scooper who is kind-hearted and preferably good-looking. This way you can ensure that you don't starve to death on the streets, and you can also slowly get to know this strange world. As for hunting by yourself? Silani looked down at his pair of small plum blossom claws. Although they looked sharp, he had little confidence in his current hunting skills. Not to mention the thought of catching rats that are running around in the garbage dump and maybe carrying all kinds of germs. Silani couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. As a cat with a human soul and a little bit of mysophobia, he absolutely cannot accept eating mice. Comparing the two, it is safer to find a reliable poop scooper. But these days, it's not easy to find a reliable pet owner. There are so many cute pet cats, why should people choose you, an ordinary tabby cat? Silani began to think seriously about his own advantages. In terms of appearance, the tabby cat is indeed a bit inferior to those breeds of cats that cost tens of thousands of dollars. Then, we can only start with talent. Who can resist a cat that can do backflips? Then let's start by getting familiar with this body. Silani muttered to himself, and then tried to take the first step. Good. I took more than 10 steps in succession, all very steadily. Silani couldn't help but laugh, and joked to himself, I didn't expect that I have the potential to be a cat. After adapting to walking on 4 legs, Silani began to try some basic cat movements. For example, jumping. Silani immediately took a fancy to a not-so-tall wooden box at the entrance of the alley, which was only about 20 centimeters high. Take a deep breath. Bend your hind legs slightly and push hard. Bang! His forehead hit the edge of the wooden box hard, and his body slid down weakly, falling on his back. Meow! Silani couldn't help but swear. Then I was in a panic for a while before I could barely turn over. I felt more tired than when I took the second driving test. At this moment, a light laugh was heard. Puff! The voice was crisp and had a hint of teasing. Hearing the girl's soft laughter, Silani was startled, with astonishment written all over his face. Could it be that the shit scooper is here now? Silani's heart moved, and he ignored the dull pain on his forehead and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. The first thing that catches your eye. It is a pair of extremely eye-catching red short boots. His gaze slowly moved upwards. A white wide-leg maxi skirt? No, to be more precise, they were wide-leg pants. The fabric was drapey and gently wrapped around the straight and slender legs of the visitor. His hands were elegantly tucked into his trouser pockets, his posture relaxed and carefree. Further up, there is a light gray hooded plush top. The overall combination is simple yet stylish, with a touch of casualness and laziness. Here is a picture of the lower body of the queen. In order to take care of the book lovers, such a reminder will be added to all the places with pictures in the text. Silani had been active in the brothel world for many years in his previous life. Just by looking at the other person's clothing style, he could be sure that the person who came was most likely a queen-like beauty. There's hope. Silani suddenly felt that the future was bright. I tried to adjust my posture, trying to make myself look cuter. However, when he looked past the soft plush collar and saw the figure at the alley entrance clearly, Silani's already round eyes widened a little bit in an instant, and his cat-like mouth opened unconsciously, looking like he had seen a ghost. This. Chapter 3 3 seconds is not enough to take off pants, what can I do? This is actually a cat? Can you believe it? That face was covered with fine, soft white hair. A pair of amber eyes were looking at him with interest, with a hint of amusement and curiosity. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth outlined a curve that seemed to be a smile, which matched his human fashion outfit, making him look both weird and a little damn coordinated. There is a picture here, Catwoman. Silani felt like his whole body was numb. He has lived for 20 years, what kind of storms has he not seen? But the scene before him completely overturned his understanding of the world. Could it be that he had traveled through not a modern city, but a magical world? I don't know if it's because I turned into a cat that my aesthetic taste has changed. When he looked at the Catwoman, he actually felt that she was pretty. A bizarre idea even came to my mind. If all kittens in this world looked like this, it wouldn't be unacceptable, but I don't know if it would be a problem. Silani quickly shook his head, throwing those messy thoughts out of his mind. At this time, Catwoman spoke. Meow meow. A sweet meowing sound was heard. However, when the cat's meow reached Silani's ears, it turned into a pure queen's voice. Little guy, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You'd better learn to walk first. After saying this, he didn't wait for Silani to reply. Catwoman then walked away with a sexy catwalk, twisting her body with every step. Hey! Wait a minute! Seeing this, Silani subconsciously wanted to catch up. However, after running just 2 steps, he tripped over his left foot and fell flat on his face. Silani lay on the ground, staring blankly ahead. It's not that I'm reluctant to see Catwoman leave. But when he fell, a cold, feminine voice sounded in his ears. Step on a small yellow house and to death, lifespan plus 37 days. This is system? Silani's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately got up from the ground and raised his paw to take a look. There was a small ant corpse on the pad. Suppressing his excitement, Silani looked around. Then he moved slowly to the wooden box at the entrance of the alley, hid his body in a dark corner, and began to study. System? Open the panel. After trying to call out several times in his mind, but with no response, Silani couldn't help but frown. He was very sure that what he had just heard was definitely not hallucination. Think about it. Silani walked out of the shadows, stared at the ground and observed it carefully, and soon found a lone little ant. A claw snapped. He grinded it again. Step on a small yellow house ant to death, lifespan plus 26 days. When he heard the notification sound beside his ear, the corners of Silani's mouth rose uncontrollably, as if he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. Here is a picture of Elvis with a crooked mouth. Really? I am also a systematic person. This time, Silani focused his attention and found that when the prompt sounded, he also felt a faint burning sensation in his chest. Shrink back into the corner again. Silani looked at the dusty ground. After hesitating for a second, he lay down and exposed his belly. Then I saw a tuft of dark red hair on the chest, which should be the product of the fusion with the blood jade. Seeing this, Silani had some vague guesses in his mind. Close your eyes. Feel the tuft of red hair on your chest with your heart. Next second. A light curtain full of technology appeared in front of Silani. Here is a picture of the new property panel. Name, Silani. Level, Beginner Apprentice. Conversion Human Time, 3 day. Constitution, 7. Strength, 7 kilograms. Movement speed, 14 ms. Spirit, 19. Fate will spiritual pattern, 3,741 days, 13 hours, 16 minutes, and 31 seconds. Detailed information, height 185 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, age 20, overall appearance score 92. Contracted girlfriend, none. Body enhancement, none. Note, in order to cater to the readers who listen to the book, the panel information will still be posted. However, in order to provide a better reading experience for the readers who read the book, any subsequent changes will be omitted. The moment the panel appears, a piece of information also entered Silani's mind. Death God inheritance? These days, even inheritance is starting to take a technological approach. After digesting the news in his mind, Silani couldn't help but mutter. The panel that appeared before his eyes, and the journey to this world, were all due to the inheritance of the god of death and the blood jade. Rather than calling it a system, it is more like an auxiliary plugin without intelligence, and you have to figure out everything by yourself. No wonder he never showed up no matter how much I called him. Putting his thoughts aside, Silani began to check the information on the panel. The panel looks simple. On the left is a full-body photo of himself when he was a human. The overall appearance score of 92 points is quite fair. On the right is your 4-dimensional attribute information and some function introductions. When Silani saw the 2 little blue icons in the upper right corner, his eyes lit up. This is. Silani's mind moved. The introduction of the blue icon automatically comes to mind. Really? Just as I thought. Through this icon, you can freely switch between human and cat form. When switching, there is no need to open the panel, it can be done with just a thought. This time is just a little bit short, and one can only maintain the human form for a total of 3 seconds every day. Silani couldn't help but complain in his heart. 3 seconds? Damn, 3 seconds isn't even enough to take off my pants, what can I do? Fortunately, the time to maintain the human form can be increased through some means, which gives Silani some ideas. It's just a method of adding something, but you can only figure it out yourself later. Silani suppressed the urge to complain and continued reading. The 4-dimensional attributes are simple and clear, and you can understand what they mean at a glance. When Silani's thoughts fell on it, only then did I realize that these 4-dimensional properties are quite particular. Physical attributes include body recovery speed, endurance, ability to withstand blows, and body reaction speed. If your physical condition is too low, the brain will react but the body will not have time to react. Mental attributes include nerve reaction and concentration. At the same time, as the spirit becomes higher, the memory and comprehension abilities will also improve. As for strength and speed, there is nothing special about them. The data displayed by strength is the weight that can be punched, and the data displayed by speed is the speed that can be reached per second in a sprinting situation. Strength 7 kilograms, speed 14 ms, constitution 7, these 3 attributes are all normal. Pretty much what a normal cat would look like. However, the 19 points of spiritual attributes surprised Silani a little. However, Silani soon felt relieved. I am a cat with a human soul. Cats also have dynamic vision and a reaction speed 3-5 times that of humans. It is normal for them to have higher mental attributes. I just don't know if the attributes of the human form are interoperable. How about giving it a try? Chapter 4 Death God Inheritance, Physical Strengthening. How about giving it a try? Silani's gaze couldn't help but fall back on the blue icon that switched forms. But soon, Silani gave up the idea. I looked up at the sky and it should be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The time to switch to human form is currently only 3 seconds per day. To be on the safe side, it is better to wait until nearly midnight when the refresh is about to begin before trying again. After all, he is just a powerless little kitten now, and if something really happens, there was nothing else to do except meow. Shook his head. Silani didn't think about it any further. There wasn't much information on the panel. Apart from the four-dimensional attributes and form switching, the only remaining information is the strength level display, detailed information, and the most conspicuous fate will spirit pattern. Strength column. The apprentice level displayed should be the strength division of this world. Silani took a quick glance and found that there was no more information displayed, so he turned his gaze to the detailed information. Pity. There is also no information displayed for the two items of girlfriend contract and body enhancement. However, the names of these two items are not difficult to understand. Contract girlfriend. As the name suggests, it is most likely used to pick up girls. I just don't know what the specific use is. I can only wait until my human form time increases and then pick up a few girls to see the effect. As for physical enhancement, anyone who is not a fool should understand what it means. Considering the lifespan increased by stepping on the ants before, and the fact that this was the inheritance of the god of death, Silani thought of a possibility and his breathing became faster. If that's the case. Gulp. Silani swallowed and looked at the fate will spirit pattern. The time displayed above becomes 3,741 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes and 42 seconds. Compared to before, the time was reduced by almost 2 minutes. Obviously, this time is the remaining lifespan of oneself. Whether you will be a dragon or a worm in the future depends on whether this fate will spiritual pattern has other functions. Call. Silani's chest rose and fell slightly, and he took a deep breath. Then he stopped hesitating, focused his attention on the spiritual pattern of the Wheel of Destiny, and tried to click on it. Next second. The property panel in front of me switched to a new interface. This interface is even simpler than the previous property panel. Left side. It is a flame icon with the word burning and a multiplier option marked below. Right side. It is a diagram of a cat's body structure. The main parts of the body, such as the limbs, tail, torso, eyes, ears, and penis, are marked with different blocks. Silani stared at the new interface. My heart started beating faster and faster. He tried to focus his attention on the right front paw in the anatomy diagram. Sure enough, the area around the right front paw lit up slightly, and a smaller prompt box popped up next to it. Forelimb right paw. Current status, unenhanced. Lifespan required for strengthening, 1,000 days. Confirmed to strengthen? Nice. This physical enhancement is exactly as I guessed, but I don't know if there is an upper limit to the enhancement. If there is no limit, then sooner or later he will be able to stand at the top of this world. When the time comes. Power and beauty are within your reach. Silani suppressed his excitement and did not choose to directly strengthen his right front paw. After all, his lifespan is only more than 3,000 days. Good steel should be used on the blade. It is not too late to make a decision after looking at other parts first. After studying for a while, Silani had a preliminary understanding of the enhanced function. Strengthening function, except for the main trunk, the lifespan of other parts after the first strengthening is 1,000 days, while the trunk directly increases tenfold and requires 10,000 days of life to strengthen. TSK, the trunk actually takes 10,000 days, this is a money grab. Silani smacked his lips, secretly complaining in his heart. But on second thought, the torso is the core of the body, containing the internal organs, so it is reasonable that it needs more lifespan. Immediately following, Silani began to strengthen. To be honest, the first part he wanted to strengthen was actually his penis. After turning into a cat, the penis is only as small as a fingernail, so embarrassing. But considering that strengthening Ding Ding is of no use at the moment. After weighing the pros and cons, Silani could only temporarily give up this idea and choose to strengthen his eyes. His field of vision is now much wider and he has dynamic vision, but the cold tone filter is really uncomfortable to look at. Confirm with your thoughts. On the panel, the time of the fateful spirit pattern was instantly reduced by 1,000 days. Silani felt a slight heat at the location of the dark red hair on his chest. Immediately following, an indescribable warmth surged from my chest and gathered towards my eyes. Hiss. Silani couldn't help but take a breath. This feeling is just like using medicated oil as eye drops, which is cool but also stinging. Fine. This feeling comes and goes quickly. After a few seconds, the discomfort dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Cool. Silani sighed. The previous feeling that everything looked gray has finally disappeared. The sundries piled up in the alley, the mottled graffiti on the walls, and even the mosquitoes fluttering on the spider web in the corner were all clearly visible. Moreover, this happened in a dark alley. What surprised Silani even more was that the dynamic vision seemed to be enhanced. These 1,000 days of life were worth it. Silani nodded with satisfaction. This was only the first strengthening and the effect was so obvious. If it continued to be strengthened in the future, it might evolve into X-ray vision or clairvoyance. Glancing at the panel. After the eyes were strengthened, the name did not change, except that a +1 symbol was added to the suffix. That's not bad. Simple and clear. Immediately following. Silani was not in a hurry to strengthen other parts of his body, but chose to continue strengthening his eyes, preparing to see how much lifespan the second stage of strengthening would require. Strengthened part eyes. Current status, strengthened +1. Lifespan required for strengthening, 10,000 days. Confirmed to strengthen? Damn it! Strengthening is a 10-fold exponential growth? Doesn't this mean that to strengthen it to +5, it will take 11.11 million days of life? Converted into years, that is 30,441 years. This enhancement is really playing with your life. Silani couldn't help but click his tongue, but on second thought, a lifespan of 30,441 years didn't seem unacceptable. The lifespan of a cow is about 20 years. In other words, you only need to kill more than 1,000 cows to strengthen any part of your body except the torso to +5. Thinking about it this way, Silani felt that this ratio seemed quite reasonable. No more dwelling on this issue. Silani turned his attention to the next target, the limbs. He currently has 2,741 days left to live. It takes 2,000 days to strengthen the 2 forelimbs, which is enough. I've made up my mind. Silani no longer hesitated and directly chose his 2 forelimbs to strengthen. Lifespan 2,000. A warm current surged out of his chest again, even stronger than before, and converged towards his 2 front limbs. Silani gritted his teeth tightly to avoid crying out in pain. However, this time there was no stinging sensation, but rather a warm feeling. In just a moment, the 2 forelimbs were strengthened. The internal changes are not yet clear, but the external changes are obvious. Compared with before, the 2 front limbs were obviously thicker and had some of the outline of a ferocious beast. This is not the biggest change. The biggest change is the sharp claws hidden in the pads. After being strengthened, they now have a faint metallic luster and look very sharp. Silani stretched out his right paw and gently scratched the wooden box beside him. Swish! The smooth seal like a hot knife cutting butter did not appear, after all, wood still has a certain hardness. But even so, the sharp claws also left 3 clearly visible deep scratches on the surface of the wooden box. Not bad, not bad. Silani was quite satisfied. After all, he didn't use much strength when he scratched with his claws, so the effect was quite good. Chapter 5 Hidden Boss in the Alley. Silani glanced at the remaining strengthened parts. In addition to the 2 forelimbs and eyes that have already been strengthened, the parts that can also be strengthened include the nose, mouth, ears, tail, penis, 2 hind limbs and torso. It takes a total of 17,000 days of life to fully strengthen it. 17,000. It may sound like a lot at first glance, but if converted into small ants, there are only about 500 of them. Simple. Immediately, Silani made up his mind. Even if I have to stay up all night today, I have to strengthen all my body parts. I suppressed the urge to search for ants immediately. Silani looked at the last combustion function on the panel. Burning, multiples? Silani muttered something, and a guess gradually took shape. Could it be that this thing temporarily increases its strength exponentially by burning its lifespan? Silani didn't think too much about it. Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. He was not too worried about dying after trying. With his current kitten-like body, his attributes were pitifully low. Even if his attributes were increased 10-fold or 8-fold, it would not burn much of his lifespan. With this thought in mind, Silani focused his mind on the 1x option and started burning. Next second, the speed at which the numbers representing lifespan on the fate wheel spiritual pattern suddenly increased, from dropping 1 second at a time to deducting 10 seconds of lifespan per second. However, the expected feeling of bursting power did not appear, and Silani did not even feel any changes in his body. What's going on? Could it be that my strength is too weak, so even if it is amplified, it is the same as if there is no enhancement? Lanyi switched the panel back to the main page. At a glance, I noticed that my strength had increased from 7 kilograms to 9 kilograms, and my spirit had risen from 19 points to 20 points. That's it? Lanyi's face fell. This improvement is so small that it can be almost ignored. No. Lanyi quickly realized that this was probably an additional improvement brought about by the previous strengthening of the eyes and forelimbs, and had nothing to do with the combustion function. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Lanyi did not give up. In the next few minutes, he tried various operations. By adjusting the burning multiple from 1 to 2, 3, or even 10 times, the lifespan consumption rate has increased, but the body remains motionless. He tried to attack the wooden box with his claws, or jumped around a few times, but still got nothing. This burning function seems to be useless except for madly devouring life. However, Lanyi felt that it shouldn't be that simple. Since this function exists and is on the same page as the body strengthening function, it is definitely not just a decoration. Maybe it is effective, but he just hasn't noticed it. Forget it, I'll study it slowly later. Lanyi shook his head and stopped dwelling on this issue. Right now, it is more important to improve our strength. After closing the panel, Lanyi wandered around the alley, searching for any experience packs that could increase his lifespan. At the same time, this will allow you to slowly adapt to your current body. Just beginning. Lanyi is still not quite used to this hunting method. Sometimes, the strength is not controlled well, and the ant dies when the claw comes down, but the claw is also a little numb. Sometimes it's because your aim is not good enough. Even though you have aimed correctly, the picture comes out far off when you take it. However, with repeated attempts, Lanyi gradually found the feeling. The movements became more and more coordinated, and the claws became more and more precise. Every time he successfully hunted an animal, the sound of the lifespan increase reminder ringing in his ears was like a shot of adrenaline, making him enjoy it. Stomp on a jumping spider to death, lifespan plus 497 days. When the prompt sounded, Lanyi couldn't help but be stunned. Fuck! How long does this thing last? Lanyi raised his paw and looked at the corpse stuck on the pad, his eyes full of disbelief. This jumping spider is only about 5 millimeters at its top, but I didn't expect it to have such a long lifespan. Ha, it turns out you're the hidden boss of this alley. You really can't judge a spider by its appearance. A small spider can actually live as long as a dozen ants. So, next, change the strategy and focus on the boss. A hint of excitement flashed in Lanyi's eyes. First, rub its claws on the ground to destroy the corpse. Then he slowed down and continued searching. However, this time he shifted his attention from the ground to the walls, corners, and gaps between the piled-up debris. Step on a black-headed ant to death, lifespan plus 39 days. Step on a small yellow house ant to death, lifespan plus 19 days. Step on a cockroach to death, lifespan plus 109 days. Hey! There's an elite monster. Not bad, not bad. The constant notification sounds ringing in his ears were like the experience value growth prompts in the game, which made Lanyi full of motivation. Soon, Lanyi was so immersed in this alternative killing monsters and leveling up that he completely forgot about the time and place. The light in the alley gradually dimmed. Unconsciously. 2 hours passed quietly. Lanyi stopped, shook his sore paws, and then found a relatively clean corner to squat down. With a thought, he opened the panel. Looking at the time displayed on the fateful spiritual pattern, Lanyi nodded. 4,315 days, not bad for efficiency. 2 hours adds 3,574 days to life, an average of 29 days per minute. This speed is better than expected. However, it may not be so easy to achieve such high efficiency in the future. The reason why Lanyi stopped was not because he was tired. No matter how tired he is, as long as he has a steady stream of life, he can grit his teeth and persevere. But this alley is only this big. After 2 hours of carpet search, most of the bugs had been cleared away by him. Even if we continue to search now, the efficiency will become lower and lower. In the end, it is possible that you may not find any prey for an hour or two. Thinking of this, Lanyi couldn't help but look towards the alley entrance. How about going out and taking a look? As soon as this thought arose, it was quickly suppressed by Lanyi. No. Although he can now walk normally after 2 hours of practice, the awkward feeling that is deep in his bones still exists. To put it bluntly, the speed cannot be increased. If you run just a little bit faster, your left foot will trip over your right foot. There are too many unknown factors outside. If he really encounters any danger, with his current small body, he probably won't even have a chance to escape. Although there are fewer prey in this alley, it is safer. At least 2 hours had passed, and apart from the Catwoman I saw at the beginning, I hadn't seen a single ghost. We still have to find a way to improve efficiency. Silani flicked his tail, his amber eyes rolling around as he began to ponder. A moment later, Silani's eyes lit up, and a brilliant idea came to his mind. By the way, here is a reminder that some book friends cannot see the pictures because the versions are incompatible. You can uninstall Tomato first, then download Wandugia, and there is a historical version at the bottom. Find the version from January 2022 and download version 5.1.9.32 to restore it to normal. Do not update when you open Tomato. Chapter 6 The First Shot in the Other World. Immediately, Silani didn't even have time to rest. With a leap, he easily jumped onto the wooden box that had hit his head earlier. Looking down from a high position, the field of vision suddenly broadened a lot. Soon, a small ant carrying food scraps came into view. It's you! The ants didn't crawl very fast and stopped from time to time to look around. Silani suppressed his temper and kept a sufficient distance to avoid losing the other person while not disturbing him. I followed him for more than half an hour. The little ant finally stopped at a corner of the wall, shook its antennae, and crawled into an inconspicuous little hole. Hey, I finally found your lair. Silani grinned and laughed silently. Then I went to the entrance of the cave and observed it carefully. The entrance was not big, about the thickness of my little finger, but judging from the number of ants coming in and out, the scale of the cave must be quite large. I'll kill you all in one go. Silani took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was planning some big move. Immediately following, he adjusted his posture, with his hind legs slightly apart and his tail raised. After a few breaths, clatter! A faint but clear sound of flowing water was heard. With Silani's hard aiming, a stream of bright yellow liquid swayed towards the small ant hole and poured down. The amount of urine was not much, but for a small ant hole, it was like a flood. TSK, this urine is really yellow. I hope it can help. Silani shook his body, looked at his masterpiece, and sighed silently in his heart. As for the effect, he actually had no idea. However, according to Silani's speculation, it should still be of some use. On a physical level, the worker ants in the shallow layer of the cave can be directly drowned. The specific effect depends on the structure of the cave. Even if it doesn't drown you, cat urine can still cause some magical damage. He vaguely remembered that cat urine usually has a high uric acid content, which is irritating and corrosive, and might even suffocate or poison ants. Silani frowned. Smelling the faint pungent smell in the air, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. It found a relatively clean place and lay down, gently swinging its tail from time to time, staring at the entrance of the ant hole, patiently waiting for the result. I don't know if it's because I missed the step of shaking it twice after peeing. Silani suddenly felt a little itchy on his tinnitus. However, he didn't take it to heart. He just scratched it with his claws and then turned his attention back to the ant hole. Soon, 1 minute passed. Only a few ants crawled out, and he crushed them to death. 2 minutes passed. Still no movement. Silani narrowed his amber eyes, and his cat whiskers twitched unconsciously. It's useless? Is it because you haven't urinated enough? Just when Silani's patience was about to run out, an extremely pleasant reminder sound rang in his mind. Drown a small yellow house ant, lifespan plus 40 days. Here we come. Silani's eyes suddenly lit up, but before he could grin in triumph, the reminder sound in his mind started like a flood, and it rang again, each one more urgent than the last. Drown 3 small yellow house ants, lifespan plus 72 days. Drown 6 small yellow house ants, lifespan plus 135 days. Silani grinned and let out an uncontrollable meow. Ha ha! It really works! I'm such a genius. Silani swung his tail with some pride, looking at the small ant hole with eyes that were even more eager than when he looked at the JK girl with no hair on her mouth. This is not an ant hole, it is clearly a life ATM. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the incessant reminder sound gradually subsided. Seeing that no more ants were crawling out of the ant hole, Silani couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Looking at the time displayed on the Fateful Spirit pattern, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. After 2 hours of searching, I worked hard to accumulate 4,315 days of life. And now, just to pee. Directly gain 1,750 days of life. If you do this a few more times, it won't be difficult to strengthen the lifespan of all parts of your body. Lani plans to keep up the good work and strive to increase his lifespan to over 10,000 days in one go. However, just took 2 steps. He stopped, his expression slightly odd. It's not that there are no more ant holes in this alley, but Lani suddenly found that he seemed to have run out of stock. That is to say, if you want to continue to extend your lifespan in this way, you must first find a clean water source to replenish your water. Well, Lani sighed helplessly. I just want to live peacefully and increase my lifespan. Why are there so many twists and turns? Now it seems that there is no way out of this alley. After all, now almost all the insects in the alley have been cleared out, leaving only those that have escaped the net and are hidden in the cracks and corners of the walls. Wait for them to come out on their own initiative. I don't know how long I have to wait to accumulate the lifespan required for the enhancement. Even if your spirit can hold on, your body will not be able to withstand not eating for a long time, and it will affect your condition. You can also take this opportunity to go out and find something to eat. But before going out, you still have to be fully prepared. Lani glanced at the lifespan displayed on the spiritual pattern of the fate wheel and began to calculate it in his mind. Lifespan of 6,065 days. He originally wanted to gather 10,000 days first and strengthen his torso first. But the current situation obviously does not allow him to proceed step by step. Since that's the case, then let us strengthen the 6 parts first. The 2 hind limbs must be strengthened to enhance jumping and running abilities, which are crucial whether for pursuit or escape. His nose and ears also have to keep up, and a keener sense of smell and hearing can allow him to detect danger in advance. In this way, 4 places have been used, leaving 2. Lani's eyes wandered across the panel, lingering on the remaining 3 options: mouth, tail, and penis. Strengthen the mouth. It should increase bite strength, sharpness of teeth, and maybe even restore the ability to speak. Now it seems that only the tail and the penis are of no use. Lani subconsciously twisted his butt, and a faint itchy sensation came over him. I don't know if it's a side effect of not shaking it out completely, but that place has been a little itchy since I peed, but scratching it is not very convenient. I don't want to think about it anymore, that's it. Having made up his mind, Lani no longer hesitated and chose to strengthen Ding Ding as his priority. With 1,000 days of life deduction, the familiar warm current appeared again and flowed to the lower abdomen. Lani only felt an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body in an instant, and every pore was filled with comfort. This feeling is simply amazing. Compared with this, that 1800 package is so weak. Next second, Lani shuddered all over. This. Chapter 7 For this bite of food, I endured it. Lani stared at the ground in a daze. The expression on his face was indescribably strange. Regardless of the effect of the enhancement, this feeling is just too nice. Another thing is, isn't this time a little too short? 3 seconds? Or 2 seconds? I am so ashamed to face people. Call. Lani let out a long breath and silently made a decision in his heart. He must work hard to earn more life in the future and must strengthen his brothers. If conditions permit, it is not impossible to enhance it to plus 20. Lani felt it carefully and found that the itching sensation had completely disappeared, so he stopped worrying about it. Switch the panel to the main page. There is no change in the 4-dimensional attributes. However, the overall appearance score actually increased from 92 to 93 points. This thing becomes stronger and can actually improve your appearance? Lani showed a look of surprise on his face, and then shook his head with a helpless look. He is in the form of a cat now, so no matter how good his looks are, is he going to seduce a female cat? The picture was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to think about it. Immediately following, Lani began to strengthen the remaining parts one by one. First, the 2 hind legs. After the enhancement is completed, the movement speed is increased from 14 meters per second to 16 meters per second. Lani even had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could jump onto the nearly 2-meter-high wall with a light kick. Apparently, jumping ability has also been enhanced. Then comes the mouth, ears, and nose. With the strengthening of these parts, only a pitiful 65 days are left on the spiritual pattern of the Wheel of Life. However, the benefits of strengthening are still obvious. The sharpness of teeth, bite force, hearing, and sense of smell are greatly enhanced. However, these parts do not have enhanced attributes. I1T post the text, as it affects the reading experience. Here is a picture, the protagonist's panel. Silani moved a little, feeling a more coordinated body and sharper senses. I couldn't help but feel more confident about stepping out of this alley in the novice village. He came to the entrance of the alley and cautiously stuck his head out, his amber cat eyes scanning left and right vigilantly. Somewhat unexpectedly, there was not a single person on the street, only a few vehicles with rather strange shapes parked on the side of the road. These vehicles are different from the cars on Earth. Some of them even have a faint stream of light running across their bodies, giving them a sense of black technology. Here is a picture of a sports car from another world. How to say it? It feels like everyone in this world drives a sports car, and one from the future. Judging from these vehicles and surrounding buildings that clearly surpass the technological level of Earth, this world is undoubtedly a highly developed modern technological society. What about the Catwoman I met before? The Catwoman actually walked upright. Except for the furry cat face and ears on top of her head, her behavior was exactly the same as that of a human. Besides, it's probably around 8 o'clock in the evening now. It was the time when the nightlife should have begun, but this wide street was empty and eerily quiet. Silani shook his head, a little confused. I can't figure it out, so I just stopped thinking about it. The most important thing right now is to find water and fill our stomachs. Although there was no one on the street, Silani did not let his guard down. The figure flashed, silently blending into the shadows of the street. Not long. A familiar light came into view. It was a convenience store with lights on. Silani's eyes lit up, and he hid far away behind a pot of decorative green plants on the street, looking at it carefully. The store is not big. The glass doors and windows are polished to a shine, and you can see the shelves inside filled with a variety of goods. Soon, Silani confirmed that there was only one clerk in the store. A round-faced girl with black-framed glasses and chubby cheeks was looking at the screen in front of her with her chin propped up, looking a little bored. Silani smiled. It seems that tonight's dinner is settled. According to his experience in picking up girls in his previous life, such girls are usually more caring and have a low resistance to furry animals. If a big, strong, and burly man was in charge of the store, he really wouldn't be sure he could sneak in and beg for food. Silani first looked around. After confirming that there was no danger, he trotted into the convenience store. The heating in the store was turned on very high, and a warm breeze mixed with the aroma of food blew in his face, making Silani close his eyes comfortably. The round-faced girl behind the cashier seemed to be watching a TV series and did not notice him at first. Silani was not in a hurry either. She walked straight to the open space not far from the cashier counter, then squatted down straight, tilted her head slightly, and tried to make herself look more well-behaved and cute. To eat something hot. You can put moral principles aside for now. Meow. The round-faced girl who was smiling foolishly at the screen heard the babyish meow of a cat. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up with some confusion. When her eyes fell on Silani, the expression on his face froze instantly. A few seconds later, a suppressed cry of surprise was heard. Wow! The round-faced girl covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of surprise. What a cute little kitty! Just when Silani thought that the girl would rush over immediately and hug him and rub him, the girl's reaction was beyond his expectations. She picked up a transparent light board shaped like a mobile phone on the cash register. Crack! Crack! The flash lights up. Don't move, little darling. Yes, look at the camera. The girl adjusted the angle while excitedly directing. Oh my god, this little look, this little movement, it's so cute. No, I have to post it on WeChat Moments. Silani almost couldn't hold back the cute expression on his face. Well, there is no essential difference between the girls in this world and those on Earth. All delicious food, beautiful scenery, and beautiful things must first be reviewed by the circle of friends. When encountering an emergency, the first reaction is not to solve the problem, but to take a photo and post it on social media to let the world know. For this bite of food, I endured it. Silani sighed silently in his heart, and even blinked his clear and bright amber eyes in cooperation. I waited for more than 2 minutes. The girl finally finished collecting materials for her circle of friends. He put down his phone, walked around the cashier counter, and slowly approached Silani, his tone so gentle that it could squeeze water out of him. Little cutie, where are you from? Are you hungry? Finally, we're getting to the point. Silani couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then called out in a soft voice, meow. At the same time, he rubbed his little head against the girl's outstretched fingers. The round-faced girl's heart melted when he rubbed her, and an ant-like smile appeared on her face. Wait a minute, I'll get you something to eat. As she said that, she ran towards the shelf excitedly. Just then, the glass door of the convenience store was suddenly pushed open from the outside, making a loud bang sound. Silani's ears moved subconsciously and his body tensed up instantly. Immediately following, two figures rushed in. Both of them were wearing tight black clothes and masks on their heads, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The man walking in front was holding a long knife that gleamed with cold light, and the woman following closely behind was holding a silver-white pistol. Silani was ready to escape at any time the moment he heard the door open. However, when he saw the two men's attire and the weapons in their hands, the whole cat froze in place. Damn it! Do you have to be so unlucky? I was just begging for food, and I was robbed? Chapter 8, Dark Moon Patrol, Mysterious Tattoo. The man was holding a knife. Those cold eyes stayed on Silani for a moment before moving away and walking into the convenience store. Silani quickly moved to the side. I was afraid that the other party would think I was blocking the way and stab me. The woman walked to the cashier counter and waved to the round-faced girl next to the shelf. You, come here. The flesh on the round-faced girl's cheeks trembled slightly, but her eyes showed more of cautious cooperation than fear. Seeing this, Silani's tense nerves relaxed a little. Look at the situation. He seemed to have misunderstood. After the round-faced girl came closer, the woman raised her arm, and a black mechanical device on her wrist glowed faintly. She tapped a few times, and a clear light curtain was projected in the air. On the light curtain, she is a very beautiful woman with a hot body and charming eyes. She is so beautiful that it seems unreal. Here is a picture of a beautiful, mysterious woman. Have you ever seen this person? The round-faced girl carefully identified it, then shook her head affirmatively. No, the eclipse is coming soon, and there are not many people on the street. I haven't seen anyone else except you guys since I opened the shop tonight. Eclipse? Silani's cat ears twitched unconsciously, and he memorized this unfamiliar word in his heart. At this time, the man who had been patrolling the store came back and said in a low voice, "She didn't lie, and there is no trace of anyone else in the store." The woman nodded, waved her arm, and the light curtain disappeared instantly. She looked at the round-faced girl and said in a slightly softer tone, "During the eclipse, things are not peaceful outside. You should close the shop early and go home. Be careful." Okay, thank you. When the two figures disappeared at the door, the glass door of the convenience store closed gently, blocking out the cold outside and the invisible sense of oppression. Call. The round-faced girl heaved a long sigh and patted her chest. Obviously she was also very scared. Silani's limbs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. In those short 2 or 3 minutes just now, he even felt that one of his feet had stepped into the gate of hell. Before that, Silani didn't believe that a person could have any murderous aura. At most he just had a strong aura. But now, he believed it. Those two people, especially the man holding the knife, with that vague murderous aura on him, when he walked past, Silani even felt a biting chill. Through their conversations, Silani probably guessed the identities of these two people. Most of them are similar to the uncle had on Earth, an official who maintains order. Only, this uncle in the hat from another world is so damn scary. The man, dressed in black and holding either a long knife or a gun, looked more like a killer from some secret agency. And then there's the eclipse. Several pieces of information were revealed from the conversation between the round-faced girl and the woman. One reason is that the lunar eclipse is about to occur, so there is no one to be seen on the streets. Secondly, the eclipse moon seemed to be somewhat dangerous, otherwise the woman would not have asked the round-faced girl to close the shop and go home early. This world is indeed not simple. Silani narrowed his eyes, and a sense of urgency arose in his heart. Just as Silani was thinking to himself, the round-faced girl adjusted her mood, squatted down, took him into her arms, and gently stroked his back. "Mimi, did I scare you just now? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Those two are Dark Moon Patrolmen, not bad people." Dark Moon Patrol? Silani's cat ears moved, and he silently memorized this new term. While he was pondering, his head was suddenly pressed against a soft surface by a huge force. Oh shit. Start with 0 frames and use the ultimate skill right at the face. This girl has no moral principles. Silani felt like his cat face was about to be deformed, and his nose was filled with the faint fragrance of the girl and some indescribable soft oppressive feeling. Fortunately, the torture did not last long. The round-faced girl carried him to the shelf, took down a few strips of meat shaped like sausages, picked up some bottled water, and put him down. Call. Silani took a deep breath of fresh air. Mimi, I don't have any cat food here. Can you try this? As she spoke, the round-faced girl tore open the packaging of a sausage and handed a small piece of meat to Silani's mouth. The rich aroma of meat instantly penetrates my nostrils. Silani's stomach growled. Just when he was about to show off, he caught a glimpse of the back of the round-faced girl's left hand out of the corner of his eye, and his movements paused. On the back of that white hand, there is actually a black tattoo the size of an egg. The tattoo style is extremely complex, consisting of many circles of different sizes and a hexagram, with many incomprehensible characters on it. Here is a picture of a mysterious tattoo. If this was just an ordinary tattoo, Silani would at most take a few more glances at it out of curiosity. But this pattern. He remembered clearly that the 2 Dark Moon patrolmen had exactly the same tattoos on the back of their hands. Before that, Silani didn't take the tattoo too seriously, thinking of it as an identity mark within the Dark Moon Patrol. But now, it is quite intriguing that a harmless-looking girl working in a convenience store has the same tattoo on her hand. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. The timely rumbling sound of his stomach brought Silani back from his brief thoughts. He shook his head and temporarily suppressed this question in his heart. At the moment, the important thing is to fill your stomach and restore your strength. Silani opened his mouth and bit the strip of meat that the round-faced girl handed to him. The taste was unexpectedly good. The meat is firm and has a unique salty flavor, which is much better than those starchy sausages on Earth. Seeing him eat so happily, the round-faced little sister smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits. Eat slowly, don't choke, you can eat as much as you want, sister still has plenty here. Silani just took a few bites. Then I was surprised to find that after eating the sausage, a warm feeling suddenly rose in his abdomen, which made his tired body feel much more relaxed. This meat is not simple. The sausages sold in convenience stores actually have this effect. Silani couldn't help but become more curious about this world. Finished one sausage. Silani stopped. It's not about being full, but about leaving room for your stomach and drinking more water. You can't delay your work for the sake of satisfying your appetite. Nini, are you full? Seeing Silani nod, the round-faced girl found a clean paper cup, unscrewed the lid of the bottled water, poured a full cup of water, and pushed it in front of him. Meow. Silani didn't care whether the girl could understand or not. After saying thank you, he leaned over to the edge of the paper cup and drank directly from the rim. However, after just 2 sips, water poured into his nostrils, choking Silani and causing him to cough violently. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 9 This favor, Silani remembered it. Mimi, drink slowly. Meow. I almost forgot that cats drink water by licking. Silani couldn't help feeling helpless. It seemed that some human habits had to be changed slowly. After shaking his head to clear the water from his nasal cavity, Silani moved closer to the paper cup again. This time I'm prepared. Silani was not choked again. Moreover, the movements were surprisingly smooth and the speed was not slow at all. This is all thanks to the experience accumulated in the previous life. The flexibility of my tongue is far beyond that of ordinary people. I didn't expect that after becoming a cat, this skill would come in handy in such a place. I just don't know how to switch to human form. Will there be hangnails on the tongue? If only there were. Thinking of this, Silani licked even harder. Zir, zir. Ouch. Lick slowly, be careful not to choke again. The round-faced girl kindly reminded. Upon hearing this, Silani raised his head and rolled his eyes at her. Oh my god, it was only because there were not many people on this street right now, otherwise what she said would definitely cause some misunderstanding. Let people listen. I thought I was doing something unspeakable. Fortunately, he is a cat now, and it is natural for him to drink water by licking it. Even if the legendary god of harmony is brought here, he is still right. Eat and drink enough. Silani was ready to withdraw. I have already wasted quite a bit of time here. Moreover, the Dark Moon Patrolman had also reminded the cashier girl to go home early. Such a kind-hearted girl must not be allowed to get into any trouble because of him. Meow. Silani let out a soft cry, then raised his paw and pointed in the direction of the convenience store entrance, indicating that he was leaving. Mimi, are you leaving? The round-faced girl looked at Silani, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The main reason is that Silani behaves so human-like, and is incredibly well-behaved and cute. Who can not love such a cat? A hint of intention flashed in the round-faced girl's eyes, and she had the idea of adopting Silani. But she soon seemed to think of something. His eyes dimmed a little and he sighed softly. She reached out her hand, gently touched Silani's head, and said softly, Mimi, then you should go back quickly. It's not safe outside. From now on, whenever you see me in the store, you can come to me for food. Hearing this, Silani raised his head and looked at her deeply with his amber cat eyes. Although he didn't know her name yet, her smell and appearance were already firmly engraved in his mind. Silani remembered this favor. Meow. Silani called out again, silently made a promise in his heart, then turned and walked to the door of the convenience store. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he carefully stuck his head out and looked around vigilantly. After confirming that it was safe, he stretched out his arms and legs and trotted back to the alley he came from. The cashier girl has been standing at the door of the convenience store. Her eyes followed the small figure until she saw Silani's figure completely disappear in the darkness at the corner of the street. Then she withdrew her gaze with a look of loss on her face. Just as she was about to go back to the store to pack up and go home. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of two faint green lights flashing in the deep shadows on the opposite corner of the street. The round-faced girl was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked carefully. However, there was nothing in that shadow, as if the two green lights just now were just her illusion. Did you see it wrong? The other side. Silani felt the whistling night wind, but didn't feel that cold. This cat's fur is very thick and quite warm. If it were a human's body, it would have been shivering with cold. He was in no hurry to get back to the alley. Firstly, he didn't feel like urinating at the moment, so he needed to prepare for it for a while. Secondly, he also wanted to take this opportunity to note down the terrain and building layout in the vicinity. This street looks deserted, but there are quite a few alleys. After coming out of the convenience store and turning a few corners, he noticed no less than 5 alleys. However, Silani did not enter these alleys to investigate. Cats and dogs have a strong sense of territory, and these alleys may have been occupied by stray cats and dogs. If he rashly barges in and a conflict occurs, he is not sure he can gain the upper hand. It's not that he is a coward, it's just that there is really no need for that. After all, when he first landed in that alley, there were still enough ants to use to increase his lifespan. Besides, he is more familiar with the environment there, so it is better to be cautious. Silani, who was looking around, suddenly twitched his ears. Tick tick. A faint sound of dripping water reached his ears through the whistling night wind. Is there a sound of water? Silani suddenly stopped and turned to look at an inconspicuous alley behind him on the left. After confirming that I had heard correctly, Silani immediately changed direction and trotted towards the alley entrance. This is a not very deep alley. It was pitch black inside. Fortunately, Silani now has night vision. He observed the alley for a moment and confirmed that there was no danger inside before turning his gaze towards the location where the sound of dripping water came from. It was a pool close to the wall, probably used by the shop next door to wash mops. The faucet was not completely tightened, and a small stream of water was dripping intermittently, forming a shallow pool at the bottom of the sink. Seeing this, Silani showed an uncontrollable joy on his face. Finally found a permanent water source. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about inventory issues and can confidently extend the lifespan. Keep this supply point firmly in mind. Silani didn't delay any longer and quickened his pace, jogging back towards the alley he came from. Just as Silani turned the corner, his figure completely disappeared into the darkness. Deep in the narrow alley where he found the faucet, in a shadow where light could hardly reach, 2 faint green lights suddenly appeared without any warning. The green light looked particularly creepy in the darkness, swaying gently a few times like a ghost fire. Immediately following, A tall, thin black figure walked out silently from the shadows. It first paused for a moment by the pool. He lowered his head slightly, as if sniffing something. Then, it raised its head, and the two green lights flashed. Next second, the black shadow tapped the ground with its limbs, and its entire body turned into a phantom, silently chasing in the direction Silani left. The speed was astonishingly fast and it disappeared around the corner of the alley in a flash. At this time, Silani didn't know that he had been targeted. He then urinated in the ant hole he had previously dug. An anthill contains at least hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of ants. He had killed less than 100 ants before, so naturally there was no need to look for a new cave. This time, Silani had experience. After peeing, he stretched out his claws and scratched around his penis a few times symbolically. A moment later, a familiar reminder sound rang in my mind. Drown 2 small yellow house ants, lifespan plus 49 days. A series of prompt sounds followed. Silani showed a satisfied smile on his face. There is indeed something in this ant hole. However, you can't just keep plucking the wool from one person. Just as Silani was about to look for another ant hole, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. That feeling. It was like there was a pair of invisible eyes watching me in the dark. Silani's amber cat-like pupils narrowed slightly. He didn't turn around immediately, but pretended not to notice anything and walked towards a pile of miscellaneous items. When approaching the pile of debris, Silani exerted force with his hind legs and instantly jumped behind the pile of debris, hiding his body. At the same time, his eyes quickly swept across the alley. However, there was nothing at the entrance of the alley except a few fallen leaves blown by the wind. What's going on? Is this an illusion? Silani did not rush out, but crawled on the ground, using the shadow as cover, changed shelter, and continued to wait patiently. A minute passed. Apart from the occasional reminder sound in my mind, there was still no movement in the alley. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. As time passed, the feeling of being spied on gradually faded until it disappeared. It seems like you're really too nervous. Silani let out a breath slowly, and his tense nerves relaxed a lot. Yes, it's pitch dark. It's a remote alley like this, so it's normal to scare yourself. Silani shook his head in self-mockery and walked out of the shadows. Since it was a false alarm, there is no need to waste any more time. It is more important to continue with your own upgrade and strengthening. However, Silani didn't notice. On the edge of the roof of the old building more than 10 meters high on both sides of the alley, a pair of eyes flashing with faint green light were staring at him without blinking. He took in every move he made just now. Silani had already let down his guard, but the black shadow remained motionless. I just observed quietly for a few minutes. The shadow seemed to have lost its patience, or perhaps it had observed enough. It arched its back slightly, just as it was about to jump from the roof of a building that was more than 10 meters high. A strange blood-red color appeared on the horizon without any warning, and spread at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow's movements suddenly stopped. It slowly raised its head and looked at the strange blood-red sky, then looked down at Silani in the alley. The green eyes flickered a few times, as if weighing something. After a few breaths, the black shadow stood up, turned around without any hesitation, and disappeared into the bloody night. Brothers. From the first chapter to this chapter, almost all of it is foreshadowing. This book is written differently from the previous one. The settings are slowly discovered from the protagonist's perspective. Do you feel there are any problems? If so, please let me know. Chapter 10, The Eclipse Moon Arrives. Silani was looking down carefully for new ant holes in the corners of the wall, but he caught a glimpse of his own shadow on the ground out of the corner of his eye. The color was a little off. The light from the alley before. It was the faint white light coming through from the street lamps in the distance, and the shadows cast were all normal gray-black. But now, the ground seems to be covered with a dark red filter. Silani paused, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. When I first went out, I didn't see any foot washing and massage parlor nearby. Where did the red light come from? He subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky outside the alley. This look. Silani was stunned, and his face was full of surprise. The originally dark night sky was now occupied by large patches of strange dark red. And in the center of the dark red sky, an extremely large blood-red moon was hanging high in the sky, emitting a strange red light, dyeing the entire world with an ominous color. Quiet, depressing, and indescribably weird. Here is a picture of a lunar eclipse. Is this the eclipse moon? Silani narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that the blood moon in the sky should be the eclipse moon mentioned by the round-faced girl in the Dark Moon Patrol. But I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Silani temporarily stopped looking for the ant-hole. He squatted on the spot, squinting his eyes and carefully observing the blood-red moon in the sky and the changes in the surrounding environment. However, more than 10 minutes passed. Apart from the fact that the color of the sky had become a little scary and the surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, nothing special happened. Strangeness. Silani couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that this eclipse moon is just for show and doesn't actually have any special function? Silani shook his head. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. The most important thing right now is to continue improving your own strength. With a thought, he opened the property panel and took a look. Lifespan, 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds. Not bad, I made a lot of money again. Silani nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to close the panel and continue to destroy the ant-hole, his eyes accidentally swept across the time displayed on the Fateful Spirit pattern, and his movements suddenly stopped. Wait. Silani's cat eyes suddenly widened, staring intently at the lifespan displayed on the spiritual pattern of the Fate Wheel. 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds. A few more seconds passed. 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds. Still no change. His lifespan was frozen at 1,673 days, 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 19 seconds. Could it be that, during a lunar eclipse, lifespans don't naturally elapse? Silani's heart moved, and a bold idea suddenly popped up. If that's the case, then, can't I use this time to fix bugs? Silani's breathing became a little rapid. He quickly switched the panel to the enhancement page. His eyes lingered on the only remaining tail option for a moment, and he directly chose enhancement. As the familiar warm current flowed to the tail vertebrae, 1,000 days of life value were deducted. Seeing his lifespan shorten significantly, the excitement on Silani's face suddenly froze. Meow, what a waste of joy. Silani frowned and stared at the panel and thought for a moment. Since strengthening doesn't work, then try the combustion function that I didn't understand before. Immediately, Silani started operating on the panel and directly set the burning multiplier to 10 times. After turning on the combustion function, looking at the lifespan that didn't move at all, Silani's eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect it to work. Although I don't know the specific effect of this combustion function, it's free anyway, so why not use it? Maybe we can take this opportunity to study the specific effects of this function. Immediately, Silani increased the burning multiple to 100 times. Feel it carefully. It seems as if there is still nothing special. I just don't believe it. If 100 times isn't enough, what about 1,000 times? Silani made up his mind and continued to increase the magnification. When the burning multiple increases to 1,000 times, the button for adjusting the multiple turns gray. But there was still no abnormal feeling in his body. Silani's brows couldn't help but frown even tighter. Under normal circumstances, if the energy is burned 1,000 times, the speed at which life passes will increase to 10,000 times. In other words, maintain this state. Every second consumes 2 hours and 46 minutes of life. With such a huge consumption, Silani didn't believe that this function was just a decoration and would be useless. Since it doesn't consume life now, just keep it running like this for now. Maybe after a long time, there will be some changes. Silani kept the panel open and suspended it in front of him, so that he could check the changes in the life value at any time, and then he checked the changes after the tail was strengthened. The 4-dimensional attributes of the tail did not change after it was strengthened. Silani tried various movements and felt them carefully. My balance seems to have improved a lot. I used to feel a little unstable sometimes when I was on all fours, but now I feel very flexible and at ease. Not bad. With improved balance, you will be less likely to fall when running at high speed. He glanced at the remaining 673 days of life. Silani didn't delay any longer and started to get busy. It took half an hour to find 3 ant holes in the alley. Silani spent the rest of his time running back and forth between the supply point and the alley. First, go to the faucet and fill your stomach with water, then come back and splash water on the ant hole, then happily listen to the prompt sounds ringing in your mind, and keep doing various movements to familiarize yourself with your body. Time passes quietly. The strange dark red color at the edge of the sky gradually faded, replaced by a hint of fish belly white. The blood-red moon hanging high in the sky gradually became blurred and dim, just like melting ice and snow, and finally disappeared completely. Just as the blood moon disappeared and the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness. Here we come. Watch as nearly 3 hours of lifespan drop in an instant. Silani did not hesitate and immediately turned off the combustion function that had been going on for the entire night. Call. Silani breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at the final lifespan number on the panel, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. Spiritual pattern of the Wheel of Destiny, 17,725 days, 15 hours, 23 minutes and 7 seconds. In just one night, he saved more than 17,000 days of life. This efficiency is simply incredible. In addition to the increased longevity, Silani's control over his body has also greatly improved, and he no longer feels awkward. Immediately following, Silani seemed to have thought of something, the excitement on his face faded, and he looked down at Ding Ding. 1 night passed. It actually changed from the size of a fingernail to the size of a little finger. However, Silani was not happy at all. Because this is not a natural growth, but a swelling. Not only it itches, it hurts too. What the hell is this? I've become stronger, but my penis is swollen? Chapter 11 Super Cheat, Krypton Life? Damn it, I should have thought of that earlier. Looking at the swollen penis, Silani's face was full of helplessness. In the previous life, when they were in the orphanage, the director warned these little boys not to pee into ant holes. It is said that when ants are frightened or hurt, they release something called formic acid. The child is short and his penis is close to the ground. Once that thing gets on your skin, it will itch and hurt, and it will swell up like a carrot. He had secretly criticized it at the time, thinking it was a superstitious statement made by the director's grandmother to scare the children. Now it seems that he is young. In order to strike accurately without wasting any energy, he wanted to push Ding Ding directly into the ant hole. It would be strange if it wasn't swollen. Well. Silani sighed again, with regret written all over his face. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends. I now have more than 17,000 days of lifespan. As long as I work harder to reach 20,000 days, I can strengthen my penis and torso together. By then, this problem will be easily solved. It's a pity that the method of attacking ant holes with water will probably not be used in the future. Think of this. Silani glanced at the alley he had ravaged all night. It's time to move on. However, you need to strengthen your torso before leaving. Silani switched the panel to the main page, ready to confirm his various attributes, so that he could have a comparison after strengthening his torso. But it was just a casual glance. But Silani was stunned on the spot, his eyes widening instantly. Here is a picture of Silani's attribute panel. Silani stared at the 4-dimensional values on the panel, unable to believe his eyes. The strength increased from 9 kilograms to 21 kilograms, more than doubled. The movement speed also increased from 16 meters per second to 19 meters per second. Even physical fitness and spirit have increased by 3 points each. What's going on? How did it grow so much? Could it be? Silani suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. If these attributes increased all at once, it would be impossible for him not to notice it at all. Unless these attributes were accumulated bit by bit in an extremely slow and subtle way without his awareness. Looking at everything that happened last night, the only thing that meets this condition, besides the eclipse moon, is the combustion function that he had used for free all night. However, the lunar eclipse can be excluded first. It's incredible that the eclipse moon can suspend the deduction of lifespan. If you can become stronger by being exposed to the blood-red moonlight, then wouldn't the world be full of supermen? So, there is only one truth. The 4-dimensional attribute of growth is the effect brought about by the combustion function. Could it be? Is this function really about burning lifespan to gain attribute bonuses? This thought flashed through Silani's mind, but he immediately denied it. Wrong. If that's the case, wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to just design it so that it consumes lifespan and adds points? Why bother with a combustion function and even multiples? Silani felt as if he had grasped something key, but for a moment he was a little confused. He closed his eyes. Carefully recall every detail after turning on the combustion function last night. Hiss, I didn't do anything last night. Besides filling the ant hole, I just jump up and down to familiarize myself with my cat form. Get familiar with the body? Exercise? Silani suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his cat-like pupils. If this function doubles the training effect by burning lifespan and also improves learning progress, then it makes sense. The more Silani thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was extremely high. No wonder it only took me one night to achieve such a high level of control over my cat-like body. Whether it's running, jumping, or balancing, you can learn it with practice. Before, Silani thought that he was gifted and was born to be a cat. After all this time, it turns out that I was cheating. 1,000 times the burning effect. What does that mean? This means that everything that was done last night was actually done at 1,000 times the speed. Jumping once is like jumping 1,000 times. I ran back and forth between the supply point and the alley 13 times. Each round trip was about 1,000 meters, which was equivalent to running 13,000 kilometers. Fuck. Silani couldn't help but curse in his heart. This combustion function is simply a plug-in of the heaven-defying level. As long as you live long enough, you can achieve up to 1,000 times the results in both exercise and study. It's just that the name is a bit rustic. From now on, the name of this function should be changed to, which is both vivid and nice to hear. People feel refreshed when happy things happen. The discovery of the Kryptonian function swept away Silani's depression caused by the swelling and pain in his penis, and the only trace of sleepiness he had was gone. At the same time, he became more and more looking forward to the contract girlfriend function. Suppress the lustful thoughts in your heart. Silani turned his attention back to strengthening. Without hesitation, he chose to strengthen his torso. With the deduction of 10,000 days of life. The familiar warm current surged again, this time no longer localized, but spread to the whole body in an instant. Silani only felt a tingling and sore sensation in all his bones and muscles, as if countless small ants were crawling and gnawing inside his body, making him want to roll on the ground. Not long. Silani's entire body has grown larger. From a kitten that looked only 3 or 4 months old, it has grown to a size close to that of an adult cat. Immediately following, the hair on the body began to fall out in large patches. New hair quickly emerged from under the skin, growing and becoming thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the morning light, it is smooth and translucent, like the finest silk. This time it's strengthened. It lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Silani slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The physical attribute is directly increased by 5 points. Even the little penis that gave him a headache seemed to benefit from this wave of strengthening, and the swelling subsided a little. Although there is still some discomfort, it is much better than the previous burning pain. Silani looked up at the sky and was slightly startled. I didn't pay much attention when I was strengthening just now, but now I realize that the sky has become completely bright, and the air no longer has the biting coldness of last night, but instead has a hint of warmth. Silani was a little puzzled. It was extremely cold last night, but it has become so warm just overnight. Could it be that? Will this lunar eclipse affect the weather? Silani shook his head and put this question aside for the time being. The top priority. It's better to solve the ding-ding problem first. This concerns his future happy life. If he gets infected or encounters other problems, he will really cry to death. Silani took a last glance at the alley he had ravaged all night. Without stopping, he walked out of the alley. Shortly after Silani left. Alley entrance. A tall, thin black shadow appeared. Chapter 12 Tattoos that can be paid for by scanning a QR code? At this time, Silani has already arrived on the street. Unlike the dead silence of last night, there were now a few pedestrians on the street. The way these people dress is no different from modern people on Earth. What made Silani feel a little strange was that although they had just experienced a cold night, most of these people were wearing short sleeves, as if it was not a cold night but a normal summer night. Silani leaned against the corner of the wall, walking slowly, his eyes occasionally glancing at the pedestrians on the roadside. Soon, Silani made a new discovery. A girl in a miniskirt walked past him, and a gust of fragrant wind blew over him. Silani subconsciously raised his head, his eyes following her fair and slender thighs upwards. Meow. This big girl actually gave up. It's really eye-catching. All right. See, Lanyi's real discovery was not this. Instead, these passers-by all had a black tattoo consisting of a circle and a hexagram on the back of their exposed left hands, which was exactly the same as the tattoo of the round-faced girl in the convenience store. Suddenly, See, Lanyi paused. He stared at a breakfast vendor not far away without blinking. Just now. Did I see it wrong? The older girl who was taking a break just happened to walk over to the breakfast stall and pointed at one of the foods that looked like a meat pie. The vendor skillfully wrapped 2 meat patties in oil paper and handed them to her. After, the girl took the breakfast. But he didn't take out money or cell phones or anything like that. She stretched out her left hand, and the tattoo on the back of her hand seemed to light up slightly, but the light was so faint that it was not noticeable unless you looked closely. At this time, the vendor also stretched out his left hand. He swept the air a few centimeters above the girl's hand. Then, the girl took the breakfast and left with a twist of her waist. The whole process went smoothly. See, Lanyi's eyes widened, his eyes full of confusion. This. What does it mean? Just scan the back of your hand through the air and it's done? Meow. WeChat Pay isn't that outrageous, right? You don't even need to show the code, just scan the tattoo directly? So, that tattoo actually has a payment function? Questions popped up in See, Lanyi's mind. He squatted in the corner and continued to observe. In the next 2 or 3 minutes, several more people came to buy things at the breakfast stall. Without exception, all payments are made through tattoos on the back of the hands. At this time, a figure came from not far away. When the vendor saw the person coming, his eyes suddenly lit up. See, Lanyi followed the vendor's gaze and his eyes fell on the figure walking unsteadily towards him. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. This is a chubby little boy who looks about 13 or 14 years old. He has a round face and a big belly, and when he walks, the flesh on his body trembles. But that's not the point. There is nothing on the left hand, and there is nothing on the right hand either. This little fat boy doesn't he have any black tattoos? The vendor was a middle-aged man, his face a bit etched with the frost of time, but when he saw the little fat boy, the wrinkles on his face were all smiles, and he greeted him warmly. "Little fatty, why are you here so early today?" The little fat boy didn't seem to like this name and frowned slightly. But he still walked to the breakfast stall, raised his chubby fingers, and started ordering in a domineering manner. "Here, 5. That, yes, the one that looks like a steamed dumpling. Give me 10. And give me 5 of those golden cakes over there." The little fat boy ordered several items in one breath, with no intention of stopping. He turned his finger to the other side and continued ordering. The smile on the vendor's face stiffened visibly with every tap of the little fat boy's fingers. When the little fat boy ordered the third item, the curve of his mouth became noticeably narrower and the smile lines at the corners of his eyes also faded. See, Lanyi looked at the subtle changes in the vendor's expression, his face full of confusion. What is going on? Shouldn't he be happier the more he sells? Why does his expression look like he swallowed a fly? At this time, the vendor coughed dryly and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little fatty, why did you order so much today? Can you finish it?" Hearing this, the little fat boy corrected with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. "I told you, don't call me fat. Usually I only order less because it's a snack. But today my mom got up late and didn't even make me breakfast, so isn't it normal for me to eat a little more?" The vendor laughed awkwardly twice without saying anything, and quickly packed up the food ordered by the fat boy. The fat boy took the big bag of breakfast with some effort, then took out a black crystal the size of a coin from his pocket. "Is one-time crystal enough?" The vendor took the black crystal, and the smile on his face instantly became more sincere. "That's enough, little handsome boy, take care." However, the little fat boy suddenly pointed at the vendor and yelled, "Great! I knew you were a profiteer. I usually only buy a few cakes, and you charged me a time crystal. I bought so many things today, and you still only charged me one-time crystal. Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm young?" The vendor was startled by his sudden shout. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side. Then he lowered his voice and put on a flattering smile on his face. "Hey, handsome boy, don't say such things casually. Think about it yourself. The first time you bought something from me, I offered to give you change, but you yourself said you didn't care about the small change and thought it was too much trouble?" The little fat boy was reminded by him. Her round face couldn't help but turn slightly red, as if she remembered that it was true. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but couldn't find the right words. In the end, he could only glare at the vendor, snort, and walk away with the big bag of breakfast without looking back. I watched the little fat boy disappear around the corner. The vendor spat in his direction with disdain. Pa. Fatty, aren't you afraid of dying of overeating after eating so much? Take it all in. Silani finally understood why the vendor had that expression before. But what was Jing then? The currency of this world? Silani stared intently at the black crystal in the vendor's hand. After the vendor finished cursing, the unhappiness on his face disappeared, and he weighed the time crystal in his hand happily. Immediately following, he placed the black crystal over the tattoo on the back of his hand. Next second, the black tattoo pattern seemed to come alive, emitting a faint light, and the black crystal melted into the tattoo in the blink of an eye, just like ice and snow melting. See this scene. Silani couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a flash of inspiration came into his mind. Tattoo, payment, time crystal. Time crystal. Time? An absurd yet seemingly extremely reasonable thought flashed through Silani's mind. Chapter 13. Do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? An absurd yet seemingly extremely reasonable thought flashed through Silani's mind. Why is the lifespan in the panel not just called lifespan, but it is called the Wheel of Destiny spirit pattern? If I'm not mistaken, the tattoos on the backs of these people's hands should be the external manifestation of the fate will spirit pattern. That is to say, in this world, human lifespans are concrete and can be traded. As for why the little fat boy doesn't have the fate will spirit pattern, this is easy to explain because they are too young to protect themselves. After all, if life could be traded, then this kind of young boy is the best target. Just like human traffickers on Earth, they need to resell the stolen goods after they succeed, but here even the resale step can be skipped. As for the time crystal, it should be a product condensed from lifespan, which is convenient for children without fate will spiritual patterns to use for shopping and trading. Think of this. Silani's eyes lit up. If this is truly the underlying logic of this world, then wouldn't I no longer have to worry about money? At this time, the rumbling sound of his stomach interrupted Silani's thoughts. Well, no matter whether we can become rich in the future, we can only face reality now. He ate a sausage last night. After a night, I was already very hungry. Silani licked his lips and his eyes fell on the breakfast stall. This vendor doesn't look like a good person, but the breakfast he makes looks very appetizing. I just don't know if I can get something to eat from him. I looked around and saw that this was the only breakfast shop nearby. Convenience stores are not open yet. Silani had no choice but to go forward. Meow. Silani let out a cry, and at the same time, he clasped his two front paws together in front of his chest, making a gesture of congratulations and prosperity. Logically speaking, even a social figure with a tattooed back would happily give him something to eat when he saw his pleasing gesture. However, the vendor owner is not a normal person. He glanced at Silani, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes, and then he kicked him without warning. Get out of here. If this kick hits, even if you don't die, you will be injured. Damn it. I just want to stutter. If you don't give it to me, forget it, but why would you resort to violence? Fortunately, after a night of training, Silani is no longer the same as before. With the addition of dynamic visuals, this sudden kick looked like a movie played at 3 times the speed in Silani's eyes. Silani kicked back with his hind legs and easily dodged the kick. You bastard, you still dare to hide. The vendor's kick missed and he immediately ran after the man, looking embarrassed and cursing. Silani's current sprint speed has reached 19 meters per second. Even if Bolt comes, he will have to eat dust behind. And the greasy middle-aged vendor, with a belly as big as if he was 5 months pregnant, still wanted to catch up with him? One word, dream. Silani was not in a hurry and even had the leisure to glance back. Really? The merchant stopped after chasing for a few steps. You stinky wildcat. If I see you again, I'll skin you and make soup from you. Bah! The vendor spat from a distance, his voice revealing a sense of cowardice. Hearing this, Silani paused, a hint of annoyance flashing in his amber cat eyes. Damn it! If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm Hello Kitty? Judging from the kick he just gave, this guy is just an ordinary middle-aged greasy man with no special abilities. In that case, then don't blame me for being rude. The vendor cursed a few words, felt that he had regained some ground, and turned around to continue his business. He never imagined that a cat could be so vengeful and had even sneaked up behind him. Silani seized the opportunity. Just as the vendor turned around, someone jumped out from the corner, aiming directly at the vendor's exposed ankle. Although the claws, which have been strengthened once, are not as sharp as knives, they are still sharper than those of ordinary cats. Sizzle. There was a slight sound of cloth tearing. Ouch. The vendor only felt a piercing pain in his ankle and couldn't help but scream. Then he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Immediately following, he looked down. The trouser legs had been torn into 3 pieces, and bright red blood was oozing out from the wounds, instantly staining the trouser legs red. Damn bastard. If I don't kill you today, I won't be named Nya. After seeing the 3 deep scratches on the ankle that were so deep that the bone could be seen, the vendor's anger was completely ignited, and he no longer cared about the pain. He picked up an iron tongs used to hold pancakes on the stall and smashed it towards Silani. Call. The iron clamp came crashing down with the sound of wind. However, Silani was too lazy to hide. With dynamic vision, you can clearly judge the flight trajectory of the armor. It won't hit you at all, why should you hide? Seeing Silani strolling leisurely and not taking him seriously at all, the vendor was almost furious. The face was already distorted by the severe pain in the ankle. At this time, his face had turned the color of liver, and veins on his forehead were bulging, beating with his heavy breathing. Ha, look at that boss, he was actually fooled by a cat. I saw it all just now. The cat was fine, but the boss took action first for no apparent reason. TSK, this cat is quite smart. I feel like it can be compared to the source beast. Brother, are you kidding me? Comparing a stray cat to a source beast? It's not that the cat is smart, it's that the boss is just too stupid. There was quite a commotion just now. It attracted a few early risers on the street to stop. They pointed at the vendors and whispered, and although their voices were not loud, they were like invisible needles, each word piercing the vendor's already sensitive and fragile self-esteem. Ah! I'm going to kill you today, you bastard. The vendor completely lost his mind, turned around and grabbed things from his breakfast stall, and threw them at Silani. Seeing this, Silani's mouth twitched. It can be seen that this guy was really angry and wanted to kill himself, so he directly used the stall as an arsenal. However, even if you are impatient, you should at least choose one. Even if you hit the meat buns, can it cause any harm? Silani dodged while constantly adjusting his position. Soon the vendor was between him and his stall, and if he took a step back, he would crash into the stall. The opportunity has come. Silani changed his previous evasive posture, exerted force on his limbs, and rushed straight towards the vendor boss like a black arrow. Meow. A short and menacing meow. Combined with his sudden burst of speed, he was full of momentum. When the vendor saw Silani rushing towards him, he instinctively felt a sense of fear. I subconsciously wanted to step back and avoid it, completely forgetting that there was a stall behind me. Swish clang ping pong. The vendor's fat body slammed heavily onto the breakfast stall, and all kinds of ingredients and tableware instantly fell to the ground and rolled everywhere. He himself fell flat on his face in the mess, looking extremely miserable. Silani stopped steadily a few steps away. Looking at the scene in front of him, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he finally got rid of his anger. Just then, Silani's ears suddenly twitched, and he glanced towards the street intersection out of the corner of his eye. In the distance, I saw 2 figures wearing uniforms quite similar to those of the Dark Moon Patrol, running towards this side quickly. Trouble is coming. Silani made a prompt decision and gave up the idea of continuing to deal with this vendor. Then his figures shook. He took a few steps and ran over to the broken stall. He quickly glanced around and picked up a meat pie that had not fallen to the ground. Then, he pushed off the remains of the stall with his hind legs and used the momentum to leap forward. The unlucky vendor had just struggled to prop up his upper body, and before he could see the situation clearly, he felt something step on his face, and his head, which had just been raised, was stepped back down. Silani landed lightly on the ground, and after a few jumps, he disappeared around the corner of the street. All that was left was a mess and stunned onlookers. Chapter 14. Do you still expect a cat to pay the fine? Silani did not flee the scene directly. Instead, he found a relatively secluded corner, ate meat patties, and secretly watched how the 2 people who were obviously officials would handle the matter. After all, when he scratched the vendor's ankle, he was quite cruel. If they want to investigate further, I'd better make plans early. Soon, the two men, dressed in uniforms similar to those of the Dark Moon Patrol, arrived at the scene. What is happening here? When the vendor saw his savior, he cried even harder. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he pulled up his trouser leg to reveal his bloody ankle, then sat on the ground, slapping his thigh and wailing, "Sirs from the law enforcement team, you're finally here. It's a mad cat. It attacked me like crazy." At this point, his eyes rolled, and his tone changed, his voice filled with deliberate fear. "I reasonably suspect that is a mutant source beast that sneaked into the city. Lord Law Enforcer, you must make a decision for me." Hearing the words source beast mutant, the two law enforcers' expressions suddenly became serious. One of them was a little older and stared at the vendor with sharp eyes. "A mutant of the source beast? Are you sure you can take responsibility for what you say?" The vendor stopped talking instantly, and the grief and anger on his face froze. He just wanted to make a big fuss so that the law enforcement officers would take it seriously. But if they really caught the cat and found out it was just an ordinary wild cat, he would be in big trouble. In the far corner, Silani took it all in, and his cat ears trembled involuntarily. Source beast? This was not the first time he had heard this word. Passers-by had mentioned it before. He had heard of soul beasts, ferocious beasts, and exotic beasts, but this was the first time he had seen a source beast. Source beast. Does it mean the source of life? Could it be possible to gain longevity through the source beast? Judging from the underlying operating logic of this world, Silani feels that this possibility is quite high. Just as Silani was thinking to himself, the two law enforcers also noticed something from the vendor's evasive eyes. They ignored the hesitant vendor and turned to the people around who were watching the show to find out what was going on. Soon, the whole story was pieced together in a few words. The older law enforcer glared at the vendor and immediately made a conclusion on the matter. "Why would you bully a stray cat for no reason? You should take the blame for what happened today." As he spoke, he glanced at the vendor's ankle. "By the way, are you seriously injured? Do we need to call an ambulance for you?" No, that's fine. It's just a minor injury. I can bandage it myself when I get home." The law enforcer nodded, then raised his hand and pointed at the messy breakfast stall. "Clean this place up as quickly as possible. If it's not cleaned up by the time we return from patrol, you will have to go to the Time Enforcement Bureau and pay a fine of 100 time crystals." At this point, he paused and added, "Don't wait for us to come to you. By then, the fine won't be this amount." When the vendor heard this, he was stunned. "I thought I could let the law enforcement team vent my anger, but I didn't expect this to be the result in the end." He opened his mouth, wanting to argue and refute, but in the end he swallowed his words and said angrily, "I know. I'll have someone clean it up." Without any excitement to watch, the crowd dispersed immediately. Seeing this, Silani swallowed the last bite of meat pie and licked the oil stains on the corner of his mouth. Let us be honest. The vendor may not be a good person, but the meat patties he sells taste really good. The skin is crispy and the meat filling inside is tender and juicy. Now that I'm out of breath and full, it's time to get back to work. Silani took one last glance at the vendor. After a few leaps, his figure disappeared at the corner of the street, ready to find a good feng shui location to accumulate some lifespan. Street. Two law enforcers. The younger law enforcer gestured in the direction Silani was leaving and asked in a low voice, "Master, are we just going to let this go? So what else do you want?" The older law enforcer raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, then looked in the direction where Silani left. "The cat hasn't gone far yet. You still have time to catch it. But what happens after you catch it? Do you expect a cat to pay the fine?" The young law enforcer was stunned by the question, then laughed awkwardly and said, That's definitely not possible." "That's it," the older law enforcer said, throwing up his hands. "Since it can't pay the fine, there's no point in catching it. Why bother catching it?" "Hey, master, you are really thoughtful. I just can't wrap my head around it." The young law enforcer scratched his head, then seemed to remember something and asked doubtfully, "But master, speaking of which, have you noticed that there are a lot more stray cats on this street today than usual?" He paused, recalling what he saw when he first arrived here. "Also, I saw them looking around, as if they were looking for something." The other side. Silani went around in circles. Soon we found an alley that looked quite secluded. The alley is very narrow, with some discarded debris piled up at the base of the wall. Perhaps because it is not exposed to sunlight, it emits a faint musty smell. A dark and damp alley like this should yield a lot of rewards. Silani had just taken a few steps into the alley when he suddenly stopped. I saw a huge rat gnawing on something next to a garbage dump not far ahead. The mouse was gray and black all over, and looked a bit thicker than Silani's current body. It was estimated to weigh at least 2 or 3 pounds. What a great start! We ran into a boss right away. Silani's eyes lit up, and he immediately lowered his body, slightly tensed the muscles of his limbs, fixed his eyes on the big rat, and then took cat-like steps and tiptoed over. Not to mention, the stealth posture is quite realistic. The distance is getting closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Now is the time. Silani suddenly exerted force with his hind legs, and his body pounced out like a black lightning. Squeak! The mouse obviously sensed the danger and screamed and tried to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. Silani accurately slapped the mouse on the head with his claws, pressing it firmly onto the rough concrete floor. Waited for about half a minute. The sound of the mouse's struggle gradually weakened. Kill a mouse, lifespan plus 276 days. It wasn't until a reminder sounded in his mind that Silani removed his claws from the mouse's head. Only 275 days? It's useless to grow so big. Silani curled his lips. After all the effort, the lifespan given by the jumping spider he had just casually crushed was not as long as that given by the jumping spider. All right. Silani admitted that he had fallen into a misconception. The lifespan is not directly proportional to the size of the organism. Besides, Silani also discovered a very important problem. Chapter 15 Are all animals so unrestrained and direct? Silani also discovered a very important problem. My strength has now reached 21 kilograms. Logically speaking, a full-strength claw attack weighing 42 kilograms should have sent the mouse straight to hell. However, it took more than half a minute for the mouse to completely die. This wasn't a big deal, but it served as a reminder to Silani. His strength attribute was not low, but he was too light, weighing only 3 or 4 pounds, so he could not fully exert his strength. Even when encountering larger opponents. With one claw, the opponent will be fine, but you will be bounced away. This is also the reason why those who practice martial arts need to practice standing still and practicing their chassis before learning any moves. Chassis training. Silani had never learned martial arts in his previous life and only knew the horse stance. But now his body is that of a cat, how should he squat in this horse stance? Chassis training doesn't work. Then we can only start with weight. It is said that the body is the capital of revolution, and there is truth in this. It seems that strengthening the torso should be the top priority in the future. Silani kept this matter in mind and stopped worrying about it. Next, Silani started a new round of income generation in this alley. In addition to catching those unfortunate spiders, cockroaches, and all kinds of strange insects, he also went back to his old job and found a few ant holes. Anyway, my penis is still swollen, so it doesn't matter if it swells a little more. Too many lice one itch, too many debts one worry. As long as it can quickly increase lifespan, this pain is still within the tolerable range. I have to say, the two-pronged approach has a very good effect. The lifespan began to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just half an hour, nearly 4,000 days of lifespan were gained. Looking at the lifespan of up to 10,000 days on the panel, Silani felt a surge of heat in his heart. If the penis is strengthened now, the burning pain can be relieved immediately. But on second thought, Silani hesitated again. The main reason is that this method of increasing lifespan is really too addictive. If I strengthen my penis now and get rid of the swelling, wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity to increase my lifespan? Fuck it, let's fight. Silani gritted his teeth and decided to continue to endure. The shadows in the alley quietly change angles as time goes by. 2 hours later, Silani then stopped with a feeling of wanting more. It's not that he didn't want to continue, but the pain in a certain part of his body had escalated from an itchy pain to a severe pain that made him grimace. Now every step I take feels like being cut by a knife. If you don't deal with it. He was really afraid that this thing would be completely scrapped. Silani suppressed his discomfort and brought up the attribute panel. Fate will spiritual pattern, 24,572 days, 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 33 seconds. Hey! Look at this number. Even though Silani was still gasping in pain, he couldn't help but grin. More than 24,000 days. Excluding the original 7,725 days, The net profit is 16,847 days. This suffering was not in vain. Without any hesitation, Silani immediately switched the panel to the enhancement page. With the deduction of 10,000 days of life. A warm current, much gentler than any previous strengthening, rushed to the lower abdomen. Wherever it passed, the burning pain receded like the tide. This extreme contrast of going from the 18 levels of hell directly to the top of heaven is simply irresistible. Oh, comfortable. Cool. Silani couldn't help but let out a moan from his throat, his body completely relaxed, and he squinted his eyes comfortably. The strengthening process lasted for about a minute. Every second is an ultimate enjoyment. When the intoxicating warmth slowly dissipated, Silani couldn't wait to look down. The area that was originally swollen beyond recognition has now completely subsided. That's not all. It seems to have become even stronger than before. On the panel, the overall appearance score also increased from 93 to 95. Just when Silani was about to carefully study whether Ding Ding, which had been strengthened to the second stage, had any other hidden functions, a gaze as hot as substance suddenly came from the direction of the alley. Silani's heart trembled. He suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. I saw it in the shadow of the alley. A calico cat with motley fur was standing there motionless, its eyes fixed on him, its pupils looking a little strange in the dim light. That look. Why is it so weird? Silani had watched quite a few movies in his previous life, and had seen looks of ferocity, flattery, and fear. But this kind of look was the first time he had seen it. If I had to describe it, it's like a sex-hungry ghost who has been in prison for 10 or 8 years, suddenly seeing a delicate and beautiful woman, and being filled with undisguised desire and longing. Being stared at by a cat with this look. Silani felt as if the hair at the base of his tail was about to explode, and an inexplicable chill ran up his spine to the back of his head. Damn, is this cat seriously ill? Just when Silani was secretly alert, the calico cat suddenly took a few steps forward, and then made a meow from its throat that sounded a bit like a baby crying, but also with a bit of anxiety. Meow meow. As a fellow cat, although there may be some differences in language, Silani can still roughly understand some basic emotions and intentions. The calico cat's anxious meows actually translated to, "Please, mate with me." Damn it. Silani's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. Is the animal world so unrestrained and direct? Demanding mating as soon as there is a disagreement? Not even a foreplay, not even a self-introduction? Roll. Silani let out a low roar, arched his body, bared his fangs, assumed a standard attack stance, and shouted in a hoarse voice. He is no longer a helpless little kitten. Be confident that you can maintain your innocence. Seeing Silani's ferocious look, the calico cat obviously shrank back, took a small step back, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes. But it didn't leave immediately. He just paced back and forth restlessly, his tail wagging anxiously. Meow meow. Meow. The calico cat meowed again, more urgently than before. Silani frowned. This calico cat didn't seem to have a high IQ, and its ability to express itself was also quite worrying. He listened patiently several times before he could barely piece together some information. You said I'm in danger? There are a lot of cats looking for me? Silani asked with a surprised look. The calico cat nodded vigorously and continued to meow, mate with me. I'll take you away and hide from them. Silani ignored it and thought about it in his mind. Given the intelligence of this calico cat, it doesn't look like it would lie. But I have only been in this world for a dozen hours at most, and most of the time I have been living in the alleys. When did I offend the local cat gang? Unable to figure it out, Silani decided to start with the calico cat. Since this calico cat knew that those cats were looking for it, it should know the reason. Do you know why those cats came to me? Mate me. Silani took a deep breath, resisting the urge to strike out, and tried to keep his tone calm. Answer me first, why are those cats looking for me? Mate with me. Hand in, hand in, hand in. Hand in hand with your mother. Chapter 16 Sharingan, open? Silani couldn't help it. With a sudden kick of his hind legs, his body transformed into a black afterimage, and pounced towards the calico cat with a fierce gust of wind. He wanted to see whether this guy was more shameless or his claws were sharper. The calico cat obviously didn't expect Silani to attack it without saying a word, and with astonishing speed. It only had time to let out a scream before Silani knocked it to the ground with one claw. Bang! Meow! Pa pa pa! After giving the calico cat a good beating, it finally calmed down. It took a lot of effort. Silani finally understood the whole story. After all this fuss, it turned out that he was the one who brought this trouble upon himself. The comprehensive appearance score of 95 on the panel is not just about appearance. It will directly affect the opposite sex's first impression of you. Especially in the world of cats that follow their instincts, this influence is magnified countless times. 95% appearance. In the cat world, she is a goddess. For female cats, Silani is like walking catnip. According to the calico cat, the leader of the stray cats in their area, the black cat boss, accidentally saw him last night. The black cat boss also specifically confirmed that Silani was also a stray cat without an owner. It was only because of the eclipse that I didn't do anything to him last night. The lunar eclipse just ended this morning. The black cat boss was ready to seek out Silani for a kiss, but naturally he ended up empty-handed. So they gathered all the stray cats in the area and searched the streets for Silani. As for how many cats were involved in the action, the calico cat couldn't tell for sure, he only knew that it was a large black mass. The way they identified their targets also left Silani speechless. It turned out to be the hair that fell off his body when he strengthened his body. Damn it! Is it my fault that I'm too handsome? Silani's mouth twitched. He now deeply understood what it meant to be a beautiful woman who brings disaster, but this time it was a handsome man who brought disaster, and he was in cat form. He glanced down at the shivering calico cat. After being beaten up, its eyes became much clearer, leaving only pure fear and a faint admiration? I'm afraid this person has an SM constitution. Silani's mouth twitched, and he raised his paw and threw it into the corner, scolding, "Stay still. If you dare to run, I'll kill you." Meow. The calico cat shrank its head and lay quietly on the side licking its wounds. Seeing this, Silani ignored it and began to think about how to solve this problem. The easiest way right now. Just let the calico cat take him away from this neighborhood before he is found by the black cat boss. But on second thought, Silani felt that this method was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. First of all, I just got in touch with the round-faced girl at the convenience store. If I just run away like that, wouldn't all my previous efforts be in vain? You might not find someone so innocent and easy to deceive elsewhere. Ah, she should be a kind-hearted girl. Secondly, even if you run to another block, you can't guarantee that you won't run into some white cat boss or yellow cat boss again. At that time, will I have to hide from place to place forever? That's too frustrating. He, Silani, is a man who has used to cheat to earn his life, so how can he live such a cowardly life? Thinking of this, a fierce look flashed in Silani's eyes. It's impossible to hide. Aren't they just a bunch of hooligans who rely on their numbers to rob the male cat? So, I'll use them to fight my first battle in this world. Silani did not relax just because his opponents were a group of cats. He had previously dealt with the vendor owner. But that was an attack. If it was a head-on confrontation, the three Silani might not be a match for the merchant boss. Moreover, the speed of those stray cats is probably not much slower than mine. In addition, since the other side has more numbers, the speed gap can be completely equalized. Then my only remaining advantage is my brain. We must come up with a foolproof plan. Silani narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think in his mind. I now have 14,572 days left to live, which is only enough to strengthen one part of my body. The second stage of torso strengthening requires 100,000 days of life, so this can be ruled out first. The remaining parts that can be strengthened are limbs, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and tail. The strength is sufficient for now, so you don't have to worry about the forelimbs. Judging from the experience of the first reinforcement, the hind limbs can increase speed and jumping ability, which is a good choice. After pondering for a moment, Silani chose to strengthen his eyes. The main reason is that 10,000 years of life can only strengthen one hind limb. By then, one leg will be strong and the other will be weak. Not only will your speed not be improved, but your body coordination may also be affected. Strengthening the eyes should further enhance dynamic vision, which is undoubtedly the greatest help to me at the moment. With the deduction of 10,000 days of life, there was a sudden stinging pain in my eyes, as if countless tiny needles were pricking my eyeballs. Silani widened his eyes and clenched his teeth tightly. A suppressed groan came from his throat, and all the muscles in his body tensed unconsciously. When the severe pain that almost tore the eyeball apart subsided, Silani's amber eyes were already stained with blood. Sharingan, open. Well, awakening the Sharingan is pure bullshit. However, Silani now feels as if he has opened the Sharingan. If the world we saw before was high definition 1080p, now it is 8K ultra high definition. Silani glanced around subconsciously. In the corner of the alley, a fly was slowly rubbing its front legs, its tiny hairs clearly visible. At this time, a mosquito flew past. Silani's eyes couldn't help but be a little dazed. He could actually roughly see the trajectory of each flapping of the mosquito's wings, and could even vaguely feel the slight damage on the edge of the wings. You should know that a mosquito flaps its wings about 500 times per second. This effect is a bit outrageous. Silani blinked his still red eyes, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. So awesome! Before enhancement, dynamic vision can only be slowed down by a maximum of 3 times. After the first stage of strengthening, it reached 4 times. Now, it has increased to about 6 times. The most important thing is that the dynamic visual effects can be adjusted automatically according to the mind and will not affect normal actions at all. Not bad, not bad. Silani nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his head and glanced at the calico cat that was still shivering in the corner, and ordered in a low voice, "Stay here and don't run around." After saying that, he walked straight out of the alley without caring whether the calico cat understood or not. After leaving the alley, Silani looked around. There were no signs of other cats around. He then quickly ran to another alley across the street, found a secluded corner to hide in, and stared at the alley entrance he had just left. Not long after, a furtive figure poked his head out from the alley. It was the calico cat. It looked around cautiously, then dragged its injured hind leg and limped in a certain direction. Silani narrowed his eyes, not surprised by this. How could a cat with a low IQ stay there and wait for him to come back after being beaten up? The reason why he did this. It was to deliberately give the calico cat a chance to escape so that it could go back and report the situation. Walking into a trap. He has prepared the jar and is just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Chapter 17 surprising? Unexpected? Wait until the calico cat disappears around the corner. Silani then came out from his hiding place and began to check the nearby crisscrossing alleys. The enemy is numerous and we are few. You can never be too careful, and you must find a battlefield where you can take advantage of dynamic visuals. On the ground at the entrance of an alley, a thin rusty piece of iron was inserted diagonally, with curled edges, like garbage discarded casually. The iron sheet swayed slightly. It reflects the distorted and elongated scene on the street. Not long. A tiny black dot gradually grew larger in the scene reflected by the iron sheet. Here we come. The corner of the alley. When Silani saw the black cat through the reflection of the iron sheet, his eyes narrowed slightly. This black cat was much bigger than an ordinary stray cat, and had a scar on its face that ran through the entire face. Silani actually felt a terrifying aura from it. He is worthy of being the boss. Just one glance and you can tell that this guy has at least 100 or 80 lives on his shoulders. Silani's gaze didn't linger on the black cat for too long. After taking a quick glance, he adjusted his position to check what was happening around him. Cats appeared one after another in the streets and alleys, yellow, white, spotted, tabby. These cats did not walk together in a group, but spread out in a fan shape in an orderly manner, with the black cat as the center and scattered around. A quick glance revealed that there were hundreds of them. Damn it! Aren't there too many stray cats in this world? Silani couldn't help but complain in his heart. His expression became solemn. Obviously, this amount was a bit beyond his budget. So many cats. Don't let them surround you. Seeing the black cat getting closer and closer to him, Silani couldn't help but hold his breath and lower his body a little. 5 meters? 4 meters? 3 meters? Just when the black cat was less than 1 meter away from the alley entrance, a piece of black iron as big as an adult's fist flew out from a height of 2 or 3 meters in the alley and landed in the middle of the street with a slight clang sound. Just at the moment the iron sheet fell to the ground, Silani moved. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it suddenly shot out from the alley, aiming directly at the side of the black cat's neck. Meow! A sharp cat cry tore through the air. This black cat is really not simple. Even though its attention was distracted by the fallen iron piece, it still reacted to the sudden attack. I saw its waist suddenly twist. Silani's sharp claws just grazed the side of its neck and finally landed on its back. Laugh. As a few wisps of black hair floated up. The black cat used the force of the claw attack to kick the ground with its hind legs, and its body bounced back several meters like a spring. The foreclaws landed lightly on the ground, and the eyes looking at Silani were full of ferocity. Seeing that this sneak attack did not have much effect, Silani was not disappointed. His original purpose was not to expect the sneak attack to directly eliminate the black cat boss. It's enough to make it angry and lose its composure. Goal achieved. Silani showed no desire to fight. He exerted strength with his limbs, turned around and ran wildly in the predetermined direction. The black cat's already fierce eyes stared at Silani's fleeing back, and its pupils shrank into vertical lines. Meow. The sharp howling of a cat echoed in the street. Next second, the black cat turned into a black shadow and chased after Silani. Seeing this, the cats lurking around no longer hid themselves, but rushed out from every corner, rushing towards the direction where Silani was fleeing like a tide. For a while, cats were spotted on the street, and meowing sounds were heard one after another. After Silani ran for a distance, he took the time to glance back. This black cat is indeed extraordinary. The speed was not slower than his at all, and was even slightly faster. It can be clearly felt that the distance between the black cat and him is getting shorter and shorter, but this also creates a considerable distance between the black cat and the large force behind. Very good, everything is going as planned. Silani's lips curled up in an imperceptible arc, and he was not panicked at all. Not long. Silani seemed to be in a panic and rushed into an alley full of discarded cardboard boxes and broken furniture. The terrain here is extremely complex. After several twists and turns, he came to a narrow corner. We're here. Silani braked suddenly, his body pressed against the cold wall, his ears trembling slightly. At the same time, start counting silently in your mind. 5. 4. 3. Now is the time. Next second. Silani had an idea. Switch yourself to human form directly through the panel. 6 seconds in human form. That's enough. Why not 3 seconds? This story has to start from last night. Silani had originally planned to switch to human form around midnight to see if the panel attributes were universal. However, he forgot that he couldn't tell the time. In addition, I was completely focused on increasing my lifespan, and by the time I remembered this, it was already past midnight. It was also at that time Silani discovered that the daily refreshed human form switching time can actually be accumulated. As for why he came here specifically to ambush. In addition to the favorable terrain, there are no surveillance cameras here, so there is no need to worry about him being discovered when he switches to human form. No fancy lighting effects. There was no exaggerated movement. It happened almost at the moment the thought came to mind. Silani grew from a little kitten into a handsome young man of 1.85 meters in height. After being in cat form for a long time, it's a bit difficult to adapt to suddenly turning back into a human. However, Silani took all of these into consideration. Count to 3 seconds and then switch positions to allow 2 seconds to adapt to body changes and adjust posture. 2. Silani's right leg muscles tensed instantly. Lift your calves back and press your toes slightly downward. 1. The moment when the number 1 roared in my heart. At the corner, a black figure suddenly appeared. The black cat made a beautiful side slide drift, and its foreclaws left several clear marks on the dusty ground. Then he adjusted his direction and was about to rush forward. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sight. What is that? Black Cat's mind went blank for a moment. It only saw a big bare foot, rapidly enlarging in its field of vision. The strong wind created by the paw even ruffled the hair on its face. Fast. Too fast. There was no time to react. No way to dodge. Bang! With a dull crashing sound, the black cat flew backwards instantly. In mid-air. The black cat didn't even have time to scream before its body slammed heavily into the wall 3 or 4 meters away. Bang! Another muffled sound. The wall seemed to tremble, and a few loose pieces of wall fell down. The black cat slid down the wall like a puddle of mud, twisting its body but unable to get up. See this scene. Silani's mouth curled up into a wide arc, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and he said with a hint of joking, "How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Chapter 18, One Wave After Another. Perhaps he understood Ceylani's sarcasm. The black cat shook its head. Then he raised his head, bared his teeth and panted, making snake-like sounds from his mouth, trying to warn Ceylani not to come near. You know what, the sound is quite scary. Ceylani couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This black cat's physical fitness was a little too good. It could still bared its teeth and panted after being kicked like that. Could it be because? With 2 seconds left in the countdown to human form, Ceylani quickly called up the panel and took a quick look. Well, it wasn't what he expected. Whether it is appearance or basic physical attributes, they are completely the same as cats. That means, even in human form now, his strength is only a pitiful 21 kilograms, which is about the level of an ordinary human of 12 or 13 years old. No! If I only had that much strength, I wouldn't even be able to stand up. Take a closer look. Sure enough, there was a light-colored number behind the strength, plus 60 kilograms. Ceylani understood that this should be a temporary attribute used to switch into human form and maintain basic actions. If that's the case, then the problem lies with the black cat. Although his strength was reduced by more than half and he needed to increase it slowly by himself, Ceylani did not feel disappointed. After all, the sprint speed of up to 19 meters per second is real. 19 meters per second. What is the concept? The fastest man on Earth, Bolt, the highest instantaneous speed he created in the 100-meter sprint is only 12.2 meters per second. His current speed was absolutely overwhelming among ordinary humans. Of course, this speed is not even the best in the entire natural world. Animals like lions, wildebeests, ostriches, and springboks can easily sprint at speeds exceeding 19 meters per second, not to mention the cheetah's terrifying top speed of over 30 meters per second. Except for speed. What surprised Ceylani even more was, after switching to human form, the effects of those body parts that have been strengthened still exist. Compared with this, that little bit of reduced power is nothing. What's more, strength attribute is the easiest to train and improve, and it can be improved by just spending some time training. Think of this. Ceylani couldn't help but smile, but before the corners of his mouth could fully rise. Swish! The next moment, his field of vision suddenly dropped, and he changed back into cat form. Ceylani curled his lips. 6 seconds was still too short. It was gone before he had time to feel it any longer. He immediately made up his mind. I must study carefully in the future how to increase the time I can maintain the human form. And then there is. Before the human form wasn't long enough. Never do bad things. Otherwise, he was really worried that just at the critical moment, he would suddenly turn back into a cat. He didn't know if he would be in trouble, but the girl would probably be scared and have a psychological trauma on the spot. Shook his head. Ceylani threw these messy thoughts out of his mind. For now, let us solve the current crisis first. Although the black cat has lost the ability to resist, the matter is not over yet. I pricked up my ears and carefully listened to the movements around me. I could vaguely hear the chaotic sound of cat claws approaching rapidly. Obviously, Black Cat's group of minions have entered this alley and are heading towards this location. Ceylani's gaze fixed on the black cat lying in a puddle of mud against the wall a few meters away. It's time to send you on your way. No unnecessary nonsense, and no mercy. Ceylani's muscles in his limbs tensed instantly, and he suddenly shot up from the ground, leaping 2 or 3 meters high. The sharp claws popped out from the pads, flashing coldly in the dim light, and pierced straight into the black cat's head. Meow! A short, shrill scream came to an abrupt end. The black cat's body twitched violently a few times, and then gradually became motionless. Kill a black cat, lifespan plus 2,795 days. Good job! Ceylani's eyes lit up. This is the real big boss. Just a black cat was worth half an hour's hard work last night. Ceylani turned his head abruptly and looked towards the alley entrance. At this time, several faster stray cats had rushed into the narrow alley. However, when they saw their boss's peaceful death deep in the alley, they all stopped without exception. They stood at the entrance of the alley, their bodies slightly hunched, making uneasy growls in their throats, with a hint of fear in their eyes, and they hesitated to move forward. The reason why Ceylani didn't finish off the enemy in human form, but waited until he turned back into cat form to do it, was to let Black Cat and his minions see with their own eyes the scene of him killing their boss. This will have a deterrent effect and make them afraid of you. But now, Si Lanyu regretted it. So many cats. How many walking lifespans must that be? If I kill them all, wouldn't I become rich instantly? Once this thought arises, it's like wild weeds that grow wildly and can no longer be contained. No. We must think of a way to remedy the situation. Si Lanyi narrowed his eyes slightly and began to think in his mind. It will definitely not work if you act recklessly. After all, there are quite a few Black Cat minions, and Si Lanyi doesn't think he can defeat them. Even if we can win, it will most likely be a Pyrrhic victory. You might even end up hurting yourself, and that would be more trouble than it's worth. Wait, why am I only thinking about killing them? He is now a cheating cat, so he needs to take a long-term view. Instead of killing these cats, it is better to recruit them and make them your own brothers. If I could recruit these cats as my subordinates, I wouldn't even have to go through the trouble of finding prey myself. I could just order these cat subordinates to catch them, and I would only have to be responsible for the harvest. A full meal, a steady flow of food. Anyone who is not a fool will choose the latter. Moreover, taking them as our subordinates can avoid situations like today where we are surrounded in the future. You can even train them and let them go out to gather intelligence, so that you can understand the world faster. The more Si Lanyi thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was feasible. I just killed their leader, and my military deterrence is already at its maximum, so it shouldn't be difficult to subdue them. After all, in the animal's worldview. But there is no such thing as loyalty and courage, or revenge for the Lord. The one with the bigger fist is the real truth. Whoever is stronger is the boss. Just as Si Lanyi was thinking about what kind of domineering opening remarks to use to fool these stray cats. Suddenly, there was some commotion among the cats at the entrance of the alley. The stray cats that were blocking the alley entrance all moved to the sides, making way for a passage. Immediately following, a tabby cat that looks very thin. He walked out from the group of cats at a leisurely pace. When this tabby cat appeared, the stray cats that seemed a little restless and even frightened seemed to have calmed down a lot, but they were still staring vigilantly at Si Lanyi in the depths of the alley. Seeing this, Si Lanyi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It's really like one problem after another. Judging from the situation, is this tabby cat the second in command of the cat gang? Or is it the dead black cat's mistress? If this is the case, then it may not be so easy to successfully tame these cats. At least, before taming them, we have to deal with this tabby cat first. Si Lanyi's thoughts raced. There was a subtle murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at the tabby cat. Chapter 19, is this really the level of intelligence a cat can possess? The tabby cat walks with an elegant cat gait. He walked until he was less than 5 meters away from Si Lanyi and then stopped. It didn't speak immediately. He first lowered his head, his eyes sweeping over the body of the black cat that was being stepped on by Si Lanyi's front paw. No emotion could be seen in his amber eyes. Then, the tabby cat slowly raised its head and met Si Lanyi's gaze. Follow me from now on. No cat in this neighborhood will dare to mess with you. This tabby cat obviously has a very high IQ, and the information conveyed through cat language is very clear, and it is not at all like the silly calico cat. Hearing this, Si Lanyi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good job. Before he could even start his speech to recruit the enemy, the other party extended an olive branch to him. Seeing that Si Lanyi didn't respond immediately, the tabby cat's slightly hoarse voice sounded again. Don't worry, I'm a male, and I don't have any other thoughts about you. You don't have to worry that I'll be like the Black King and force you to do something you don't want to do. Besides, the tabby cat changed the subject and offered a more tempting offer. You and I are from the same branch. If you're willing, I can treat you like my own brother. From now on, you can have any female cat on this block that you like. As soon as these words came out, there seemed to be a few slight commotions among the stray cats at the entrance of the alley, but they were quickly suppressed. Si Lanyi's eyes widened. This is so. What kind of lewd words are you talking about? He admitted that cats might have a more direct worldview, but was it really okay to promise benefits so openly? Si Lanyi's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously asked. Sister-in-law is also okay? As soon as the words came out, Si Lanyi even wanted to slap himself. This was undoubtedly a provocation, and it seemed a fierce battle was inevitable. The tabby cat seemed to be stumped by his sudden and tricky question. It stared at Silani with its amber eyes and remained silent for more than 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the alley was a little stagnant for a moment. Even the cats at the alley held their breath and stared nervously at their temporary leader. Just when Silani thought that the tabby cat was going to get angry and was ready for a fight, the tabby cat nodded slowly. Can. Good job. Silani couldn't hold it in any longer. This tabby cat. Not only does he have a high IQ, he's also ruthless and willing to take risks. In order to recruit him, they could even agree to such conditions. Silani asked himself if he could do it. After a slight hesitation, Silani removed his claws from the black cat's corpse, stared at the tabby cat, and said, "If you want me to recognize you as my boss, you must first make me submit to you in terms of strength. How about this, you fight me? If you win, I will follow you from now on and do whatever you say. If I win, you'll have to listen to me from now on." Hearing this, the tabby cat was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. A moment later, the tabby cat actually nodded and agreed. This made Silani feel a little surprised. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect the other party to actually agree. "Oh, I thought he was so smart, but it turns out he's just a simple-minded guy." Silani sneered inwardly. I had just killed their leader, the black cat, and his body was not even cold yet. Even if this tabby cat has some strength, can it be stronger than a black cat? If it is really stronger than the black cat, it will be the boss. It is easy to determine the winner when cats fight, but it is not easy to kill the other cat completely. Unless there is a huge gap in strength, or one side is determined to die. This tabby cat knows that he is very powerful, but still dares to agree to a duel with me. Isn't this stupid? Did it think that I would show mercy? A hint of coldness flashed in Silani's eyes. This tabby cat might be a good subordinate, but if he wanted to completely control the cat group, he couldn't keep it. After the black cat died, it easily took over the position of boss. From this, we can see that it has high prestige and deterrent power among cats. In a force. But there is no room for two voices. However, just as Silani was about to stretch his muscles, the tabby cat just looked at him calmly, then raised its head and let out a low meow. Meow. What's this tabby cat barking about? Silani showed a puzzled look on his face, and then he saw 40 or 50 stray cats rushing in from the corner of the alley, completely blocking the entrance to the alley. Immediately following, at the end of the alley where the black cat was attacked before, 30 or 40 stray cats suddenly came in. See this scene. Silani's expression froze instantly, and his pupils shrank slightly. Damn, I got tricked. Silani then realized that this tabby cat didn't want to recruit him. Everything it did before was clearly an attempt to delay time, so that the slower cats behind it would have enough time to arrive, form a siege, and completely cut off its retreat. Now that my younger brother has arrived, it no longer pretends. Meow. This is really the intelligence a cat can have? I have lived 2 lives as a human being, yet I was tricked by a cat. Thinking of this, Silani couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Hold. Silani cursed inwardly, his eyes becoming fierce as he stared at the tabby cat that had retreated behind the group of cats. I admit that you have some brains, but do you think you can defeat me like this? This is the battlefield he chose. The narrow terrain and all kinds of piled up debris can limit the numerical advantage of the cat group. It is still hard to say who will have the last laugh. The moment the words fell, Silani took the initiative to charge forward. At the same time, he thought about it and turned on the Krypton life function, and directly increased the multiplier to the maximum. Today, he wants to let these blind guys know what a life-saving boss is. Whoosh! The closest silver tabby cat saw Silani rushing towards it and subconsciously straightened up, but before Silani could touch it, it fell to the ground and started twitching. Scam? Obviously not. This silver tabby cat was probably abandoned not long ago. It was the first time for it to see such a big scene and was obviously stressed. The silver tabby suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed, causing the stray cats nearby to lose their minds and not understand what was happening. At the same time, Silani also rushed to a yellow cat. While the cat was still in shock, he raised his claws and grabbed the yellow cat's eyes. Meow. The yellow cat let out a shrill scream, then fell to the ground and rolled around in pain, with blood instantly staining half of its face red. One strike and it's a success. Silani didn't pause at all. He used his hind legs to attack the white cat on the side again. With the blessing of 1,000 times Krypton life. Every time Silani swung his claws, dodged, and exerted his muscles, he was optimizing at an incredible speed. Just a few breaths. The attack, which was originally a bit awkward and deliberate, gradually became smooth and flowing. In the alley, the screams of cats could be heard one after another. When ordinary cats fight, they just bite and scratch randomly, but every time Silani attacks, he targets the eyes, throat, lower abdomen, and even the testicles. Don't seek a fatal blow. As long as we can make the opponent lose their combat effectiveness in the shortest time possible, it will be fine. However, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and even the most powerful cat is afraid of a group fight. There are simply too many cats. In just over 10 seconds, Silani knocked down 7 or 8 cats, but wounds began to appear on his body. Especially after seeing blood. The smell of blood further stimulated the ferocity of these stray cats. From being timid at the beginning, he became fearless and even willing to exchange injuries for injuries, risking being seriously injured by Silani, just to leave a few claw marks on him. Over time, Silani's physical strength was rapidly depleting, and the wounds on his body were increasing in number, with blood almost soaking all the hair on his body. Huff huff. Silani was breathing heavily. The hot and fishy liquid flowed down his forehead, gradually blurring his vision. He shook his head to get rid of the blood stains in front of him. Silani glanced around with difficulty. There were hundreds of cats in the group, but only less than 20 were still standing. Damn it! Is it really going to be a disaster today? Chapter 20 I will get back today's debt with interest sooner or later. Is it really going to be a disaster today? Silani could feel that his body was about to reach its limit. My limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. If I hadn't been holding my breath, I probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. Even though the Krypton life function is always on. But it only greatly increased combat experience, and did not increase physical fitness and strength much. After all, this was a brutal fight. From the beginning till now, it has only lasted for more than 10 minutes. Now I want to break the deadlock. The only way to do that is to strengthen your torso. However, the second stage of torso strengthening requires a full 100,000 days of life. At this time, there were nearly 100 cats fallen in the alley, but less than 10 were actually dead. Most of them were just seriously injured and lost their combat effectiveness. After a bloody battle, a total of 19,007 days of life were added. Subtracting the 90 days of life that were burned in these 13 minutes of Krypton life, and then adding the black cat killed before in the original lifespan, it is only 26,284 days. It's still a long way from 100,000. Think of this. Silani couldn't help but feel powerless. He stumbled and his body swayed. Not far away, the tabby cat, who had been watching from the sidelines, obviously saw that Silani was at the end of his strength. It took slow steps and walked towards Silani with an attitude of a winner. You are very strong. The tabby cat stopped about 3 meters away from Silani. For the first time, a complex emotion appeared in the amber eyes, which seemed to be admiration and regret. Unfortunately, it's because you're too strong that I can't keep you. The tabby cat shook its head, with a hint of human-like mocking smile on its face. Don't you want a sister-in-law? I'll take you down to see it now. Before he finished speaking, the tabby cat slightly bent its hind legs, obviously preparing to personally send Silani to see its black cat wife who had already died. At this critical moment, outside the alley, suddenly, there was a noisy sound of footsteps, mixed with a few unclear shouts and curses. The tabby cat suddenly stopped moving and its ears stood up alertly. The dozen or so stray cats that were still standing turned their heads and looked outside the alley. Seeing this, Silani's somewhat distracted eyes suddenly brightened. Chance. This is his only chance. There was no hesitation, not even time to think about the source of the sound. Silani squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body, deliberately let out a hoarse roar, and pounced towards the tabby cat. The posture was as if they were determined to die together with the other party. The tabby cat reacted very quickly, dodging to the side, then raised its claws and slapped Silani's head hard. However, the tabby cat's claws hit nothing. Silani's seemingly life or death lunge was just a feint. At the moment when the tabby cat's claws slapped down, Silani's speed suddenly increased and he slipped out from under its claws. Then, he rushed towards the entrance of the alley without looking back. Stop him! The tabby cat roared. But it was too late. Silani was already very fast, and now he had unleashed his potential to the fullest. 3 stray cats blocking the entrance of the alley. He probably didn't expect that even in such a situation, Silani still had the strength to fight back, so he could only hastily form a wall of flesh. Bang! The 3 cats were knocked away like bowling pins. Silani broke out of the encirclement and ran out of the alley without looking back. Huff huff. Silani was gasping for breath, his lungs burning, and every breath was filled with the smell of blood. Soon, 5 or 6 figures appeared in the blackened vision. Almost at the same time, Silani realized that the pursuit behind him had disappeared. The cats stopped deep in the alley. Silani's spirit suddenly relaxed, and the remaining strength was instantly drained away. Plop! About 2 or 3 meters away from the figure, Silani performed a standard Pingsha style move and fell heavily to the ground. Ah! What the hell is that? It's just a stray cat, why is it covered in blood? It's disgusting. Several shrill female voices rang in my ears, expressing undisguised disgust. Silani struggled to hold up his head, his vision blurred. After focusing a little, I could see 5 elegantly dressed young women standing at the entrance of the alley. These women are dressed very maturely. It is no exaggeration to say that the short skirts and shorts they wore were shorter than the underwear Silani had worn. But it is not difficult to tell from that childish face that he is only 17 or 18 years old at most. At this time, one of the women, who was wearing denim shorts and showing off her long legs, raised her hands to cover her mouth and nose, frowned, and took 2 steps back in disgust. What bad luck! She spat, then looked at the corner beside her with an unfriendly look. Shin Mingli, I'm warning you one last time. If you don't voluntarily drop out of school before the end of the month, the consequences won't be as simple as they are today. Let's go! After leaving behind these harsh words, she took her 4 companions, twisting her waist and walking out of the alley without looking back. The high heels stepped on the concrete floor, making a clattering sound as they gradually faded away. Wait for them to move aside. Only then did Silani realize that there was a figure squatting in the shadow of the corner. I guess this is the Shin Mengli that the woman mentioned. After the 5 women walked away, the girl squatting in the corner slowly stood up. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt that had faded from washing, and there were several clear footprints on her trouser legs and the hem of her shirt. But she looked unusually calm. He simply lowered his head, stretched out his slender white fingers, and gently patted the dust and footprints off his body, his movements neither hurried nor slow. Until now. Silani finally saw clearly the girl named Shin Mengli. First impression: white. A cool white that is very comfortable to look at, like the finest mutton fat jade, and it seems to have its own soft light even in the dim alley. This skin color easily reminds people of the word first love, which is so clean that it is not stained by dust. However, her facial features were only passable. Put together, coupled with the extremely simple clothes and the slightly malnourished thin figure, it feels like this perfect skin has been given to the wrong person. Silani shook his head and put aside these inappropriate thoughts. He gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. Then he staggered, taking 3 steps and staggering toward Shin Mengli. Those women just now didn't look like decent people at first glance. If before the injury, Silani was somewhat confident that he could gain some sympathy. But now that he looked like a bloody mess, if I approached him, I would be lucky if I didn't get kicked by them. As for Shin Mengli in front of him, would a girl who had just been bullied and could barely protect herself lend a helping hand to a half-dead stray cat? Silani was also unsure. But he had no choice. Deep in the alley, as the women left, low, threatening roars could be heard faintly, and it was obvious that they were about to make a move. Once Shin Mengli leaves, they will definitely rush over first. In his current state, he really couldn't continue to escape. Silani raised his head. Shin Mengli's thin figure was reflected in the dark red cat pupils. As long as I can survive. Sooner or later, I will get back the principal and interest for this debt today. Not only my hatred, but yours as well. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. When your injury is healed, you are not allowed to rely on me. Suggested song for this chapter: Only Fascinated by You. Meow. A weak meow sounded in my ears. Shin Mengli paused slightly while patting her clothes, then continued her previous action as if she hadn't heard anything, and didn't even glance in Silani's direction. Silani dragged his broken body and moved to a position less than 1 meter away from her. There was no way she hadn't seen it. However, it was already difficult for her to survive herself, and she really did not have the energy to bear the weight of another life. Silani's heart sank little by little. The last bit of light in his eyes began to dim. Just when he thought that the last glimmer of hope was completely shattered, Shen Mengli stopped flapping her clothes. She stared blankly at the already faint footprint on the hem of her clothes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she looked up. He glanced deeper into the alley. When he looked down at Si Lanyi lying on the ground, dying, there seemed to be an indescribable complexity in those clean and clear eyes. Like pity, but also like... I saw a kind of sympathy in this miserable cat. Shen Mengli sighed softly. Well. A faint flame was rekindled in Si Lanyi's dim eyes. However, the next moment, Shen Mengli turned around and walked straight towards the alley entrance. Watching her back as she walked away, Si Lanyi's limbs went limp and he fell to the cold ground, almost losing the strength to even lift his eyelids. Never mind, maybe this is fate. Si Lanyi's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. Just as he was about to close his eyes completely, a pair of snow-white, delicate ankles suddenly appeared at the end of his blurry vision. Is this an illusion? He tried hard to open his eyes, but could only see a hazy light and shadow. At this time, a slightly cold, yet unexpectedly pleasant voice sounded softly above his head. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I might have been beaten even worse. I'll just consider this as a way to repay you for saving my life. Shen Mengli stood in front of Si Lanyi, holding an old shoebox in her hand, as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was looking for an excuse to take him back. The reason she left just now was just to pick up the shoebox at the alley entrance. After all, Si Lanyi is now covered in blood. The short-sleeved shirt she was wearing, which had been washed to a pale color, was one of the few clothes that was still intact, and she didn't want to get it dirty. Si Lanyi exerted all his strength and finally opened his eyes. The scene before him was still a little blurry, but that figure and those clear eyes appeared clearly in his mind. This moment, Shen Mengli's face is not considered pretty. There seemed to be a soft halo in his eyes, more charming than any woman with heavy makeup. Shen Mengli carefully picked up Si Lanyi and gently put him into the shoebox. She held the shoebox and looked down at Si Lanyi, who was almost breathing. She couldn't help but muttered softly, I don't have anything good to feed you. Whether you can survive depends on your own luck. Also, when you recover from your injury, don't rely on me. Shen Mengli just walked out of the alley holding the shoebox. The tabby cat walked out from the shadows deep in the alley, staring at the alley entrance with its amber eyes, a look of deep confusion in its eyes. The reason why they didn't chase out just now. The main consideration is that if a group of cats rush forward, they may scare the two-legged beasts. And this alley is right next to the street. If those two-legged beasts shout loudly, it will easily attract the two-legged beasts on the street, and then they will be in trouble. Another thing is that it can see that Si Lanyi is almost dying. In its cognition, creatures like bipeds have always been dangerous and indifferent. How could it possibly lend a helping hand to a half-dead stray cat? After those two-legged beasts leave, it won't be too late for them to come out and deal with Si Lanyi. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak two-legged beast would actually take Si Lanyi away? The tabby cat was silent for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the two clever subordinates beside him. You two, follow. I want to know where that two-leg lives. The other side. Shen Mengli held the shoebox and walked quickly towards the street. Not long. She stopped. Looking at the remaining oil stains and dark red bloodstains on the ground, his brows couldn't help but furrow. This is trouble. She looked down at Si Lanyi, who had fallen into a coma. She bit her lip, stopped thinking, and ran towards the end of the street with the shoebox in her arms. A moment later, Shen Mengli walked into a shop called House of Cute Beasts. The store was filled with a light herbal aroma. A young woman in her 20s, wearing a beige worksuit and with a rather plump figure, was sitting behind the front desk sorting something. Elder sister. Shen Mengli shouted and carefully held the shoebox in her arms. Look at him, can he be saved? The beautiful receptionist raised her head upon hearing the voice and her eyes fell on the shoebox. When she saw Si Lanyi covered in blood in the shoebox, her brows furrowed tightly. Why is he injured so badly? She put down what she was holding and took the shoebox, her tone filled with a hint of surprise. Is this your contracted beast? Shen Mengli quickly shook her head. No, this is a stray cat I just found in the alley. I heard the word stray cat. The beautiful receptionist showed a look of obvious surprise on her face. She looked at Shen Mengli for a few times, her gaze lingering on her short-sleeved shirt and pants that were a little pale from washing. After a little hesitation, The beautiful receptionist leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice. Little sister, the cost of treatment here is not low. Are you sure you want to save this stray cat? Shin Mengli's hands on her side unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, and her fingertips turned a little white. How many time crystals will it take? The beautiful receptionist looked at her like this and sighed inwardly. She pointed at Silani in the shoebox and shook her head helplessly. Look at his injuries, both internal and external injuries are serious. After a full set of treatment. I'm afraid. She did not give a specific number. Looking at Shin Mengli's washed clothes that had turned pale, he hesitated for a moment and changed his words. How about this, I can give him a thorough cleansing first, and then apply some basic trauma medicine. You can just give him 2 time crystals as a token of your appreciation. This was the lowest price she could offer, almost the cost price. When Shin Mengli heard this, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Then he carefully took out a necklace woven with red string from his neck. The end of the necklace. It was tied with a thumb-sized transparent glass bottle, which contained some broken time crystals. These time crystals are very small, the largest one is only as big as a little fingernail, and most of them are tiny particles, like scraps knocked off from large pieces of time crystals. She uncorked the small glass bottle. Carefully pour the time crystal inside into your white palm. He lowered his head and carefully counted each one with his fingertips. When she pushed aside the fragments of crystals that were enough to make up 2 complete time crystals, more than half of the time crystals in her hand, which were originally few in number, were gone. There was very little left in the bottle. In other words, her entire net worth might be only about 4 time crystals. The beautiful receptionist looked at this scene and couldn't help but shook her head inside. She reached out her hand, but instead of taking the pile that Shin Mengli had carefully counted, she poured one out of the glass bottle. This one is enough. A gentle smile appeared on her face. Keep the rest for yourself. The kitten needs nutrition to recover. Shin Mengli was stunned for a moment and looked up at the beautiful receptionist. She didn't say much, just recorked the glass bottle, hung it back around her neck, and bowed deeply to the woman at the front desk. Thank you, sister. Chapter 22, I became stronger, but also bald. Silani felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. There is a warm and comfortable feeling in every part of my body. The wounds that were originally burning with pain now only had a slight numbness and itchiness. Where is this? As consciousness gradually returned, Silani suddenly opened his eyes. What comes into view? It was a woman in off-white work clothes, looking down at him intently, holding a thin glass tube in her hand, with a little pink liquid in the tube. Strange environment, strange woman. Silani's muscles tensed instantly, and he let out a low growl of vigilance from his throat, then prepared to distance himself from him. Just then, a familiar voice sounded nearby. Don't move, this sister is applying medicine to you. Hearing this, Silani froze. Turning around, it was indeed Shin Mengli. I looked around again and realized that I had arrived at the pet hospital. Silani's tense body also relaxed, and he lay down again obediently. When the beautiful woman in beige work clothes saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect a stray cat to be so obedient. The little guy is quite human. The beautiful sister spoke softly, but her hands did not stop moving. At this moment, Silani realized. All the hair on my body was gone, leaving only a thin layer of fluff clinging to my skin. With such a bald head, how can I go out and pick up girls in the future? He looks so awful now that even the round-faced girl at the convenience store wouldn't be able to recognize him. Silani wanted to cry but had no tears. It feels like being stripped and thrown on the bed after getting drunk. However, he could understand that this was to facilitate wound treatment and application of medicine, but he just couldn't accept it for a while. Okay, for the next week, be careful not to let it come into contact with water and keep the wound dry and clean. The beautiful sister put down the potion in her hand. Then he picked up a piece of sterile cloth and gently wiped the excess medicine on Silani's body. As she wiped it, she asked Shin Mengli, little sister, judging by your age, you should be about to awaken your spiritual patterns, right? Shin Mengli nodded, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, not understanding why the other party suddenly asked this question. As if seeing her confusion, the beautiful sister explained. It might not be an ordinary stray cat. You can tell it has a high IQ, and it recovers quickly from injuries, even faster than some low-level contracted source beasts. If you gain the talent of a beastmaster when you awaken your spirit pattern, you might consider signing a contract with it. Shen Mengli was obviously stunned when she heard this. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the naked Si Lanyi. It was not until Si Lanyi couldn't help but squeeze his legs together under her gaze that she nodded gently. I will seriously consider it, thank you, sister. Just as Si Lanyi's mind was churning with thoughts, a sudden burst of urgent shouting came from outside the treatment room. Doctor! Doctor! Please help me take a look at my little baby. I heard some noise outside. The beautiful sister wrapped Si Lanyi in a sterile cloth and carefully handed it to Shen Mengli. She nodded and said, okay, you know what's going on. I'll go out and take a look first. As she spoke, she quickly opened the door of the treatment room and walked out. Si Lanyi was held in Shen Mengli's arms. He watched the beautiful sister's plump and graceful back disappear at the door, and her words were still on his mind. Combining the various novels he had read in his previous life, Si Lanyi had already guessed the general idea. If nothing unexpected happens, Shen Mengli should be around 18 years old and in her third year of high school. She probably took the college entrance examination to awaken her spiritual patterns. As for the Beast Master, it is not difficult to analyze from the meaning of the other party's words that it should be a combat training system in this world, or perhaps there are other systems. At this moment, Si Lanyi suddenly thought of a question. When I switched to human form, were there any spiritual patterns on the back of my hands? He hadn't noticed this before. If I don't have spiritual patterns, can I awaken? Spiritual patterns and the like don't matter. The main thing is that when you awaken the spiritual patterns, you can gain other abilities, which makes Si Lanyi more concerned. After this life and death experience, Si Lanyi was extremely eager to improve his strength. He really didn't want to experience again the feeling of helplessness of not being able to control his own destiny and having to pin his hopes on others. Therefore, Si Lanyi will not miss any opportunity to improve his strength. After the human form time is refreshed, switch to verify. Keep this in mind. Immediately following, Si Lanyi called up the attribute panel and took a look. Just one glance, Si Lanyi was startled and cursed in his heart. Holy crap! Why is the life-giving function still on? Si Lanyi quickly turned off the Kryptonian life function with his mind, and at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. You know, the Krypton life he opened is 1,000 times, and his lifespan will burn at a speed of 10,000 times the basic consumption. When escaping from the alley before, the remaining lifespan shown on the panel is 26,284 days, and now there are only 24,930 days left. A total of 1,354 days were consumed. In total, I was unconscious for about 3 hours and 15 minutes. If I'm in a coma for 2 or 3 days. But he really fell into a deep sleep and never woke up, and went straight to see the King of Hell. This also reminded Si Lanyi that he should never use the life-saving function randomly in the future, especially when he is in a bad condition and may lose consciousness. Suppress the fear in your heart. Si Lanyi's gaze returned to the homepage panel. Here's a picture of Si Lanyi's attribute panel. I'm only showing the picture, not the text data, so it's not too much, right? It's increased so much. Si Lanyi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Strength increased from 21 kilograms to 27 kilograms, physique increased by 6 points, and spirit increased by 4 points. However, the movement speed only increased by 1 meter, from 19 ms to 20 ms. However, this was also within Si Lanyi's expectations. Attributes like movement speed become more difficult to improve as time goes by. In addition to these obvious attributes, the biggest gain this time is actually the practical experience that has been engraved in my bones. The fighting instinct and sense of timing honed on the brink of life and death. These are not things that can be reflected by simple data. Si Lanyi was even confident that he would have had the practical experience he had now before fighting with that group of cats. The one who needs to escape in the end will definitely not be him. Think of this. Si Lanyi couldn't help but look down at the dense scratches on his body. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. When I recover from my injuries, I will kill you first. Immediately following, Si Lanyi saw his bald belly and couldn't help but smile bitterly, jokingly saying to himself, so, I become stronger and bolder too? Just as Si Lanyi was thinking, Shen Mengli had already carried him out of the pet house and onto the street outside. Until now. Only then did Si Lanyi truly see the prosperity of this world. In addition to all kinds of cool sports cars on the streets, there are many flying objects shaped like flying saucers in the sky, shuttling back and forth on specific aerial tracks. Silently, leaving only brilliant light trails. The towering buildings in the distance are of various shapes, with dynamic advertising light curtains flowing on their surfaces. The colors are dazzling. This time there is a map of Xinjiang City. Wow, this level of technology is at least 5,000 years ahead of Earth, right? Silani was secretly shocked, his eyes full of surprise. Just as he was about to close the panel and take a good look at this cyberpunk future city, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a number displayed in the upper right corner of the panel, and his eyes widened. Chapter 23, So White. Such a big sand rat. Top right corner of the panel. Below the button representing the switching mode, the value displayed is 9 seconds day. What's going on? It was clearly 3 seconds per day before, how come it increased to 6 seconds out of nowhere? A big question mark popped up in Silani's mind. 6 seconds. When I switched to human form before, it was the accumulated time of 2 days, which was exactly 6 seconds. Is it possible that switching once can increase the corresponding time? Wrong. Silani just made a rough estimate in his mind and immediately rejected this guess. If that's the case, it only takes a dozen days to fill up the switching time, so why set a time limit? It's just nonsense. So how did this time increase? Silani carefully recalled what happened after switching to human form, but still found no useful clues. Damn, what a crappy inheritance system. There's not even a single hint. Silani couldn't help but complain in his heart. The functions of this death god inheritance system are quite good. There are no system elves and no mandatory tasks. Silani is quite satisfied with these. But this is too simple. You have to figure out everything by yourself. Shook his head. Silani didn't think about it anymore and made things difficult for himself. I can only pay more attention next time. If you figure out what you did when the time it takes to switch forms increases, you can probably analyze the reason. Turn off the panel. Silani only then discovered Shen Mengli was squeezing into the crowd outside the pet house store. Please make way, thank you. She whispered softly, holding Silani and trying to squeeze through the crowd. After squeezing into the crowd, Shen Mengli asked the shop assistant who was squatting on the ground, "Sister, is there anything I can do?" She did not forget to treat Silani, who only received an almost negligible fragment of the time crystal. She kept this favor in her heart. If there is anything she can do, she will definitely help. The shop assistant looked up at her and smiled. Nothing's wrong. It's just that the customer's contracted beast, the sandstorm rat, has a little problem. It's a little emotionally unstable. I'll just comfort it. Hearing this, Silani's ears twitched slightly, his curiosity aroused. Then he tried hard to stick his bald head out from Shen Mengli's arms, wanting to see what this so-called contracted beast looked like. Just one glance. Silani's eyes widened and his throat rolled involuntarily. Such a white one. Ouch. It's a huge rat. I saw a huge rat lying in front of the beautiful shop assistant. Here's a picture of a really white sand rat. I don't know what's going on. Silani felt as if his eyes had thoughts of their own, and he kept unconsciously glancing towards the lower left corner, as if there was some magnet attracting him there. It's not easy. Silani forced himself to retract his gaze and return it to the big rat. The mouse was covered with short brown hair all over its body. It was probably close to 1 meter long and weighed about 40 to 50 kilograms. As he watched, Silani's eyes became a little strange. This thing. Why does it look more and more like an enlarged version of a groundhog? However, since it is called Sandstorm Rat, I think it must have some special abilities. Silani was not given much time to observe. The beautiful shop assistant quickly stood up with a professional smile on her face. "Excuse me, please make way and don't disturb our normal business." As she spoke, she nodded to Shen Mengli, then led the Sandstorm Rat back into the store. Shen Mengli held Silani and waited there for a while. Seeing that there seemed to be nothing in the store that needed her help, she did not go in to disturb them and turned to walk towards home. Along the way, although Silani felt exhausted and his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead, he still forced himself to stay awake and memorize the surrounding routes and landmark buildings one by one in his mind. He didn't want to wait for his injuries to heal. When he was about to seek revenge on the stray cats, he was at a loss because he couldn't find the way back. From the bustling commercial district, it gradually turns into some relatively quiet alleys. The buildings on the roadside have also changed from bright and shiny high-rise buildings to slightly old multi-story apartments. The fresh air was gradually filled with the smell of cooking fumes, which was a flavor of life, and the sour smell of garbage that was faintly present in some corners. Silani's nose twitched slightly. This smell, on the contrary, felt strangely familiar to him. It seems that no matter how far technology develops, in the corners of the city, there are always some places that are forgotten by the prosperity. After making many turns, Shin Mengli walked into an old residential building that looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old. The corridor was dimly lit. The walls are covered with mottled marks and various small advertisements. Silani took a quick look. I even saw a small advertisement about paying a large sum of money to have a child. If Shin Mengli hadn't held him in her arms, Silani would have thought he had returned to Earth. Soon, Shin Mengli stopped on the third floor. She didn't rush to open the door and go in. Instead, she whispered to Silani at the door, "There's an old woman at home. Try not to make any noise at home and don't bother with her, okay?" Old woman? A hint of doubt flashed in Silani's eyes, but he nodded. Seeing this, Shin Mengli smiled and raised her hand to rub Silani's head. Squeak! As the door opened, Silani poked his head out from Shin Mengli's arms and looked at the place that would soon become his new home. After all, he would probably have to live here for a long time until his injuries healed and he was able to protect himself. What surprised Silani was, although the house is not big, it is estimated to be only about 60 to 70 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. But the interior decoration of the house is quite good, with light-colored wooden floors, simple and stylish furniture, and a large LCD TV hanging on the wall of the living room. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a well-off family. But since that's the case, why does Shin Mengli look so malnourished and plainly dressed? Just when Silani was wondering. Maybe I heard the door open. The door to the inner room was opened, and an old woman who looked to be in her early 60s walked out. The old woman was a little plump, with fashionable curls on her hair. She wore a gold bracelet on her wrist that looked quite heavy, a pearl necklace around her neck, and golden earrings on her ears. This jeweled outfit. It formed a stark contrast with Shin Mengli's washed-out short-sleeved shirt. Looking at the old woman's appearance, Silani couldn't help but frown. Judging from her age, this should be Shin Mengli's grandmother or great-grandmother, but why does her face look so familiar? Why does it look so familiar? Chapter 24 Fate is really fucked up. Have you seen this somewhere before? Just when Silani was wondering where he had seen the other person before, the old woman also noticed the naked Silani in Shin Mengli's arms. The flesh on her face twitched, her triangular eyes glared, and a sharp, sarcastic voice rang out, "You money loser. Where did you go to pick up such a filthy thing again? Don't you think your home is dirty enough?" The old woman's saliva was flying, and her fat fingers almost poked Shin Mengli's nose. "It's fine if you pick up some junk normally, but now you're even bringing this filthy stuff home. It's bad luck just looking at it." Listening to the old woman's unbearable curses, Silani frowned tightly. Is this really Shin Mengli's grandmother? Biological child? He looked up at Shin Mengli, whose expression was a little too calm. She seemed to be accustomed to all this and didn't even frown. Silani felt a sense of pity for no reason. Being bullied at school, and then having to face such a mean-spirited shrew at home. How depressing this life must be. I will raise him myself. Shin Mengli spoke softly, and after saying this, she carried Silani and walked straight to her room. Bang! The door is closed. It blocked out the unbearable curses from the old woman outside the door. The room is not big and the furnishings are extremely simple. A single bed and an old table and chairs, that's all. Shin Mengli walked to the bed, bent down and pulled out a half-worn cardboard box from under the bed. This is the box where she keeps her clothes. Silani stretched his neck to take a look and saw that there were only a few clothes in the box. There were only 2 or 3 sets of neatly stacked summer school uniforms and casual clothes. The remaining pieces were obviously much smaller, and the fabrics had become white and thin due to washing, like old clothes that had been worn for many years. Shin Mengli took out the few sets of clothes that were still wearable and placed them on the bed. After thinking for a while, he picked out a few relatively clean and soft clothes from those old clothes that obviously no longer fit him, and carefully laid them at the bottom of the cardboard box. She patted the organized cartons. With a faint but gentle smile on his face, he whispered to Silani, "You will live here from now on." Silani looked at her with mixed feelings. Just then, boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a rough and rapid sound of banging on the door outside, followed by the roar of an angry man. Shin Mengli. Get out here, you money loser. Damn it. You couldn't even do a small task. You caused me to be fined a full 500 time crystals. If you can't explain it clearly, I'm going to beat you to death today. I heard roaring outside the door. Shin Mengli frowned, and a trace of imperceptible fatigue and boredom flashed in her eyes. Silani's brows furrowed as he listened to the familiar voice. This sound. Oh shit. It can't be such a coincidence? Silani suddenly remembered the vendor who sold breakfast in the morning. No wonder he felt that the old woman looked familiar, especially her triangular eyes and mean face, as if they were carved from the same mold. But didn't the two law enforcers say a fine of 100 time crystals? Seeing Shin Mengli stand up, it seemed that she was going to open the door. Silani secretly thought that something was wrong, and almost as a conditioned reflex, he hid under the bed in an instant. It's not that he's cowardly. In his current state, even if discovered, it is not difficult to escape due to the advantage of size. But if the man who knocked on the door was really the vendor from that morning, once he recognized me and knew that it was Shin Mengli who brought him back, then Shin Mengli would probably be implicated by him and get into a lot of trouble. The moment the door was opened, a burly man rushed in, his face full of flesh, pointing at Shin Mengli's nose and cursing. You little slut. I told you to clean up the mess, where the hell have you been? Silani hiding under the bed. He quietly poked half of his head out from the gap and took a closer look. Really? Isn't this man the breakfast stall owner whom he dealt with this morning? Such dirty words. It seems that the morning's cleaning was not enough. After my injury heals, I must visit his breakfast stall often. But how did he get here? Could it be that he is Shin Mengli's father? Wrong. Silani quickly recalled some details of the morning. When the vendor was scolding him angrily, he seemed to have said that if he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be named Nya. And Shin Mengli's surname is Shin. The two don't even have the same surname. It's impossible that Shin Mengli takes her mother's surname, right? Besides, how could this fat pig named Nya, who is full of bandit spirit, give birth to such a well-behaved daughter like Shin Mengli? Silani shook his head repeatedly in his heart. He would never believe that these two people were related by blood. At this time, the old woman also followed in from the living room, frowning, raised her hand and pulled the man, with a bit of impatience in her tone. What are you yelling about? What happened? Tell me clearly first. Sister. I didn't mean to cause trouble today. Immediately following, he recounted what happened in the morning. Of course, he never mentioned the fact that a cat had done such a terrible thing to him. He just emphasized that he was accidentally injured, and then asked Shin Mengli to clean up the overturned stall. However, Shin Mengli did not go, resulting in the Law Enforcement Bureau fining her 500 shijing for affecting the city appearance. Fatty Nya became angrier and angrier as he spoke, spitting everywhere. You can't even handle such a small matter. Sister, this incident was caused by her. She must pay the 500-hour crystal fine. Listening to Nya Feiju's narration, Silani, who was under the bed, first cursed inwardly that the fat pig was shameless. It was clearly a fine of 100 shijing, but it increased 5 times in the blink of an eye. Immediately following, Silani fell silent and went over the whole thing in his mind. If she had not had a conflict with the vendor in the morning, Shin Mengli would not have been called to clean up the mess. If she hadn't gone, she wouldn't have been bullied by those tough classmates in the alley. If she hadn't been bullied, she wouldn't have happened to appear at the alley entrance and saved herself when she was already dying. Fate, this thing, really is. Fuck. Silani didn't have much time to lament the coincidence and impermanence of fate. With his brows furrowed, he secretly wondered how to solve the current trouble. He couldn't let Shin Mengli take on everything for him. Just then, the old woman who had been listening in silence unexpectedly waved her hand with a hint of impatience in her tone. All right, I thought it was a big deal. It's just 500 time crystals, right? I'll give it to you. As she spoke, the old woman pulled Fatty Nya and turned to walk towards the living room. Silani looked a little dazed. What's going on? This old woman was so sarcastic and insulting to Shin Mengli, so why is she so happy now? Could it be that? Is she a bit harsh but kind-hearted? Is she just not good at expressing herself? Just as this thought came to Silani's mind, he saw the old woman come back and walk into the room again. Chapter 25 Such a beautiful back, it would be a shame not to get cupping. 500 time crystals are credited to your account. When you awaken your spirit pattern, pay me back with interest, is that okay? Hearing the old woman say this, Silani sighed silently in his heart, admitting that he had drawn the conclusion too early. Sharp tongue but soft heart? Does not exist. This damn old woman and that fat pig Nia are definitely siblings, and they are more calculating than anyone else. Shin Mengli, on the other hand, was not at all surprised by the old woman's words. As if she had known she would say that, she replied calmly, okay. If there's nothing else, you can leave. The old woman obviously didn't expect to see any other expression on Shin Mengli's face. She looked like she had swallowed a fly, and glared at Shin Mengli with her triangular eyes before turning around and walking out of the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut so hard that the walls seemed to shake. Seeing this, Silani couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he doesn't know how much lifespan the time crystal is worth, as long as the problem can be solved with lifespan, it is not a big deal. I'm afraid that Fat Pig Nia will not give in and will really attack Shin Mengli. The time he can switch to human form is pitifully short now. He can't speak yet and there are limits to what he can do. We really have to fight. He certainly couldn't just sit there and watch. But what then? Shin Mengli is afraid that it will be even more troublesome. Silani crawled out from under the bed and his eyes fell on Shin Mengli's thin back. What is the relationship between this girl and those top-notch siblings? There is too little useful information. No matter how smart Silani is, he can't analyze more. Shaking his head helplessly, Silani walked to Shin Mengli's feet and gently rubbed her trouser leg with his head. This was the only way he could comfort this pitiful girl. Meow. A soft cat's meow sounded in the room, carrying a hint of soothing meaning. Shin Mengli slowly squatted down, stretched out her slender white fingers, and gently rubbed Silani's head. Little guy, are you hungry? Silani shook his head, his dark red cat eyes staring at her without blinking. Seeing this, Shin Mengli couldn't help but smile slightly. Immediately following, she seemed to remember something, and the smile on her face faded a little. With some hesitation, she said softly, Mimi, I have to go to school later, so I can't take you with me. You can just rest in your room, okay? Mimi? The corners of Silani's mouth twitched uncontrollably. This name is really a bit strange, and it always reminds him of what he saw outside the pet house before. As for going to school? Silani really wanted to go with them to see for himself, maybe he could learn more about the cultivation system in this world. But the injuries on his body haven't healed yet. If I follow her rashly, it will only cause trouble for her. It seems that I can only wait until my injuries are healed and then find an opportunity to secretly follow and find out what's going on. Thinking of this, Silani nodded obediently. Looking at the kitten at her feet with clear eyes that seemed to see through everything, Shin Mengli felt that she was not so lonely anymore. At least, she has a friend who can't speak but can bring her a little warmth. I'll bring you something delicious tonight. Shin Mengli rubbed Silani's head again, and her voice was a little lighter than before. Soon, the room became quiet. Silani yawned, and physiological tears seeped from the corners of his eyes. From last night until now, except for the more than 3 hours he was unconscious, he hardly slept a wink. Now relax. I just felt a strong sense of fatigue, surging like a tide. Silani walked to the cardboard cat bed that Shin Mengli had prepared for him. He leaped up and jumped in lightly. The mat made of old clothes was quite soft, with a faint scent of soapberry, very similar to the smell of Shin Mengli. Silani adjusted to a comfortable position. I just lay down for a few seconds. A slight snoring sound was heard in this simple and quiet little room. This sleep. Silani slept very deeply and for a long time. When he opened his eyes drowsily, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort all over his body. Silani shook his head, poked his head out of the cardboard cat bed, and looked towards the window, trying to judge how long he had slept by the light outside. Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun has long since faded. However, Silani's attention was not on this, but was attracted by a figure standing by the window with its back to him. She was wearing a plain white halter top that casually fell to her waist. Her slender yet flexible back curve was revealed to Silani without reservation. That skin! As white as the finest mutton fat jade. In the dim light coming in from the window, there is a faint halo. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, was freely draped down and spread softly on her smooth back, swaying gently with the occasional breeze, as if telling her secrets that no one knew. The whole picture is so beautiful that it seems unreal. Quiet, hazy, with a hint of sweetness and a touch of melancholy unique to young girls. Auditor. This has been censored, nothing is missing, this should be approved. Here is a picture of Shen Mengli from behind. Si Lanyi felt his heart. It was as if an invisible hand suddenly grasped it, and then it started beating uncontrollably thump, thump. What a nice view. It would be a shame not to cupping such a beautiful back. Si Lanyi quickly shook his head, throwing this unpleasant thought out of his mind, and his gaze fell on the back again. Judging from the situation, Shen Mengli should have just finished taking a shower. So, what am I missing? Si Lanyi thought that he was not the kind of person who would be unable to walk when seeing a beautiful woman. After all, when he was on Earth in his previous life, from the carefully crafted works of art in top clubs to the charming wild roses in the streets and alleys, what kind of set menu had he not tasted? But now, he dared to swear. His heart, which had seen all kinds of beautiful women in his previous life, had long been cultivated to be immune to all poisons. At this moment, it seemed like we had lost. Perhaps because he was watching too intently, Si Lanyi leaned forward unconsciously. Pa! Si Lanyi climbed over the edge of the not-so-high cardboard box. Not much noise. But in the silent room, it was exceptionally clear. Shen Mengli, who was standing by the window, was obviously startled by the sudden noise. Her body trembled slightly, and then she hurriedly put something on her face, and then pulled up the tank top that had slipped to her waist, covering the tempting white skin again. Do all this? Shen Mengli turned around. Seeing that it was Si Lanyi who made the noise, she was obviously relieved and smiled lightly. Mimi, you're awake. Come and see if the food I prepared for you suits your taste. As she said this, she walked to the desk. He picked up a white disposable lunchbox on the table, opened it and placed it in front of Si Lanyi. Si Lanyi didn't lower his head to look at the lunchbox, but stared at Shen Mengli's face without blinking. Just now. He saw it very clearly. In a panic, Shen Mengli quickly put something on her face. The movement was extremely fast, almost a subconscious reaction. Logically speaking, a girl. Especially in this almost half-naked situation, if someone catches you, shouldn't your first reaction be to cover your body and pull up your clothes? Is there anything more important than this? Is it so important that she would rather risk exposing herself than deal with the problem on her face? Chapter 26 Sooner or later, I will let you stand in the sun openly. Si Lanyi looked at Shen Mengli's face carefully, his mind working rapidly. Her skin is still fair and delicate, with no traces of makeup, and there is no problem at all. However, the biggest problem is that we cannot see the problem. Could it be that? Is it disguise? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. From the first time he saw Shen Mengli, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Although Shen Mengli's face is clean and pretty, there always seems to be a subtle sense of disconnection between it and her jade-like skin, slender figure, and the cold temperament that occasionally reveals. If it was really a disguise, then everything could be explained. As for why the disguise? It's very simple. Just 4 words: beauty is a disaster. A girl born in such a poor family, with no one to rely on, if she also has an outstanding appearance, will put herself in a situation where she is surrounded by hungry wolves. A common school beauty with no identity or background who can grow up safely and meet the protagonist. This kind of plot only exists in novels. Do you really think that ordinary school beauties live in uninhabited mountains? If you are not blind, can you tell whether a person is beautiful or not? Once the fame spreads, it won't be long before all kinds of monsters and demons come over like sharks smelling blood. If there is no force strong enough to protect this beauty, then this beauty will only bring endless disasters and humiliation. Think of this. Si Lanyi's desire for strength burned again, stronger than ever before. Shen Mengli saw Si Lanyi staring at her blankly and couldn't help feeling confused. Mimi, what's wrong? Don't you like the food I brought you? Her somewhat gentle voice pulled Si Lanyi back from his chaotic thoughts. Si Lanyi collected his thoughts and looked down at the white disposable lunchbox in front of him. There was only a small amount of white rice in the lunchbox. There were a few slices of stir-fried seasonal vegetables on the side, and the leaves looked a little wilted. The only thing that could be called meaty was a piece of unknown animal meat the size of a little finger, which emitted a faint aroma. This meal is simple and a bit shabby. However, this was probably all saved by Shen Mengli from her own food rations. A complex and indescribable emotion surged into Si Lanyi's heart: bitterness, touching, and a heavy sense of responsibility. He felt like he owed this girl a favor, and it was like a snowball that was getting bigger and bigger. Silani couldn't help but raise his head and look at Shen Mengli deeply. One day, sooner or later, I will let you stand in the sun, without having to hide yourself or fear anyone's covetousness. Silani swore silently in his heart. Then he lowered his head and started eating in big mouthfuls. Looking at Silani concentrating on eating, Shen Mengli's cold eyes unconsciously showed a faint smile. She then reached out and gently slid her fingertips across Silani's back. Eat slowly, don't choke. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but stop stroking the feeling beneath my fingertips. Something seems wrong. A hint of doubt flashed in Shen Mengli's eyes, and then she unnoticeably pushed away the remaining fur on Silani's back. What about the wounds? Shen Mengli held her breath, and the confusion in her eyes was replaced by an unbelievable shock. The injury on Silani's back was almost healed. Most of the small, superficial scratches had completely disappeared, leaving only a few wounds that looked the most serious at the time, almost penetrating the flesh, and now they had scabbed over. With such an incredible recovery speed, I'm afraid that within a day or two, these scabs will fall off on their own without leaving even a trace. Shen Mengli couldn't help but recall what the sister at the pet home said to her: maybe it's not an ordinary stray cat. She just thought it was words of comfort at the time and didn't take it to heart. But the scene before her forced her to re-examine the kitten she had picked up. Silani was completely unaware of Shen Mengli's somewhat fiery gaze above his head, and was concentrating on dealing with the meager rations in his lunchbox. White rice was bland and tasteless. The few wilted green leaves had very little oil or moisture, and the only piece of meat, the size of a little finger, was gone in just 2 bites. But he knew that this was the best thing Shen Mengli could offer. Silani chewed and swallowed while thinking about what to do next. The first thing is to seek revenge on the tabby cat. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Bullshit. Silani's motto is, if you have a grudge, you should take revenge on the spot. It will be too rotten if you wait until the next day. They must know why the flowers are so red and why the cat is so fierce. By the way, you can also subdue the tabby cat's minions. In addition to letting them help increase their lifespan, the most important thing is that he can arrange a few smarter ones to keep an eye on the little girls who bully Shen Mengli. Silani didn't forget. Before leaving, the leading little girl threatened Shen Mengli to drop out of school before the end of the month. Even if I don't deal with them in advance, I must know what their plans are so that I can prepare early. Secondly, it is to increase the lifespan. And deal with Nia Feiju, who extorted 500-hour crystals from Shen Mengli during the day. However, all these things are inseparable from a crucial question: how to get Shen Mengli to let him go out for a walk. The simplest way is to write directly on the ground and tell Shen Mengli. But the risk is too great. Now is not the time for a showdown. Although Shen Mengli is very good to him, she is still his savior. But it's not too late to make a decision on this kind of thing until you are strong enough and have a better understanding of the world. After all, it's understandable that you understand human nature, but if you, a cat, write directly to express your thoughts, Silani suspects that Shen Mengli will hand you over to the law enforcement agency directly. Gurgle. After finishing the last bite of food, Silani licked his lips with a hint of satisfaction. To be honest, Silani only felt 3/4 full. Well, one more thing to add to the list. When I can go out again, I must find a way to give myself a snack. Otherwise, with the current food standards, sooner or later you will starve to death. Silani raised his head and suddenly met Shen Mengli's bright and somewhat creepy eyes. He was so scared that he took a step back. Fuck. Girl, what's that look on your face? Meow? Silani's startled and doubtful cat cry brought Shen Mengli back to reality from her fantasy. Mimi, are you thirsty? Do you want to drink some water? As she spoke, she brought over a small, clean porcelain bowl from the cardboard cat bed. The bowl was filled with clear water, which had obviously been prepared for him long ago. Only then did Silani notice that next to his luxurious single room, there was not only this special water bowl, but also an extra cardboard box. Moreover, the cardboard box was filled with half a box of gray fine sand. Silani stretched his neck to take a look, then tilted his head, and a very human, indescribable and complex expression appeared on the cat's face. How to say it? If you say Shen Mengli is stupid, this girl is really thoughtful and treats him like her own son. Ugh. She raises him like a real cat and even considers the litter box. But if you say she is smart. Have you ever seen anyone use cement as cat litter? Chapter 27 Cat version sit-ups. Using cement as cat litter, it's a good thing Shen Mengli came up with the idea. I don't know if she stole it from some construction site. Si Lanya guessed that Shin Mengli might have thought that cement was like cat litter, which would solidify when it came into contact with water, making it easier to clean up the poop. Don't say it, just think about it this way. It seems that there is some truth to it. However, even if this is really cat litter, Si Lanya will not use it. Cats need to lick their own hair to clean themselves. Si Lanya really couldn't bring himself to lick it. Putting aside the question of whether it was hygienic or not, the feeling of having a mouthful of hair after licking it was really weird. Not licking the fur to clean it means that if Si Lanya goes to the cat litter to relieve himself, he will definitely get smelly. Therefore, he could only let Shin Mengli down. Got it. Looking at the half carton of cement, Si Lanya's eyes suddenly lit up. Now he had the solution to how to sneak out. Immediately, Si Lanya walked towards the luxurious cement cat litter box. Then, imitating the behavior of ordinary cats, it dug hard into the cement a few times. Swish! Swish! A fine cloud of gray dust spread as he moved. Cough! Cough, cough, cough. Si Lanya reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the moment the dust was raised, he leaned back suddenly and let out a series of coughs. See this scene. A trace of worry appeared on Shin Mengli's face, and at the same time, a wave of self-blame surged in her heart. Mimi, are you okay? Si Lanya stopped coughing in time and shook his head gently to indicate that he was fine. Then he turned around and jumped onto the closed windowsill next to him. Meow. Si Lanya turned his head and called out to Shin Mengli, his dark red cat eyes looking out the window. The meaning was obvious. Shin Mengli was slightly stunned, and instantly understood Si Lanya's intention. Do you want to go outside and solve it yourself? Seeing Si Lanya nod, Shin Mengli's eyes flashed with hesitation. She was not worried that Si Lanya would fall from the third floor. After all, Si Lanya was obviously not an ordinary stray cat, and there were many air conditioning units outside that could be used as stepping stones. What she was really worried about was, if Si Lanya is released, will he come back? When she thought of this possibility, Shin Mengli felt as if her heart was being plucked by an invisible hand, and she felt an indescribable reluctance. Although she and Si Lanya didn't spend much time together. But Si Lanya's existence adds some color to her somewhat gloomy life. However, Shin Mengli only hesitated for a moment before walking forward and pushing open the locked glass window. Nini, be careful and don't fall down. She warned softly, with a tenderness in her voice that she herself was not aware of. Having said that, she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, such as come back early, or don't forget to go home, but she swallowed the words back when they reached her lips. Si Lanya saw the reluctance that flashed across her eyes. He did not jump out immediately, but turned around and rubbed his head gently against the back of Shin Mengli's hand that was resting on the window frame. A warm touch came. Shin Mengli was slightly stunned, and the sense of loss in her heart seemed to be soothed a lot by this gentle touch. Meow. Si Lanya didn't stay any longer. It wasn't like he wouldn't be coming back, so there was no need to be so sentimental. I glanced at the air conditioner unit outside the window. He slightly bent his hind legs, then exerted force suddenly, and after a few rises and falls, he disappeared into the shadows downstairs. Shin Mengli stood by the window. Looking at the direction where Si Lanya disappeared, there was no movement for a long time. The night wind blew in from the window, bringing a hint of coolness and ruffling the loose hair on her forehead. She reached out and touched the back of her hand that Si Lanya had just rubbed against, and whispered softly. I'll be back. Si Lanya had just come downstairs and hadn't taken a few steps. I saw 2 pairs of green spots flashing in the grass opposite the corridor entrance not far away. Obviously, this is the light reflected from the animal's eyes. Si Lanya paused. Sawamo? This thought flashed through his mind instantly, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. I haven't bothered you yet, but you've already sent your men to keep an eye on me. Si Lanya narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't go over and alert the enemy. It was not the right time yet. It would not be too late to look for them after Shin Mengli fell asleep at night. After all, that silly girl Shin Mengli is most likely still standing by the window, waiting for him to come back. If it's too late to go back, she might have all sorts of wild thoughts, worrying whether she had really run away. Thinking of this, Si Lanya pretended nothing had happened and looked away. I found a relatively secluded corner, took care of my physiological needs, and at the same time carefully observed the surrounding environment. Don't say. This slum-like area is really nice. Compared with the glamorous commercial district, The ecological environment here is obviously more conducive to the survival and reproduction of various insects. It only takes a moment to pee. Silani saw dozens of spiders, cockroaches, and various small animals. It seems that I can use this place as my hunting ground for a long time to come. Finished the business. Silani didn't delay any longer and jumped back to the third-floor window. As soon as he jumped onto the windowsill, he met Shin Mengli's eyes that were filled with obvious joy. "Nini, you're back. I won't lock this window from now on. I'll leave it a crack for you to go in and out." Shin Mengli was obviously relieved, with a smile from the heart on her face. She was really worried that Silani would never come back after leaving. Leave a gap for easy entry and exit? Silani felt hopeless. Why did he always misinterpret a very normal sentence? At this moment, Shin Mengli's heart finally settled down. Without saying anything else, she turned around, walked to the desk and sat down, taking out an old-looking cell phone from her pocket. As she tapped the screen a few times with her fingertips, a soft light curtain unfolded before her eyes. Silani wanted to take a look to see if there was any useful information, but when he looked over, he only saw a vast expanse of white. Wow, this thing actually has a privacy protection function? Silani muttered in his heart. Since he couldn't watch it, he didn't plan to sit idle. His eyes scanned the small room. Silani ducked down and crawled under the bed. The bedboard was not high from the ground, but it was enough for him to move around with his current body size. Silani adjusted his posture, lying flat on his back with his legs up in the air, and lifting his hind legs just enough to push against the bedboard. Not bad. The height is just right. Silani raised a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. Immediately following. After turning on the Krypton life mode, he raised his two cat paws and placed them on his head. He exerted strength from his waist and abdomen, lifted his upper body, and completed a cat version of sit-ups. Although his actions looked a little funny, Silani's eyes were extremely focused. Once, twice. Chapter 28 Shin Mengli became a humanoid power bank? 198, 199, 200. When the last sit-up was completed, Silani seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed on the cold ground, his chest heaving violently and gasping for breath. Fortunately, cats have very few sweat glands. Silani was not sweating all over, only the pads of his feet and the tip of his nose were covered with a layer of fine sweat beads. Looking at the increasing values on the panel, Silani's eyes suddenly lit up. Strength increased by 2 kilograms and constitution increased by 1 point. This effect is simply amazing. Silani couldn't help but wonder in his mind, will this growth effect diminish as his own attributes improve? If not, doesn't that mean that as long as I work hard, I can increase my attributes infinitely? Thinking of this possibility, Silani felt a shock in his spirit and a new strength seemed to surge in his body. Tired? What's tiring? It doesn't exist. This kind of effort will pay off immediately, and the pleasure of watching your attributes rise is simply addictive. 200 sit-ups per set. Silani gritted his teeth and, relying on his excitement, finished a set in 5 minutes. On the panel, the strength and constitution values jumped again. Cool. So cool. It's so cool that I can't stop. As the number of sets increased, the rest time gradually lengthened from a few seconds to 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. When the 10th group. That is, after doing a full 2,000 sit-ups. Silani was completely unable to move. The abdominal muscles felt like they were being pricked by red-hot needles, and they were burning with pain. Even though his body was almost at its limit, Silani couldn't help but grin. Strength, 47 kilograms. Constitution, 31. It's been less than 2 hours. Strength increased by a full 20 kilograms, and physical fitness increased by 10 points. This moment. All the fatigue and aches turned into an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Silani didn't try to be brave and continue. He knew that everything should be done in moderation. You can't become fat by eating all at once, and muscles need time to recover. If you strain a muscle during exercise, it will not be worth it. However, an idea emerged in Silani's heart. When my lifespan reaches 100,000 days and I'm ready to strengthen my torso, maybe I can push my body to its limits. As long as I don't die from training, I'll train myself to death. Strengthening the torso in this way should be able to repair any damage to the body caused by excessive exercise. After all, the thing was swollen so much that it was almost as thick as my little finger. If I strengthen it, everything will be fine. Think of this. The smile on Silani's lips deepened. With a sudden thought, he turned off the Krypton life function and was about to put away the panel. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly saw a number on the panel jump without warning. Silani couldn't help but be stunned. The time it takes to switch to human form has actually increased by another second. Moreover, it was growing right under his nose. No. What the hell is going on? Why did it increase inexplicably? Silani felt a little confused. Is it possible that improving the four-dimensional attributes can also increase the switching time to human form? That's not right. This doesn't make any sense. This time he worked hard to do 2,000 sit-ups, but only gained 1 second. However, when he fought with the group of wildcats before, the attribute increase was obviously not that much, but he gained 6 seconds at once. If it is really because of the attributes, then it doesn't make sense logically. Silani frowned, carefully recalling the similarities between the two times when the switching time increased. Apart from the factor of increasing attributes, the only thing left is Shin Munli? Silani couldn't help but look at the quiet figure in front of the desk. Could it be that it was really because of her? If this is true, wouldn't Shin Mengli become a human power bank? The more Silani thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Shin Mengli was by his side during the 2 times the time was increased. The only difference is the distance. Now that we have a guess, it's easy. We can find out by verifying it. Silani immediately and slowly crawled out from under the bed. Aim and jump. It landed steadily on Shin Mengli's legs. Meow. Seeing Shin Mengli looking down at him, Silani let out a soft cry and rubbed her legs. Anyway, I'm a cat now, so it's not shameful to act coquettishly or cutely. Don't say. Shin Mengli looked quite thin, but her legs were quite fleshy. When she lay on them, they felt soft and not at all like the bony feeling she had imagined. Silani moved his body and found the most comfortable position to lie down. Shin Mengli felt her legs sink, and when she looked down and saw that it was Silani, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her lips. She reached out and gently stroked Silani's back. Be good, Mimi. I'll play with you later. After saying that, she continued to focus her attention back on the light screen in front of her. Time passes by every second. Silani kept staring at the attribute panel. The lifespan on the spiritual pattern of the fate wheel is decreasing second by second, and it can be used as a timer. No more, no less. When the time just reached 1 hour, the value of the human form switching time on the panel directly increased by 2 seconds, becoming 12 seconds day. Nice. Silani's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, it's true. In other words, the closer you are to Shin Mengli, the faster the time it takes to switch to human form will increase. There was a distance between me and Shin Mengli before, so staying under the bed for 2 hours only added 1 second. Now I just lie on her legs, and I gain 2 seconds in an hour. What if? Be closer to Shin Mengli? For example, let's study the mortise and tenon structure and negative distance contact. Will it take longer? Or will it be faster? This thought flashed through Silani's mind, but was then forcibly suppressed. Even if he has the heart and the courage, his strength does not allow it. However, if you only use this method to speed up the switching time, the efficiency is indeed too slow. A day is 24 hours, or 86,400 seconds. If you want to use this method to extend the human form switching time to the full 24 hours, you need to be inseparable from Shin Mengli and stay with her all the time for a full 1,800 days. Nearly 5 years. This time is really too long. And if you really use this method, it may take 10 years to fully complete it. Therefore, we must find another way. As for why close contact with Shin Mengli could increase the time it took to switch to human form, Silani had some guesses in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the contract girlfriend function, whose effect is still unknown, that worked. I just don't know if this function is only useful for Shin Mengli or for all women. If it is the latter, Silani felt that it was necessary for him to find a few more poop scoopers. People like rich ladies, caring big sisters, cute little Lolas, can all be considered. Chapter 29. After Chapter 29, I have the final say in this area. The night is as dark as ink. The cold moonlight was obscured by thick clouds. There are only a few street lights, casting a faint halo of light in the quiet corner of the community. Under the street light, Silani opened his front paws to the left and right, causing dirt to fly and rustle. A moment later, looking at the earth pit in front of him, which was about 10 centimeters deep, Silani nodded with satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his claws and placed the spoils beside him into the pit, muttering to himself, "I can consider this as a reunion for your family. No need to thank me." In the pit, there were 14 slightly larger mice and 10 pink little mice whose eyes were not open, neatly stacked. Here is a picture of a neat family of mice. The reason why we dug a hole and buried them specifically. It's not that Silani is kind-hearted, but he feels guilty about it. It's mainly because he considers that if the corpse is thrown into the wilderness, the area will soon be filled with stench. He will be the one who suffers then, as he is still counting on this precious land to continue his jungle career. But let us be honest. The resources in this area are really good. I had previously activated the Krypton life function, and exercising for 2 hours consumed 833 days of my lifespan. And now, after only 1 hour of hunting, he has earned more than 10 times, and gained nearly 9,000 days of life. This efficiency is comparable to riding a rocket. Silani called up the attribute panel and took a look at the remaining lifespan. 32,990 days. After a little hesitation, Silani decided to strengthen his 2 front limbs first to increase his strength, then go find the tabby cat to avenge himself, and it would not be too late to come back and continue to strengthen the lifespan of his torso. Having made up his mind, Silani no longer hesitated. As 20,000 days of life were deducted, a current of heat rushed to the 2 forelimbs. Numb and tingling with a slight tingling sensation. The whole process lasted just over a minute. Silani subconsciously raised his right paw. Swish! A nearly 10 centimeter long bone claw popped out from the flesh pad, flashing a cold light under the dim street light. Silani couldn't help but be stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. After being strengthened to the second stage, the claws are not only sharper, but also appear to be as hard as any alloy material. Cutting iron like mud might be a bit difficult, but tearing flesh and blood is definitely a piece of cake. But the problem is, how can it walk with such long claws? This thought just came to mind. Call out. The nearly 10 centimeter long bone claw was silently retracted and perfectly hidden in the flesh pad. Silani's eyes lit up instantly. It can actually be extended. Awesome! Unexpectedly, after being strengthened, these claws became just like Wolverine's claws, and their length could be controlled by his own thoughts. In this way, from now on, even if he encounters a slightly larger creature, he will dare to go up and touch it. At this time, Silani's ears suddenly moved, and then he turned his head to glance at the dense grass below the apartment building not far away. When he came down to brush his lifespan, he found that the 2 cats that were following him were gone. Unexpectedly, they dared to come back. However, I arrived just in time, as it was time to meet that cunning tabby cat. After a few breaths, a sharp and shrill cat howl pierced the night sky. Meow! The grass shook violently. Silani used his right front paw to pin a slightly plump orange cat to the ground. The bony claws popped out slightly from the flesh pads, and the tip easily pierced the surface of the orange cat's scalp. Bright red blood oozed out and quickly dyed the small tuft of orange hair on its forehead red. This orange cat is obviously one of the guys sent by the tabby cat to keep watch. Hearing this shrill shout, Silani couldn't help but frown. Why was he shouting so loudly? He was afraid he would wake up Shin Mengli. Immediately, Silani increased his strength, and the cold bone claws sank deeper. Shut up! The orange cat's scream stopped abruptly. In his wide-open amber eyes, the pupils shrank into 2 thin lines due to extreme fear. His limbs were limp on the ground, his hair was sticking to his skin, and he was shivering uncontrollably. From now on, I have the final say in this area. Silani's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable tone. Any questions? Seeing that the orange cat didn't answer, Silani couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, these stray cats shouldn't all be fence-sitters, hanging out with whoever has the bigger fist. Could it be that this orange cat is still a tough nut to crack? Since there is no way to subdue it, just kill it. Just when Silani was about to kill, the orange cat suddenly made a purring sound from its throat, as if begging for mercy. What's the meaning? Silani couldn't help but loosen his claws. Go around and take a look at the front. Only then did I realize that the orange cat's mouth was stuck in the mud and he couldn't speak at all. When the orange cat saw Silani, it did not immediately get up from the ground. He was still lying on the ground, not daring to move, but secretly glancing at Silani out of the corner of his eyes full of awe. At the same time, he tried hard to stick his head to the ground, tucked his tail tightly between his legs, and made a flattering meow sound in his throat, indicating that from now on he would only recognize Silani as his boss. Seeing that the orange cat was so tactful, Silani nodded. It seems that recruiting followers is quite easy. Do you have a name? Hearing Silani's question, the orange cat was stunned for a moment, then shook his head in confusion and answered cautiously, Boss. Boss, I don't have a name, but those two-legged beasts sometimes call me Mimi. Silani's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Mimi? It's Mimi again. So all stray cats in the world are called this name, right? Resisting the urge to complain, he glanced at the orange cat's orange fur and said casually, Look at your yellow fur, I'll call you Yellow Hair from now on. Yellow Hair? The orange cat wagged its tail and nodded immediately, saying, Thank you for the name, boss. I'll be called Huangmao from now on. Boss, you really have a great name. This flattery is of quite high standard. Silani remained silent and then asked, By the way, wasn't there a cat with you before? Where did it go? We just went back to tell that blind tabby cat. He asked me to keep an eye on you. If he sees you come out, he's to be notified immediately. It really is that tabby cat. He even arranged for his subordinates to follow and report the news. His IQ is really not simple. Silani narrowed his eyes and said, Lead the way, take me to find it. Boss. The orange cat opened his mouth and wanted to ask if it was just the two of them going. It is normal for it to have such concerns. After all, the tabby cat has many subordinates. But just as the words came to its lips, it seemed to think of something and immediately closed its mouth. Joke. Is its boss an ordinary cat? It had witnessed with its own eyes how terrifying Silani's fighting power was. Even under the crazy siege of hundreds of cats, he was able to fight his way out. Now those guys are just a group of disabled patients, how could Silani be afraid of them? And, just now, when Silani was dealing with it, it was pressed to the ground and rubbed in a few seconds, without even the ability to resist. This strength is obviously much stronger than the previous battle among the cats. Even though it racked its brains, it couldn't understand why the boss had changed so much in just one day. But this does not prevent it from recognizing a fact. Silani has become stronger. This is a great thing for it. With such a powerful boss protecting it, Huangmao will not be able to act arrogantly when going to other neighborhoods to grab territory in the future. Think of this. The orange cat just felt comfortable all over, with its tail raised high and wagging proudly. Walking. The butt is wiggling. That posture was so coquettish and arrogant. Silani, who was following behind, clearly caught the sudden change in the orange cat. His eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, What's wrong with this bastard? He walks so twisted, is he trying to seduce me? Thinking of this, Silani's face darkened. It seems. After taming the cats, it is necessary to physically castrate them so that they won't miss me all day long. Chapter 30 Fallen Street. The night wind was a little hot. It blows through the low slum buildings and finally merges into a noisy sea of light. The orange cat Huangmao led Silani through twists and turns, passing through several dark and narrow alleys, and the road ahead suddenly became clear. The sizzling sound of the spatula hitting the iron plate, the popping sound of the ingredients being put into the frying pan, the enthusiastic shouts of the vendors, and the noise of diners playing finger-guessing games. Cumin, chili, garlic. The rich aroma of various foods mixed with the bustling voices of people hit you in the face. Saliva builds up in the mouth. Silani couldn't help swallowing. Damn it. Why is it so fragrant? Boss, that tabby cat lives in the warehouse area behind this street. The two-legged beasts on this street are not easy to deal with, so we should try to stay away from them. The orange cat lowered his voice and swung his tail nervously behind him. Hearing this, Silani looked up at the giant sign above him that was flashing neon lights. Fallen Street. This name. It's really simple and crude. Silani nodded, followed the orange cat, avoided the crowd and walked towards Fallen Street. As we go deeper, Silani discovered that the name of this street was indeed correct. There are not only various food night markets here, but also a large number of pubs, prostitutes in cool clothes soliciting customers at the door, and even many people trading things in the corners. All I can say is that this street and even the air are filled with an atmosphere of chaos and freedom. Walked for a long time. Just as we were about to leave Fallen Street. Are you sure you saw that table correctly? Don't worry, boss, I can see it clearly. A burst of conversation reached Silani's ears. Silani paused slightly and looked towards the corner not far away. The ones talking were actually two dogs? One is a black and white husky with a wise look in its eyes, and the other is a white-haired pastoral dog. At this time, the husky was squinting his eyes, staring at a table of people eating skewers and drinking at an open-air barbecue stall diagonally in front of him. Silani was stunned for a moment. Can I actually understand dog language? Glancing at the orange cat beside him, Silani asked. Huangmao, can you understand what those two dogs are saying? The orange cat showed a hint of doubt on his face. After thinking for a while, he replied, Boss, dogs and I can't communicate with each other. We can only guess some information through body language. Silani nodded and said nothing more, but his mind became active. Species are different and their languages are not mutually intelligible. Then why can I understand dog language without any awkwardness, as if it was automatically translated into Mandarin? Could it be that? Is this a hidden effect brought about by ear enhancement? If this is true, doesn't it mean that the mouth, tail, nose, and even the penis may have functions that we haven't discovered yet? Silani felt that he seemed to have underestimated this enhanced function. It seems that I need to study it carefully when I have time in the future. Silani didn't think any more about it and followed the husky's gaze to look at the barbecue stall nearby. There were 7 men at the table, all of them were big and strong, wearing the same tight black combat vests, with muscles bulging on their bare arms. Even in this chaotic and decadent street, this group of people stood out and it was obvious that they were not good people. Judging from what Husky said, are these two guys here to seek revenge? Interesting. Silani simply stopped and signaled Huangmao to stay calm. He wanted to see how these two dogs would cause trouble for those people, and at the same time observe the combat power of the humans in this world. Next second. All I heard was a low bark from the husky. Action. 2 sturdy-looking local dogs jumped out from the darkness on both sides of the street, one with jet black fur and the other with khaki fur. As soon as these 2 dogs appeared, he walked slowly towards the table where the strong men were sitting. Just when Silani thought they were going to launch a sneak attack, the black dog and the yellow dog stopped about 4 or 5 meters away from the table of people. Suddenly, they bared their teeth at each other, growled deeply in their throats, and pounced on each other. Woof woof woof. Ouch. The 2 dogs started to bite and roll over in an instant. The dust was flying and the fight was so intense that it immediately attracted the attention of the strong men at the table. Hey guys, look, there's a dog fight. Wow, I didn't expect to have some fun while drinking. A bald, muscular man put down his glass and looked over with interest. Which one do you think will win? Come on, place your bets. I'll bet a bottle of wine on the black dog to win. The others also placed their bets, and for a while, the shouts were one after another, even more lively than the fight between the 2 dogs. Just as these strong men were cheering for the dogs they had bet on, the black dog and the yellow dog, who were fighting to a standstill, rolled over and crashed right into the low table where they were eating. Clatter. The table fell over with a thud. Grilled meat skewers, wine bottles, plates and bowls were scattered all over the floor, with oil and soup splattered everywhere. The strong men reacted quickly and jumped back with the wine bottles in their hands, so that their clothes did not get dirty. However, the expected scene of the strong men going berserk did not occur. Instead of showing any anger on their faces, they looked even happier. Oh my god. These 2 bastards are really fierce. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Black dog, bite its neck. If you win, I'll give you some skewers. The owner of the barbecue restaurant came over upon hearing the noise, and with a bitter face he wanted to step forward and drive away the 2 dogs that were still fighting, but was stopped by the bald strong man. Don't worry, boss. It's a rare pleasure to have this kind of fun. If the skewers spill, it's our responsibility. Give us another 50 skewers and another dozen glasses of wine. The bitter look on the boss's face immediately turned into a chrysanthemum-like smile. He nodded yes and went back happily to prepare. The 2 dogs were still fighting fiercely on the ground. But as the fight went on, the battlefield gradually shifted, moving further and further away from the overturned table, attracting the attention of the people around. Right at this moment, from the shadows of several inconspicuous corners around, as if they had rehearsed in advance, more than a dozen dogs of various sizes suddenly jumped out. These dogs have clear goals. He ran straight to the overturned table, picked up the dusty skewers of meat on the ground, and then ran towards the husky without looking back. The whole process went smoothly. They cooperated well, and it was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this. Almost at the same time, when these scavengers returned with their full loads, the two black dogs and yellow dogs that were still fighting hard seemed to have exhausted their strength, and the winner was decided by coincidence. The black dog wins. Ha ha ha. The three of you are forcing the yellow dog to pay for 4 bottles of wine. You are not allowed to refuse to pay. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter and discussions, and no one noticed that the skewers of meat had been knocked to the ground and disappeared. See this scene. Silani exclaimed in his heart, "What a guy! These dogs! Has it become a spirit?" Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, openly repairing the plank road while secretly attacking Chinsong, they even used the art of war. Silani's mouth corners curled up unconsciously. Interesting. So interesting. Now that I can understand dog language, does that mean that my enhanced mouth can also communicate with dogs without any obstacles? The IQ of these dogs is obviously higher than that of stray cats. If only we could subdue them. Silani's heart gradually became hot. Tracking, searching for items, and even finding out some secret information, these things that are more troublesome for humans, aren't they easy for them? In the future, all the stray cats and dogs in the city will be under our control. That's Steel City. Every corner and every street will be covered with his eyes. Maybe I can become the real underground king of this city. Thinking of this, Silani no longer hesitated, took a step forward, and walked straight towards the alley where the group of stray dogs gathered. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. What the hell are you all doing here? Do you want to get ripped off? The alley was a little dark. There was a complex smell of dampness and food residue. As soon as Silani approached, the husky squatting in the depths of the alley, surrounded by dogs, suddenly raised its head. Its pair of light blue eyes immediately locked onto Silani. Seeing that Silani did not stop, his eyes were still fixed on it. The husky let out a low gurgling sound from his throat, raised his head slightly, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. What are you looking at? The barking of a dog with a strong northeastern accent reached Silani's ears clearly. Silani paused. I almost replied, "What are you looking at?" He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and looked at the dogs expressionlessly. There are not many of them, only 19 in total, and 2 or 3 of them are little puppies with little killing power. With my current strength, I should be able to take them down without any harm. At this time. Next to it is a pure black fur. It was the same burly local dog that had acted out a fight in front of the barbecue stall. Seeing that Silani not only did not leave, but also dared to stare at his boss with that kind of eyes, he immediately became angry. It growled and pounced directly at Silani. Its sharp canine teeth gleamed coldly in the dim light in its open bloody mouth. The speed is indeed not slow. If an ordinary person were attacked like this, he wouldn't even have time to react. But this speed, with Silani's current 6-fold dynamic visual capture, is as slow as a snail. Every detail. From the bulging muscles of the black dog to the saliva hanging from its fangs, everything was extremely clear. Just when the dog's mouth, emitting a fishy smell, was about to bite Silani's head. Silani frowned. Why does your mouth stink? Get out of here. Before he finished speaking, Silani casually raised his right paw, and arrived first, and slapped him with a big slap. This blow. Seemingly random. But in order to scare the dogs, Silani used all his strength. Bang! Followed by a crisp and loud slap sound. The black dog that rushed forward with great momentum didn't even have time to let out a scream before it flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit the oil-stained wall on the left side heavily. The big black dog slid to the ground, whimpering in pain, and was unable to get up for a long time. The alley suddenly became silent. The dozen or so dogs that were originally baring their teeth and preparing to rush forward were now all frozen in place. They stared with wide eyes, looking in disbelief at the black dog that was slapped away, and then looked in fear at the kitten that stood there, as if it had just casually slapped a mosquito. That's hey. They are the most aggressive fighters among this group of dogs. They are tough guys who usually dare to challenge even pit bulls. But he was knocked out by a single slap from this skinny-looking kitten. The dogs subconsciously took a half step back. Although they were all a little afraid, none of them ran away. Instead, they surrounded Silani quietly, making uneasy growls in their throats, waiting for the husky's order. At this time, the nonchalant and arrogant expression on the husky's face had long since disappeared, and his face was also full of shock. It not only shocked Silani's terrifying strength, it was even more frightened, and even began to doubt the nature of dog life. It actually understood what Silani just said. Cat language? No, it felt more like they are a language that only dogs can understand when communicating with each other. What kind of monster is this cat? Just as the dogs were nervously waiting for instructions, Silani was also preparing to see with interest how the husky was going to respond. The husky took a deep breath, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly started scolding the younger brothers around him. What the hell are you all doing here? You want to be beaten? Get out of my way. Everyone, get out of my way. It is not stupid. The reason why it can gather a group of followers in this chaotic fallen street and hold the position of the dog boss in this area is not just because of its fighting ability. Dahe was the strongest in one-on-one combat among the group of dogs, but he was easily killed by the opponent in one move. Even if all the dozen or so dogs come together, it is estimated that no benefits will be gained, and instead the entire army may be wiped out. And the strength displayed by Silani reminded it of a cat creature that was widely talked about on the street. The little dogs looked confused, not understanding why their boss suddenly changed his expression. The husky trotted over happily and came to Silani, wagging his tail like a rattle. He said in an almost flattering tone, "Boss.F. Look at the look in my eyes. You don't recognize a great man. Little brother, ah no, it was us little brothers who were ignorant and offended you, big brother. You are a magnanimous person, so please don't bother with these brainless people." Grim Reaper? Silani couldn't help showing a look of surprise on his face. What kind of a second-year name is this? When did I get such a nickname? Seeing Silani seemed a little confused, Husky quickly explained, "Big boss, your impressive display of prowess on the commercial street this morning, where you fought 1,000 cats alone, has spread all over our area." Oh? Silani raised his eyebrows and signaled it to continue. After hearing what Husky said, Silani finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the scene of him fighting with a group of cats in the commercial street that morning had spread throughout the cat world. As for why it spread to the dog world, this is because one of the cats in the fighting group was not a stray cat, but had an owner. In addition to cats, its owner also had a dog at home, and the news spread to the dog world. What before the war? Just one look was enough to scare a silver tabby to death. In the blink of an eye, he killed 30 or 40 cats. The stray cat that luckily survived gave Silani a nickname, the God of Death. After listening to Husky's somewhat exaggerated description, Silani couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a strange smile. Grim Reaper? This name is too childish. However, apart from the slightly embarrassing title, it is actually a good thing that the news can spread. At least he's famous. It should be easier to capture stray cats and dogs in other neighborhoods in the future. For example, isn't this husky in front of us a ready-made example? Silani glanced at the group of dogs in the alley, each with a different look on their face. He already had a plan in mind, and immediately got straight to the point. Are you willing to follow me in the future? The sound is not loud, but it was clearly heard by every dog. A hint of hesitation flashed in the husky's eyes. It glanced at Silani, then turned back to look at the group of little brothers behind it who were looking at it eagerly. Boss, I will definitely follow you without hesitation. The husky changed the subject, however, my brothers, whether they want to follow you or not depends on their own decision. It paused, its tone becoming more serious. Also, if any of them are so foolish as to not want to join, I hope you, sir, will show some mercy and not make things difficult for them. It said this for Dahe. After all, Dahe gang had been slapped, so it might be difficult to make him surrender. Silani raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't have time to speak. What are you talking about, boss? Of course we want to hang out with the death boss. That's right. It's our blessing to be able to follow the boss. From now on, if the boss points east, we will never go west. Don't worry, boss. From now on, our lives will be yours. The alley was suddenly filled with noise, and the dogs all chattered in unison to express their loyalty, as if they were afraid that if they spoke too slowly, it would not be their turn. Their tails wagged like the blades of an electrified fan. The scene was even more lively than when they were distributing the skewers. All the dogs expressed their opinions, except for the big black dog in the corner who had just been slapped and was still standing there without saying a word. The dog's gazes. Silani and the husky's eyes all fell on it. Dahe's body trembled violently. My head, which had just recovered a little, felt dizzy again. It looked at this and then that, and especially when it looked at Silani's dark red cat eyes that seemed to be smiling, it felt the skin on the back of its neck tingling. It's not that it doesn't want to, it really is. You bunch of bastards have already said everything, what else can I say? You guys have snatched away all the words. Meeting Silani's gaze, Dahe grinned, revealing a smile that he thought was very honest. Me too. Brothers. Let me digress. MLGB. This bastard PDD is such a cheap bastard. Last time I asked thousands of book friends for help to get 700 yuan but failed. Today, a friend asked me to help him, and I got obsessed with it too. I thought it was only 80, and at most a few dozen people would be able to take advantage of it, but it turned out that I was not even allowed to do so. I even sent it to 7 book clubs, and there were more than 300 people helping me. More than 300 people helped, but they still couldn't get 80 yuan. I doubt it would be of any use even if dozens of book clubs were all sent out and thousands of people helped. Never mind. Admit defeat, it means I have seen how shameless PDD is. So here is a reminder to all brothers, don't be fooled by PDD again. If anyone asks you for help again, tell him to get out. Chapter 32. What are you still doing there? Go wag the dog. Looking at Dahe's fierce face, Silani had a strange look on his face and turned to look at the husky. Look at its expression. Isn't it still unconvinced? Silani wasn't looking for trouble on purpose. Dahe is famous for his fighting skills in this area. Moreover, when acting with his brothers, he would occasionally get hurt accidentally, which resulted in his face being covered with scars of various sizes. The new ones stacked on top of the old ones look extremely hideous. Just like Kitano in that comic. Here are the pictures, for those who haven't read The Cold-Faced Angel. You're welcome. It's okay when it doesn't laugh, but when it laughs, it looks so ferocious that it can scare the girl next door to Lao Wang to pee her pants. At this moment, Dahe tried hard to force out a simple and honest smile. In Silani's opinion, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like it was going to pounce on him and bite his neck in the next second. Upon hearing this, the husky couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This big black, just looks fierce and has a bit of an impatient temper, but he's actually not a bad person. The husky explained, but even he himself felt that he didn't have the confidence to say it. Mainly because of the expression on Dahe's face, it was really. It's hard to put it into words. Dahe was listening at the side, digging the ground with his claws anxiously. It wanted to explain, but it was not born to be good at talking. It opened its mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Well. The husky sighed and looked at Dahe with complicated eyes. Dahe, why don't you just leave? If you run into any trouble outside, you can always come find me. Hearing this, the big black dog's head drooped down and its ears hung limply. No. Haven't I already pledged my allegiance? Just because I look a little fierce and talk less, you want to drive me away? This is too much bullying to dogs. It couldn't understand why it ended up being expelled even though it really wanted to follow this big guy. Just when Dahe was feeling discouraged and was about to turn around and leave, a light suddenly flashed in his not-so-bright head. Oh right. The Pledge of Allegiance. When Husky was bragging to them before, he mentioned that if you want to get along with a big boss sincerely, you have to show some sincerity and do something that will impress the big boss. This is called a Pledge of Allegiance. Thinking of this, Dahe suddenly raised his head. Boss. Did you come to Fallen Street to seek revenge on those blind cats? Seeing Silani nodded. The big black eyes suddenly lit up, and the expression on his face became even more ferocious and terrifying because of excitement. Boss. I'm truly impressed by you. Please give me a. No. Half an hour at most. I'll take my brothers and catch all those dead cats for you. To be honest. If Silani hadn't been a little confident in his own strength, he would have been a little scared by Dahe's ferocious look, as if he wanted to eat him alive. But when you listen to its tone, you can feel that it is very sincere. Silani did not jump to conclusions easily. After all, I had just had a setback with the tabby cat. The stray cats and dogs in this world are different from those on Earth. It would be easy if there was a skill to check loyalty. I wonder if this eye will develop a similar ability if it continues to be strengthened. Silani muttered to himself, then nodded. I will personally avenge you. As for whether I will accept you, we'll see how you perform later. Hearing this, Dahe's already ferocious face seemed to distort even more. He nodded heavily and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, big boss." Seeing this, the husky next to him hurried forward. "Boss, we still have many brothers looking for food elsewhere. How about I call them all back first?" Can. Silani did not refuse. There are quite a lot of cats in the group. If they are determined to escape, he really can't catch them all in one fell swoop. It's always good to have more helpers. After receiving permission, the husky immediately turned around and yelled at the group of stunned dogs behind him, "What are you doing standing there, you idiots? Go shake your dogs." Woof woof woof. The dogs immediately spread out their four legs and ran out of the alley. The waiting period. Silani was not idle either, and asked Husky about some things. The husky's previous owner turned out to be a martial arts teacher, and the dog learned the tactics of attacking the barbecue stall from that owner. Unfortunately, its owner died in war not long after raising it, and it became a stray dog. Therefore, Silani did not obtain much useful information from it. I just know that a complete time crystal is equivalent to 1 day of life. And there is a lunar eclipse every month. And during a lunar eclipse, in addition to the fact that your lifespan will stop being deducted, even if you do nothing, your strength and IQ will be slightly improved. If you exercise intentionally, the effect will be greatly improved. The husky couldn't say exactly how much it had improved, but during the lunar eclipse, its previous owner would tie it to a treadmill and let it run all night. Hear this. Silani couldn't help but recall a detail that he had overlooked before. On the night of the eclipse, he just hunted some insects, and in addition to the increase in strength and physique, his movement speed and spirit also improved significantly. If we only rely on the Krypton life function, such a comprehensive improvement will never be possible. Meow. Silani couldn't help but curse in his heart. If he had known that the eclipse moon would have such an effect, he would have worked so hard that night to increase his lifespan in vain. Go straight to extreme exercise. Then his current 4-dimensional attributes might be able to increase several times. Just when Silani was secretly feeling sorry. Behind Fallen Street. No less than 300 stray cats gathered in an abandoned warehouse. The strange thing is, so many cats gathered together, but they didn't make any sound. They all held their breath, as if waiting for something. In the center of the warehouse, several broken wooden boxes were stacked up to form a crude platform. 3 cats were squatting on the platform. A black cat, a Maine Coon, and a tabby cat that has a grudge against Silani. At this time, the Maine Coon showed a hint of impatience in his eyes, and turned his head to glance at the tabby cat beside him. "If the cat you mentioned doesn't come, you must fulfill the conditions you promised me before." Upon hearing this, the tabby cat stiffened for a moment. Then he nodded, his voice a little hoarse, "Boss Black Mountain, don't worry, whether it comes or not, what I promised will count." After saying that, it turned its gaze towards the bottom of the platform, looking at a timid calico cat. "Are you sure you saw clearly that the orange cat took that guy into Fallen Street?" This calico cat was one of the cats that was previously sent to keep an eye on Shin Mengli downstairs. Being stared at by both the tabby cat and the Maine Coon, it shrank its neck inward in fear, the tip of its tail twitching nervously, but it still answered in a firm tone, I saw it clearly. I'm very familiar with the scent of that orange cat, there's no mistaking it." "Very good." The tabby cat narrowed its eyes, and a sinister glint flashed in its eyes. It knew that Silani would definitely come to seek revenge after he recovered from his injury. However, it didn't expect the other party to come so soon. The tabby cat was really scared of Silani's strength. Moreover, it knew very well that the group of subordinates under its command were now just remnants of defeated troops. Even if he wasn't injured, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to attack Silani. So when it learned that the orange cat brought Silani into Fallen Street, it made a difficult decision. It found the cat gang leader in another area. That is the Maine Coon cat named Black Mountain in front of him. He exchanged the control of Fallen Street and the submission of himself and all the cats under his command for their help. It wants to set up a tight net here and bury Silani completely. Only in this way can it feel at ease. The tabby cat took a deep breath, suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, and looked towards the dark entrance of the warehouse. "You must come." Chapter 33 now, what else do you have to say? Fallen Street is still bustling under the night sky. Just tonight, the several secluded alleys at the end of the street leading to the warehouse area have an unusual sense of solemnity. The orange cat with yellow hair held his head high and walked in front. Silani walked in the middle. Behind him, there were nearly 40 dogs of various shapes following in a mighty procession, led by the husky with the wise eyes and the big black dog with a fierce look on his face. When some passers-by saw the scene, they couldn't help but avoid it and quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. He was muttering exclamations like "What the hell, and is this cat a spirit?" Not long. Silani brought the pack of dogs to the outskirts of the warehouse area. "Boss, the tabby cat's nest is in the innermost abandoned warehouse." The yellow-haired man lowered his voice and pointed his claws forward. Silani nodded and signaled Husky and Dahe to hide in the dark with the pack of dogs. "Yellow hair, go and lure it out." "Meow." The yellow-haired boy responded, then swaggered to the door of the warehouse and started barking at the top of his voice. However, no matter how it called, the warehouse was silent and there was no response. Huang Mao looked back at Silani in some confusion. Silani frowned slightly. Could it be that this tabby cat got wind of the news and ran away? "You guys hide first and act according to the situation." Silani instructed the husky, then said to the yellow-haired man, "Let's go in and take a look." The orange cat Huang Mao nodded and took Silani towards a wash basin-sized gap in the warehouse wall. When Silani walked to about 4 or 5 meters away from the warehouse door, his ears suddenly trembled slightly. There was the sound of breathing in the warehouse. Moreover, there are a lot of them. Although it was deliberately suppressed, it was still clearly audible to his enhanced hearing. "Trying to ambush me?" Silani raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and without stopping, he walked straight into the dark warehouse. "Enter the warehouse." Silani glanced around and saw 3 cats squatting on the stacked wooden boxes in the middle of the warehouse. In addition to them, there were about 100 injured cats standing sparsely on the floor of the warehouse. The same ones who had besieged him that morning. However, Silani could clearly feel that behind the piles of debris around the warehouse, there were more subtle breathing sounds hidden. "Oh, I was wondering who it was, but it turns out to be you, you ignorant little thing. Why did you even shave your hair? Are you worried about being recognized by me?" "Ha ha ha ha." The tabby cat on the wooden box stood up. He looked down at Silani, his tone full of undisguised sarcasm and mockery. The Maine Coon and the black cat beside it also looked at Silani with interest, their eyes as if they were looking at a clown. "Your confidence." Silani raised his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Is it those rats hiding in the corner?" The smug grin on the tabby cat's face froze in an instant, and its pupils shrank sharply. How did Silani know? A bad premonition came over the tabby cat. But now that things had come to this, it had no way out. It could only feign composure and said with a sinister grin, "Even if you knew, so what? This is where you'll die today. I wonder how you'll escape this time. Everyone, come out." Followed by a sharp howl from the tabby cat. "Meow. Meow." Behind the piles of debris surrounding the warehouse, a large group of stray cats of various colors suddenly emerged, with an estimated number of at least 200. After this group of cats appeared, his eyes were fixed on Silani, and he growled threateningly. At the same time, they moved to surround Silani and Huang Mao. Even the entrance they came in from was blocked tightly by several strong cats. The orange cat with yellow hair was so scared that his legs went limp and he subconsciously shrank behind Silani. The tabby cat looked at Silani with a sly grin that showed he was confident of victory. "Now, what else do you have to say?" Silani turned around and glanced at the blocked entrance. Not only was there no panic on his face, but the curve of his mouth became even wider. "Again, do you think you can defeat me like this?" The ominous premonition in the tabby cat's heart became stronger and stronger. Just as it was about to order the siege. Woof woof woof. Ouch. Outside the warehouse, there was a sudden burst of dense and violent dog barking. Next second. Bang. Several stray cats blocking the entrance of the warehouse didn't even have time to react before they were knocked away by a huge force, letting out a series of shrill screams. A burly and fierce black figure. The one who rushed in first from the broken gap was Dahe. Its already ferocious dog face now looked even more distorted due to excitement, and its pair of copper bell-like dog eyes were full of murderous intent. The huskies followed closely behind. A group of more than 30 dogs of different sizes and breeds, all with ferocious looks on their faces, rushed into the warehouse. The cats in the entire warehouse were instantly in an uproar. Meow. Dog. It's a dog. So many dogs. Why are there so many dogs? The cats immediately became agitated. They had never seen such a scene before, a cat with a group of dogs causing trouble? Even the Maine Coon and the black cat on the wooden box platform suddenly stood up. The Maine Coon's hair, which had been combed smooth and shiny, puffed up slightly uncontrollably, and its amber pupils shrank into a thin line. The black cat also arched its back. A low snoring sound came from his throat, and his tail nervously slapped the wooden box under him, as if he was facing a great enemy. Don't be misled by videos online of cats actively attacking dogs. Apart from their speed and reaction advantage, cats have no advantages in size, strength, endurance, or attack methods. Most of the pet dogs on the internet are bullied. Pet dogs are docile in nature and are too lazy to argue with cats. If you let them provoke a stray dog, it would be strange if they are not torn to pieces. To sum up, in one sentence, I can make many mistakes, but you will die if you make one mistake. Silani ignored the commotion around him. Slowly walked to the center of the warehouse. He raised his head, looked at the tabby cat on the platform with a teasing look, and repeated its previous words exactly as they were. Now, what else do you have to say? Brothers. Yesterday I saw a book friend asking when the protagonist would become a human. Coke will reply here in one go. The protagonist will definitely be in human form, and in about a dozen chapters, there will be enough time for him to switch to human form through a plot. And then there is. I won't write those bizarre plots where the cat does things in cat form. At most, I'll use barbs or something in human form. The hiding will be arranged by then. Let me digress here and tell you something that makes Coke feel a little creepy and terrifying when he thinks about it carefully. In order to write this book, Cole especially raised a cat, a Siamese cat, and it has a very gentle personality. I went to the hospital this morning to get my grandfather's transfer documents. So I took the cat with me. I was waiting at the hospital entrance. The cat was very docile all the way. But within a minute of arriving at the hospital entrance, it began to show obvious signs of anxiety and restlessness, and tried desperately to run away. I've raised it for half a year, and this is the first time I've seen it like this. The key is, just after leaving the hospital entrance, about 20 meters away, the cat suddenly became quiet. Damn it! The more I think about it, the more horrifying it becomes. What do you think caused this? That's right. Here I also wish all the fellow readers who are about to take the college entrance examination good luck in the exam. Come on. Friendly reminder, there is a secret to guessing a C for multiple choice questions that you really don't know how to answer. You can get points for the big questions with a few points, and the beginning of the essay must be eye-catching. But most importantly, believe that you are awesome. College entrance exam preparation. Chapter 34. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. Now, what else do you have to say? The tabby cat opened its mouth, but couldn't utter a word. All its confidence and calculations became a joke in the face of absolute strength. Just then, the sturdy Maine Coon cat next to the tabby cat suddenly said, "Brother." "Who the hell is your brother?" Silani's cold voice interrupted it directly. The Maine Coon choked and the muscles on his face twitched a few times, but his face was instantly filled with a flattering smile again. He lowered his posture very low, and almost kowtowed to Silani on the spot. Boss. Don't get me wrong, I was used by this guy. I have absolutely no ill will towards you. It's all a misunderstanding. As long as you let us go, if you need us to do anything in the future, just tell us." An inexplicable smile appeared on Silani's lips. "Okay, I'll give you a minute. Take your men and leave." As soon as these words came out, not only was the Maine Coon stunned, but the tabby cat next to it, as well as all the cats and dogs in the warehouse, showed expressions of surprise. Husky and Dahe looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. But they did not question Silani's decision, they just remained vigilant. The Maine Coon was filled with great surprise. It had thought that it would take some time to talk and might even have to pay some price, but it didn't expect Silani to agree so easily. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The Maine Coon cat was afraid that Silani would change his mind the next second, so he said thank you and was about to jump down from the wooden box platform and leave this dangerous place with his men. Just as it jumped off the wooden box, Silani moved. Swish! A flash of cold light. A bone claw nearly 10 centimeters long popped out from the pad of Silani's right front paw, drawing 3 silver white tracks in the air. The flattering smile on the Maine Coon's face froze, and its amber pupils suddenly dilated, before it even had time to let out a scream. Immediately following. Puff. Just like cutting tofu. The Maine Coon cat's sturdy body actually split in the middle and broke into 4 pieces. Warm blood and internal organs gushed out instantly, staining the simple wooden box platform into a glaring blood red. The broken body rolled to the ground, emitting a strong smell of blood. The entire warehouse was dead silent. Even the pack of dogs led by Husky and Dahe were shocked by this sudden and bloody scene, and forgot to bark for a moment. Silani shook off the blood on his claws. His eyes fell on the blurred pile of flesh and blood on the ground, and his tone was filled with a hint of sarcasm. I told you to leave, and you really left? How did you become the boss if you were so naive? As he spoke, Silani glanced at the silent cats in the warehouse and said in a calm voice, those who don't want to die, go to the corner. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of stray cats rushed to the corner of the warehouse like ants in a panic. Sure enough, the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was immediate. Just as more cats were scrambling to retreat to the corner of the warehouse, a sharp voice rang out in the warehouse. Stop right there. The tabby cat stood at the edge of the wooden box stained with blood. He stared at his retreating comrades with sinister eyes and roared at the top of his lungs, have you forgotten what happened to Black Mountain Boss? Do you think he'll let us go if we retreat to a corner? Don't dream. If we fight him, we might still have a chance of survival. The group of stray cats had already retreated halfway. After hearing what the tabby cat said, they all stopped in their tracks. Their eyes couldn't help but look at the broken body of the Maine Coon cat. As they recalled what had just happened, madness gradually filled their eyes. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. Seeing this, the tabby cat's tense heartstrings couldn't help but relax a little. It knew very well that Silani would never let it go. As long as these cats can hold Silani back for a while, it will have a chance to escape in the chaos. As long as I can escape from this warehouse and escape from Depravity Street. It swears. I will never provoke this terrifying killer again in my life. Silani watched all this quietly, and did not stop the tabby cat from inciting the cats. Instead, he looked forward to it. Hope more stray cats can be inspired. The normal lifespan of a cat is about 12 years, but stray cats can only live for 2 or 3 years due to factors such as their living environment. So, minus the lifespan they have already consumed, there are still about 10 years left. 300. If you kill them all, you might be able to gain millions of days of life at once. Considering that he had to keep some seeds to facilitate the taming of other stray cat groups in the future, Silani finally resisted the temptation of life and chose to give them a chance to live. They don't know how to cherish themselves, so they can't blame themselves if they die. After glancing at the nearly 100 stray cats huddled in the corner and refusing to come out, and then looking at the 200 or so stray cats gathered in the middle of the warehouse, Silani licked his lips with his tongue. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. The moment the words fell, Silani activated the Krypton life function, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Seeing Silani rushing into the cat group, a bloodthirsty and excited light suddenly burst out from Dahe's copper bell like dog eyes. He could no longer hold back. Ouch! Followed by a deafening roar. Its burly body was like an out-of-control black tank, following Silani and rushing towards the cat group. The husky did not rush forward mindlessly like Dahe. Instead, he raised his head and let out a few short, powerful barks. Woof! Woof woof! Keep an eye on those cowards over there, don't let them mess things up. Woo woof! Guard all exits. If anyone dares to let a cat escape, I'll be furious. Don't blame me for not interceding for it. Arrange all of this. The husky nodded in satisfaction, then exerted force with his hind legs, and his body rushed towards the chaotic battlefield like an arrow. This speed. Silani couldn't help but look sideways. I didn't realize that this guy was so fast, not even much slower than his full speed. I saw a white cat being thrown to the ground after its neck was bitten off by Dahe. Silani quickly put his thoughts aside and took advantage of the white cat's continued death to claw it again. Fortunately, after his forelimbs were strengthened, he could almost kill a cat with one claw, otherwise he would not be able to compete with these two guys. Only a dozen minutes had passed. The only ones still standing in the middle of the warehouse were Silani, Husky, and Big Black Dog. The air was filled with an indelible smell of blood. The ground was sticky and slippery, with broken limbs and claws everywhere. It was no exaggeration to call it a Shura slaughterhouse. I don't know why. Apart from feeling sticky, Silani didn't feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of excitement. He shook his head, putting the strange feeling behind him. After all, this mentality is pretty good, and it saves the process of adaptation, which is better than vomiting all over the place. Chapter 35. Do you eat cat meat? At this time, Dahé came over with a half-dead cat in his mouth, threw it in front of Silani, and said in a muffled voice, "Boss, this tabby cat just pretended to be dead and tried to sneak away, but I caught it. What do you think we should do with it?" The tabby cat collapsed on the ground, its abdomen heaving violently, and blood constantly flowing from the corners of its mouth. But its sinister eyes were still staring at Silani, without any intention of begging for mercy. It probably also knows that begging for mercy is useless. Silani had no intention of wasting time talking to it, and his sharp bone claws popped out again. Puff! The tabby cat's head flew up and rolled to the side, with hatred and unwillingness remaining in its eyes before death. Warm blood gushed out from the broken neck, adding a bit of color to this bloody scene. The big problem of the tabby cat was solved. Silani was not in a hurry to open the panel to check the harvest, but turned his attention to the stacked wooden boxes not far away. Top of the wooden box. The pitch-black cat was still squatting there. This guy has been maintaining this posture since the start of the battle. It neither took advantage of the chaos to escape nor join the siege, and did not even make a single unnecessary movement, as if the fight before it had nothing to do with it. This calmness, or rather indifference. This made Silani a little curious. At this time, the black cat jumped down from the wooden box and stopped not far in front of Silani. There was a hint of heat in its eyes as it looked at Silani. "You are very strong. If you can make me stronger, I will submit to you." Hearing the feminine voice in it, Silani couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It turned out to be a female cat. However, Silani would not show mercy just because it was a female. If there wasn't any lewd look in its eyes when it looked at him, Silani wouldn't even bother talking to her. "Oh? What makes you think I'll take you in?" The black cat glanced at Dahé, who was standing next to him with a fierce look on his face. "My strength is no weaker than it, and I can do a lot for you." Hearing this, Silani became interested. Where does this black cat get the confidence to say that he is not inferior to Dahé? "Are you the Maine Coon cat's younger brother?" Silani asked. The black cat shook its head, its amber eyes staring directly at Silani. "I don't belong to any faction. I heard them say they wanted to deal with you, and they said you were very powerful, so I followed them here to see what was going on." Silani couldn't help but be a little stunned. It turns out this black cat is also a martial arts fanatic, a lone ranger? Is he here just to watch the show? Silani pondered for a moment and had a plan in mind. "Well, you and Dahé have a fight. As long as you can hold your own within 3 minutes, I will accept you and even help you improve your strength." "Boss, you want me to fight it?" Dahé next to him was stunned. Silani nodded. "Well, use all your strength, don't hold back." Although Dahé was puzzled, he still responded silently, and his eyes turned unfriendly when he looked at the black cat. The black cat was not afraid at all, and there was even a hint of excitement in its eyes. "Let's start," Silani said lightly. As soon as the words fell, Dahé growled and pounced on the black cat. It used all its strength as soon as it came up, and its big mouth opened as if it wanted to swallow the black cat in one bite. Facing Dahé's fierce attack, the black cat lowered its body slightly, just as the big black cat's bloody mouth was about to approach. The figure shook suddenly. The claws flashed past Dahé's bloody fangs at an incredible angle, and at the same time, they popped out, leaving a few shallow blood marks on Dahé's face. Ouch! Dahé felt pain and attacked more fiercely. However, the black cat's reaction speed is terrifyingly fast, and it can always avoid Dahé's fatal blow at the critical moment. That's not all. It also has far greater strength than a cat of its size. Occasionally, when it collides with Dahé's claws, it can actually use the force to retreat and relieve most of the force. Silani couldn't help but nodded. This black cat is indeed quite powerful, with excellent reaction, speed, and strength. It even knows some fighting skills, unlike ordinary stray cats that can only scratch and bite randomly. Keep fighting. Although Dahé had the upper hand in strength, he couldn't do anything to it for the time being. "Okay, stop." Hearing Silani's voice, Dahé and Black Cat, who were fighting fiercely, immediately separated. Dahé was panting heavily, with an embarrassed look on his face, and said in a muffled voice, "Boss, I'm sorry, Okay, it's not your fault. Silani waved his paw and turned his gaze to the black cat with a hint of approval. I also have plans for the black cat. You will follow me from now on. By the way, do you have a name? The fighting spirit in the black cat's eyes gradually faded, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. My name is Heizi, boss. Can you really help me become stronger? Koroko. Silani's mouth twitched involuntarily. Which kind person would give a female cat this name? As long as you work hard for me, I will find a way to improve your strength in the future. Conquered the powerful Heizi. Silani was in a very good mood, otherwise it would be unrealistic to let that cowardly Huangmao lead the cat group to fight for territory. There is Koroko, a battle maniac. From now on, I won't have to worry too much about the cats. At this time, the husky had also commanded the pack of dogs to roughly clean up the battlefield. Warehouse center. The cat corpses piled up into a small hill. On the other side, there were 20 or 30 stray cats that had been seriously injured in the melee and had luckily survived. The husky trotted over to Silani and said, "Boss, those guys have also expressed their willingness to surrender. Do you think you should accept them? Receive?" Silani raised the corner of his mouth in a sneer. Not to mention that they are all injured now, it will take a lot of energy to take care of them if we take them in. Even if they were intact, Silani had no intention of letting them go. After all, I have already given them a chance. Silani didn't answer and walked straight towards the group of injured stray cats. Puff! Puff! Silani didn't hesitate at all, and sent them to Cat Planet one by one with his claws. Lifespan plus 82,460 days. A cold reminder sound rang in his mind, and the smile on Silani's lips deepened. The orange cat Huangmao, the husky, Dai, the newly captured Heizi, and all the little dogs in the warehouse were all so frightened that they dared not even breathe. The brutality of this new boss once again refreshed their cognition. Silani shook the blood off his paws, turned around and looked at Husky and Dahe with a smile. Do you want to eat cat meat? No, boss, we don't want to eat that. The husky's tongue is a little tied. Dahe also shook his head like a rattle, indicating that he had no interest in cat meat. Killing so many of their own kind would be one thing, but they actually asked them if they wanted to eat cat meat? This boss is simply a devil. Chapter 36 Comprehensive Strengthening. Tailed Beast Cannon? Forget it. Silani curled his lips. He also thought that if the huskies wanted to eat so much flesh and blood, it would not only solve their food problem, but also clean up the warehouse. Now it seems that it will be a little more troublesome. After all, it is definitely not a good idea to leave so many cat corpses here. If they are seen by passers-by, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Silani thought for a moment and ordered, Dahe, take the dog and find a secluded place, dig a large pit, and clean up all the bodies here. Be careful not to be seen by anyone. Yes. Boss. Dahe responded quickly. As for the bloodstains on the ground. Silani looked around, and finally his eyes fell on the group of cats in the corner. Huangmao, keep an eye on them. Make sure they lick this place clean before you rest tonight. Okay, boss, I promise to complete the mission. Arrange everything. Silani then said to Husky and Heizi, come on, take me to find a river. I'm all sticky and need to clean myself up. Under the night. An unknown stream flows quietly. Silani soaked in the freezing river water. Husky and Heizi quickly washed the blood off their bodies and then stood guard vigilantly on the shore. Washed away the blood. Silani felt a lot more comfortable, and with a thought, he called up his attribute panel. It's time to take stock of this harvest. Here is a picture of Silani's attribute panel. Name, Silani. Strength beginner apprentice level. Converted human time, 16 seconds day 4 seconds added while waiting for Shin Mengli to sleep. Strength, 49 kilograms. Movement speed, 20 ms. Constitution, 32. Spirit, 28. Fate will spiritual pattern, 637,740 days, 9 hours, 27 minutes, and 38 seconds. Details height 185 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, age 20. Contracted girlfriend, none. Body enhancement, torso +1, forelimbs +2, hind limbs +1, eyes +2, nose +1, ears +1, mouth +1, tinea +2, tail +1. Silani just took a quick glance at the 4-dimensional attributes. After all, turning on the Krypton life function in battle mainly increases combat experience, and does not significantly improve the four-dimensional attributes. After a battle. That is, the strength increased by 2 kilograms, and the physical and mental fitness increased by 1 point each. When Silani saw the lifespan of 637,740 days indicated by the fateful spirit pattern, his breathing couldn't help but stop for a moment. After strengthening the 2 forelimbs to the second stage, the lifespan is only 12,990 days left. That is to say, this wave earned 624,750 days, which is a full 1,711 years of life. The main reason for such a big harvest is that Husky and Dahe can rarely kill with one blow. After making the opponent unable to move, they will not continue to attack, giving Silani the opportunity to finish him off. It's sent. It's sent. With so much lifespan, even if all parts of the body are strengthened to the second stage, there will still be 460,000 left. Silani glanced at the Husky and Heisey on the shore. You two go back first. Let Huang Mao take you to Sini early tomorrow morning. I have something to arrange. Okay, boss. 2. Husky and Heisey were not worried about his safety. After responding, they quickly disappeared into the night. Wait until they leave. Silani then turned his attention back to the panel. Having earned lifespan, one naturally must convert it into strength as soon as possible. If left unused, it will just be a string of cold numbers. Soon. With the deduction of 60,000 days of lifespan, Silani strengthened his hind limbs, nose, ears, mouth, and tail to the second stage. Silani cleared his throat and tried to speak. Ahem. Hello, hello, hello? Clear, standard Mandarin came out of his mouth, and it was especially clear in the quiet night. A hint of surprise flashed in Silani's eyes. Really? When body parts are strengthened to a certain level, unexpected effects can be unlocked. The mouth was strengthened to the second stage and could actually speak human words directly. If it continues to strengthen, wouldn't it be possible for even flowers, plants, and trees to communicate? Silani suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to feel the changes in other parts of his body. The strengthening of the nose and ears directly expanded the range of smell and hearing several times, and the perception became more acute. Even the humidity of water vapor in the air and the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings in the distance can be clearly distinguished. The 2 hind limbs directly increased the movement speed by 5 meters per second, and the explosive power was also greatly improved. What surprised Silani the most was the tail. He thought that this part was of no use other than maintaining balance. After strengthening to the second stage, an independent space of 5 meters long, 5 meters wide and 4 meters high actually emerged near the base of the tail. Could it be a storage space? Silani's heart moved, and he placed his wet cat paw on a fist-sized stone on the shore. Receive. As soon as the thought came to mind, the stones on the shore disappeared out of thin air. Immediately following, Silani's consciousness saw the stone lying quietly in the space. This is really a pleasant surprise. If you have anything that is inconvenient to carry in the future, just throw it in. What the hell is this? Just when Silani was excited, he suddenly noticed that in addition to the stone, there was also a fist-sized ball of yellow mist in the storage space that was slowly rotating and expanding. Silani frowned and tried to touch the yellow mist with his consciousness. Next second, the yellow mist disappeared. Then Silani felt a tingling sensation at the end of his tail, as if something was about to break out of his tail. Silani looked down. At the tip of the tail, a ball the size of an egg, emitting soft white light, suddenly condensed. Silani's expression was a little dazed. What does this mean? Tailed beast cannon? After a moment's thought, Silani controlled his tail and swung the white ball of light towards the center of the river like a whip. Call out. The moment the white light ball leaves the tail, it turned into a stream of light that was difficult to see with the naked eye and shot out at a terrifying speed. Even with Silani's current 6-fold dynamic vision, he could only capture a blurry afterimage. The next moment. Just at the moment when the ball of light touched the surface of the river. Boom! A deafening bang suddenly exploded. The calm river surface was instantly torn apart by an invisible force, raising terrifying waves that were more than 10 meters high, and countless water droplets mixed with mud and sand shot out in all directions. The waters at the center of the explosion. A large area was even cleared out, revealing the dark riverbed. At the same time, a series of notification sounds indicating increased lifespan rang out crazily in Silani's mind, like a screen full of reminders. Kill a crushing carp, lifespan plus 2,555 days. Kill a grass carp, lifespan plus 2,993 days. Kill a whitefish, lifespan plus 392 days. Silani opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at the explosion in front of him, then looked at the tip of his tail, which was still trembling slightly, and felt his head buzzing for a moment. Good boy. Was it really me who made this? Fortunately, I threw it far enough, otherwise I would have lost it all. Oh no. Silani suddenly came back to his senses. Such a big commotion will definitely attract the law enforcement team or the Dark Moon Patrol. It's not a good place to stay for long. Without time to think, Silani glanced around vigilantly. After confirming that there was no one around, he quickly climbed out of the river, shook off the water droplets on his body, then spread out his four legs and ran towards the street away from the river bank without looking back. Chapter 37 The correct way to increase your lifespan. Watching several figures leaping towards the river. Silani poked his head out from the corner of the street, a look of relief on his face. Damn it, luckily I can run fast. Look away. Silani looked at the tail, and an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart. Unexpectedly, the enhanced tail would bring such a surprise. His mind sank into the storage space. Silani then discovered that the orange-yellow mist had disappeared, and in its place was a round yellow bead the size of a quail egg, floating in the center of the space and slowly rotating. Concentrate and feel it. It can be clearly perceived that the storage space seems to be absorbing some substance from the outside air, which is then transformed into wisps of light yellow smoke and merged into the bead. According to the current absorption progress, it would take about a day for the mist contained in the bead to return to the level when the previous attack was released. I hope you can recover. Silani breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it can be restored, this thing can be used as a trump card in the future. However, after the energy of the fog is restored, we have to find a deserted place to study it carefully. If the control is not good or the distance is too close. He was really worried that he would explode as well. From now on, this ability will be called the Tailed Beast Cannon. Putting his thoughts away, Silani shook his head. After identifying the direction of the street, he ran towards the convenience store where the round-faced girl was. In addition to getting something to eat, his main purpose was to confirm something. Really? It was pretty much what Silani expected. When he slipped into the convenience store, the round-faced girl who was dozing off behind the counter didn't recognize him. It was Silani who took the initiative to move over and rubbed her trouser leg with his head. The round-faced girl then hesitantly reached out her hand and touched him, then exclaimed in surprise, "Mimi, is it really you? Why are you?" As she spoke, she noticed the water stains on Silani's body that had not yet completely dried. Did you fall into the river? The round-faced girl didn't ask any more questions. She took 2 sausages and a glass of water from the shelf and placed them in front of Silani. Then he found a clean towel from under the counter and helped Silani wipe the water droplets off his body. Eat and drink enough. Wait until the water stains on your body are almost dry. Silani leaped up and landed steadily on the round-faced girl's thighs, then adjusted himself to a comfortable position and lay down. Holding the warm and soft beauty in my arms. This might be the only advantage of being a cat. You can take advantage of girls openly without being slapped or called a hooligan. Silani closed his eyes and rested, while thinking about the next arrangements in his mind. Now I have tamed Husky, Dahe, Heisey, and others. As for taming other stray cats and dogs later, you can leave it to them. You just need to step in and deal with them when they encounter tough ones. The lifespan is still 570,000, which is enough for consumption in a short period of time. So, now I can focus on turning myself back into a human again. After all, it is impossible for me to survive in the form of a cat forever. Only by regaining my human identity will many things become convenient. Moreover, the previous tailed beast cannon also gave Silani inspiration. Find insects or something to increase your lifespan. Not only does it waste time, but it also shortens the lifespan gained. After regaining your human identity, you can buy a large number of live fish to increase your lifespan, and the killed fish can be used to feed your minions. You can even set up your own farm. You can raise chickens, fish, and cockroaches. This is the correct way to extend your lifespan. Soon. An hour passed. Silani opened his eyes in some confusion. Converted to human time, it is still 16 seconds per day, without any change. So, what is the standard for increasing the time? Could it be that Is it the appearance? Silani couldn't help but raise his head and look at the round-faced girl who was so close to him. Let us be honest. Although this girl has a rounder face and a plump figure, her facial features are actually quite good. Her skin is fair and delicate, as if it were as delicate as a baby's, and her frame is well proportioned. This is definitely a potential stock. As long as she is determined to lose weight, she will definitely be a great beauty. How could there be no reaction at all? Shook his head. Silani didn't think about it anymore and decided to wait and see. Another hour passed. This time the time finally increased by 1 second, becoming 17 seconds. Silani's eyes suddenly lit up. It really adds time. If this is the case, then the controllability will be greater. Staying with Shen Mengli can add 2 seconds in an hour, but what if you stay with 50 or 100 girls? Although they may not have as many as Shen Mengli, their number is still large. Immediately, Silani had a preliminary idea in his mind. Where are the most girls gathered? Bars, women's bathhouses, dance studios, yoga studios, concerts of popular young actors, and also girls' schools. Silani suppressed the urge to go to certain places to investigate right now. Before going, I have to go back and verify some things on Shen Mengli. Glancing at the panel, the button for switching forms has lit up. In other words, it is already past midnight. Silani didn't delay any longer. He meowed softly as a farewell to the round-faced girl, then jumped off her legs and trotted back to Shen Mengli's room. I saw Shen Mengli sleeping soundly. Silani thought about it and switched to human form. Then, moving as quietly as possible, he picked up a palm-sized mirror from the desk. There were no lights on in the room. Only a little moonlight seeping in from the window allowed me to barely see. This was the first time Silani saw his human form. There was almost no difference from before he traveled through time, but his figure was taller and his muscle lines were more obvious. Especially the abdomen, where you can vaguely feel a few hard outlines. The facial contours also seem to be more three-dimensional and distinct, probably a subtle change brought about by improved appearance. Very good. It seems that I am wearing it without a doubt. Silani always felt weird if he used someone else's body. 3 seconds have passed. Silani didn't waste any more time and looked at the back of his left hand in the moonlight. There was indeed a faint, complex tattoo-like pattern on it, which was the fate will spiritual pattern. Silani closed his eyes and concentrated. Next second. With 100 days of life deduction. 100 black time crystals, as black as ink and emitting a cold aura, were silently separated from the spiritual patterns. Silani opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. There is no time to think too much, time is precious. Silani immediately went to the bedside and looked at the sleeping Shen Mengli. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, which was peaceful and beautiful. Take a deep breath. Silani slowly supported himself on the edge of the bed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and even his breathing unconsciously became much lighter. As the distance gets closer, my heart started beating uncontrollably. Chapter 38 Things will get better. Soon. Silani's lips finally touched those soft lips. No response? The meeting time is still 17 seconds per day. Silani couldn't help but frown, then moved his tongue slightly, tentatively deepening the kiss. It was like a switch was turned on. The form switching time suddenly jumped up, and every 3 seconds, the switching time would increase by 1 second. Silani's eyes suddenly lit up. I was right after all. Closer contact can speed up the acquisition of form switching time. This is just a kiss. If he hits a home run, wouldn't the time it takes to switch between forms increase by an incredible amount? Just then, Shen Mengli seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her delicate brows slightly frowned, and she let out a slight moan. Just when she was about to open her eyes, Silani instantly switched back to cat form and landed steadily on the head of the bed. Shen Mengli opened her eyes drowsily and looked towards the head of the bed sleepily. Mimi, what's wrong? Silani nudged her cheek gently with his head, then jumped to the end of the bed. Shen Mengli rubbed her eyes and looked in the direction where Silani was. Next second, she froze and rubbed her eyes again in disbelief. This. She sat up suddenly, her voice trembling with shock. How can there be so many time crystals? Shen Mengli turned her head to look at Silani, her big eyes filled with disbelief. Mimi, did you bring this back from outside? Hiding it and not admitting it? It doesn't exist. Do you know why some people end up with nothing? Because most of them give silently and are extremely self-moved, but the other party doesn't even know what you have done for her. Why should you expect the girl to look at you differently? Appropriately showing your value is the correct way to pick up girls. Meow. Silani nodded decisively. If Silani hadn't been worried that taking out too many time crystals at once would scare Shinmengli to death, he would have wanted to just pile up the time crystals on her bedside. Let her improve the food. By the way, you can also get some delicious food. After all, eating white rice with wilted cabbage leaves every day is really not enough to satisfy your hunger. Seeing Silani nodded in agreement. Shinmengli couldn't help but widen her eyes, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. She knew Silani was not an ordinary stray cat, but this was too outrageous. If Silani brought back a mouse or dried fish to thank her, she can understand and feel very warm. But Silani brought back so many time crystals, which made her feel like she was dreaming. Mimi. These time crystals you. Shinmengli originally wanted to ask Silani where he got the time crystal. She had just said half of her words when she suddenly realized that it was useless to ask. How could a cat possibly answer such a complicated question? He stared blankly at Shi Jing lying on the bed. Shinmengli's eyes were slightly moist, but her face was filled with a brighter smile than ever before. She stretched out her hand. He gently rubbed Silani's head, his voice more gentle than ever before. Mimi, I'll accept these time crystals, but don't do this again in the future, understand? Once I awaken my spiritual patterns, our lives will get better. Looking at her worried eyes, Silani understood what she meant. I guess this silly girl still thinks that these time crystals were stolen by herself and is worried that she will be caught while committing the crime. Silani felt a little funny and warm in his heart. Hesitated for a moment. Silani just meowed softly. Then he rubbed his head against her palm as a response, but didn't say anything. After all, now is not the time for a showdown. If Shinmengli knew that he was not only a human being but also a man, it would probably not be so easy for him to continue living under the same roof as they do now. He didn't want anything to go wrong just because his identity was exposed just after he found a comfortable cat bed. After Shinmengli put away Shi Jing and fell asleep again with a faint smile on her face, Silani came to the bedroom door. He used his hind legs to jump over a meter high, and at the same time, he hooked his claws around the door handle and pressed it down. All right. This girl actually locked the door when she slept. I originally wanted to test it out to get the maximum effective distance for switching forms, but it seems I can only go through the window. A few leaps. Go to the air conditioner outdoor unit on the second floor. Silani roughly estimated that this location should be about 5 meters away from Shinmengli. Confirmed the distance. Silani lay down on the air conditioner outdoor unit and began to think about the information he received in his mind. Previously, when he focused his consciousness on the fateful spiritual pattern on the back of his hand, in addition to being able to clearly perceive the specific value of his remaining lifespan, he also received a piece of information. You can choose to sign a life contract with an animal. In other words, I have actually awakened the ability of a beast master? Silani's mind moved, and he called out the attribute panel, carefully checking it over and over again several times. Strange, I don't see any contract-related function entry on the panel. Silani frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Could it be? A thought flashed through his mind. This function only appears when the panel is opened in human form? Thinking of this, Silani glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. At this time, the form switching time has been increased to 19 seconds day, and there are 7 seconds of remaining available time. 7 seconds. That's almost enough. I'll study it later. I hope there will be some surprises. The sky was just beginning to get gray. A few faint barking sounds of dogs could be heard outside the window, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Silani poked his head out from Shinmengli's warm embrace, glanced at the sky outside, and couldn't help but curse in his heart, fuck. You guys come right after I fell asleep. Silani forced himself to cheer up, moved gently, and got out of Shinmengli's arms. After a whole night of research, he has figured out the growth pattern of the time it takes to switch forms. The effective range is about 10 meters, and the longer the distance, the shorter the time will be. Besides, the biggest gain is that I figured out how to use the life contract brand function. Think of the effect of the fate brand. Silani couldn't wait any longer, so he jumped from the bed to the windowsill, and after a few jumps he reached the first floor. Boss! Boss! The moment Silani landed, 4 figures jumped out from the bushes. They were the orange cat Huangmao, the husky, Dahe, and Haizi. Silani nodded at them as a greeting, then turned to look at the orange cat Huangmao. Is the warehouse clean? Boss, everything has been cleaned up. It's just that there's still a slight smell of blood. The orange cat with yellow hair trembled. When speaking, he didn't even dare to look Silani in the eye. It was obvious that the bloody scene last night had left him with a great psychological trauma. Silani responded calmly, you should go back and rest first. Thank you, boss. After getting permission, Huang Mao ran away as if he had been pardoned. This guy, that's all he can do. Originally, since it was his first little brother, he wanted to give it some luck, but now it seems it's better not to waste that spot. Silani looked at the yellow-haired figure disappearing and couldn't help shaking his head. You 3, follow me. Chapter 39 Chapter 39 This dog thing, being too smart is not always a good thing. You 3, follow me. Silani said something to the huskies, then walked straight to a relatively secluded corner at the back of the community. Looking at them, Silani didn't keep anyone in suspense. I can improve your strength. He paused, narrowed his eyes slightly, and scanned the cat and 2 dogs in front of him one by one. However, I need your absolute loyalty to me. If you choose this, you should know the consequences of any betrayal you make in the future. Koriko nodded without hesitation. Boss, as long as you can help me improve my strength, my life will be yours. Even if there are other opportunities to improve my strength in the future, I will never betray you. A shrewd look flashed in the husky's blue eyes. It tilted its head and swept the ground nervously with its tail. A moment later, it nodded vigorously, as if it had made some kind of decision. Boss. I, the husky, think I have some good sense. You are definitely not an ordinary cat. I will definitely have a future if I hang out with you. From now on, these dozens of kilograms of meat of mine will be handed over to you. It's Dahe's turn. There was a trace of confusion on its dark dog face. He opened his mouth, but held it in for a long time, and finally only managed to squeeze out 4 words in a muffled voice. Me too. Silani's lips curled up in a satisfied arc. Although these 3 guys are just ordinary beasts, as long as they are loyal enough, Silani is confident that he can train them into beings that are no weaker than any source beast. Very good. Silani nodded. Next, no matter what you see, stay calm. As soon as the words fell. Without waiting for them to react. Silani's mind moved, and he chose to switch forms. The figure of the tabby cat that was originally crouching on the ground suddenly stretched and changed. In the blink of an eye, a tall and handsome young man appeared in its place. Ouch. Meow. Woof. Woof woof woof. The cat and 2 dogs were so angry that their fur stood on end in an instant, as if their tails had been stepped on. The husky was so scared that all 4 legs were shaking. It felt that its brain was not enough. This. How did the boss suddenly become a biped? Damn it, this is going to go straight into the pot? The husky wailed incoherently, Boss, can you make some clear soup? I'm afraid of spicy food. What about clear soup or red soup? A black line appeared on Silani's forehead. He glared at it unhappily. If time wasn't limited, he would have kicked it twice. Haizi, you go first. As he spoke, Silani squatted down and gently placed his palm on Haizi's head. Don't even think of resisting. As soon as the words fell, Silani's mind moved. The fateful spiritual pattern on the back of the hand suddenly lit up with a faint light. Immediately following, a complex mark formed by countless fine blood-colored runes, slowly emerging and peeling off from the spiritual pattern. This blood-colored rune life contract seal paused slightly in the air, then turned into a stream of light and sank into the center of Haizi's forehead. Then, Silani did the same thing. The life contract mark was also left on the foreheads of Husky and Dahe. The husky's body was tense the whole time, and he subconsciously shrank his neck when he was touched, but he finally accepted it obediently. Dahe remained dazed the entire time, letting Silani do whatever he wanted. Do all this. The duration of the human form has also come to an end. Call. The husky breathed a long sigh of relief. Seeing that the boss had turned back into the familiar cat form, the heart that had been hanging in his throat finally fell back into his stomach. It jumped twice on the spot, shook its fur, and then looked at Silani in confusion. Boss, is this the end? I don't feel like I've gotten any stronger. I don't have any extra flesh on my body, and I haven't grown any wings. What's the rush? Silani glanced at it and said, I just bound you to become my contracted beasts. As he spoke, he thought about it and called up his attribute panel. Sure enough, under the original enhancement page, there was a new life contract brand option. Silani couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. This was his biggest discovery last night. Life contract mark is a beast control ability unique to the human form. Therefore, this option will only appear in the enhancement panel when in human form. Now that this function has been activated, it can naturally communicate with the cat-shaped panel data. After being bound to a beast through the life contract brand, the creature will become his contracted beast. At that time, he can use the panel to consume his lifespan to directly strengthen various parts of the contracted beast's body. Besides, he can also gain half the lifespan of the contracted beast from killing other creatures. The other half of the lifespan will be automatically stored and used specifically to strengthen the contracted beast itself. That means, in the future, the more contracted beasts he has and the stronger he becomes, he can continue to gain life even if he sleeps on a girl's lap. In my previous life, I worked as a wage earner all my life. In this life, I can finally experience what it feels like to be a boss. And then there is. Initially, there was only one life contract mark. Silani didn't know how many contracted beasts other people could own at the same time. But as long as he lives long enough, theoretically, the number of contracted beasts he can own is unlimited. Consuming your lifespan can condense the imprint of your destiny. The rules are similar to those for strengthening body parts. The first additional brand requires 1,000 days of life, the second requires 10,000 days, the third requires 100,000 days, and so on. Last night, Silani figured out this function. He directly consumed 111,000 days of his lifespan and condensed 3 additional marks in one breath. Originally, the plan was to give the coward Huangmao a chance in addition to the 3 main players, Husky, Dahe, and Haizi. Unexpectedly, Huangmao himself was not up to the task. It saved him a mark. Silani's mind moved, and he clicked on the function interface of Life Contract Brand. On the panel, the portraits of Husky, Dahe, and Haizi appeared clearly. Below the avatar are their respective 4-dimensional attributes and a value called loyalty. Contracted beast, Husky Siberian Husky. Strength beginner apprentice level. Strength, 57 kilograms. Speed, 19 ms. Constitution, 43. Spirit, 23. Loyalty, 61. Contracted beast, Dahe Chinese rural dog. Strength beginner apprentice level. Strength, 83 kilograms. Movement speed, 12 ms. Constitution, 67. Spirit, 8. Loyalty, 83. Contracted beast, Koroko. Strength beginner apprentice level. Strength, 25 kilograms. Movement speed, 21 ms. Constitution 19. Spirit, 16. Loyalty, 80. This attribute is considered top-notch compared to ordinary stray cats and dogs. It is normal for them to have this foundation. After all, during the monthly lunar eclipse, even if you do nothing, your physical fitness can be more or less improved. Silani quickly scanned their 4-dimensional attributes, and his gaze lingered on the Husky's 61 points of loyalty for 2 more seconds. This bastard. Being too smart isn't always a good thing. Chapter 40. I hope you can earn back my capital as soon as possible. In comparison. Still, a silly guy like Dahe is more likable. The contract had just been signed and his loyalty soared to 83 points, which was several points higher than that of Koroko, who was determined to become stronger. However, Silani believed it. As long as they are strengthened once, Koroko's loyalty will definitely increase the fastest. Perhaps Silani's gaze stayed on the Husky loyalty column for too long, and the panel changed automatically, and a page with detailed introduction to loyalty appeared before his eyes. I1T lists the text version separately, so that you 1T say I'm stupid. Here is a picture with detailed introduction to loyalty and favorability. Silani couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After reading the introduction to loyalty, he admitted that his previous judgment was somewhat arbitrary. Unexpectedly, a loyalty level of over 60 has already reached the level of being willing to go through fire and water for the other party. This can be seen from this point. Although they all have high IQs, their minds are ultimately much purer than humans. Of course, this may also be due to the influence of the fate imprint. After a little thought, Silani raised his head and his eyes fell on Heisey. He waved his paw at it, signaling it to come over. Seeing this, Heisey came to Silani without any hesitation, lowered his body obediently, and put his head under Silani's claws. Silani nodded with satisfaction and placed his front paw on Heisey's forehead. In fact, you can directly strengthen the contracted beast just by operating the panel. The reason for adding this step of touching with claws is purely to deepen their impression and let them understand that this power is given to them by themselves. Immediately following, Silani thought for a moment and chose to strengthen Heisey's two forelimbs, ears, and mouth. He didn't strengthen too many parts of them at once. Good things should be given little by little, so as to keep their appetite whetted and make them more motivated to earn their own life. 8,000 days were directly deducted from the lifespan. Does strengthening a contracted beast cost twice as much as strengthening its own power? Silani raised an eyebrow, but didn't take it too seriously. After all, the fish and shrimps killed by his previous tailed beast Cannon had a lifespan of 13,971 days, so he could still afford this investment. After a few breaths, Silani put down his claws. Heisey slowly opened his eyes, his amber cat eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement, and even his voice trembled slightly. "Boss, I've really gotten stronger. Thank you. Thank you, boss. It's just a small matter." Silani said calmly, "Just do your job well for me in the future." He glanced at Koriko's loyalty on the panel. Sure enough, after this wave of strengthening, loyalty directly soared from 80 points to 95 points. This value. Silani had no doubt that as long as he gave the order, even if it was to let Heisey rush to the law enforcement team's base, it would probably not hesitate at all. Aside. The husky's eyes were already wide open. Seeing that Heisey had finished his job, it immediately came over, wagging its tail like a high-speed propeller, and stretching out its tongue so long that it was almost licking Silani's paw. Boss. Is it my turn?" A moment later. As 16,000 days of lifespan were deducted, Husky and Dahe also completed their strengthening one after another. Silani glanced at the panel. Husky's loyalty value jumped directly from 61 points to 75, while Dahe's increased from 83 to 90. This wave of strengthening. Their four-dimensional attributes did not increase much, only their strength increased by 2 kilograms each. Still, the potential improvement is significant. The main purpose of strengthening their ears and mouths is to enable them to communicate without obstacles and understand human language in the future. But that's just a side benefit. Take the mouth for example. Strengthening his mouth was of no use to Silani, simply because he couldn't bring himself to speak. But for dogs and cats, it means something completely different. When they fight, they rely on biting with their teeth. Strengthening the mouth greatly improves the sharpness and bite force of the teeth. For them, in terms of practicality, the strengthening effect of this part is far greater than any other part except the torso. Ouch. Boss. I feel like I can chew through steel bars right now. The husky's face was full of excitement. He opened his mouth and took a bite from an abandoned iron water pipe next to him. Although the iron water pipe was not broken, there were 2 rows of deep teeth marks on it. Silani's eyebrows twitched as he watched. This dog thing wasn't afraid of breaking its teeth. Then I would have to strengthen and repair its teeth myself. That's enough. Do you want to become stronger in the future? Hearing Silani's words, Husky immediately jumped up. I do. Boss. Of course I do. You all belong to my contracted beasts now. Logically speaking, helping you improve your strength is also improving my own strength. When the husky heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up like 2 light bulbs. What are you waiting for, boss? Give me another shot. From now on, as long as you give the order, I will definitely rush to the front. Silani glared at it unhappily. Do you think this is cabbage? I have to pay a price for strengthening you. Seeing that the 3 of them had quieted down, Silani continued, if you want to continue to become stronger, you have to give something in exchange. Boss, what do you want us to do? Heisey, who had been silent all this time, asked. It's very simple. Silani's eyes swept over them. As long as it's alive, whether it's a mouse, a cockroach, or any other animal, just kill it. I know how many you have killed. The more you kill, the more benefits you will gain. Just hunting creatures? Is it difficult? Not difficult at all, okay. The breathing of Husky and Dahe became heavy, and Heisey was so excited that his body trembled slightly. Silani noticed its reaction and couldn't help but feel curious. Heisey, you seem to be particularly obsessed with becoming stronger? Mention this. The excitement in Koriko's eyes was instantly replaced by cold hatred. My mother was mauled to death by a Tibetan Mastiff from the next block. I became stronger just to seek revenge on it. Tibetan Mastiff? The Husky yelled immediately upon hearing this. I know that thing, it's very fierce. Heisey, don't be afraid, I'll help you out in this matter. Dahe also echoed in a muffled voice, yes, let's go together and tear it up. Need not. Heisey shook his head and looked towards the next block. I want to avenge this with my own hands. Husky and Dahe looked at each other and didn't try to persuade him any further. They could feel that this was Heisey's own obsession and outsiders could not interfere. Silani didn't say much. When Heisey feels that he is strong enough and wants to take revenge, he will just go to the platform to support him. Silani cleared his throat, drew their attention back, and began to arrange the next matters. From today on, your mission is to expand your territory and recruit followers, with Fallen Street as your center. Remember, I only want the elite. Those who don't obey will be cleaned out. Yes. Boss. The three contracted beasts responded in unison. Watching them leave, Silani silently calculated something in his mind. 24,000 days were invested in them. No, it took another 111,000 days to contract them and condense the 3 life contract imprints. Calculated in this way, a total of 135,000 days of life were consumed. Silani glanced at the remaining 456,161 days of life on the panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I hope you can earn my money back as soon as possible. However, contracted beasts shouldn't be that simple. It's just that my current understanding of Beastmasters is too one-sided, so I can only use them as babies to gain experience. Chapter 41, I have nothing to repay you with, except my body. Just when Silani was about to go back to take a nap. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw Shen Mengli walking out of the corridor. Meow. Silani called out and trotted towards her. Hear a cat meow. Shen Mengli turned her head to look to the right, but didn't see the familiar figure. She then turned around for a long time before she saw Silani running towards her. This silly girl, I'm afraid she hasn't woken up yet. Silani couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Mimi, why are you up so early? I was going to buy you some food. Shen Mengli squatted down in front of him and reached out to gently rub his head. It turned out that she got up so early because she was thinking about her food rations. A warm feeling passed through Silani's heart, and he rubbed her palm. The smile on Shen Mengli's face became even more intense, and she hugged Silani into her arms. Not long. Shen Mengli carried him into a 24-hour convenience store, walked straight to the shelf, and started to choose carefully. Soon. She picked out 3 different flavors of sausages and took 10 of each. Boss, how many time crystals do these cost? Behind the counter. A fat, sleepy-eyed boss yawned and raised his hand to casually scratch something. 10. Hearing the price, Silani couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. This thing is nothing to him. Killing a cockroach or an ant costs more than this. But this is a real 10 days of life. He roughly estimated that the average person in this world only earned 1 to 2 time crystals a day. And this sausage. It's about the same size as a 220-gram luncheon meat on Earth. 30 sausages are almost equivalent to an ordinary person's 5-day salary. This girl is really nice to me. After buying sausages. What made Silani a little strange was that Shen Mengli did not go home directly. Instead, she came to the window of her own room. Only then did Silani notice that there was an inconspicuous hemp rope hanging from the windowsill on the 3rd floor and reaching the ground. In the grass at the end of the rope, there was a piece of tattered clothing whose original color could not be seen. Mimi, wait for me for a moment. As she spoke, Shen Mengli took out 3 sausages from the bag and put them aside, then tied the bag containing the remaining 27 sausages with the end of the hemp rope. Do all this. She picked up the worn-out dress again and covered the tied bag tightly. Okay, Mimi, let's go home now. Silani blinked, vaguely guessing something in his heart. Soon, his guess was confirmed. When Shen Mengli opened the door, the old woman was standing there like a door god. Her inverted triangle eyes scanned back and forth over Shen Mengli, and when her gaze fell on the 3 sausages in her hand, her eyes widened instantly. Before the old woman could even curse, Shin Mengli took the lead and handed over 2 of the sausages. "Grandma, I bought these with the time crystals I saved from doing odd jobs. These 2 source beast sausages are for you." The old woman had a look of surprise on her face. Silani was also surprised. Shin Mengli actually called the old woman grandma? She had never treated the old woman like this before, so why was she? Could it be because of me? Just as Silani was thinking to himself. The old woman took the sausage suspiciously, but her eyes lingered on the only sausage left in Shin Mengli's hand for several seconds. "The sun is rising from the west today? You, a money loser, still remember to buy things to honor me?" She weighed the sausage in her hand, her tone still harsh. Shin Mengli bit her lower lip and said seriously, "Grandma, I've never asked you for anything since I was a child. Can you promise me not to kick him out?" Snort! The old woman glanced at Silani with disgust on her face. What she hated most were these hair-shedding animals. In her eyes, cats and dogs were no different from rats in the sewers. If her poker friends hadn't urged her yesterday, she would have thrown Silani out long ago. She had originally planned to deal with Silani as soon as Shin Mengli arrived at school today. Unexpectedly, this damn girl actually guessed her plan in advance, and for the first time ever, she knew how to use something to shut her mouth. "Are you going to feed it that stick in your hand? How can a filthy thing like that be worthy of eating the origin beast's flesh? Just give it some leftovers to keep it alive. If you don't want me to kick it out, just give me that sausage." Silani stared at the old woman's neck with unfriendly eyes. This damn wife kept calling him a dirty thing. If it weren't for Shin Mengli, he really wanted to give her a claw on the neck. Shin Mengli showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to compromise helplessly. He also handed the last sausage to the old woman. After returning to the room, the first thing Shin Mengli did was to lock the door with a click. Then she quickly walked to the window, pulled the hemp rope, and a heavy bag was quickly lifted up from outside the window. Looking at the 27 sausages left in the bag, Shin Mengli smiled triumphantly. She tore open a piece of meat and whispered to Silani as if offering a treasure, "Mimi, try it quickly. This is source beast meat. It's very nutritious." Silani looked up at Shin Mengli. He saw clearly that the girl's throat rolled unconsciously when she spoke, obviously swallowing saliva. "Is it because I saved too many fallen girls in my previous life that I was able to meet such a kind girl in this life?" Silani didn't act pretentiously. He opened his mouth, took a big bite, and then stopped. In Shin Mengli's surprised eyes, he came to the bag of sausages, pushed a sausage out with his head, and then pushed it in front of Shin Mengli. "Meow." Shin Mengli was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, "Mimi, do you want to eat this flavor?" Silani shook his head, raised his paw and tapped the sausage he had pushed out, then raised his paw again and pointed at Shin Mengli. "You mean, let me eat it?" There was a hint of uncertainty in Shin Mengli's tone. "Meow." Seeing Silani nod, Shin Mengli's nose suddenly felt sore, and her eyes instantly turned red, with warm liquid swirling inside, and she almost cried. She took a deep breath, suppressed her tears, and a gentle smile appeared on her face again. "Okay, sister will eat too." Silani then lowered his head in satisfaction and finished the remaining sausage in no time, without leaving even a scrap. Shin Mengli, on the other hand, ate in small bites. The way he chewed slowly made him look more like a kitten guarding its food. She only ate half of a sausage. There was half a stick left, so she found a clean plastic bag and put it in it. It looks like he's planning to take it to school as lunch. Do all this. Shin Mengli pushed the bag of sausages deeper under the bed and turned to Silani and whispered, "Mimi, these are all hidden. If you are hungry, just take them out from under the bed and eat them yourself. By the way, even though that old woman has promised not to kick you out, you'd better not show up in front of her. She has a bad temper, and I'm worried she'll take it out on you. You better stay home. Sister has to go to school. No matter whether Silani can understand or not." After Shin Mengli gave some instructions, she tiptoed out. The door closed gently, blocking out the girl's departing figure. Silani squatted in the same place. The faint fragrance of her body seemed to still linger in the room. He flicked his tail, feeling a little uncomfortable. He always thought Shin Mengli is just a simple girl who is inexperienced in the world and has a kind heart. But he didn't expect that she was much smarter and more pitiful than he thought. I was an orphan in my previous life, and I started out as a cat in this life. Is 2 lifetimes combined. This was the first time I experienced the feeling of being cherished wholeheartedly. A few words popped up in Silani's mind for no reason. I have nothing to offer in return, except to pledge my life to you. Silani couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, then shook his head and forced himself to cheer up. Even though his eyelids were drooping, in order to give Shin Mengli a firm arm earlier, now was not the time to sleep. Chapter 42 General Level Source Beast Bone Eroding Black Toad. Silani shook his head, forcing himself to dispel the sleepiness. Then he leaped to the window. After Shin Mengli walked out of the corridor, he jumped to the first floor with a few jumps, followed her quietly, and walked towards her school. I don't know whether Shin Mengli is doing this to exercise or to save time crystals. I actually chose to jog all the way to school. Silani ran behind for half an hour before Shin Mengli slowed down. At this time, it was already bright. Far away. Silani saw the school sign floating in the air, with 4 large characters engraved on it in a flamboyant style: Xingjin No. 1 Middle School. The architectural style of this school is also quite unique. It is full of a futuristic sense of technology. In the center, there is even a huge sphere with a diameter of more than 100 meters, slowly floating in the air. The closer you get, the more Silani felt it. Some people who looked like teachers exuded a strong aura, and some even gave him a terrifying feeling. Fortunately, he is now just an ordinary tabby cat, and will not attract much attention in such a crowded place. With its small size, it slipped in easily. But after sneaking into the campus, Silani was stunned when he saw the pairs of long white legs in front of him. Where are the people? I just took one more look at those long legs in the crowd. The person is lost? Silani sniffed and soon caught the familiar fragrance. Fortunately, the nose has been strengthened to the 2nd stage, so it shouldn't be a big problem to find someone to help. A moment later, Silani stopped outside the window of a classroom on the 1st floor. He looked up at the windowsill, which was more than 1 person high, then turned his head to glance at a rockery 4 or 5 meters away. If I jump directly onto the windowsill, I might be discovered by people in the classroom if I'm not careful. It's better not to cause trouble for Shin Mengli. Think of this. Silani leaped a few times and landed on a rockery nearby. This location is quite good, with almost no blind spots, and you can see everything in the classroom. There weren't many people in the classroom, only about 30 or 40. There are half boys and half girls, each with an independent desk. Silani just took a quick glance and found Shin Mengli in the last row by the window. This location. To be honest, Silani was quite familiar with it. When he was studying in his previous life, this was the exclusive throne for poor students. Could it be that Shin Mengli is also a poor student? At this moment, Silani's eyes fixed. In the classroom, 5 girls in cool clothes surrounded Shin Mengli. The other students around seemed not to notice anything and continued doing their own things as usual. It was obvious that they were used to this scene. Silani's gaze fell on the 5 girls. That day in the alley, his consciousness was a little fuzzy and he did not see clearly the appearance of the women who bullied Shin Mengli. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be them. In addition to obtaining the time for form switching and finding out information about this world, his other purpose in coming to school today was to find the women who bullied Shin Mengli. Unexpectedly, they were classmates. After seeing the appearance of the girl in the lead, Silani couldn't help but frown. This is a very beautiful woman with fair skin, tall figure, and outstanding looks. Even with Silani's discerning eyes, this woman could score over 90 points. It could even be said that she was the most beautiful woman Silani had seen since he came to this world, except for Shin Mengli. And judging from her temperament and dress, she is obviously a rich girl. Here is a picture of the character design of the wealthy girl Zhao Min. Logically speaking, such a person should have nothing to do with Shin Mengli, so how could there be a grudge between them? What if it's jealousy? There was nothing about Shin Mengli that could make her jealous. Even her beauty was hidden. It couldn't be just because Shin Mengli had fairer skin than hers, right? Or is it simply because Shin Mengli looks easy to bully? I hope you don't do anything out of line, otherwise. A hint of coldness flashed in Silani's slightly narrowed eyes, and the claws in his paw pads unconsciously stretched out a little and sank deeply into the rockery under his feet. If these girls go too far, Silani doesn't mind visiting their homes at night. The rich girl Zhao Min walked straight up to Shin Mengli, stretched out her slender fingers with freshly done manicures, and tapped twice on the table with her fingertips. You didn't take my words to heart at all. Do you think I was joking with you? Shin Mengli slowly raised her head and looked at her without any timidity, her face calm without a trace of emotion. Are you done? Please move aside, class is about to start. You. The rich girl's face darkened and she was about to explode. Suddenly, a loud cough was heard at the door of the classroom. The rich girl glanced back at the middle-aged teacher who strode into the classroom, her brows furrowed slightly. Then she leaned over and whispered in Shin Mengli's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Very good, I'm putting this here. If you can graduate successfully, I, Zhao Min, will take your last name from now on." On the podium. The middle-aged teacher's gaze swept over Zhao Min, who had returned to her seat, and Shen Mengli, who had a calm expression. In the end, he just shook his head slightly and let out a faint sigh. Today's simulation course will be a bit difficult for you. It involves dealing with a general-level source beast, the bone-eroding black toad. The middle-aged teacher's voice rang out from the podium, dispelling the slightly weird atmosphere in the classroom. Silani put his thoughts aside for the moment and looked at the light curtain that was slowly rising in front of the middle-aged teacher. On the light screen, a video began to play. A lush green pool appears in the picture, and the water surface is as calm as a solidified jade. Suddenly, two long and thin tentacles actually emerged from the pool. What surprised Silani was that there were two fist-sized eyes on the top of the tentacle. Eyes blinking. Not to mention, it even looks a bit silly and cute. Here is a picture of an eye in a turquoise pool. Immediately following, as if realizing there was no danger outside, the pool began to gurgle and produce dense bubbles. Next second, the water surface surged violently, and a giant toad as big as a truck emerged from the pool. The whole body was covered with disgusting pustules, and green mucus continued to ooze out of the skin, dripping onto the ground, making a sizzling corrosion sound. The previous cute feeling is gone, leaving only the overwhelming nausea. Here is a picture of the level 1 source beast, the bone-eroding black toad. Oh my god. Silani couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is actually a giant scabby baby. Chapter 43. Just a little effort is enough to reach the limit of this segment? As the video finished playing, a suppressed discussion was heard in the classroom. Damn, it's the bone-eroding black toad. This thing is not easy to deal with. Difficult to deal with? This one's a general-level fighter. Just the poisonous miasma on its body alone would kill anyone within 5 meters without professional protective equipment. Sigh. I'd be lucky if half of my class could pass this mock exam. Half? You're overthinking it. Don't you know how fast that thing's tongue is? And it can spray venom. It has high defense, is poisonous, and can be used at range. It's simply an ironclad bastard with no weaknesses at all. If the simulation conditions were more stringent, I think only Shin Mengli and Zhao Min in our class would pass. Hey, are you trying to kill yourself? Zhao Min hates being compared to Shin Mengli. Be careful, she might cause trouble for you. How could she possibly hear it from such a distance? On the rockery, Silani's ears twitched slightly and his eyes flickered. I see. It turns out that Shin Mengli is not a poor student, but a genius. It was probably because she always outshined Zhao Min, which made the rich girl feel unbalanced. Really immature. It was such a trivial matter, but it escalated to the level of bullying. At this time, the middle-aged teacher on the podium slapped the desk heavily. After the classroom was completely quiet, he said in a deep voice, "You have already learned about the bone-eroding black toad, so I won't introduce it in detail. For this simulation, each of you can assign up to 5 soldiers of the frontier realm, and you can freely choose the professions you want to focus on. The topographic map has been sent to your respective light computer phones. You will have 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with the terrain. Then the timer will start. Submit your final score within the hour." Bingfang Realm? Is this the name of the strength level of humans in this world? I don't know how strong this Bingfang Realm is. Silani muttered to himself and continued to observe. As he observed more, he roughly understood what this simulation was all about. To put it simply, the goal is to let these students play the role of tactical commanders and formulate corresponding combat plans based on the target source beasts and specific terrain. Not only do we have to find a way to lure the bone-eating toad out of the pool, but we also have to kill it in the shortest time possible while ensuring the survival of our own units. After making a plan, they will upload the plan to the huge sphere in the center of the school for simulation verification. Don't ask Silani how he knew it. There was an icon displayed when it was uploaded, and it was exactly the same as the giant sphere. Lani guessed that the sphere was probably something like a server. After uploading, just wait a few seconds. The server will deduce according to their plan and provide feedback on the detailed battle process, results, and final score. At this time, most of the students in the classroom, they all sighed and scowled at the topographic maps on their laptops and mobile phones. Lani found that Shen Mengli had almost no hesitation. She just glanced at the topographic map and started operating quickly on the computer. In less than 3 minutes, the first battle plan was edited and uploaded. Soon, Shen Mengli received the feedback results. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 5. Battle result, no one was killed or injured, but the bone-eroding black toad died. Time consumed, 43 seconds. Comprehensive rating, SSS level. Seeing this perfect score, Shen Mengli did not show any joy on her face. Her expression was calm as if nothing had happened. She just took a quick glance and then turned her attention to the battle process. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, so I started to make a second plan. But this time, she reduced the number of warriors she could deploy from 5 to 4. A few minutes later, new feedback came. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 4. Battle result, 1 person was seriously injured, and the bone-eroding black toad died. Time consumed, 59 seconds. Comprehensive rating, SS level. This time, Shen Mengli frowned slightly, as if she was not satisfied with the result. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the screen, as if reviewing a scene. After a while, they began to make new plans. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 3. Battle result, 1 person died, 2 were slightly injured, and the bone-eroding black toad died. Time consumed, 41 seconds. Comprehensive rating, SS level. Until. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 2. Battle result, 2 people died, including the bone-eroding black toad. Time consumed, 1 minute 23 seconds. Comprehensive rating, S level. Lani was stunned watching from the rockery. In order to reach the passing line, other students frowned so hard that they could kill a fly. As a result, Shen Mengli continued to increase the difficulty for herself and challenged herself to complete the task under more stringent conditions. Be good. Lani couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. What is this? Just a slight move and it's already the limit of this segment? Time's up. Uploading scores now. As the middle-aged teacher's voice rang out, a series of wailing sounds suddenly rang out in the classroom. Teacher, give me 5 more minutes. I feel like I'm about to succeed. Yes, teacher, just a little bit more. Shen Mengli turned a deaf ear to the noise around her and calmly operated her computer phone, deleting all the record except the second one. The reason why this SS level rating record was left behind. Lani guessed that it was probably because this record took a little longer, close to 1 minute, and it didn't look too ostentatious. Soon. After everyone's scores are uploaded, the rankings appeared on the screen in front of the classroom. First place, Shen Mengli, comprehensive score SS level. Second place, Zhao Min, comprehensive score S. The third place score dropped directly to A, and the ones after that were even worse, with even one scoring F. It's over, it's over. I knew it was like this. Teacher, this simulation test is too difficult, isn't it? The gap between a general level source beast and a soldier level source beast is a whole realm away. It can't be made up by numbers, let alone against a source beast as formidable as the bone-eroding black toad. Yeah, a boy said with a sad face. All 5 of us went in, but we were completely wiped out before we even saw the bone-eroding black toad. How can we fight like this? Teacher, how about this time the result not be counted into the assessment score? Looking at the excited students in the audience, the middle-aged teacher smiled and shook his head. This mock exam was my personal decision and will not be counted towards the exam score. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in cheers of survival. But the middle-aged teacher changed the subject and knocked on the podium. Don't be too happy yet. Your class will soon begin the awakening ceremony. From what I know, the content of this assessment is no simpler than the simulation I prepared. Okay, today's lesson is to review it on your own. If you don't understand anything, you can always ask me. On the rockery. Lani understood that what was coming next would be like a self-study class and there would be nothing to see. He was about to jump off the rockery and find a position close to the window to increase the time for switching forms. However, he had just stood up when he saw Zhao Min in the classroom also standing up. Zhao Min first glanced contemptuously at Shen Mengli in the corner, and then turned her gaze to the teacher at the podium. "Teacher, I'm not satisfied with this ranking." The middle-aged teacher was about to sit down when he was stunned for a moment. "Huh? Mr. Zhao, the ranking is automatically sorted by the system based on comprehensive data. Do you have any questions?" Zhao Min raised her head slightly, revealing a snow-white and graceful neck, like a proud peacock. "Although I only have an S-rank rating this time, the battle plan I submitted only utilizes 4 warriors. Teacher, do you think it's appropriate for me to be ranked second with my grades?" Chapter 44. Within 3 steps of Crouching Dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. What? Holy crap! Only 4 warriors were mobilized? Is that true? If that's the case, then Zhao Min's S-rank rating is incredibly valuable. It makes sense that she'd be ranked ahead of Shen Mengli. Amazing! Only 4 of us took down a general-level source beast. Follower, Sister Minmin is amazing. She's beautiful, has a good family background, and even her grades are better than ours. To be honest, I can't feel jealous at all for a genius like Sister Minmin. There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom, and even the teacher on the podium showed a look of surprise. You know, even if he were to deduce it himself, with the use of 4 Bingfang Realm warriors, the best result would be to get an S-level score. Zhao Min seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. She raised her hand to signal for everyone to be quiet, and then continued, "If you don't believe me, I can pull out my grading report for everyone to see." When saying this, she even turned her head deliberately and gave Shen Mengli a provocative look. Si Lanyi, who was sitting on the rockery, wanted to laugh. However, he now understood why Zhao Min was so malicious towards Shen Mengli. If I guessed correctly. Next, Zhao Min will definitely want to slap Shen Mengli in the face and suppress Shen Mengli. Si Lanyi had even imagined in his mind Zhao Min's furious look after being slapped in the face. Really? Just as Si Lanyi guessed. As soon as Zhao Min finished speaking, her little followers started shouting and urging the teacher to bring out the scoring report. The middle-aged teacher was held there. Feeling somewhat helpless, I could only raise my hand and operate on the computer. Soon, Zhao Min's detailed scoring report appeared on the screen. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 4. Battle result, 1 person died, 1 was seriously injured, 2 were slightly injured, and the bone-eroding black toad died. Time consumed, 1 minute 37 seconds. Comprehensive rating, S level. Although the price paid was not small, the fact that only 4 warriors at the Bingfang realm were able to kill a general-level source beast was a record that was beyond the reach of 99% of the students present. For a while, the classroom was filled with compliments and exclamations. The smug look on Zhao Min's face became even more pronounced. She turned around and looked at Shen Mengli with contempt. "Shen Mengli, you've seen my results. Do you have any objection to me being ranked ahead of you?" There was still no expression on Shen Mengli's face. She just slowly raised her head, met Zhao Min's gaze, and calmly uttered 2 words. "No. Humph. You're smart." Zhao Min snorted coldly, and the depression that had been accumulating in her heart for the past 3 years dissipated a lot. From the day I stepped into Xingjin No. 1 middle school, she was completely overwhelmed by the name Shen Mengli. No matter how hard she tried or how much money she spent on hiring famous teachers, the one who would always come first in the end was the taciturn poor Shen Mengli. How could she accept this? Today, she finally got to hold her head high. Is that it? Outside the classroom, when Si Lanyi thought that this farce was about to end like this, a follower beside Zhao Min suddenly stood up and pointed at Shen Mengli indignantly. "Shen Mengli, what do you mean by that sullen face? You think you're great just because you have good grades? Do you know how hard Sister Minmin works? From the look on your face, it's clear you're not convinced." Hearing this, Zhao Min's other followers also reacted. "Teacher, I demand that Shen Mengli's grading report be retrieved as well, so that she can truly admit defeat." Yes. Let her accept her defeat with conviction. Look at the way she doesn't look at people straight in the eye. If you don't know her, you'd think she's the eldest daughter of the Zhao family. Si Lanyi couldn't help but reveal a strange smile on his face. It really is. Within 3 steps of Crouching Dragon, there will be a phoenix chick. The middle-aged teacher at the podium sighed and raised his hand to operate again. Next second, Shen Mengli's scoring report replaced Zhao Min's report and appeared on the light screen. Number of warriors at the Bingfang realm, 4. Battle result, 1 person was seriously injured, and the bone-eroding black toad died. Time consumed, 59 seconds. Comprehensive rating, SS level. Data on the light curtain. It was like a silent yet extremely loud slap in the face, slapping Zhao Min and her followers hard. In the classroom. A second ago, there was a roar of discussion, compliments, and booing. At this moment, everything came to a halt. Everyone widened their eyes, staring intently at the lines of words on the screen. Silence. Deathly silence. Also, 4 warriors were mobilized. The plan formulated by Zhao Min resulted in 1 death, 1 serious injury, and 2 minor injuries. It took 1 minute and 37 seconds and was rated S. The plan formulated by Shen Mengli resulted in 0 deaths, only 1 serious injury, and took less than a minute, and was rated SS. The gap between them. It's no longer a question of value, this is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Fuck. Someone gasped first, breaking the suffocating silence. Immediately following, the whole classroom was like a lit powder keg, completely boiling. Am I seeing things right? Shen Mengli only used 4 people. 0 deaths. The key is that she achieved 0 deaths. And it only took 59 seconds. Listening to the sudden reversal of discussions around me, Zhao Min's face turned red instantly, then turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Her body was trembling slightly. The newly applied red manicure dug deep into the palm of his hand, and he felt no pain at all even though blood oozed out. How so? How could she also only use 4 people? And her results were so much better than mine? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. She must have cheated. However, under the school's independent simulation system, the thought of cheating only flashed through her mind before she completely rejected it. If you say something like that, people will just think you're stupid. At this moment, the girl who first stood up and proposed the idea had already lost all color from her face, her lips trembling as she whispered to Zhao Min, "Sister Minmin, I'm sorry, I know. Shen Mengli must have cheated. Yes. She. Bang. Zhao Min stood up suddenly and slapped him with her backhand. The girl fell to the ground, and 5 clear finger marks quickly appeared on her fair cheeks. Idiot. Zhao Min cursed angrily and could not stay any longer. She didn't even say hello to the teacher, grabbed her things, and rushed out of the classroom in silence. The middle-aged teacher on the podium looked at Zhao Min's back as she left, just shook his head, and then his eyes fell on Shen Mengli. Amidst the admiration, there was also a hint of imperceptible worry. However, Shen Mengli, who was the focus of the whole audience, seemed to be out of the matter. He just quietly turned on his light computer mobile phone, re-entered the simulation system, and began to review the battle process just now. That calmness and composure formed a stark contrast with Zhao Min's hysteria. Silani looked at the girl standing by the window, who was as quiet as a painting, but his brows couldn't help but furrowed. Now Shen Mengli and Zhao Min have completely broken off relations. With Zhao Min's arrogant and spoiled personality, she would definitely not let her go easily. But what puzzled Silani was, Shen Mengli clearly possesses such incredible coordination and command capabilities, so why is she hiding it? Logically speaking, as long as she reveals this talent, it will definitely attract the attention of the school's top management. By then, how could a mere Zhao Min dare to cause trouble for her? Let's take a step back. Even if she had any concerns, with her ability and intelligence, she shouldn't be bullied to this extent by a spoiled rich girl. Silani shook his head, really unable to understand what Shen Mengli was thinking. I glanced towards the school gate. Silani didn't think anymore and jumped down from the rockery, chasing in the direction Zhao Min left. Chapter 45 Feeling like a wage earner is awesome. Here is a picture showing the night view of Xingjin City from above. At night, on the rooftop of a skyscraper. A thin mist lingers under your feet, giving you the feeling of walking on clouds. Shen Mengli sat on the railing at the edge of the rooftop, her legs dangling over it, staring blankly at the bustling scene below. Dangerous action, please do not imitate. Silani stood on the railing beside her. The cat's pale red pupils reflected the neon lights of the city, and the tip of its tail swayed gently from time to time. Not to mention, it's quite comfortable to watch the night view here. Shen Mengli would come here and sit for a while after school every day. Only. She seemed a little worried today, and I don't know if she was worried about Zhao Min. It has been a week since Si Lanyi came into this world. That day at school, he had just caught up with Zhao Min, but he watched helplessly as she got into a cool hover sports car and disappeared in a flash, with no way of catching up to her. He could only sneak back to the teaching building and find a secluded corner on the third floor to sleep. As for why go to the third floor? This is because the effective range of the increased form switching time is about 10 meters, and the third floor happens to be the golden position with the highest absorption efficiency. On average, the form switching time can be increased by 47 seconds per hour, excluding lunch break and class breaks. He can get 6 minutes and 16 seconds of sleep at school a day, and about 8 seconds at night when he is with Shin Mengli. These 5 days, the form switching time was directly increased from a pitiful 24 seconds day to 32 minutes and 16 seconds day. That is quite some progress. New readers may not understand this, so let me digress here. All the data-related content in the article will not be added randomly. I wrote software to calculate it. The original form switching time was 19 seconds. It was already past midnight, and the protagonist hadn't slept from 12 a.m. until 6 a.m., constantly verifying the effective range. So adding 5 seconds to 6 hours is reasonable. Some might ask, 6 minutes and 16 seconds plus 8 seconds, multiplied by 5 days, plus the original 24 seconds, shouldn't it be 32 minutes and 24 seconds? To explain, it's only the 5th day, and Shin Mengli's 8 seconds haven't been added yet. I'll just explain the data aspects this time, as some content cannot be fully detailed. That's all. Si Lanyi followed Shin Mengli to school as a tutor during the day, and after returning home at night, he turned on the Krypton life function to train and improve the 4-dimensional attributes. But what made him a little worried was Zhao Min hasn't been to school these days, and I don't know if she is up to something bad. In order to be prepared in advance, Si Lanyi also specifically instructed Heizi to bring a few smart cat brothers to school to keep an eye on Zhao Min's followers 24 hours a day. If Zhao Min wants to cause trouble, she will most likely contact them first. As soon as she showed up, Heizi would ask his younger brother to come and inform him. Besides, Si Lanyi hasn't been brushing up his lifespan these past few days, but the lifespan on the panel is increasing at a very fast pace. All I can say is, it feels like a wage earner, so cool. The husky is the most energetic and has the longest lifespan, reaching 33,702 days. There are slightly fewer days of Dahe, only 28,132 days. This was mainly because Si Lanyi had given it a special task to squat next to the stall of that fat guy named Nia every morning. There is no need for Dahe to do anything. As long as it squats there, no one will dare to patronize Fatty Nia's stall. Sunspots provide the shortest lifespan, only 9,396 days. After all, it was called to the school for surveillance the next day, so it naturally had no time to increase its lifespan. The three of them provide a total of 71,230 days of life, and Si Lanyi can get 35,615 days. This also led to Si Lanyi turning on the 1,000-fold Krypton life function every day and exercising for 3 or 4 hours. The lifespan not only did not decrease, but actually increased to 485,112 days. 456,161 plus 32,615 1,666 Krypton life consumption in 4 hours 4 days. Si Lanyi withdrew his thoughts and turned his head to look at the quiet girl beside him. She just sat there, the evening breeze blowing her hair, and she looked so thin that she seemed like she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Sometimes, Si Lanyi was really worried that she would fall. As if she had noticed Si Lanyi's gaze, Shin Mengli turned her head and looked over, with a gentle smile on her lips. It's time, Mimi, let's go home. Time is up? A hint of doubt flashed in Si Lanyi's eyes. Did he mishear the words "it's getting late"? Shook his head. Si Lanyi didn't think any more and quickly followed. Back to the familiar slums. The lights in the narrow alley were dim, and the air was mixed with the aroma of food and the smell of dampness. Along the way, many aunties sitting at the door to enjoy the cool air would greet Shin Mengli warmly when they saw her. Xiaoshin is back. Oh, why are you so late today? Go back and have dinner. An old lady carrying a vegetable basket took out 2 bananas from the basket and stuffed them into Shin Mengli's hands. Here, I just bought it for you and your kitten to try. Shin Mengli felt a little embarrassed, but still bowed slightly and accepted it. Thank you, Aunt Li. I don't have classes tomorrow morning, so I'll go help you weed the yard. Aunt Li waved her hand. Why are you being so polite to me? You finally have a day off. Just get a little more sleep in the morning.
Shin Mengli showed a peaceful smile on her face and shook her head.
It's okay, I'm used to getting up early. Adley, you guys chat slowly, I'll go back first. When Shin Mengli walked away holding Si Lanyi, several ants gathered together and lowered their voices. What a good child, smart and sensible. That's right, I just had to deal with a grandmother like that. Oh, that old lady Nya is such a piece of shit. These words. Si Lanyi's ears are almost calloused from listening to so much these days. The neighborhood aunties around here are most keen on chatting about all kinds of gossip. Whenever Shin Mengli went out, he would stroll around nearby and approach her to act cute. When the aunties took a look, they thought, hey, isn't this the cat raised by the girl from the Nya family? Then the topic naturally turned to Shin Mengli. From the scattered descriptions of the aunties, Si Lanyi pieced together a general idea. The old woman's son, Shin Mengli's father, died in a source beast riot before Shin Mengli was born. I don't know what is wrong with the old woman. He believed that Shin Mengli had killed his son, and from then on he was never nice to her, and he even beat and scolded Shin Mengli's mother. Until a few years ago, Shin Mengli's mother also died. Some said he slipped and fell down the stairs, others said he was driven out of the house by an old woman in the middle of winter and froze to death. However, what made Si Lanyi feel a little strange was, in recent days, Shin Mengli's attitude towards the old woman seemed to have improved a lot. And Shin Mengli gave him a strange feeling today. Especially the pace of walking, which is neither fast nor slow, completely different from the usual walking state. Just when Si Lanyi was still pondering, Shin Mengli had already reached the third floor and was just about to take out the key to open the door. The door of the next room suddenly opened with a click. Immediately following, an old woman who looked to be in her 60s or 70s, with white hair, came out carrying a large bag of garbage. Shin Mengli paused as she opened the door. Grandma Wang, are you going to take out the trash? Xiao Shin is back. This garbage has been gathering here for several days. If you don't throw it away, it will stink in the house. Shin Mengli smiled sweetly. Grandma Wang, it's inconvenient for you to go up and down the stairs at your age. Please leave the garbage here. I'm going to weed Aunt Lee's yard tomorrow morning, so I'll just throw it away for you on my way there. Hearing this, Grandma Wang looked somewhat interested, but she also looked towards the door of Shin Mengli's house with some embarrassment. Seeing this, Shin Mengli lowered her voice and smiled. Don't worry, Grandma Wang, I will go out at 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. My grandma won't wake up yet. Ha, thank you for troubling me, Xiao Shin. You are such a good kid. Shin Mengli took the trash with a smile. Then it was placed against the wall between the two households and tidied up a bit to ensure that it would not block passers-by. After returning home, Grandma, I'm back. This is the banana Aunt Lee gave me. You can try it too. Shin Mengli handed over a banana, then carried Si Lanyi into the bedroom, peeled the remaining banana and placed it in front of Si Lanyi. Mimi, eat a banana first to fill your stomach. After saying that, Shin Mengli changed her clothes and went out to help prepare dinner. Having feasted his eyes, Si Lanyi squatted on the ground and shook his head. Shin Mengli is so weird today. But he couldn't tell what was strange about it. What is this? Si Lanyi's eyes were suddenly attracted by the clothes that Shin Mengli had taken off. At the corner of the neatly folded clothes, a small piece of hard object that looked like a photo was exposed. He jumped onto the bed. He stretched out his claws and hooked it, then carefully pulled the thing out of his pocket. Chapter 46 Krypton Life, Start. This is a very old gray-white photo with worn and yellowed corners. The woman in the photo. She was wearing a simple student uniform that looked like that of the Republic of China era, with a peaceful and clean smile on her face, especially her eyes, which were so clear that they seemed to reflect the whole world. Even if it is just a black and white photo, it cannot conceal the heart-pounding beauty. Here is a picture of Shin Mengli's mother. This should be Shin Mengli's mother, right? She's really beautiful. Si Lanyi looked at the woman in the photo and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That tranquility and gentleness can be seen even through a yellowed photo. Shin Mengli's temperament is 70% similar to hers. Speaking of which, he still hasn't been able to see Shin Mengli's true appearance. Maybe she looks similar to her mother. What a shame if. Si Lanyi shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. After carefully pushing the photo back into his pocket, he finished the banana peeled by Shin Mengli in a few bites, then turned around and crawled under the bed. Only 2 left? Looking at the only 2 sausages left in the bag, Silani was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. These days, he performs high-intensity workouts every night without fail. As the physical fitness grows rapidly, the body's recovery speed and metabolism are also frighteningly fast. The most obvious change is his body shape. His body, which originally looked a little thin due to shaving, has now become noticeably stronger, and his weight is estimated to be around 10 kilograms. Bald back. At this time, fine hairs have grown again. I estimate that in a few days, it will return to its previous state. Besides, the number of sit-up sets also gradually increased from 20 sets a day at the beginning to 35 sets a day. A total of 220 kilograms of strength and 110 points of physique were increased, and even the mental attribute increased by 4 points. It is no exaggeration to say that he can now easily defeat 20 big black men. Just because your physique increases, it also means that you eat more. These 20-odd sausages are really not enough. If Shin Mengli found out that the sausage was missing, she would probably think that the old woman had stolen it. Thinking of this possibility, Silani couldn't help but feel a little troubled. In recent days, the relationship between Shin Mengli and the old woman has eased a lot, and the damn old woman has also restrained herself a little and no longer calls her a money loser all day long. If Shin Mengli misunderstood, they might even have a big fight. Forget it, I'll switch to human form later and go out and buy some. Silani muttered to himself, it's a good opportunity to stock up on some other things. I've been eating sausages all day and my mouth is almost dry. The sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest. Silani didn't think anymore. A sharp claw popped out from his paw pad and rubbed it on his body. Then he gently scratched the sausage packaging bag, and the plastic outer layer opened with a sound. Silani ate in small bites while thinking in his mind. Now that my physique is strong enough, I should be able to withstand adding a running training program. Silani made a decision immediately. Tonight's training, in addition to 40 sets of push-ups, I also have to add a 30-kilometer long distance run to test the waters. If it can't be completed, just give your own brother 15 big slaps in the face. As for strengthening body parts, Silani is not considering it for the time being. The main reason for not strengthening the torso to the second stage is due to 2 concerns. One is the worry that the effect of exercise will decrease after strengthening. Secondly, he felt that strengthening now was a bit of a loss, as exercising during the eclipse would have a bonus. He wanted to wait until the next eclipse to push his body to the limit, and then use the recovery effect brought by strengthening to repair his body. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized. After all, the second stage of torso strengthening requires 100,000 days of life, and the third stage requires a full 1,000,000 days, so it must be calculated carefully. Furthermore, torso strengthening can also be used as a life-saving trump card. If you really encounter any danger, you can be revived with full health after strengthening your torso, which gives you a better chance of survival. As for why other parts are not strengthened, the main reason is that Silani has been thinking about a plan these days. It was such a shame to use up more than 400,000 days of lifespan that I finally managed to accumulate to strengthen my body. Once the human form has accumulated a little more time, Silani will be ready to switch into human form and take a gamble with his more than 400,000 years of life. For example, go buy fish fry. As long as you operate it well, you may be able to earn dozens or even hundreds of times your lifespan in one wave. After eating the sausage, Silani didn't even think about taking a break. Tonight's training task is not easy. He had to hurry up, because the penis-smacking punishment he had set was no joke. Only this kind of hard punishment could force him to push his physical strength to the limit and break through his mental limit. After solving the packaging and physiological problems, Silani returned to the room, crawled directly under the edge of the bed, and kicked the bed frame with his hind legs. Genshin Impact. Ugh. Krypton Life, start. Not long. The door was gently pushed open, and accompanied by the cursing and complaining of old lady Nya in the living room, Shin Mengli walked in with a bowl of steaming food. Mimi? She called out softly and placed the bowl next to the cat bed. Then she saw Silani doing standard sit-ups on the edge of the bed. Although this was not the first time she saw Silani exercising. But every time she saw this scene, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise, and even a question popped up in her mind involuntarily. Is this really a cat? Just being able to do sit-ups is enough. Every time she changed her clothes, the horny cat stared at her with his eyes fixed. Also, 9 times out of 10 every morning when he wakes up, this horny cat will be lying on her chest. Shin Mengli shook her head and put these absurd thoughts behind her. Nini is really hardworking. I won't disturb you while you're exercising. I'll put the food next to you. Remember to eat it. Meow. Silani gave a short cry as a response and continued counting silently in his mind. 897, 898, 899, 1000. Call. Silani's whole body went limp, and he lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, gasping for breath, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Good. I'd made progress again. This time I did 5 sets in one go. Silani didn't let himself lie there for too long. He got up from the ground, stretched his stiff limbs, and after only 2 or 3 minutes of rest, he began a new round of training. Time passes by every second. Until 3 in the morning. After 40 sets, I finally finished all 8,000 sit-ups. Silani called up the panel and took a look. Here is a picture of Silani's attribute panel. Their lifespan has increased by more than 1,000 days. It seems that huskies are not idle either. Immediately following, Silani's gaze fell on the 4-dimensional attribute column. Looking at the increased 80 kilograms of strength and 40 points of physical fitness, Silani grinned silently. There is no change in mental attributes. It seems that as physical fitness increases, it will not be so easy to improve mental attributes in the future. If you want to break through, you have to be harder on yourself. Come on. Silani encouraged himself in his heart. With no intention of resting, Silani drank some water, turned his head to look at Shin Mengli, who was already fast asleep on the bed, and then jumped out of the window. After landing steadily on the ground, Silani identified the direction and ran towards the commercial street. I haven't visited that round-faced girl for several days. Silani was going to visit her after finishing his run. Moreover, this time I'll use human form. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. If you were that thin now, I would be tempted to chase you. 5 o'clock in the morning. In a convenience store on the commercial street. The round-faced girl stared at her laptop and suddenly curled her lips and muttered, "This Suyu really doesn't even bother to act. He doesn't even let Xiaolinger go when she's so young, at least be a little more tactful. Bah! What a scumbag!" After complaining, he switched the show he was following, I Have Ancient Kidneys and AM Invincible in the Apocalypse, to the background and checked the time. Finally, another day has passed. The round-faced girl twisted her stiff neck. Just as I was about to get up and count the shelves, the wind chimes at the door suddenly rang softly. A man walked in. The man has distinct facial features and a tall and straight figure. Even the simple casual clothes he wears give off a catwalk-like quality. The round-faced girl stared blankly, her heart beating uncontrollably. So handsome. How can there be such a handsome guy? This beauty, this temperament, this figure. I'm afraid they can all be compared to those legendary readers. Normally, convenience store cashiers do not need to guide customers when shopping. But at this moment, the round-faced girl didn't remember all this in her mind. She immediately ran out from behind the cashier counter with an unconscious blush on her face. "What do you need, handsome?" Silani looked at her flushed face and the eyes that occasionally stole glances at him and then quickly dodged, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little. It seems that I have underestimated the lethality of this 95-point appearance. Silani took a bottle of water and gulped down half of it in one breath before speaking. "Please help me pick out some food, please." "No trouble. No trouble." The round-faced girl waved her hands quickly. "Handsome, take a look at this self-heating beast meat rice bowl. It's a new model that just arrived. I quite like it too. And this meat pie." She introduced more than a dozen kinds of food in one breath. He explained each one in detail, even analyzing the advantages and disadvantages clearly, and it was obvious that he had tried them all personally. Silani laughed secretly. No wonder she has such a plump figure. It wouldn't be surprising if she was a foodie who couldn't control her appetite. "Do you still have these things in stock in your store?" "Some." "Then give me 10 of each." Silani pointed to the sausages on the shelf and added, "And these flavors of sausages, give me 10 of each." The round-faced girl subconsciously glanced outside the convenience store and hesitated. "Handsome boy, you don't seem to have driven here. How are you going to carry so many things back? Just help me find 2 boxes to pack it up. I'm very strong." As he spoke, Silani bent his arms and showed off his biceps.
The smooth and strong muscle lines instantly attracted the attention of the round-faced girl. Her eyes involuntarily moved down his arm and landed on the vague outline of Silani's abdomen outlined by the t-shirt, and her throat couldn't help but roll. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva was unusually clear in the convenience store where only two people were. The round-faced girl reacted suddenly, and when she saw the half-smile on Silani's face, her face turned red so much that it seemed to bleed. You wait a moment, I'll put it together for you." Seeing her busy and pretending to organize goods to cover up her embarrassment, Silani couldn't help but laugh. All the stuff filled up 2 large boxes. After paying 972 shijing, Silani did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he leaned on the cashier counter and looked at the round-faced girl with interest.
"Do you mind if I eat something here? I just finished my morning run and I'm pretty hungry."
Of course. Seeing that she agreed, Silani didn't hesitate and directly took out 2 boxes of self-heating animal meat rice from the box.
The round-faced girl looked at the 2 lunchboxes on the cashier counter and asked in surprise, "You want to eat too so early in the morning? This portion is quite large. Why don't you?"
Before she could finish her words, Silani had already picked up one of the boxes and handed it to her.
"This is for you."
Ah. The round-faced girl was stunned and waved her hands quickly. "This isn't good.
We don't even know each other. My name is Silani."
Si means justice, Lan means wind rising from the tip of a blade of grass, and E means comfort. Silani introduced himself naturally, then looked at her with a smile.
"My name is Lin Zi, Ji means no and E means meaning." "Lin Zi, what a nice name." Silani repeated it. "Look, now we know each other, don't worry about eating it. Just think of it as a thank you for your professional recommendation just now." Lin Zi hesitated for a moment. In the end, she couldn't resist the double temptation of delicious food and handsome guy, and took the lunchbox. "Then, thank you. Don't say. The self-heating rice in this other world has a much higher technological content than that on Earth."
Of course, this technology is not about hard work.
It is real high-tech. You don't even need to add water.
Just tear open the packaging film, press the button on the side, and wait for about a minute before you can eat it.
Save your life, doghead. Here is a picture of a different world self-heating beast meat rice.
Silani scooped a large spoonful of rice mixed with meat and sauce and put it into his mouth.
Next second,
the rich meaty aroma instantly explodes on your taste buds. The texture of the source beast meat is firm and chewy, and paired with the secret sauce, it tastes surprisingly good. Silani couldn't help but give Lin Zi a thumbs up. Sure enough, if you want to discover delicious food, you still have to find a foodie.
Humph. You're the foodie.
Lin Zi objected verbally, but when she saw that her recommendation was recognized, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Silani smiled and shook his head, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment.
"I can see that you're actually in good shape. Have you ever thought about losing weight?" Hearing this, Lin Zi's expression darkened noticeably, and his eating slowed down.
He muttered softly, "Actually, I wasn't fat before."
Seeing Silani's face with an expression of, "Do you think I believe it?"
Lin Zi immediately put down the spoon, picked up the light computer phone, unlocked it, and turned the screen to Silani.
On the screen is a screensaver photo.
Silani just glanced at him casually, then raised his head and looked at Lin Zi in surprise.
"Are you sure this is you? Did you find a picture online?" "Humph. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Silani's gaze couldn't help but fall back on the laptop.
The girl in the photo has skin as white as snow, a faint smile on her face, and looks confident and bright. A pair of delicate thin framed glasses above her small nose adds a touch of intellectuality to her.
Here is a picture of Lin Zi's character design after losing weight.
Silani had always felt that Lin Zi was a potential stock. "I just didn't expect that she would be so beautiful when she lost weight."
Silani sincerely admired, "If you were that thin now, I would be unable to resist chasing you." Chapter 48 No. Handsome guy, are you serious? Hearing this,
Lin Zi rolled her eyes at Silani unhappily, but a ripple of emotion arose in her heart because of the compliment. "So, you men only look at appearances.
Look at what you're saying." Silani was amused and couldn't help but joked, "If I looked fierce and evil, or even wretched, would you still eat here with me? If I stayed for one more second, you would have shouted for help, there are hooligans." This statement is too vivid. Lin Zi even had that scene in her mind, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I can't argue with you.
After the laughter, the atmosphere became quiet again. Silani could sense that she seemed a little down, so he asked casually, "Can you tell me? What happened that made you change so much?" Lin Ziyi was silent for a moment, as if he was organizing his thoughts. 2 years ago, my parents were framed by the Zhao group. Her voice was very soft, as if she was telling someone else's story. During that time, I was completely broken. Every day I just cried and ate, and I locked myself in my room. By the time I realized what was happening, I had become like this. Zhao group? Could it be such a coincidence? Silani's eyes flashed. Then you now. My brother and I are the only ones left at home. Lin Ziyi shook his head and smiled. If I don't pull myself together, my brother won't even have enough money to pay for the martial arts school. Hearing this, Silani suddenly felt mixed emotions. This girl has it so hard already. She said at the beginning that if you see her in the store, you can come to her and ask for food. Well. Silani sighed inwardly, then put down the lunchbox in his hand and his expression became serious. Well, let's make a pact. Agreement? Well, if you can successfully lose weight and return to the size in the photo, I'll give you 100,000 time crystals as a reward. 100,000? Lin Ziyi suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were instantly full of vigilance when he looked at Silani. Could this person be a liar? An ordinary person can't even earn 100,000 time crystals in his entire lifetime. But this person asked for 100,000 yuan, and it was given away for free. There is no such good thing in the world that falls from the sky. Silani saw through her thoughts at a glance and casually made up an excuse. Don't look at me like that. Actually, I used to be fat too. After losing weight, I thought about helping more people like me. He paused and held out his hand to her. Hold your hand out. Lin Ziyi hesitated for a moment, looked at Silani's sincere eyes, and finally extended her hand. To put it bluntly, given her current figure and weight, even if a handsome guy like Silani really did something to her, it's hard to say who would suffer. Silani's fingertips rested lightly on her wrist. Next second, a thought came to my mind. 30,000 days of life? Lin Ziyi felt the feedback from the spiritual pattern, and his eyes widened instantly. His voice trembled with extreme shock. No. No, no. Handsome guy, are you serious? 30,000 days. That's nearly 83 years of life. Just give it to someone casually like that? This is my weight loss reserve for you. Silani withdrew his hand and then changed the subject. However, I have to say something ugly in advance. You only have 1 year to lose weight. If you succeed in losing weight after 1 year, I will give you the remaining 70,000 days of life. If you fail, you will have to return the remaining 30,000 days to me. After saying that, Silani casually threw the finished lunchbox into the trash can. Leave. Then he stacked 2 heavy boxes together, picked them up steadily with one hand, turned and walked towards the door. I wish you success in losing weight. The wind chimes at the door rang again. Lin Ziyi suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. Could you please leave me your contact information? The streets were empty, and there was no sign of Silani, as if he had never appeared. Lin Ziyi stood there in a daze and pinched his arm hard. Hiss, it hurts. This isn't a dream. She looked down at the spiritual pattern on the back of her hand, then looked up at the deserted street, muttering. What a weird guy. Not long. Silani walked out from the alley next to him. However, he has now turned back into cat form. As for the 2 large boxes of food, they were naturally placed directly into the tail space. After taking a look at the convenience store, Silani turned and walked towards the slums. Use 30,000 days of life to repay a favor. Silani felt it was worth it. He doesn't know what others think, but he has always been like this. If you treat me well, I will repay you double. If you betray me. There is nothing much to say. Let us not talk about forgiveness or not. Let us see you in the next life. As for why Lin Ziyi must lose weight, the main reason is that Silani really can't bear to see such a beautiful pearl covered in dust. If Lin Ziyi really succeeds in losing weight, maybe she can continue to develop in the future. After all, when Lin Ziyi lost weight, it really piqued him, and he also wanted to poke her back. Previous life. When he was on Earth, Silani was a playboy with several female confidants, and he would occasionally have extra meals with them outside. It doesn't make sense that after traveling through time, he would go back in time and become a pure little virgin, right? Anyway, Silani has always been very serious about matters of the heart, and he will never let down any girl he likes. It's just that he has a bigger heart. I simply want to give a warm home to all the girls I like, that's all.
On the way back, Silani called up the panel to check. This agility attribute is really difficult to improve. I ran around the commercial street for nearly 2 hours before. He himself didn't know exactly how many kilometers he had run.
But even with 1,000 times the Krypton life, it only increased by 2 meters in 2 hours, increasing the speed to 27 meters per second.
And because it was not a full-strength sprint, there was no change in the mental attributes. After all, this isn't indoors.
If you really run yourself to exhaustion outside, it will be troublesome if you encounter any unexpected situation.
Shook his head. Silani didn't think about it anymore. Any promotion was a good thing.
Even if the improvement is slow, as long as you keep persisting, you will be able to improve your attributes to an extremely terrifying level sooner or later.
Return to the familiar room.
Silani had just jumped off the windowsill and was stunned when he saw the neatly folded bed.
Then I remembered it.
When she came back last night, Shin Mengli said that she would help Aunt Lee clear the weeds in the yard this morning.
But this is too early. At this point, it's probably not even 6 o'clock yet. This silly girl is really kind-hearted.
Silani muttered to himself, took out a dozen sausages from the tailspace, and stuffed them back into the pocket under the bed.
Do all this.
Silani endured the fatigue coming from his body and was about to go to Aunt Lee's yard to confirm. Outside the bedroom, there was a sudden sound of the security door being opened and closed.
You're back so soon? Silani was a little puzzled and pricked up his ears. Huh? Why is there no sound again?
Just as he was wondering, a short cry of surprise faintly rang in his ears. Then, there was the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground.
Chapter 49. Hey. You can't sleep here. Something happened.
This thought flashed through Silani's mind. Immediately, Silani jumped off the windowsill.
As soon as I landed, a faint smell of blood entered my nose.
Silani's pupils suddenly shrank, he exerted force on his feet, and with a few leaps he reached the second floor.
At the dark corner of the stairs,
a figure in a sweater lay on the ground motionless, dark red blood slowly seeping out from under his big wavy hair. Looking at the familiar figure, Silani had a strange look on his face.
Isn't this a dead old woman?
Silani thought about it, then took a few steps forward and raised his paw to push the other person's shoulder.
Meow. Hey. You can't sleep here.
Old Mrs. Nia was turned over, revealing a face as pale as paper.
Save me.
As a sound as thin as a mosquito was heard, old lady Nia opened her eyes a little with difficulty. When she saw that the person in front of her was the tabby cat that Shin Mengli had picked up, the glimmer in her eyes quickly dimmed and she closed her eyes again as if resigned to her fate.
Seeing her miserable appearance, Silani couldn't help but feel conflicted. If this were someone else, he might be able to help call someone or something. But this is Shin Mengli's vicious grandmother.
The relationship between Shin Mengli and the old woman has eased a lot in the past few days, but Shin Mengli probably did this for him.
Hesitated for a moment.
Silani decided not to finish off the opponent.
No matter what, this old woman is Shin Mengli's only relative in this world.
Just leave her here, whether she lives or dies depends on her own fate. He can just pretend that he saw nothing and has never been here.
Make up your mind. Silani turned around and walked downstairs leisurely.
As a result, as soon as I ran out of the corridor, I met an old lady from the building next door who was carrying a basket and preparing to go out to buy vegetables.
Isn't this Xiao Shun's cat? Where is Xiao Shun?
As she spoke, the aunt looked towards the corridor, but did not see Shin Mengli.
She thought for a moment and muttered, "Did you run away last night and can't go back?" Meow. Silani's face was full of question marks.
Then he realized that the aunt saw him in the corridor early in the morning and thought he had run out at night and couldn't go back because the door was closed. I saw the aunt walking towards the corridor of Shin Mengli's building. Silani immediately rushed over and blocked the way in front of the aunt.
You have to carry me even for just 2 steps.
I think Xiao Shin is just too spoiled with you.
No. Is this what I mean?
Seeing the aunt reaching out to hug him, Silani dodged to the side. As a result, this kind-hearted aunt still insisted on going upstairs to find Shin Mengli, ready to tell her, "Your cat ran away." Looking at the old lady's back as she went upstairs, Silani was speechless.
Not long.
Suddenly, a scream pierced the morning silence from the corridor.
Ah! Sister Nye. Ouch! What happened to you? You're bleeding so much. Hang in there. I'll call an ambulance for you. Following the aunt's exclamation.
In this old residential building, lights in the windows of several households lit up one after another.
Not long after, the ambulance sirens were blaring from far away.
2 medical staff hurried upstairs carrying a stretcher and carried the unconscious old lady Nye away.
Some early risers gathered around and were talking about it. Let me tell you, Xiaoshen's cat is truly amazing.
The woman who first noticed the situation gestured. If it weren't for it, no one would have known that Sister Nye had died in the corridor today.
Hey! Where's Xiaoshen's cat? It was here just now.
At this time, Silani had already arrived at Aunt Lee's yard. The yard was empty, with only a pile of freshly cut weeds neatly stacked in the corner.
Did you follow him to the hospital?
The ambulance made such a loud noise that most of the residents around woke up.
I guess someone notified Shin Mengli.
Silani didn't think any more about it, arched his back and stretched.
After a whole night of tossing and turning, I feel tired and sleepy. Go back to sleep.
Silani was awakened by the slight sound of a door opening. His ears moved, and before he opened his eyes, a smell mixed with hospital disinfectant and a faint smell of blood entered his nostrils.
Why are you back so soon? Silani poked his head out of the cat bed. However, when he saw Shin Mengli standing at the bedroom door, his brows couldn't help but frown. Shin Mengli lowered her head.
The slightly long bangs covered her eyes, making it difficult to see her expression. But Silani could feel that her entire aura had changed, becoming cold, depressing, and with a sense of alienation that kept strangers away. At this time, Silani's eyes fell on her right hand. The skin on the white finger joints was worn and scratched, and blood was faintly seeping out.
What's going on? Silani's heart tightened, and he subconsciously wanted to go over and take a look. However, he had just jumped out of the cat's nest when Shin Mengli suddenly raised her head like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Roll!
A hoarse, almost collapsed roar squeezed out of her throat.
Get away! Don't come near me! Get away!
She was like a madman, grabbing things around her and throwing them at Silani. The water cup smashed to pieces on the ground, with water stains and glass shards splashing everywhere. Silani jumped back, easily avoiding the flying glass shards, and landed steadily on the windowsill.
Grass! Is this woman having her period? What are you crazy about? Could it be that? Just because I saved that damn old woman? But that's not what I meant.
This made Silani a little angry. Frowning at Shin Mengli, who was extremely emotionally unstable, Silani couldn't understand for a moment why she seemed like a different person after coming back from her trip. And based on his understanding of Shin Mengli, even if he really saved the old woman, she would not lose her composure like that.
Could it be?
The old woman fell down the stairs.
Was it her plan? Hesitated for a moment.
Staying here would only irritate her, so it would be better to find out what happened.
Silani looked at Shin Mengli deeply. Then he turned around and jumped out of the window.
The moment Silani jumped off the windowsill, Shin Mengli seemed to have lost all her strength.
The body went limp.
He slowly squatted down against the cold wall, buried his face in his knees, and his thin shoulders couldn't help but sway slightly.
I'm sorry. If you continue to stay by my side, it will only cause trouble for you. The other side. Silani came to Fallen Street.
Fallen Street during the day is far less chaotic than at night, but it is not quiet either. Homeless people and idle thugs wander around the streets in groups of 3 or 4. Silani walked at a leisurely pace, with a cold look in his light red cat eyes.
He is in a bad mood now. Along the way,
all the stray cats and dogs who saw him lowered their heads and crawled on the ground, not daring to even breathe, their eyes filled with the most primitive fear.
Silani paused. He waved his paw at a white-haired terrier that was napping next to a trash can. The white-haired dog shuddered and looked around. When it was sure that Silani was calling it, it crawled over. Boss, what do you want? Take me to find Husky and Dahe.
When we found them, they were taming a pack of dogs under a bridge.
Under the bridge.
Nearly 100 stray dogs gathered there.
They were divided into 2 camps, each baring their teeth and making low threatening noises in their throats.
The Huskies are negotiating with the opposing team's leader and are preparing to send out 3 main players to decide the outcome. There was a sudden commotion behind the dogs. Most of the dogs in the pack led by the husky knew Silani, and they all retreated, leaving a passage that was 1 meter wide. Woof! Woof! Boss! Seeing Silani coming here, Husky immediately stopped caring about the negotiation. He came in front of Silani, lowered his head and said flatteringly, "Boss, why are you here? These ugly things don't require your help. Give me a few minutes, and I'll be able to subdue them in no time." Some brothers here said there is a problem, so let Coke explain it. The old woman didn't die here, she was simply used to bring out the heroine's past and speed up the showdown between the protagonist and the heroine. There was no bloody or weird plot. Chapter 50 Strengthening has been cancelled. Subdue us? At this time, the dog boss opposite, a sturdy golden retriever, couldn't help but sneer and said, "Husky, I always thought the rumors outside were false. I didn't expect you to actually recognize a cat as your boss. You are really going backwards as you grow older. You want us to recognize a cat as our boss? Don't even think about it." Husky frowned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Silani's cold shout. "Why waste your time talking to them?" Silani had no place to vent the nameless anger in his heart. Not wanting to waste time talking to the other party, he pushed off with his hind legs and rushed out in an instant. He didn't even flick his claws. He just patted the golden retriever's head seemingly casually. Next second. Bang! A muffled sound. The golden retriever's huge head exploded instantly like a watermelon hit by a sledgehammer. Red and white splashed all over the floor. The originally noisy bridge tunnel suddenly became dead silent. All the dogs were stunned, staring blankly at the headless body slowly falling down. A few of them who reacted quickly let out strange cries, then ran away with their tails between their legs. "Woof! Boss! I'm here to help you." Da-Hei was the first to react. He opened his mouth wide and showed a cruel smile. He immediately rushed forward with a roar and several younger brothers behind him, knocking down those guys who were about to escape. The husky couldn't help but roll his eyes. It had finally negotiated with the other party. As long as it took the opportunity to eliminate the other dog king, the rest of the dogs would be its dogs. But never mind. The husky shook his head and yelled to his minions behind him, "Oh, round them up. Don't let any of them get away." A few minutes later, a river of blood flowed under the bridge. Damn! This is a real bridge hole. If you, the reviewer, don't pass this, it will be unreasonable. There are 40 or 50 stray dogs opposite. 50 of them died, not a single one was left alive. Silani personally solved as many as 40 of them. His lifespan also increased by 116,120 days. The dogs nearby had never seen such a scene before. When they fight, it's usually just for show. It looks like they are fighting to the death, but it's rare for anyone to actually die. Seeing this bloody scene, some dogs were even scared to pee. After a thrilling killing spree, the irritability and anger in my heart finally dissipated a lot. Silani shook off the blood on his paws and instructed the husky, "Find a smarter cat to replace Heisey. Tell Heisey to come back and I'll find him if I need anything." "Boss, I'll arrange it right away." The husky nodded in response. Before leaving, he did not forget to tell Da-Hei, "Take your brothers and clean up this place as quickly as possible. Don't let anyone see us." It seems that the husky even considered cleaning up the battlefield. Silani nodded, then turned around and jumped into the river nearby to wash the blood off his body. He didn't rush to go ashore, just leaned against the river bank. I let the cool river water soak my body while recalling everything that had happened during this period in my mind, trying to find the details I had missed. Fought for a long time. Silani still had no idea, and a sense of irritation rose in his heart. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard not far away, and Heisey and Husky came back together. "Boss, sorry to have kept you waiting." Silani opened his eyes and glanced at Heisey. At this time, Heisey's mental state was very bad, and the whole cat exuded a strong sense of fatigue. Cats need to sleep for 16 hours a day. Looking at Heisey's appearance, it is obvious that he hasn't had a good rest for a long time. "Have those people you were asked to keep an eye on done anything unusual recently?" Heisey nodded immediately, "Yes. The woman I was watching received a call this morning. She called the person on the other end's sister Minmin and said she would arrive on time tonight. Before I came back, I asked a few other people who were keeping watch, and they all received the same call." Silani narrowed his eyes.
It seems that Zhao Min may take action tonight. However, this also means Shen Mengli's abnormal behavior this morning should have nothing to do with Zhao Min.
Silani walked out of the river, shook off the water droplets on his body, and his eyes fell on Heisei again.
Thank you for your hard work during this period.
Hearing this, Heisei was about to say something, but saw Silani raised his right paw. It was stunned for a moment, then reacted, immediately lowered its head, and actively put its head under Silani's claws.
Previously, only their ears, mouths, and 2 front limbs were strengthened.
After spending some time together, Silani finally understood that there are still big differences between animals and humans. People have too many complex desires, which easily lead to unrealistic ideas.
For example, Silani's method of strengthening his body.
As long as they seize the opportunity, they might take advantage of it to do something dirty behind the scenes and take this method for themselves.
Animals are different.
Their desires are pure, and once they have made up their minds, it is difficult for them to change. For such a loyal little brother, Silani felt there was no need to hide it. Moreover, by improving their strength, they can also earn back more lifespan faster. Thinking of this, Silani had an idea.
The contracted beast Koriko's trunk is strengthened to the first stage, consuming 20,000 days of lifespan.
Hint limbs strengthened to the first stage consumes 4,000 days of lifespan. Eyes are strengthened to the first stage, consuming 2,000 days of lifespan.
Strengthening the nose to the first stage consumes 2,000 days of lifespan.
The tail is strengthened to the first stage, consuming 2,000 days of lifespan.
Be enhanced to. Enhancement cancelled. Heisei let out a suppressed groan.
I felt an indescribable force explode within my body, instantly sweeping through my limbs and bones.
Bones, muscles, internal organs. Feel the changes in your body as if you were reborn.
Heisei was so excited that his whole body was shaking, and the whole cat was crawling on the ground.
Thank you, boss.
Silani nodded without favoring one over the other. He placed his claws on the heads of Husky and Dahe, strengthening all their body parts except for a certain part to the first stage.
Giving them 3 enhancements would consume a total of 90,000 days of lifespan. Actually, Silani didn't consume that much.
In addition to the more than 35,000 days of lifespan that Heisei and the others had previously stored, Husky and Dahe had just killed 10 stray dogs and gained more than 29,000 days of lifespan, which is more than 14,000 days in half. So, in total, it took me less than 40,000 days. Compared to before coming here, life expectancy has not decreased, but has increased by tens of thousands, reaching 546,751 days. However, if they want to be strengthened later, they have to earn their own lifespan. After all, in the second stage of enhancement, the consumption will increase tenfold.
After overall strengthening, the lifespan will be as long as 380,000 days. 380,000. Silani can't afford the investment. Chapter 51. There really is something wrong with these 2 siblings. Among the 3 contracted beasts, Heisei is the most patient one. As for the Huskies, this guy has no bottom line at all. After the strengthening was completed, it turned into a dog and lay at Silani's feet and licked his paws. Seeing that Dahe looked eager to try something, he also wanted to come over and take a lick. Silani slapped the husky into the river and scolded him with a smile. Look at how useless you are. You've only just started now. Ha? Boss, you mean it can be strengthened in the future? When the husky heard this, he immediately jumped out of the river and onto the shore. It subconsciously wanted to shake off the water on its body, but when Silani glared at it, it immediately lay down obediently. But those deep blue eyes were full of anticipation. Even Heisei and Dahe, who were usually calm, cast eager glances. Silani didn't hide it from them. You are only in the initial stage of strengthening now. Once you strengthen to the second stage, it will be the real beginning. As he spoke, Silani slowly raised his right paw. Nearly 10 centimeters long claws emerged from the pads, flashing with a cold light. The 3 little ones opened their eyes wide. This was the first time they had truly seen their boss's claws. Before, it was just a flash of white light, so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Once your claws have been strengthened to the second stage, you will have abilities similar to mine now. At this point, Silani changed the subject. However, the second stage of strengthening will require a greater price to pay. At least you will need to hunt dozens or even hundreds of times the number of creatures during this period. These words did not scare them away. Instead, it made the 3 little ones' breathing become heavy. Boss, We'll try our best. Yes. There is a group of stray dogs not far from here. They told us before that they would think about it. I will take my brothers to kill them all later. Dahe also echoed, his mouth so wide that it almost reached his ears. Seeing that Heise looked anxious, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, Silani smiled and said, Heise, don't worry. I will calculate it for you separately during your surveillance. It won't be worse than their harvest. The main purpose of saying this is to prevent the occurrence of passive resistance. Although this is unlikely. But they are not fools, they all have their own thoughts. As their leader, if the distribution is unfair, they will feel uncomfortable even if they don't say it. Anyway, whether it's more or less, it's Silani's turn to decide, so it's okay for him to mention it. Immediately following, Silani gave some instructions to Husky and Dahe again. You two need to expand your territory faster, especially around Fallen Street. I don't want to see any more disobedient cats and dogs. Yes, boss. After Fallen Street is completely unified, I will help you improve your strength. Silani threw out another bait. Improve your strength? The three little ears all stood up at once. Silani nodded. Yes, it's another way to improve your strength. I'll tell you later. Silani had actually had the idea of training them together a long time ago. I want to become truly strong. Strengthening body parts alone is ultimately limited. High-intensity training is necessary to enhance four-dimensional attributes. But he still needs to study it. How can I use the Krypton life function on the black spots? Otherwise, if they were just left to practice foolishly, they would probably never be able to reach his current level even if they practiced until they died. But Shin Mangli's school will hold an awakening ceremony next week. By then, if someone awakens a beast tamer, they should be able to take the opportunity to learn how to improve the strength of the contracted beast. After everything has been properly explained, Silani didn't stop and let the husky take him towards the hospital. Since Shen Mangli's abnormality is not caused by Xiaomin, the problem is most likely with that dead old woman. He had to go and see for himself what was going on. Not long. Silani came to the second hospital of Xingjin City. It is not difficult to find the location of old lady Nia. The old woman fell and hit her head. As long as she is not in the emergency department, she is most likely in the neurosurgery department. Follow the signs. Silani was easily in the neurosurgery inpatient department and smelled the old woman's scent. Looking at the closed ward door, Silani was just wondering whether to make some noise to get the nurse to open the door when a familiar, rough voice came from the nurse's station not far away. Hey! Big sister, which ward is Nia Fongfong in? Silani's ears twitched and he turned his head to look. The person who came was the fat man who sold breakfast, old lady Nia's younger brother. Nia Fongfong, 705. Silani immediately hid under an empty bed nearby. The moment Fatty Nia turned the door handle of ward 705, he slipped in and found a secluded corner to hide. His eyes quickly scanned the ward. TSK. This old woman's family is really wealthy, she even stays in a single room when she is hospitalized. Just as Silani was sighing inwardly, Fatty Nia had already walked over to the bedside with a smile on his face. Sister, I heard you were in the hospital, so I came to see you. On the hospital bed. Old Mrs. Nia had a bandage wrapped around her head and her face was a little pale, but she seemed to be in good spirits. She opened her eyes. Seeing that it was his own brother who came, he forced a smile on his face. However, when her eyes swept over Fatty Nia's empty hands, the expression on her face, which had just relaxed, instantly sank again. Is this how you came to see me empty-handed? When Fatty Nia heard this, the smile on his face immediately fell, and he immediately complained, Sister, you don't know how hard it has been for me these past few days. I don't know where this dead dog came from, but it's been squatting next to my stall every day, scaring those cowards so much that they dare not come to buy anything. Old lady Nia frowned, don't you know how to call the security team? Shout. Why didn't I shout? Fatty Nia slapped his thigh. The problem is, the dog just sat there, not barking or biting. The security team came over, took a look, and then left, saying it wasn't their business. Forget it. Let's not talk about this terrible thing. Sister, why did you fall down the stairs for no reason? Hearing this, old lady Nia's expression changed obviously, and she subconsciously glanced towards the door of the ward. Go lock the door. Fatty Nia was stunned for a moment, then without asking anything, he obediently got up and locked the door. He lowered his voice as he returned to the bed. Sister, is something wrong? Shin Mengli, that money loser.
Old lady Nia lowered her voice to a whisper, a hint of undisguised resentment in her tone. She must have known something.
The more I think about it, the more wrong it seems. This fall today must have been her plan to harm me. Upon hearing this, Fatty Nia's brows instantly twisted into a shape. He thought for a moment and hesitated. Sister, are you overthinking it? What we did was so secretive, how could a little girl like her know about it?
Silani raised his eyebrows. There really is something wrong with these two siblings.
Chapter 52 Wait, your good days are still to come. Ha! Have you forgotten her mother?
Old lady Nia snorted coldly. This money loser must have inherited her mother's brain.
What do you mean? Fatty Nia still frowned.
Usually when Lu Matzi wants to play cards with me, he calls around 9 o'clock. But today, he called before daybreak. Later, I found out that the money loser had gone to Lu Matzi's yard early in the morning to weed.
Fatty Nia still didn't understand. What does weeding have to do with your fall? Shut up and listen to me.
Old lady Nia interrupted him impatiently. I've found out everything. That money loser promised Li last night that she'd help mow her yard this morning. But when she showed up this morning, she didn't ask Li to open the door, but instead asked Lu Matzi to open it.
Isn't that a coincidence?
She paused, her eyes growing colder. The most important thing is that when I was leaving the house, I saw the family across the street had piled their garbage in the hallway again.
I thought it was bad luck, so I kicked it.
A pen fell out of the garbage bag, and I stepped on that pen and rolled down the stairs.
The more I think about it, the more it seems wrong. The couple next door can't read a single word. Where did they get a pen in their house?
That pen, that loser must have put it there on purpose. She even calculated that I would kick the bag of trash the moment I saw it. Looking at his sister gritting her teeth, Fatty Nia still found it hard to believe.
Sister, is it as weird as you say? What if it's just a coincidence? Ha! Coincidence?
Old lady Nia seemed to have heard a huge joke. She glanced at Fatty Nia's lower body and a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Have you forgotten how you lost your life force in the first place? These words were like a switch.
It instantly brought back Fatty Nia's most unbearable memory.
The fat on his face twitched suddenly, and his originally rosy complexion turned ashen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his small eyes were full of resentment. He had lustful thoughts about Shen Mengli's mother from the beginning. As a result, just as he was about to take action, a series of seemingly unrelated coincidences turned him into a disabled person.
Sister! Do you mean to start early?
Things are different now than they were back then, and the time bank subsidies are quite a lot.
Wouldn't it be a shame to lose them?
As the conversation between the two continued, the dirty secrets between the two siblings were revealed bit by bit. Silani just felt cold all over, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The dead old woman and her two siblings. In his early years, he was actually a core member of a human trafficking gang. However, as controls became increasingly strict, and the mechanism for awakening spiritual patterns was changed, requiring one to be at least 18 years old to awaken, the value and safety of the source of goods was greatly reduced. Only then did they stop and use their savings to start a legitimate business.
Just before they retire.
He also did one last job, picking up Shen Mengli's mother who was seriously injured and in a coma, and used some despicable means to force her to marry old lady Nia's son. And now Shen Mengli is about to become an adult. Once Shen Mengli is admitted to the martial arts school, they will no longer be able to keep her by their side and use her as a free laborer who works hard without complaint. So the two of them started to make plans. They have even contacted an accomplice in the original gang, and will wait for Shen Mengli to awaken her spiritual pattern and they will receive the subsidy from the time bank. He sold Shen Mengli to his accomplice as a daughter-in-law in exchange for some pension money.
As for time bank subsidies,
Silani guessed that it should be the official fertility allowance of this world. In order to prevent the situation of giving birth but not raising the child, one needs to wait until the spiritual pattern is awakened before receiving it.
Listen to what the two people are talking about.
Silani's eyes became colder and colder, revealing an urge to stab someone.
No wonder.
No wonder Shen Mengli wanted to hide her appearance. She was not only on guard against outsiders' covetousness, but also because there were two beasts in human skin lurking around her.
These two dogs. Damn it. No, all human traffickers should be damned. Immediately.
Silani mentally sentenced these two people to death.
Laugh. An extremely slight crisp sound was heard under the bed.
Silani's claws had already pierced deeply into the concrete floor at some point, leaving several cracks in the hard ground.
Who?
A flash of anger flashed across Fatty Nya's face, and he picked up the fruit knife on the table beside the bed.
The sound came from under the bed.
Old Lady Nya raised her hand and held Fatty Nya's arm, signaling him to calm down with her eyes.
In the shadows under the bed,
Silani slowly retracted the claws that had pierced the ground and forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. It is not difficult to kill these two scumbags.
With his current strength, he can deal with them in an instant. But this is a hospital, there are too many people and too many eyes, so we can't torture them.
After all, they have an accomplice who also paid a deposit to the old woman. If they were dealt with like this, the accomplice whose identity was still unknown might secretly attack Shin Mengli. Therefore, before dealing with them, we must first find a way to lure that accomplice out.
Silani no longer hid and walked out from under the bed.
Where did this wild cat come from?
Fatty Nya's tense face suddenly relaxed.
Even though he didn't recognize that this was the cat that had overturned his stall before, he still cursed and was about to kick it.
What are you doing?
Old Lady Nya immediately stopped her brother. If it weren't for it today, you wouldn't be able to see me.
Sister, do you mean that this beast saved you?
Fatty Nya looked incredulous. Old Lady Nya glared at him without explaining. I wasn't surprised that Silani appeared here. I just thought that he followed the ambulance to the hospital and then found a place to crawl into and fall asleep. Mimi, be good, come here and let Grandma hug you. Looking at the charitable smile on Old Lady Nya's face, Silani couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The speed at which he changed his expression was unbelievable, as he was a human trafficker.
Meow.
Silani glanced at the open window not far away, then jumped onto the hospital bed, pretending to be well-behaved and docile. Fatty Nya couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw this. Hey, this little beast is quite human. As he spoke, his fat palm could no longer hold back and stretched out towards Silani's head, wanting to touch it.
Next second. Meow. Silani seemed to be frightened.
He suddenly arched his body and the sharp claws in his paw pads popped out like lightning. A few cold lights flashed by. Several bloodstains deep enough to see the bone instantly appeared on the back of Fatty Nya's outstretched hand. Before he could retract his hand, Silani jumped up and gave his fat face another claw. Even the old lady Nya next to her was implicated. She was accidentally injured with 3 wounds on her face, with her skin and flesh turned inside out and bleeding profusely.
Ah!
The shrill screams suddenly resounded throughout the ward. Silani ignored the scumbag brother and sister and leaped onto the windowsill. He turned around and glanced at them coldly with his light red cat eyes.
Now it's just an appetizer.
Just wait, your good days are yet to come.
No longer staying. Silani looked around and confirmed the landing point below.
Using a few air conditioning units as pedals, he landed on the first floor in a few jumps and then ran towards the slums. At the same time, he was thinking about how to confront Shin Mengli later.
Back to the familiar bedroom.
As soon as Silani jumped off the windowsill, he saw Shin Mengli leaning against the wall, holding the yellowed photo tightly in her hand. I heard a slight noise coming from the window. Shin Mengli's body trembled, and a hint of imperceptible joy flashed in her empty eyes, but she quickly suppressed that glimmer.
Why are you back again? Get out. She stood up and walked to the window, ready to lock it.
Just when her hand was about to touch Silani, a calm yet magnetic male voice suddenly sounded in the quiet room.
Have you thought about it? Are you sure you want to kick me out? Chapter 53. It's normal for a cat to step on milk.
After careful consideration, Silani decided to confront Shin Mengli directly. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this matter clearly.
Moreover, Shin Mengli will find out that he is a human sooner or later.
The sooner he reveals his true colors, the faster he will be able to understand the cultivation system of this world through her.
The only thing that worries Silani. The question is whether Shin Mengli will have any extreme reaction after finding out that she is a human.
Hearing the sudden sound beside her ears, Shin Mengli's hand reaching out to Silani suddenly froze in mid-air, and her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted.
This sound.
Shin Mengli turned her head suddenly and quickly scanned the empty room.
Immediately following,
her eyes, filled with surprise and suspicion, looked at Silani again.
Is it you who is talking? Silani nodded. Next second,
Under Shin Mengli's gaze, the tabby cat that Si Lanyi transformed into disappeared into thin air like a cloud of smoke blown away by the wind. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Shin Mengli staggered back several steps, her back hitting the wall heavily, but her eyes were fixed on the handsome man in front of her, her mind blank.
If Mimi. No. If he was a human.
What about the bathing, changing clothes, going to bed every night, and the kneading of her breasts that she thought was just a cat habit?
Boom.
A hot blush instantly spread across Shin Mengli's cheeks, quickly staining her fair neck and delicate ears. A feeling of shame and anger instantly overwhelmed her reason. The fingers she pointed at Si Lanyi began to tremble slightly due to the force.
You are shameless.
Si Lanyi had anticipated many possibilities, such as questioning who he was, but he never thought that Shin Mengli would react like this.
It seems.
Shin Mengli is a girl with quite traditional ideas. Si Lanyi spread his hands, looking as innocent as possible.
Why am I shameless? What did you do that you need me to tell you?
Si Lanyi's eyes wandered over Shin Mengli, finally stopping at her chest.
An expression of realization appeared on his face. It's normal for a cat to step on your breasts, isn't it? Shut up. Shin Mengli was both embarrassed and annoyed. However, it can be clearly felt that she no longer has the pessimistic mood she had before. It seems that the jokes really worked. The corners of Si Lanyi's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and then his expression became serious. Believe it or not, before today, I actually always thought I was a cat, and all the exercise I did before was just instinct. Si Lanyi paused.
Facing Shin Mengli's somewhat suspicious gaze, he continued, "Thanks to you, I have recovered somewhat physically and mentally during this period, and I am slowly remembering some things.
For example, I'm actually a human, but I lost all my memories for some unknown reason.
I only remember that my name is Si Lanyi, and I inexplicably turned into a cat. This is the most appropriate reason Si Lanyi can think of.
I can't tell her directly.
I must have traveled from a place called Earth.
This is even more outrageous than pretending to have amnesia." Shin Mengli frowned slightly. Thinking about what Si Lanyi said, it sounded absurd, but she couldn't find any point to refute it. Moreover, when Si Lanyi was first found, he was indeed seriously injured.
If I hadn't brought him back, he would probably have died in that alley. There was silence for a moment. Shin Mengli was like a deflated ball, her tense defensive posture softened, and she temporarily accepted Si Lanyi's statement.
Then, what are you doing back here? Si Lanyi shrugged, his tone relaxed. You are my savior, how could I abandon you?
Shin Mengli shook her head, with a hint of warmth in her eyes.
You'd better leave. I'm going to get into a lot of trouble soon.
If you stay with me, it will only bring trouble upon you.
Si Lanyi raised an eyebrow. So, you drove me away on purpose?
Shin Mengli hesitated for a moment. He nodded anyway, then added softly, but it's true that I'm angry with you. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded.
The plan you're talking about is to set up the old woman to fall down in the stairwell?
Upon hearing this, Shin Mengli showed a hint of surprise on her face.
How do you know?
I actually just came back from the hospital and happened to overhear a good show. Having said that, Si Lanyi's eyes turned cold. Originally, I wanted to kill the siblings to avenge you, but I think it might be better for you to watch them fall into hell with your own eyes.
So, let them live a little longer for now.
Shin Mengli's heart trembled suddenly. It was like a stone was thrown into the air, creating ripples all over the place, and I felt an indescribable feeling in my heart. She opened her mouth.
My throat seemed to be blocked by something.
After a long while, he squeezed out 2 words from his lips.
Thanks. Si Lanyi shook his head, and then a look of interest appeared on his face. Your plan shouldn't be that simple, right? Can you tell me in detail? Shin Mengli did not hide anything and told the plan in full.
Her purpose was not simply to kill the old woman and avenge her mother.
According to her layout,
as long as someone dies, the law enforcement team will come to investigate. When the time comes, the law enforcement team will check the surveillance footage of the house opposite and will see her placing the pen on top of the garbage bag and then deliberately smiling at the camera.
Certainly.
Apart from the smile and the certainty that she was the one who placed the pencil there, the law enforcement team could not find any evidence to prove that she was the murderer.
Clean the yard.
The poker player who asked the old lady to open the gate would definitely be angry because she was woken up so early in the morning. But when they saw that Shin Mengli was here to help clear the weeds in their yard, even if they were unhappy, they had to keep it to themselves. Once the elderly are awakened, it is difficult for them to fall asleep again. I have no place to vent my anger when I wake up. The other party could only vent his anger on Grandma Shen Mengli. Since she wouldn't let me sleep, then no one should just stay awake. That is to say, no matter how the law enforcement team checked, Shen Mengli just put a pen on top of the garbage, and then hurried to clean the yard and forgot to take the garbage down. The old lady was invited out by her card-playing friends, and the garbage at the door belonged to the neighbor next door. What's more, the old lady kicked the garbage away herself. If she hadn't kicked that kick, if the pen doesn't fall, she won't step on it and fall down the stairs. So, even if the law enforcement team knew that Shen Mengli had a big problem, they had no way to deal with her. The reason why she deliberately smiled at the surveillance camera. She was still worried that the law enforcement team wouldn't be able to see anything wrong with her and would simply rule her out as a suspect. And the purpose of doing this? This is because Shen Mengli knew very well that with Zhao Min's character, she would never let her go easily. Therefore, she wanted to use this method to actively provoke the law enforcement team and make herself the main suspect. In this way, the law enforcement team can indirectly become her umbrella of protection. Even if Zhao Min wanted to take action against her, she would have to think carefully. By the end of the 7-day surveillance period, the school's awakening ceremony and assessment were almost completed. As long as she can get into any martial arts school. Even though she was ranked last, Zhao Min's family did not dare to touch her easily. Speaking of this, Shen Mengli couldn't help but look at Si Lanyi with some resentment. She calculated people's hearts and everything, but she didn't expect that he would appear halfway. Si Lanyi touched his nose awkwardly. However, he had to admit that Shen Mengli was really smart. Even told the law enforcement team clearly. I am the murderer, what can you do to me? Not only was he unable to find any useful evidence, he also had to be her bodyguard for 7 days in disguise. This is not a weak girl at all, she is clearly a top chess player. Etc. Si Lanyi suddenly realized what was happening and couldn't help but ask in surprise, your ability to coordinate and plan is so strong, why don't you just show it? If you had shown this talent earlier, Zhao Min wouldn't have dared to do anything to you, right? Upon hearing this, the light in Shen Mengli's eyes dimmed a little. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently touched her left earlobe. Her movements were very light, as if she was touching a fragile piece of porcelain. Chapter 54 From today on, I will never let anyone hurt you again. I am permanently deaf in my left ear. Shen Mengli's voice was very calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. With this flaw, no matter how good my simulated strategy scores are, I won't be taken seriously. Even in the actual combat assessments that follow, no one will be willing to team up with me. Si Lanyi was stunned. Then I recalled the contract with Heizi and the others that morning. At that time, Shen Mengli came out of the corridor. I clearly called out to her left, but Shen Mengli looked to the right first, didn't find the source of the sound, and turned around for a long time before finding me. At that time, Si Lanyi thought she was still asleep. Unexpectedly, it was because of deafness. Etc. Permanent hearing loss. Shen Mengli wasn't talking about innateness, so. Your ears were hit by that damn old woman? Shen Mengli's hand on her ear stiffened slightly, then slowly dropped it. She didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. However, this slight movement was like a heavy hammer, hitting Si Lanyi's heart hard. Crack! Si Lanyi clenched his fists instantly, his knuckles turning white from excessive force, and a teeth-grinding sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. No matter what, Shen Mengli is the dead old woman's granddaughter. She shed her son's blood. How could she be so cruel? That's right. How can human traffickers have humanity? Si Lanyi had felt a little embarrassed for ruining Shen Mengli's plan. Now, all he could do was feel thankful. I was glad that I accidentally saved the dead old woman and prevented her from dying so easily. Such a scumbag. It doesn't matter if he doesn't know. Now that it has fallen into my hands, I must torture it. Si Lanyi took a deep breath, walked up to Shen Mengli, raised his hand and gently rubbed her somewhat dull hair. Shen Mengli's body suddenly stiffened and she subconsciously wanted to dodge. But the palm's movements were very gentle, and the warmth from the palm made her inexplicably feel reluctant to let go. Si Lanyi looked at the thin girl in front of him, his eyes full of pity. I know this might be a little awkward to say.
If you are willing to believe me, from today on, I will never let anyone hurt you again. Shen Mengli's body trembled and she slowly raised her head. Looking at Silani's light red eyes, she couldn't help but recall every moment she spent with Mimi. The man in front of me, and the tabby cat in my memory. Obviously one is a human and the other is a cat. But at this moment, their figures seemed to slowly overlap before her eyes. Her heart, which had long been broken yet extremely strong, seemed to be touched by something and cracked a tiny crack. Bright. It came through the gap. Over the years, she struggled alone in the darkness, and had to swallow all the grievances, pain, and unwillingness silently. She never dared to expect anyone to help her. I don't dare to trust anyone. But now, this guy, whom she met for the first time, told her that he wanted to protect her. It's a sentence that sounds ridiculous. Shen Mengli couldn't laugh at all. My nose felt sore. My eyes turned red instantly. A hot teardrop slid uncontrollably from the corner of the eye and landed on the back of the hand. She lowered her head in a panic, raised her hand and wiped her eyes roughly, with a hint of sob and grievance in her voice that she herself was not even aware of. Who wants your protection? I don't need it. Although I said no, my tears fell like beads from a broken string and I couldn't stop them. Silani looked at her somewhat thin shoulders shaking slightly, and his heart ached for no reason. He didn't say anything else, but just reached out and gently held her in his arms. Shen Mengli's body tensed up instantly, and she subconsciously struggled. Don't move. Silani's voice rang out above her head, carrying a hint of dominance that brooked no refusal. If you move again, I'll start to suspect you're trying to take advantage of me. Shen Mengli stopped struggling. This guy. How could he be so shameless? He was the one who hugged me. She wanted to open her mouth to retort. But I pressed my cheek against his warm chest, listening to the steady and strong heartbeat. All the negative emotions that had been accumulated in my heart in the past seemed to have found an outlet and burst out at this moment. Shen Mengli stopped struggling, grabbed Silani's clothes on his chest with both hands, buried her face in his arms, and burst into tears. Crying like a child who has suffered injustice. Speaking of which, Shen Mengli has just turned 18. She has endured too many things that she shouldn't have to endure at her age. If she were a slightly more fragile person, she would have committed suicide due to depression long ago. Not only did Shen Mengli grit her teeth and persevere, she was even able to take the initiative to fight back. Moreover, if I hadn't intervened and ruined her plan, there's a high probability that this will actually work. Silani could now understand why Shen Mengli had been so devastated and hysterical before. If this were me. If you dare to ruin my business and destroy your own hopes, I'll just kill you with one claw and that'll be the end of it. Silani didn't say anything else, just held her quietly, patting her back gently with his palm. A long time passed. The crying gradually stopped. Shen Mengli stepped out of his arms somewhat embarrassedly, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at him. A large area of Silani's clothes on his chest was wet. Cough. Silani coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere, and teased, Have you cried enough? This is the only piece of clothing I have now. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Hearing this, Shen Mengli couldn't help but raise her head and stared at him with wide eyes. I. Even with her high IQ, she was still unable to face Silani's shameless fighting style. For a while. I couldn't think of any way to deal with it. I won't tease you anymore. Seeing her cheeks begin to flush again, Silani put away his joking expression and said, You should know what those old ladies did before, right? Shen Mengli nodded, her voice a little low. My mother told me before she died. Silani is not a male chauvinist and knows his own limitations. Shen Mengli is smarter than me, so I just need to do well in the areas I am good at. Immediately, Silani gave a brief account of what he had heard in the hospital. I heard the old woman and the fat guy discussing this in the hospital. They originally wanted to wait until you awaken your spirit pattern before selling you to their accomplices. It's just that after this happened, they planned to take action in advance. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Shen Mengli narrowed her eyes slightly. Brothers. This is also the first time for Cope to write this kind of emotional drama. I don't know if it is right or if it is a bit too exaggerated. Old readers know this. In the previous book, dozens of heroines almost all fell in love with each other over time. If one day doesn't work, then 2 days, if 2 days still don't work, then keep going. Cough cough. You all know Keek's previous career as a programmer, and he's not really good at picking up girls. the same thing.
If you have any questions, just tell us directly and Cope will make adjustments accordingly.
Brothers, please remember to click here if you want me to update more. Don't forget to generate power with love.
A new hidden book is already in preparation and the content is quite explosive.
When it is finished, I will notify you in the main text. Chapter 55, The 7 Realms of Warriors.
Shin Mengli narrowed her eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth.
If they dare to attack me, I'm sure I'll send them to the Public Security Bureau. The problem now is Zhao Min. Send it to the Public Security Bureau? Silani interrupted her, that's too easy for them.
If I had the ability to resurrect, I would kill them 10,000 times over.
As for Zhao Min, don't worry. I will find a way to solve it.
At this point, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Silani's eyes. Zhao Min and her followers made an appointment to meet in the evening.
At that time, if it really comes to that, he doesn't mind taking action to deal with them in advance. Shin Mengli's expression changed slightly, and she warned, the Zhao group has great influence in Qingjin City, so don't mess around. Have you forgotten that I can turn into a cat?
No one would normally be too wary of a cat. If I were to sneak attack her, it wouldn't be difficult to kill her.
Seeing that Shin Mengli was still a little worried, Silani added, don't worry, I won't do anything rash unless I'm absolutely sure. All right. Shin Mengli nodded and said nothing more.
Silani pondered for a moment. The old woman and her brother were severely punished by me. I guess they won't be able to come back today, and Zhao Min will not appear until the evening.
There is still plenty of time now.
Silani then talked about what he cared about most, and he raised his hand and pointed to his head.
Well, I don't remember anything from before.
Since it's still early, please tell me about the levels of strength and some common basic information.
Shin Mengli looked surprised. Did you really lose your memory? So you think I'm kidding you? I can't remember anything except my name. Besides, the amount of time I can maintain my human form each day is limited.
Having said that, Silani simply switched back to cat form.
Looking at Silani, who turned into a cat again, Shin Mengli's eyes were full of curiosity.
At the same time, I felt an indescribable strange feeling in my heart. I recalled that when I petted cats before, I had never touched any part of the cat other than the head and back. Just thinking about it, a hint of red suddenly appeared on Shin Mengli's fair cheeks. She didn't touch any places she shouldn't have touched.
But for several days in the morning,
when she took Silani away from her body, she saw a little bit of red.
Doesn't this mean Epsilon? Oops, my eyes are dirty. Shin Mengli's face turned even redder.
Afraid that Silani would see something, she quickly took out her light computer phone from her pocket, tapped it a few times, and a light blue light curtain was projected.
This is about the division of warriors' strength realms. Take a look and see if you have any impression of it. On the light curtain, the 7 realms of warriors are listed: the realm of military vanguard, the realm of general soul, the realm of royal armor, the realm of imperial bone, the realm of supreme lord, the realm of divine presence, and the realm of emperor's ruins. Except for the emperor's ruins realm, other realms are introduced in detail. Frontier realm. Strength range, 1,000–3,000 kilograms. Speed range, 50–80 meters per second. Features: can condense into armor that is completely resistant to ordinary thermal weapons and can withstand a 1-ton impact without injury. Condensing the armor requires a small amount of life. Soul realm. Strength range, 3,000–10,000 kilograms. Speed range, 80–120 meters per second.
Features: nerve reflex speed increased by 3 times.
Wang Kaijing.
Strength range, 10,000–20,000 kilograms.
Speed range, 120–180 meters per second.
Features: the armor's defense is further enhanced, able to resist attacks such as missiles, and can withstand a 3-ton impact without damage.
Imperial Bone Realm.
Strength range, 20,000–50,000 kilograms.
Speed range, 180–240 meters per second. Features: the skeleton of the whole body is strengthened, allowing more movements beyond human limits to be performed, and the body is more coordinated. Lord Realm. Force range, 50,000–100,000 kilograms. Speed range, 240–320 meters per second.
Features: no external objects are required, it can fly in the air, and it has a long burning life.
God is present.
Force range, 100,000–300,000 kilograms.
Speed range, 320–420 meters per second.
Features: upon advancement, all previous injuries can be restored, including lost limbs and missing organs. Immunity to toxins is increased, and fasting allows the player to absorb energy from the heavens and earth to replenish their energy. This significantly increases the speed of injury and stamina recovery.
Rapid recovery requires a lifespan increase. Emperor Ruin's realm. No information recorded. Looking at the information on the screen, Silani suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. After all this time, I haven't even reached the lowest level. It seems. Until you grow up, you have to keep a low profile. Silani's gaze lingered on the feature description of God's presence for a few seconds, then he glanced at Shen Mengli beside him. Such a good girl shouldn't have such defects. It's just too early to think about that now. After keeping this in mind, Silani withdrew his thoughts and asked, "Can this realm be achieved with just strength and speed?" "No." Shen Mengli shook her head. For each realm breakthrough, in addition to reaching the required strength and speed, one must also single-handedly kill a source beast of the same realm and absorb its life core. She paused and added, "This is also why many businessmen, no matter how many resources they have, find it difficult to reach a high level." Silani nodded thoughtfully. This setting is reasonable. It eliminates the possibility of simply using resources to build up strong people. And this life core. The name suggests that it is related to lifespan, and after absorption it should be able to directly increase lifespan. But what puzzled him was that when you improve your realm, how do you determine that you killed the source beast yourself? Does this life core exist in every source beast? Or does it appear with some probability? Another question is, why is there no information recorded about this Emperor Ruin's realm? Could it be that no one has been able to achieve it so far? Silani asked all the questions in his mind. Seeing that Silani really didn't seem to understand anything, Shen Mengli pondered for a moment and then said softly, "Let me start by explaining the origin of the source beast. According to historical records, our blue water planet underwent a sudden change 2,000 years ago, and the first lunar eclipse occurred." Through Shen Mengli's explanation, Silani finally had a preliminary understanding of this world. 2,000 years ago, the technological level of the blue water planet was not much different from that of the Earth. After the eclipse moon appears, various monsters randomly descended from all over the world. These monsters were all bloodthirsty and brutal, and fed on flesh and blood. At first, these monsters were not very strong. With the technological weapons at the time, it was not difficult to destroy it. Soon, human researchers discovered a black crystal in the monster's brain, and discovered that as long as they swallowed the black crystal, they could awaken the spiritual pattern. Not only can lifespan be quantified, but physical fitness can also be improved by consuming lifespan. More importantly, if humans who have awakened their spiritual patterns continue to devour and absorb this black crystal, their lifespan will continue to increase. Therefore, humans named the crystal dug out from the monster's brain life core. And those monsters that are the source of life are called source beasts. However, the good times did not last long. Chapter 56. Avoid taking dozens or hundreds of years of detours? However, the good times did not last long. A month later, the lunar eclipse came again. As time went by, humans discovered that a lunar eclipse occurs on time every month. Moreover, more and more source beasts are coming to the blue water star, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the later period, all the technological weapons that humans possess cannot even cause any harm to some extremely powerful source beasts. It's like a snowball. The number of source beasts is increasing, and human civilization is beginning to suffer large-scale casualties. Some island countries completely disappeared from the map less than half a year after the disaster, and sank into the sea along with the islands. There were also some countries that made a lot of noise at the beginning and sent a group of fighter jets called Rafale, but ended up getting nothing and were completely wiped out. As for some black-skinned countries whose military strength is already backward. Less than a year after the eclipse, the entire race was practically lost to history. That was the darkest period in human history. According to statistics, the number of humans surviving in the world during that period was less than 100 million. A matter of life and death. The remaining forces in various countries around the world began to form alliances. Dongzhou Continent. Led by Xiagua, the Council of Time was established. North American Continent. The United States is the leader in forming the Alliance of Anti-Timers.
The two superpowers gathered the top scientific researchers from various countries and finally successfully developed some super weapons by extracting materials from the source beasts, which can effectively cause damage to the source beasts. So far, after groping in the darkness for a long time, humans finally have real hope of survival. Although it is still impossible to completely eliminate the source beast, at least it has the ability to protect itself. Policies such as maternity benefits issued by the Time Bank were also gradually formed after that period to encourage population recovery. Until now, more than 1,000 years have passed. The human population on the blue water planet has only just recovered to about 3 billion. After more than 1,000 years of development and exploration, humans have an accurate division of their own strength and that of source beasts. Warrior realm, soldiers, generals, kings, emperors, gods. And the source beast. It is also divided accordingly into soldier level, general level, king level, emperor level, master level, god level, and emperor level. It's just that source beasts of the same realm are slightly stronger than human warriors. Under normal circumstances, a source beast that has just entered the general level is as powerful as an ordinary warrior at the peak of the general soul realm. As for why one needs to improve their realm, one must kill a source beast of the same realm alone. Maybe it's because of the rules. Using technological weapons, or by working together to kill the source beast to obtain the life core, can only obtain 50% of the lifespan. Only by killing a source beast of the same realm alone can one absorb 100% of the lifespan. Only by completely absorbing a life core of the same realm can one break the things similar to the genetic lock in the body and advance to a higher realm. Of course, over the years, humans have also developed a life core extractor that can reduce the loss to 10%, but it requires a high handling fee of 30%. This handling fee is paid to the Time Bank. Because of the Time Bank's series of subsidy policies, few people dare to raise any objections. After listening to Shen Mengli's story, Silani's heart was in turmoil. This world. But it's much more interesting than the monotonous and hard-working life on Earth day after day. Silani pulled his thoughts back and asked curiously, by the way, I see there's no introduction to the Emperor Ruin's realm. Is it because no one has reached this realm yet? Of course not. Shen Mengli shook her head. Just as I was about to explain, my stomach started to growl at an inopportune time. Shen Mengli subconsciously covered her stomach, her eyes were a little evasive, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing her embarrassed look, Silani couldn't help but smile. Next second, Silani regained his human form. With a flip of his wrist, 4 boxes of beautifully packaged self-heating animal meat rice bowls appeared out of thin air. Shen Mengli opened her mouth slightly and looked at the thing in his hand in surprise. She didn't dare to ask where the lunchbox came from, but her clear eyes were full of curiosity. Silani saw her reaction. It seems there is a high probability that there is no such item as storage space in this world. Of course, it is not ruled out that Shen Mengli is too weak and does not know deeper things. Judging from your expression, is this your first time seeing this ability? It's the first time I've seen it. It's amazing. How did you do it? Shen Mengli nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Silani shrugged. I don't know about that. After I woke up, I found that my consciousness could connect to a space of 100 cubic meters, where I could store items freely. Can't you store living things? Cannot. What a pity. Seeing Shen Mengli's expression as if she had lost a million, Silani couldn't help but shook his head with amusement. Storage space is an ability gained after strengthening the tail. If we continue to strengthen it in the future, maybe it will be able to store living things. While talking, Silani had already opened all 4 boxes of self-heating rice and pushed 2 of them in front of her. The rich aroma of meat instantly filled the entire room. Shen Mengli's throat churned, and she quickly waved her hands, saying, I can't eat that much. 1 box is enough. Don't worry about eating. If you can't finish it, you can leave it to me. I have a big appetite and won't waste it. Looking at the fragrant source beast meat rice in front of me, Shen Mengli hesitated for a moment, but finally did not refuse. She picked up the chopsticks and began to eat in small bites. Her movements were gentle and graceful, but her speed was not slow. While eating, she continued to explain to Silani. The masters of the Emperor Ruin's realm are like the guardian gods of our species. Every major city has at least one master of the Emperor Ruin's realm guarding it. For example, the mayor of our Xingjin city is a powerful person in the Emperor Ruin's realm. It's just that their information, including the specific abilities of their realms, will not be released to the public.
Silani nodded. This was understandable.
Top combat power naturally needs to maintain a sense of mystery in order to have a deterrent effect.
Oh, there's another question. Silani took a big mouthful of rice and said vaguely, if the time in the spiritual pattern is gone, will the person die immediately?
Shen Mengli put down her chopsticks. She raised her head and looked at him as if he were an idiot.
All right.
Silani had already understood the answer from her eyes.
He coughed dryly and changed the question. What if the lifespan is tens or even millions of years? Does that mean you can live forever as long as you don't suffer a fatal injury? How is that possible?
Shen Mengli shook her head.
Lifespan is just the basic energy to maintain life activities. How long you can live depends on your body's functions.
As your realm increases, your physical strength will also increase, and you will naturally live longer. For example, the first counselor of our Council of Time, the Emperor of Thunder, is said to have been in office for over 1,000 years.
More than 1,000 years.
Silani smacked his lips, thinking that he had lived a long enough life.
Pity. You can tell from the name that she's not a female. Otherwise.
Silani really wanted to strengthen Ding Ding and make him look his best.
What if I really get the person? Wouldn't that mean we can avoid taking dozens or even hundreds of years of detours? Chapter 57 Extreme Balance Flow? Looking for a rich woman or something.
Just thinking about it, a blacksmith must be strong himself. If you don't have good physical fitness, even if you really find a rich and powerful woman, you might be ruined in a few days.
Silani's life motto is, you can eat soft rice, but you must eat it hard.
Put away those unrealistic ideas. Silani asked him the questions he cared about most, which were related to cultivation. Shen Mengli patiently continued, our human warrior training can be roughly divided into two main factions, the extreme flow and the balance flow.
These two factions are mainly differentiated based on the direction of strengthening body parts, etc. Silani immediately put down his chopsticks and interrupted, you mean strengthening body parts?
Seeing Silani's big reaction, Shen Mengli couldn't help but look at him strangely, and then her eyes fell on the spiritual pattern on the back of his left hand.
Haven't you already awakened your spirit pattern? You can use your consciousness to check and see what grade the spirit pattern is? Grade?
Silani was completely confused.
This thing has different grades?
Immediately, he concentrated his mind and felt it.
Exactly the same as before. Apart from the fate mark and the remaining lifespan, there is no other information. Seeing Silani's confused expression, Shen Mengli couldn't help but sigh.
If the grade is not displayed, then your spiritual pattern is the most ordinary. But you don't need to be discouraged. Even if it is just the most ordinary spiritual pattern, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can hope to become a strong one, and
I'll find a way to help you.
Silani frowned slightly, waved his hand and said, first, tell me what this spiritual pattern grade is about.
Good. Shen Mengli nodded and continued, spiritual patterns are divided into 4 grades, common, rare, top grade, and peerless.
Normally speaking, if one awakens a normal spirit pattern but does not gain the ability of a beast master, then one will only be an ordinary person for the rest of their life. Every year, about 70% of people awaken ordinary spiritual patterns. The remaining 25% awaken rare spiritual patterns, and 5% awaken top-grade spiritual patterns. As for the peerless grade, in the past 1,000 years, only 47 people have awakened peerless spiritual patterns.
Silani couldn't help but ask, what's the difference between these different spiritual patterns?
There are 7 parts of our body that can be strengthened: torso, hands, feet, eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. When you awaken a normal spiritual pattern, you will gain 1 more enhancement opportunity each time you advance to a higher realm. Rare is twice, top quality is 3 times, and peerless is 4 times. Once you gain the number of enhancements, you can use up your lifespan to choose which body part to enhance. The difference between the extreme flow and the balanced flow I mentioned earlier is that the extreme flow only strengthens 1 body part, while the balanced flow strengthens multiple body parts. The more Silani listened, the weirder his expression became. When he first heard the words rare, top quality, and peerless, he felt a little nervous.
If I were just an ordinary spiritual pattern, wouldn't I be much slower than others in getting started? Result. That's it? Isn't this the enhanced function in my Death God inheritance panel? Do I need to obtain the number of enhancements before I can enhance it? Well, Silani didn't know what to say for a moment.
This thing can be strengthened at will as long as it has a lifespan, and it also has two additional strengthened parts, the penis and the tail.
If that's the case, then what kind of school is this? Extreme balanced flow? Ahem.
Seeing that Shen Mengli was about to continue explaining the pros and cons of the balanced flow and the extreme flow, Silani coughed twice and interrupted. Don't ordinary spiritual patterns also gain a chance to strengthen every time they advance to a higher level?
How can you say that those who obtain ordinary spiritual patterns can only be ordinary people?
Shen Mengli was not annoyed by being interrupted, and continued, now we have to talk about the method of cultivation.
Hearing this, Silani immediately pricked up his ears.
If you want to improve your strength, physical strength, and speed, you can only improve your training results by burning your lifespan.
Just one sentence. Silani subconsciously almost spit out the rice in his mouth. Cough. Cough, cough.
Silani breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved his hand.
Go on, go on.
Shen Mengli looked at Silani with a strange expression, then calmly moved her lunchbox into her arms. Normal training has a limit to how much you can improve. Once you reach that limit, it's extremely difficult to increase it even a little bit. However, burning your lifespan can break through this limit. There's no upper limit to the extra strength you can gain. Also, different spiritual pattern grades have different amplification multiples and consumption. Ordinary spiritual patterns can only increase the effectiveness of training by a maximum of 10 times, and the lifespan consumed is 10,000 times the normal flow of time. Burning 1 minute of time at 10 times the efficiency would require 1,666 hours and 40 minutes, which is simply not something an ordinary person can afford.
10,000 times? Silani couldn't help but secretly click his tongue.
No wonder Shen Mengli said that awakening ordinary spiritual patterns basically means that warriors have no chance of becoming one.
With this kind of consumption, it is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Even if it is a Chable family, no matter how much lifespan they spend, their strength will not be much higher. After all, the upper limit is 10 times. Shen Mengli originally thought that Silani would show feelings of loss or frustration. She even had words of comfort ready. But Silani just smacked his lips and then regained his composure, looking as if it had nothing to do with him, and even had the mood to continue eating his lunchbox. Shen Mengli couldn't help but sigh in her heart, this person is really strong inside. If it were someone else, they would probably be discouraged after knowing this situation. She made a decision secretly. Just because Silani had said before that he wanted to protect her, if she grew up in the future, she must find a way to help him. Seeing that Shen Mengli didn't speak for a long time, she just looked at herself intently. Silani raised his hand and waved it in front of her. What are you thinking about? Nothing.
Shen Mengli came back to her senses, smiled faintly and shook her head. Let me continue. In addition to the ordinary spiritual patterns, the other 3 grades of spiritual patterns can increase the effectiveness of training by up to 100 times, and the lifespan consumption rate is 1,000 times for rare, 100 times for top grade, and 10 times for peerless. Hearing this, Silani paused in eating.
All right.
Another ability that crushes everyone. The peerless spiritual patterns are only 100 times stronger, so what is my 1,000 times stronger?
Is it open?
Thinking of this, Silani couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a little, and the smile in his eyes almost overflowed.
Call. Silani quickly lowered his head and took 2 mouthfuls of rice to hide his expression. Calm down, calm down. I haven't grown up yet, so I need to keep a low profile. The whole afternoon,
Silani was like a sponge, madly absorbing all kinds of useful information. Fortunately, Shen Mengli is a top student and has comprehensive knowledge, otherwise she would not be able to answer so many questions from Silani. Silani also heard from Shen Mengli.
He learned some very important information.
One is in major martial arts schools. They all have special gravity training rooms.
Gravity puts pressure on all organs and tissues in the body.
The effect of exercising inside is several times or even dozens of times better than outside.
Some outside gyms also have weight training rooms.
But the prices are quite expensive, and the gravity multipliers are not as high as those in martial arts schools. The second is after reaching the upper limit of physical qualities such as strength and speed in the current realm. Before completing the realm promotion, no matter how much you train or how much you burn your lifespan, it will not have any effect. However, after being promoted to a higher realm, as your physical fitness improves, the effect of exercise will also weaken.
And then there is regarding the issue of Beastmasters training contracted beasts. The awakening of a Beastmaster is completely random and the probability is extremely low.
Normally, a Beastmaster can only sign a contract with one source beast. If the contracted beast dies in battle, he can sign a new contract with another source beast, but he can only sign a contract 3 times in his lifetime.
After the Beastmaster's strength reaches the Bingfang realm,
you can use your own spiritual patterns to allow the contracted beast to also gain the effect of Krypton life enhancement, and you can also communicate with the contracted beast directly over a long distance through thoughts.
After digesting this information, Silani couldn't help but feel fortunate that he chose to confront Shin Mengli.
Otherwise, it would take him 10 days or half a month to find out the news.
Just when Silani was sighing,
suddenly, a slightly anxious cat meow came from outside the window.
Yellow-haired voice, what is it doing here? Chapter 58 Congenital Wandering Holy Body.
Silani's ears moved slightly. Then he turned his head and glanced at the time on Shin Mengli's laptop.
16:27. This point. Huang Mao came to see me, could there be some new developments on Haizi's side? Silani immediately jumped onto the windowsill and looked down.
Seeing that there were many pedestrians walking downstairs, he called out to the yellow-haired orange cat hiding in the grass downstairs, signaling it to come up and talk.
What's wrong? Shin Mengli also came over and looked out the window curiously. It was at this time.
The figure of the yellow-haired orange cat suddenly jumped up from the air conditioner outdoor unit on the second floor and made eye contact with Shin Mengli at the window. Both the man and the cat were stunned for a moment.
Next second, Huang Mao was like seeing some extremely ferocious beast.
The hair on his body exploded instantly, and his 4 claws dug around frantically in the air, and a distorted breathing sound came out of his mouth.
Then, pa,
followed by a slight muffled sound.
This coward actually fell from the 3rd floor. Silani's face suddenly darkened.
Fortunately, the floor was not high and the fall didn't kill him.
Shin Mengli was also startled, then looked at Silani apologetically. It is your friend? The little brother I recruited some time ago.
Silani casually explained, I sent a few of my men to keep an eye on Zhao Min's followers. I think they've made some progress.
Hearing this,
Shin Mengli subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. I sent my little brother to keep an eye on Zhao Min's followers.
So, has Silani already been busy with his own affairs? Inexplicable.
Shin Mengli felt a strange emotion that was sour, bitter, and a little warm spreading in her heart.
A moment later,
the yellow-haired orange cat appeared on the windowsill again. After coming up, it also stayed far away from Shin Mengli, sticking closely to the window frame on the other side. A pair of eyes would steal a glance at Shin Mengli from time to time, with vigilance in his eyes, as if he was afraid that this 2-legged beast would suddenly jump up and attack him.
Silani looked at its cowardly look and shook his head. There is a reason why this cat became a stray cat. It is simply a born stray cat. He raised his paw and patted the yellow-haired creature's head. If you have something to say, tell me now. Meow. The yellow-haired man was startled by the slap and quickly reported, Boss.
Sister Hei asked me to tell you that someone named Zhao Min showed up early. Sister Hei also said that every once in a while, she would arrange for me to return to Fallen Street to report on the latest situation.
Would you like to go to Fallen Street?
Silani hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, Okay, go to Fallen Street and gather all the brothers.
Tell Era too, he can understand cat language. Send Huang Mao away.
Silani briefly explained the matter to Shin Mengli, and then suggested, Come with me to Fallen Street.
I'm worried about you being alone at home.
He was not worried about old lady Nia and her brother. Those 2 losers couldn't cause any trouble for the time being. What he was really worried about was the accomplice they were talking about.
Shin Mengli listened to Silani's somewhat matter-of-fact tone. I couldn't help but feel a little funny.
An amnesiac who didn't even know the grade of his spiritual patterns actually said he was worried about her being alone at home. But for some reason, she didn't dislike this feeling of being looked down upon in disguise.
Seeing Shin Mengli nodded. Next second,
Silani leaped straight into her arms, then moved his body to find a comfortable position.
Let's go.
The moment Silani jumped into her arms, Shin Mengli's body seemed to be electrocuted and she froze in place.
I didn't know Silani was a human before.
Not to mention being held like this, she wouldn't even feel anything if I rubbed against her body.
But now,
Shin Mengli couldn't help but think of Silani's handsome face, and then felt the soft touch in his arms. An indescribable sense of shame instantly surged from the bottom of her heart.
Heat rushed to my cheeks.
Her fair neck was stained with a thin layer of red.
For a while,
She couldn't hold him, nor could she throw him away, she just stood there motionless. At this time, Silani also reacted. He was simply used to it and didn't think too much about it, let alone have any intention of taking advantage.
Silani knew it very well.
The current relationship between him and Shin Mengli is at best a companionship of sharing weal and woe, not even ambiguous. With Shin Mengli's cautious and sensitive personality, it was already very difficult for her to accept herself temporarily. If I act too much, the trust one have worked so hard to build up will probably be gone.
Sorry, I'm just used to it.
Silani explained and was about to jump out of Shin Mengli's arms when he felt a pair of soft arms gently around his waist.
It's okay, just leave it like that.
Shin Mengli's voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. After she finished speaking, she pretended nothing had happened, opened the door and walked out. But the red ears revealed her inner unrest.
Silani couldn't help but look up.
He looked at her profile with some surprise.
What's the meaning? I'm really not retreating to advance. Silani muttered to himself, but his body honestly did not move anymore.
He even shrank inwards and found a more comfortable position.
So fragrant and soft. 10 minutes later, Silani and Shin Mengli appeared at the entrance of Fallen Street.
At this time, Silani had already jumped out of Shin Mengli's arms and walked in front with a swagger. After all, there are his subordinates everywhere here. As the boss, you still have to maintain some dignity. And Shin Mengli has been here since she stepped into the street. The expression on her face hardly changed. Her clear eyes were wide open and her mouth was slightly open, as if she had seen something that subverted her worldview.
Along the way,
whether it is a stray cat or a stray dog that is more than 10 times larger than Silani.
The moment I saw Silani,
they all stopped what they were doing, then lowered their bodies slightly in a gesture of submission.
Shin Mengli followed behind, feeling that her brain was not enough.
They were clearly just a group of weak and even skinny stray cats and dogs. But at this moment,
their silent way of expressing awe gave Shin Mengli an indescribable sense of shock. It's like
the gangster bosses in the movies. It was like the younger brothers lined up to welcome him, with an invisible aura.
When walking through the Fallen Street,
only when she arrived at the abandoned warehouse at the back did Shin Mengli come back to her senses from her trance.
Looking at the no fewer than 500 stray cats and dogs in the warehouse, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Are they all your minions?"
"Certainly." Silani nodded in response, feeling a little surprised. "I didn't expect that the Huskies were so powerful. It's been less than a week, and he has already subdued so many brothers."
Including those who are keeping watch in Fallen Street, the number is probably around 700. Seeing Silani nod, Shin Mengli couldn't help but ask with some suspicion, "You have so many followers, how did you get injured so badly that day? When you took me back that day, you probably saw the stray cats in that alley, right?" Shin Mengli nodded.
The scene of that day was still vivid in her mind. "I didn't have any brothers at that time, and I was attacked by more than 100 stray cats, which is why I was seriously injured." Silani's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "After you rescued me, I came here that night to seek revenge on them, and I also recruited some followers."
Shin Mengli's pupils shrank, and she looked at Silani with curiosity.
Not only did he survive being attacked by over 100 cats, but he even dared to come here alone at night to seek revenge. And it can also tame so many stray cats and dogs.
Is this really something that ordinary spiritual patterns can do?
Chapter 59 I will always wait for you at school.
Obviously,
Shin Mengli has begun to become more and more curious about Silani. Silani did not directly state his abilities, nor did he take the initiative to tell Shin Mengli about his current strength, in order to plant a seed of curiosity in her heart. As long as this seed begins to take root and sprout, then the fall is only a matter of time. After all, a girl like Shin Mengli is meticulous and extremely insecure.
If you confess directly, she might think you are pretending. It would be better to do nothing and let her figure it out on her own. Just then,
an American shorthair rushed into the warehouse, breathing heavily, obviously having run all the way here.
It glanced around the warehouse.
Then he trotted straight to Silani, lowering his body with a hint of restraint.
Boss,
Sister Hay asked me to come back and tell you that the woman named Zhao Min and her followers are heading towards Fallen Street."
"Come to Fallen Street?" Silani's eyes lit up. What a coincidence!
Fallen Street is his base camp, and it is a mixed crowd with all kinds of people. There are blind spots and surveillance everywhere, making it very convenient to handle some things. Silani pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Shin Mengli beside him.
Can I go in now?
Shin Mengli was stunned for a moment, and after a little thought, she understood Silani's plan.
Sure. The school library is open on weekends, and it's always packed. Are you trying to create proof that I wasn't there? Clever.
Silani admired him from the bottom of his heart. Talking to a smart person like you is worry-free. Zhao Min is going in this direction.
You can go to school now. I don't need to teach you in detail what to do. Well, I know what to do, but... Shin Mengli nodded, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. Are you really going to attack her?
Silani understood the meaning of her words. In addition to worrying about getting involved with the Zhao group and being implicated, he probably also felt a little reluctant.
Maybe in Shin Mengli's opinion.
Although Zhao Min often bullied her, she had not yet reached the point of having to kill her. Silani shook her head.
You know, with her temper, even if you ran to her and knelt down to beg for mercy, she probably wouldn't let you go. If we want to completely solve this problem, we have to solve the source once and for all. Of course, if you can think of a way to have the best of both worlds, I can cooperate with you. Silani gave the choice back to her. Upon hearing this, Shin Mengli fell silent. The best of both worlds? She had thought about it too. But the reality is, with Zhao Min's personality that requires everyone to accommodate her, and with the Zhao group behind her, no coercion or inducement will work. Letting her go today will only result in even more frantic revenge tomorrow. Shin Mengli was not an indecisive person. She hesitated for 2 seconds before nodding and saying, Okay, then you must be careful. If you see a couple wearing sunglasses at all times around Zhao Min, be sure to pay attention to them. I've seen them 5 times near Zhao Min. They're most likely her bodyguards. Their strength is at least at the soldier front realm, and they might even be at the general soul realm. If I may. Shin Mengli paused, took a deep breath, and then continued, I hope you don't take any risks. Even if I drop out of school, I'll still have opportunities in the future. Seeing that Silani had no intention of responding, Shin Mengli sighed lightly, turned around and walked out of the warehouse. Just as we were about to step out of the warehouse, she paused and added, I'll be waiting for you at school. Seeing Shin Mengli's figure completely disappear from his sight, Silani narrowed his eyes slightly. A guard at the Soldier's Edge realm, or even the General Soul realm? This is a bit tricky. However, Silani had his reasons for having to kill Zhao Min. If Zhao Min didn't die, it would be almost impossible for Shin Mengli to graduate successfully and enter the martial arts school. Shin Mengli couldn't enter the martial arts school. That means that I can't sneak in and enjoy the various resources in the martial arts school. For example, the gravity room in the martial arts school is not comparable to the garbage in the gym outside, and this is just the most basic benefit. Silani didn't think about it anymore. You won't know whether it works or not until you try it first. Immediately, Silani began to make arrangements, and at the same time asked Dara to send a few smart brothers to wait at the entrance of Fallen Street, and report back any time if there was any news. Logan's Tavern. At the corner of Fallen Street, there is an extremely inconspicuous tavern. The back door of the pub. Dahe, just wait over there. Era, go and direct the little brothers to come over in batches, and try not to attract the attention of passers-by. After giving some instructions to Husky and Dahe, Silani slipped in through the back door of the tavern. Just stepped into the pub. There was a strong smell of fermented malt mixed with sweat and cheap perfume that rushed straight into the nose. Silani wrinkled his nose and looked at the layout of the tavern. The interior of the pub was dimly lit. Most of the wooden tables and chairs looked very old, with dark wine stains and knife marks on many of the tabletops, and some of the table legs were even padded with bricks. As for the surrounding walls, they were randomly covered with some extremely eye-catching posters. The characters on the dozens of posters probably had less cloth on their bodies than Silani's pair of underpants. Here is a picture of Logan's Tavern, born from Tomato AI. With such decoration, the world would have gone bankrupt 800 times. But there is an exception here. At a glance, there were no less than 30 people in the pub. Men and women mixed together, and the whole pub was filled with an atmosphere of indulgence. Silani's gaze did not linger on these people for long. He leaped onto the decorative shelf on the side of the bar, then lowered his body, revealing only a pair of light red eyes,
and quickly scanned every corner of the tavern. Soon, Silani saw Zhao Min and her followers in a booth in the corner of the tavern. Silani didn't rush over, but continued to search the crowd.
Looked around. He did see a woman wearing sunglasses.
The woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with a hot body.
She was wearing a tight leather jacket with a deep V-neck. She was sitting alone on a high stool at the bar not far from Zhao Min's booth. Could it be that Shen Mengli guessed wrong?
Silani muttered to himself, feeling somewhat puzzled.
Just then,
a burly man, at least 1.9 meters tall, walked in. He had a thick beard on his face and a pair of large sunglasses on his nose, covering most of his face.
The man glanced around the tavern. When he saw the woman wearing sunglasses by the bar, a rough smile immediately appeared on his face.
He casually pushed away the people blocking his way with his big hands like a palm leaf fan and strode over.
Ha ha! Honey, you've been waiting for a long time. I miss you so much. Come on. Give me a kiss.
The man immediately grabbed the woman in sunglasses off the high stool, held her tightly in his arms, and lowered his head to bite her face.
Chapter 60 You bunch of bitches. Don't even think about running away. Come on. Give me a kiss.
The woman in sunglasses laughed coquettishly and symbolically pushed his chest. Oh, that's annoying.
There are so many people watching, why are you so impatient? What's wrong with looking? I kiss my own wife, it's only natural.
The bearded man shouted nonchalantly, drawing laughter and whistles from the surroundings. Silani narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the couple carefully. The two of them moved in a natural and intimate manner, and their eyes did not deliberately avoid Zhao Min. The man even stole a glance at Zhao Min's thighs from time to time, and then smiled a smile that only men could understand. If Shen Mengli hadn't reminded me in advance, I would have thought they were just an ordinary couple. If I act rashly, I will probably fall flat on my face.
After a slight hesitation,
Silani jumped down from the decorative rack, and using the tables, chairs, and the crowd as cover, he moved towards the booth where Zhao Min was, and hid under an empty table next to the booth.
This position is just right for hearing their conversation clearly.
Silani planned to explore the situation first. Even if he couldn't do anything, he had to find out how Zhao Min was going to deal with Shen Mengli.
Ladies, here are your drinks. Please enjoy them. Wait for the waiter to step away.
A girl next to Zhao Min with pink hair and pierced ears immediately wrinkled her nose and raised her hand to fan the air in front of her in disgust.
Sister Minmin, why did you bring us to this shabby place?
It's so smoky and the beer looks like it was just washed in a pot. Pick any bar on Fuli Street and the atmosphere is 100 times better than this. Another girl with bangs who looked relatively quiet also whispered in agreement, yes, Sister Minmin, the air here is too bad.
I feel like breathing is a bit difficult.
There was a faint sneer on Zhao Min's lips.
We didn't come here to drink.
As she spoke, she raised her hand to push the drink in front of her a little further away, then pulled out a snow-white silk scarf from her exquisite little bag and gently wiped her fingers that had just touched the wineglass.
Sister Minmin, why did you invite us here?
The pink-haired girl who was speaking suddenly paused. She subconsciously looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then lowered her voice. Sister Minmin, you're not planning to hire a killer to kill Shen Mengli. She didn't finish the rest of the sentence. He simply raised his hand and made a horizontal cutting motion in front of his fair neck. Hiss. The other three girls at the same table gasped and sat up straighter at the same time.
Sister Minmin, you can't do this.
The girl with bangs said in a distorted voice.
Yes. If Shen Mengli was killed before graduation, the Public Security Bureau would definitely investigate it with all their might. What if they find out it's us? None of us will be able to escape by then.
There's no need to take such a big risk for a poor guy.
Several followers talked at once to persuade him.
Killing someone, especially a candidate who was about to graduate and awaken his spiritual patterns, is no joke.
If this matter really gets out,
Zhao Min comes from a wealthy family and may be able to protect her. But none of them, one by one, can escape.
The death penalty is not necessary. But he will definitely be escorted to the outermost defense line of Xingjin City.
With their thin arms and legs, and physiques that haven't even touched the threshold of being a warrior, sending them there is certainly not the intention of sending them to the battlefield. Instead, it is allocated to border guards to preserve their offspring, and they can return when they become pregnant.
That kind of day. Just thinking about it is chilling. Listening to the chattering persuasion of several followers, Zhao Min's face did not show any ripples. She just slowly wiped each finger with a silk scarf. After wiping, he casually threw the priceless silk scarf onto the wine-stained table. Kill her? Why would I kill her? She asked casually. Before the followers could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhao Min continued, letting her die like that would be too easy for her. Zhao Min leaned forward slightly, a hint of excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. I've inquired. In Logan's Tavern, as long as you can afford your lifespan, you can receive any mission. I want to find someone to pamper our college bully and film the whole process. She paused. Admiring the shocked expressions on the faces of his followers, the smile on his lips grew wider. Based on my understanding of Shin Mengli, even if something like this happened, she would never give up the opportunity to awaken her spirit pattern. She will definitely go on the day when her spirit pattern awakens. When the time comes, we will show this video to her in front of all the teachers and students in the school as a graduation gift. Do you think the expression on her face will be interesting when she receives this gift? In the booth, Zhao Min's followers fell silent, looking at each other. The silence lasted only a few seconds. Chuckle. The pink-haired girl was the first to react. She covered her mouth and let out a series of suppressed laughs, looking at Zhao Min with eyes full of admiration. Sister Minmin, you are so mean. But I like. Yeah. This would be more satisfying than killing her. If she can't accept it and chooses to commit suicide, it won't be our business. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Sister Minmin's trick of cutting off the source of the trouble is simply amazing. The followers no longer had any fear on their faces at this moment. Instead, they all showed a morbid excitement. If it is just an invasion, then the nature of the matter changes completely. The sky is falling. There is Zhao Min and the Zhao group behind her to support her. Even if Zhao Min doesn't care, they can still handle this matter by joining forces. Sister Minmin, you're really amazing. Why couldn't we come up with such a good idea? That's right, don't you see who Sister Minmin is? By the way, Sister Minmin, is the guy you're looking for reliable? The pink-haired girl winked and suggested, I think it would be best to find someone older, someone who looks a little dirty and a little vulgar. That kind of person has a lot of experience and will definitely be more caring, hee hee. Ah, you're so mean. In the booth, the laughter of several girls reached Silani's ears. The sharp claws on Silani's fingertips had popped out at some point and pierced into the wooden cracks in the floor. The surrounding noise, music, and mixed smells seemed to have been blocked out, leaving only the disgusting smiles of those bitches in every word they uttered. An extremely cold, murderous intent. It slowly rises from the deepest part of my heart. Silani could even feel that the blood flow in his body seemed to slow down at this moment, becoming cold and sticky. Good. Very good. Silani's claws sank deeper into the cracks in the wood. You bitches. Don't even think about running away. Brothers. Hidden is coming out tomorrow, and I plan to keep the new books separate from the older books. Where do you think it would be more appropriate to open it? A VX group can only have 500 people, while a Penguin group can have 2,000 people. You can vote and decide, and just post in the comment section. That's right. Remember to click on the reminder button, use the free love generator to brush, and let Coke earn some money to replenish his body, and write more hidden things for you. Chapter 61 Miss Xiao, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Calm. Silani did not let anger get to his head. The more times like this happen, the more calm you need to be. He really didn't expect that human heart could be so vicious, and it was a woman. Staring at Zhao Min's pretty face, Silani pondered in his mind. Right now, apart from sneak attacks, it seems that only the tailed beast cannon can be used. After a week of accumulation, the orange-yellow energy stored in the tail space has reached the size of a basketball. Silani guessed. If he fired all of this attack, it should be no problem to raise this shabby tavern to the ground. As for whether he could instantly kill the two guards who were at least at the Bingfang realm, he had no idea. After all, armor can be condensed at the Bingfang realm. The introduction says that it can withstand 1 ton of impact without being damaged, which sounds impressive. In fact, it can only withstand rifled bullets at most. Moreover, if you keep shooting at one point, this armor probably won't last long. After pondering for a moment, Silani gritted his teeth. Done. What if it works?
Even if it fails, there is still a way to remedy the situation. Silani took a deep look at the women in the booth who were laughing so hard that they were shaking with laughter, and then said sorry to the unlucky guy in the tavern in his heart.
Immediately following, Silani quietly left the tavern.
Era, you guys take your brothers and wait in a nearby alley.
When you hear the explosion. After explaining the next arrangements to Era, Heisey, and others, Silani did not return to the tavern.
He had seen the power of the tailed beast cannon before, and he didn't want to get too close and get blown up. I looked up at the 4 or 5-story shops across the street.
Silani immediately took a few running steps and quickly climbed up through the cracks in the outer wall bricks. Standing on the roof,
looking down at the Logan Tavern across the street, Silani took a deep breath. A soft white light gradually appeared at the tip of the tail behind him.
Inside the tavern, the woman in sunglasses who was originally flirting with the bearded man suddenly froze in laughter. Almost at the same time,
the bearded man also stopped stroking the woman's thigh.
The two looked at each other and then stood up at the same time.
They had already secretly checked the people in the tavern and found no suspicious persons.
So, the danger comes from outside.
The two of them felt a pang of fear in their hearts and no longer cared about pretending. The figure of the woman in sunglasses flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Min as if she had teleported. She handed over a black token and said quickly, "Miss Xiao, I was sent by your father to protect your safety.
There is danger here.
Please leave with me immediately."
Danger?
Zhao Min glanced at the token and confirmed that it was correct. Then she stood up and followed the woman as she ran quickly towards the back door of the tavern.
The followers were also frightened and quickly stumbled to catch up.
Just as they were about to disappear through the back door,
boom! A deafening roar instantly swallowed up all the noise in the tavern.
The terrifying shockwave suddenly spread out in a circular shape, knocking the surrounding pedestrians to the ground. The entire tavern was like a biscuit crushed by an invisible giant hand. The roof was blown off in an instant, and countless broken wooden boards shot up into the sky and fell like rain.
On the street, the crowd in the distance all stood there in shock.
But after a few seconds, their desire to watch the fun drove them to gather in the direction of the explosion.
Silani stood on the rooftop opposite. His eyes were fixed on the ruins of the tavern, which was now in a mess.
The tailed beast cannon does not have the effect of a gunpowder explosion and cannot form a mushroom cloud, so it does not look that shocking.
But the power is indeed not small. The best proof was the more than 20 life-increasing notification sounds that rang in Silani's mind one after another.
However, I don't know if Zhao Min and others are among these 20 or so prompt sounds.
Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated.
What surprised Silani was that quite a few people in the tavern were still alive.
It seems anyone who can hang around in such a place is not a good person.
Soon, Silani saw the bearded man in the ruins. He was covered in a hideous black armor and was standing in the center of the ruins. There were many cracks on the armor, and traces of blood were oozing from the gaps. It was obvious that he had suffered some injuries, but it did not seem to affect his movements.
Not far away,
a thick alloy plate of unknown material was suddenly lifted up, revealing a woman in sunglasses who was also wearing armor, and Zhao Min and several other women who were protected by her.
Silani's eyes narrowed. Damn, he's not going to die like this? Glancing at the crowd gathered on the street to watch the excitement, Silani couldn't help but sneer. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. It was at this time. Meow. Woof woof woof.
Suddenly, groups of stray cats and dogs emerged from the dark alleys around. Hundreds of stray cats and dogs gathered like a tide, forming a mighty stream of animals. The scene was extremely spectacular.
They did not actively attack humans. Instead, after rushing into the crowd, they started fighting each other. Most of the onlookers were ordinary people.
They were frightened by this sudden change and rushed towards the relatively empty ruins of the tavern.
Among the ruins,
the bearded man and the woman in sunglasses changed their expressions at the same time.
Damn it!
The bearded man cursed softly, and his powerful roar drowned out the screams and barking of dogs around him.
Everyone, scatter!
I'm from the Zhao group. If anyone dares to get close to me, I'll definitely liquidate them. However, in this case, his threats seemed pale and powerless. Even if someone heard what he said, they couldn't stop and could only be pushed forward by the crowd behind them.
The bearded man looked extremely ugly.
With his strength, it would not be difficult to knock away all the troublesome civilians.
But he didn't dare. Unless his own life is threatened, if he dares to kill even a civilian in public, not even the Zhao group can protect him. While the crowd around them had not yet crowded over, the bearded man quickly squeezed next to Zhao Min and her group. Follow me closely. His tall body was like a wall, and his big hands like palm leaf fans pushed left and right, forcing a gap in the crowded crowd. He encountered stray cats and dogs that happened to bump into him. He even kicked them one by one and crushed them into meat paste. However, he had just squeezed forward a few meters when he looked back and found that Zhao Min and the others were no longer behind him. Everywhere I looked, there were panicked human heads. At the same time, under the deliberate attack of the dogs, the woman in sunglasses was also forced to separate from Zhao Min and the other girls. However, Zhao Min and the other girls were very lucky and were squeezed out of the chaotic crowd. The 5 men stumbled and fell into an alley behind Logan's tavern. They were covered in dust, their hair was messy, and they looked miserable. Zhao Min stood up with a sullen face. He was tidying up his messy clothes, his eyes full of resentment. This was the first time in her life that she had experienced such a scene, the first time that she had been pushed around like trash. Just when she was about to explode, the girl with bangs next to her suddenly poked her arm and lowered her voice with a hint of undisguised excitement in her tone. Sister Minmin, look, that handsome guy. Zhao Min looked impatiently in the direction she pointed. I saw the other end of the alley. A tall and straight man, at least 1.85 meters tall, was walking straight towards them. The man was wearing casual clothes, which made his shoulders look broad and his legs look long. Under the somewhat flowing and messy black hair is a face that is handsome to the point of being enchanting, especially those light red eyes, which make people's heart beat faster at a glance. Wow, so handsome. He's coming towards us. The other 3 followers instantly forgot their previous embarrassment, their eyes shining and whispering to each other. Under the gaze of several women, the handsome man stopped when he was 3 or 4 meters away from Zhao Min. With a confident and calm smile on his face, he said in a somewhat apologetic tone, Miss Xiao, I'm sorry for fertilizing you. Chapter 62 Do you also want to be slapped in the face? 2 useless things. Si Lanyi frowned, glanced in the direction of the crowded crowd, and cursed under his breath. After cursing, he turned his gaze to Zhao Min again. Miss Xiao, it's not safe here yet. Please leave with me first. After Si Lanyi finished speaking, he stared at Zhao Min's expression. If he found anything wrong, even if there was a risk of being exposed, he would kill them directly and leave. After the explosion just now, Zhao Min's nerves were always tense, fearing another explosion. In addition, Si Lanyi acted like the superior of the 2 guards, so she skipped the step of verifying her identity. She immediately nodded and said, okay. Si Lanyi walked in front, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. He did not kill Zhao Min and the others immediately. One reason was that there was a surveillance camera at the entrance of the alley. The reason why he stopped 3 or 4 meters away from Zhao Min was to avoid the surveillance camera. But if he killed Zhao Min and others, he would definitely be exposed under surveillance. Secondly, he didn't want Zhao Min and the others to die so easily. Don't they like to play? Then have fun with them. By the way, you can also use them to see if you can figure out the function of the contract girlfriend function. Si Lanyi led them towards the warehouse behind Fallen Street. The road was winding, and we chose to walk through dark, narrow alleys without surveillance. As they walked, Zhao Min gradually realized that something was wrong. Although she was not familiar with Fallen Street, she could still roughly tell that the route chosen by Si Lanyi was completely away from the main road, heading towards a deeper and more desolate place. Wrong. Zhao Min's heart skipped a beat and she stopped abruptly. When the other followers saw her stop, they also stopped, looking puzzled. The moment they stopped, Si Lanyi's voice came from the front. Ms. Zhao, if I were you, I would definitely not act rashly right now. Having said that, Si Lanyi turned around. In the dim alley, his handsome and enchanting face still had a smile on it, but his pale red eyes were filled with a heart-pounding coldness. Hand over your laptop and cell phone. I usually don't hit women, but if you don't obey. Si Lanyi hadn't finished speaking yet. Zhao Min's followers were not happy with this and started to make a fuss immediately. Who do you think you are? Bang! Si Lanyi raised his hand and slapped the pink-haired girl who was shouting the loudest, knocking her to the ground. Seeing this, the followers immediately shut up. Zhao Min frowned and stared at Si Lanyi. Do you know who my father is? Bang! Another crisp slap sounded. Zhao Min was slapped and staggered, falling to the ground. A clear 5-finger mark quickly appeared on her fair cheek. She covered her face and looked at Silani in disbelief. He. How dare he? This slap completely frightened those followers. In the alley, you can hear a pin drop. Silani raised his hand and glanced at the remaining 3 silent girls. You guys want to get slapped in the face too? No, we don't want to. The 3 girls were so scared that they shook their heads and shrank back involuntarily. Then take out your phone. Hearing this, they hurriedly took out their laptops and handed them over carefully. Silani didn't reach out to catch it. Just throw it on the ground. The women did not dare to hesitate and did as they were told. Silani nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Zhao Min, who was sitting on the ground and staring at him with resentful eyes. Miss Xiao, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Silani flexed his wrist and added slowly, I'll help you. If I touch something I shouldn't, don't blame me. Zhao Min's chest heaved violently, and the resentment in her eyes almost overflowed. She gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone from her bag and threw it aside. You'd better pray you don't fall into my hands. At this time, Zhao Min still dared to speak harshly because she was sure that Silani would not dare to kill her. The purpose of kidnapping her was nothing more than to use her as a bargaining chip to exchange something with her father. Silani shook his head and ignored her. After ordering them to get up, he took them and continued walking towards the warehouse. Silani had just left when, in the dark corner of the alley, a husky came out with a black plastic bag in its mouth. Era tilted his head and looked in the direction where Silani left, then looked at the several mobile phones on the ground, his blue eyes full of confusion. The boss asked Benha to wait here in advance just for these mobile phones? Shaking his head, Era didn't think about it anymore. Following Silani's instructions, it stuffed several mobile phones on the ground into its pockets one by one, then picked up the pockets, chose a direction opposite to Silani, and started running wildly. Crack bang! The dilapidated iron door of the warehouse was slammed shut, and the loud noise echoed in the empty warehouse. Silani's eyes swept across the faces of Zhao Min and her 4 followers. Take off your clothes. Silani didn't have any other intentions, he just felt that just taking the phone away wasn't safe enough. These girls, except Zhao Min, all come from wealthy families. Who knows if they may be hiding any locators or something like that on their bodies? So, for your own safety, you must check it carefully, thoroughly, inside and out. Seeing that Silani didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Min's expression changed completely and she scolded him harshly. Don't go too far. Too much? Is this too much? Silani sneered in his heart, not feeling that he had done anything wrong. They all planned to find someone to destroy Shen Mengli, and their methods were so vicious. He is now. It's just a matter of giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Moreover, compared to Zhao Min's killing and heartbreaking style, he is much gentler. Bang! Silani was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. He raised his leg and kicked Zhao Min in the lower abdomen. The enormous force made her fly backwards 4 or 5 meters like a kite with a broken string, and she fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Well. Zhao Min curled up on the ground, in so much pain that she couldn't even groan. Her pretty face turned pale in an instant, and her body hunched over like a shrimp. This sudden kick. The other 4 girls trembled in fear. When Silani glared at them, their screams got stuck in their throats and they dared not make a sound. They could only cover their mouths and their bodies trembled. Silani took a step forward and walked slowly to Zhao Min. He squatted down, grabbed Zhao Min's hair and forced her to raise her head. You, ahem. What on earth do you want to do? Looking at her eyes filled with resentment and pain, Silani suddenly smiled. I heard you're quite smart. Then let me ask you, have you heard the story of Tianji's horse race? Zhao Min was stunned for a moment. Tianji's horse racing? Of course she had heard this story before, but what did it have to do with the current situation? What exactly does he want to do? The silent girls standing by looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what Silani was up to. This kidnapper. Is there something wrong with your brain? Just as they were confused and wondering, Silani's voice sounded in their ears again. I am a superior horse, so I want you to give me Tianji. He paused. Looking at Zhao Min's surprised face, the corners of his mouth curved a little wider. Do you understand? Now that you understand, let's get started. Brothers. With the experience of entering the palace 9 times and becoming a titled Doluo in the previous book, I will just briefly mention it in the main text.
The hidden part has been released. There are 9,500 words.
Stop. Don't run. Listen to me. After reading, remember to come back and click for updates.
Also, please give it a try out of your love for the new content, otherwise you will get a slap in the face.
Here is a picture, a friendly reminder from Era.
Handsome guy, remember to give my big brother some love.
Chapter 63 Reactions from all parties. Here, I see a lot of people asking what the Earth is.
When VX is opened and logged in, it just looks like the Earth.
Then let me introduce this to new readers. Hidden content is something that cannot be mentioned in the main text and is something you absolutely cannot miss. The following is the main text. Xingjin City, Yunding Villa District. This is the most expensive residential area in the entire city.
The villa, located on the top of the mountain and covering the largest area, is a symbol of power. At this moment, the atmosphere in the villa was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. All the servants lowered their heads, walked very lightly, and even breathed carefully, for fear that any sound would bring about unnecessary disaster.
On the sofa in the middle of the living room,
a beautiful woman who still had some charm was holding a handkerchief and wiping the corners of her eyes. Her voice was filled with tears and suppressed anger.
I told you a long time ago to arrange a few more powerful guards for Minmin, but you insisted that no one in Xingjin City dared to touch your people, Zhao Linyuan. Now it's over. If anything happens to Minmin, I will never forgive you. Opposite the beautiful woman,
a middle-aged man in a neat suit and with an elegant face was sitting on the sofa.
He is the helmsman of the Zhao group, Zhao Linyuan.
Facing his wife's crying and accusations, his face showed no emotion at all. His deep eyes were as calm as water, and he only tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers occasionally.
A moment later, the screen of the computer phone on the coffee table lit up.
Zhao Linyuan glanced at his wife, picked up his cell phone, stood up and walked into the study.
In the study,
a light curtain was projected in front of Zhao Linyuan. The light on the other side of the light curtain was dim, and only a figure covered in a black robe could be vaguely seen.
Zhao Linyuan got straight to the point. My daughter got into trouble in your Logan Tavern. You need to give me an explanation for this matter.
There was silence for a moment. Then a hoarse voice was heard, which had been processed and could not be distinguished between male and female. What we can find out now is that the other party seems to have the ability to control ordinary animals. In Xingjin City, I have never heard of anyone who possesses this ability and dares to offend both of our families at the same time. I suggest that Patriarch Zhao check to see if it's someone from your wife's side. Zhao Linyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk.
My people, I will check.
Zhao Linyuan changed the subject, but the incident happened on your territory, and the person was attacked in your tavern.
Your Logan Tavern is not unrelated to this matter. Send your people to help find her. You will all be held accountable for this matter until my daughter is found. The other party hesitated.
What happened to Zhao Min in Logan Tavern? But Zhao Min had not issued the mission at that time. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a customer of Logan's Tavern. But now is obviously not the time to worry about these things.
The call just ended. Zhao Linyuan's computer phone rang again.
A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Master, we found the young lady's cell phone at the garbage transfer station in the north of the city.
In addition to the young lady's phone, there are 4 others.
After confirmation, they belong to several noble ladies who are usually very close to the young lady.
North of the city?
Zhao Linyuan stopped tapping his fingers. Fallen Street is in the south of the city, but the mobile phone appeared in the north of the city, and the two are far apart.
The kidnappers deliberately took the phone so far away to throw it away. Is it to lure the tiger away from the mountain?
The person on the other end of the phone waited patiently, not daring to disturb him.
After a while, Zhao Linyuan's voice rang out again. Recall all personnel searching outside.
Focus on Fallen Street and conduct an inward-looking search.
Don't let any suspicious individuals go. Also, find out for me what mission Minmin went to Logan's Tavern to issue. Yes. Hang up the phone.
Zhao Linyuan dialed another number without any hesitation. Director Zhou, my daughter got into trouble on Fallen Street.
My Zhao group is willing to fully assist the Law Enforcement Bureau in handling the case. What are your thoughts on this matter? Under the night, a large number of armed personnel wearing law enforcement uniforms quickly blocked all intersections leading to Fallen Street. Immediately following, More of them were dressed in uniform black combat uniforms.
Private soldiers with the Zhao Group emblem printed on their chests also filed out of the car. These people all had cold eyes, and their actions revealed a murderous aura. Before long, the area of more than 10 miles around Fallen Street was completely surrounded by these two forces, forming a huge encirclement.
Attention all units. Start a blanket search, centering on the ruins of Logan's Tavern. Team 1 will be responsible for the east area, Team 2 for the west area. Repeat. Any suspicious individuals, immediately apprehend them. To protect your Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. The order was quickly issued through the communication channel. An invisible net began to slowly close in on Fallen Street. Fallen Street, which would normally be bustling at this time, was eerily quiet. Only the cold wind blew through the empty streets, stirring up a few pieces of wood chips. The other side. Number 1 Middle School Information Reading Room.
Shen Mengli sat by the window with a book about the habits of source beasts spread out in front of her, but for the first time her mind was not on the book. Her clear eyes would glance at the mobile phone beside her from time to time.
On the screen. The forum of the Xinjiang City Regional Network has already exploded. Photos and videos taken from various angles are constantly uploaded. What the hell? What happened on Fallen Street? Why did the law enforcement agency block all the roads on this side of the commercial street?
Not only the Law Enforcement Bureau, I also saw the Zhao Group's private soldiers. That scene, my goodness, felt like a source beast attacking a city. I heard that a big shot was kidnapped at Logan's Tavern on Fallen Street, and the tavern was blown up.
Hot discussions online continued one after another.
Shen Mengli looked at the photos and netizen speculations, and her heart tightened involuntarily.
Explode. Zhao Group.
Shen Mengli knew that all this must be related to Si Lani. He really did it, and it made such a big noise.
Can you escape safely?
Shen Mengli's fingertips turned slightly white, and the densely packed words on the pages of the book turned into blurry clumps of ink in her eyes, and she couldn't read a single word.
For her. Now every second of waiting is torture.
Si Lani didn't know whether Shen Mengli was suffering or not, but he was feeling very happy now, so happy that he was about to take off.
To vent the anger in my heart.
Si Lani was not in a hurry to kill Zhao Min and the others. Instead, he used his tail, which had been strengthened to the second stage, to whip them severely and help them deeply realize the mistakes they had made. The length of a cat's tail is affected by factors such as breed, body shape, and genes, and there are also large differences between individuals. Si Lani's tail is only about 20 centimeters long.
But length is secondary.
The most important thing is that after strengthening to the second stage, he can control the hardness of his tail at will.
A thought came to my mind. The soft tail can straighten instantly and become harder than an iron rod. And the fuzz on the tail.
After hardening, it looks like a bunch of fine barbs. Not to mention a few little girls who Haven Tea started practicing it. Even if a few warriors at the Bingfang realm or even the Jianghan realm came over, they would not be able to withstand a few whips from Si Lani.
Chapter 64 in the next life, be a good person. In the abandoned warehouse behind Fallen Street.
I don't know if it was because it rained the day before, but the ground was very wet because this place had been in disrepair for a long time.
There are even large puddles of water.
The air was filled with a musty smell mixed with iron and dust.
A girl with bangs was lying in the corner.
She was so dead that her body was starting to become stiff.
Don't get me wrong.
This is not what Si Lani did to her. But after entering the warehouse, this girl was restless. Si Lani thought she was noisy, so he grabbed her neck and lifted her up. As a result, the girl was too timid and was scared to death. In order to make an example of her, and also because he felt that she was too dirty, Si Lani broke her neck and sent her away first.
At this time. Except Zhao Min.
The pink-haired girl and Zhao Min's other two followers were lying weakly on the ground, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Their hair was wet and stuck to their faces, and it was hard to tell whether it was sweat or tears. Several of them had chapped lips and dull eyes, and were obviously severely dehydrated. Of course, Zhao Min is not much better. Apart from appearing to be in good physical condition, her entire mind was in a complete trance, and she stared blankly at the warehouse ceiling covered with cobwebs. Looking at Zhao Min's rosy face, Si Lani couldn't help but raise a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth.
Actually,
Zhao Min was the one who was beaten the most among them. The reason why she didn't have any visible injuries on her body and even her face was still rosy was entirely because Silani would treat her from time to time while teaching her a lesson. As for this healing ability, Silani discovered it by accident. When strengthening his body before, Silani discovered that parts such as the mouth, ears, and tail have hidden abilities, but he just needs to slowly discover them himself. But what he didn't expect was the hidden function of a certain part after strengthening is actually healing. It's not entirely correct to call it treatment. To be more precise, it should contain extremely strong vitality, which can accelerate recovery from injuries. This thing doesn't seem very convenient for outsiders to use. As for your own use, that is out of the question. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Even if Silani dies, he will never use this on himself. However, this is also a pleasant surprise. And the harvest this time is far more than that. The biggest gain. The time it takes to switch to human form has increased significantly, and the function of the contract girlfriend has been figured out. Before that, the time it takes to switch to human form is 32 minutes and 23 seconds per day. During the day, when Shen Mengli explained to him the division of warrior strength, it increased by 5 seconds. This is also thanks to the nearly 3 hours of switching time accumulated in the past few days. Otherwise, today I wanted to teach Zhao Men and the others a lesson, but I could only watch helplessly. And now, Silani's mind moved, and he called up the system panel to take a look. Here is a picture of Silani's attribute panel. Destiny will spiritual pattern, 2,806,072 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. The first thing that catches your eye is the lifespan indicated by the spiritual patterns on the fate wheel. 2.8 million. Silani was also shocked when he saw it before. I was stunned for 2 seconds. Only then did he realize that the extra 2.3 million days of life were provided by the people killed by the previous tailed beast cannon. In total, only about 25 people died. On average, each person provided about 252 years of life. This means, by killing a human, you can obtain all the lifespan in the other party's spiritual pattern. Wouldn't it be so cool to kill people and rob them in the future? Silani shook his head and looked at converted human time, 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 42 seconds day. Compared to before, a full 200 minutes and 19 seconds were added. Among them, Zhao Men made the greatest contribution. She alone provided 140 minutes. The first direct critical hit gave 100 minutes, and it can provide a stable 10 minutes every day thereafter. The second one is the pink-haired one. The first critical hit gave 40 minutes, and the subsequent 4 minutes per day. As for Zhao Men's other 2 followers, they were given very little time, only a total of 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Besides, what surprised Silani the most was the contract girlfriend feature. Zhao Men was forced to become a contracted girlfriend. As to why the pink-haired girl and Zhao Men's other 2 followers were not bound together, Silani guessed it was probably because of their overall appearance. After Zhao Men is bound, Silani can also view her information. The overall appearance column reached 93 points. Apart from appearance, Silani couldn't think of any other possibilities. After successfully activating the contract girlfriend function, Silani only then discovered the progress bar behind the strength does not represent the beginner, intermediate, or advanced levels of strength. Instead, it strengthens the point collection progress bar. After the contract is concluded, just being with the other person will increase the progress bar by 0.1% per hour and 1% per day. When the progress bar reaches the full value, both Silani and his contracted girlfriend can get a super enhancement opportunity. Moreover, this super enhancement opportunity does not require consuming any lifespan to strengthen body parts. Don't underestimate this opportunity for strengthening. If the body is strengthened to the 10th stage, it will take 100 trillion days of life to strengthen it to the 11th stage, which is about 274.08 billion years. This is a number that Silani dared not even think about. But as long as you get the opportunity for super enhancement, you can directly enhance it. This function can no longer be described as cheating. It's like a bug opening the door for a bug, the bug is home. And the most crucial point, whether it is increasing the switching time of the human form or the progress bar of the super enhancement point, the woman's time is calculated every day. Think of this. Silani's mouth corners couldn't help but rise a little. If this is counted as my own, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, my endurance has always been strong, and my physical fitness has been constantly improving, so it has been quite long.
But if this is blamed on the woman, then this matter would be much simpler.
He could use his hidden unique weapon to speed up the opponent's day by several times or even dozens of times, and then use the treasure containing super vitality to replenish his physical strength.
Directly formed a perfect closed loop. You can say that. Today's trip was a great harvest.
Si Lanyi was secretly proud of himself. His ears suddenly moved slightly, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. In the dim light, a hint of amusement flashed in those light red eyes.
It's coming earlier than I thought.
Si Lanyi's murmur was very soft, but it was like a needle, piercing Zhao Min's almost collapsed consciousness.
Her dilated pupils regained some focus. Immediately following, the faint noise coming from the distance also entered her ears.
Search this warehouse thoroughly.
Don't miss any corner. Yes. It's Dada's man. They came to rescue me.
The immense ecstasy rushed through her limbs like an electric current, pulling her back from the brink of hell. Zhao Min's lips moved slightly, and she almost subconsciously wanted to call for help.
But just as she took a breath and was about to speak, one hand, as fast as lightning, yet gently, he covered her mouth.
Then, a handsome face slowly came close to her ear. A warm breath, accompanied by a devilish whisper, gently blew against her ear.
In my next life, I'll be a good person.
Chapter 65. Chapter 65. This barb is useful, but it consumes a lot of water.
Buzz. Zhao Min's mind suddenly went blank.
The eyes that had just ignited the fire of hope suddenly widened, and the pupils contracted sharply due to extreme fear.
No. Don't want. Zhao Min struggled desperately.
But the hand covering her mouth held her down so tightly that she couldn't make a sound.
Fear, despair, unwillingness.
All kinds of emotions were like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly destroying all her rationality.
She doesn't want to die. She was only 18 years old.
Her life had just begun and she had a bright future ahead of her.
How could she die in such a dirty, dilapidated place?
Scenes flashed before her eyes rapidly. The luxury of the cloud-top villa, the flattery of friends, the loving smile of her mother, and
Shen Mengli's face that seemed to be indifferent to everything. Finally, all the pictures.
All of them were fixed on the handsome face with a faint smile in front of them.
A wave of regret welled up in Zhao Min's heart. Regret it. Why was she so conceited? Why didn't she kill Shen Mengli earlier?
With the strength of her Zhao family in Xingjin City, she pushed forward a scapegoat.
Who would dare to investigate further? What I hate is the man in front of me.
After learning that Si Lanyi came to them because of Shen Mengli, she even made a promise to devote herself to him and never pursue the matter. But this man still wants to kill her.
She hates it so much.
Why is Shen Mengli better than her in everything, even the man she finds?
Si Lanyi had no idea what Zhao Min was thinking at that moment. After saying that,
without even looking at her again, he raised his hand, grabbed her neck, and twisted it hard.
Crack!
The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed particularly abrupt in the empty warehouse.
Zhao Min's body trembled violently, and then completely went limp.
A crystal tear slowly slid down the corner of her eye and disappeared into the hair at her temple.
Si Lanyi shook his head inside in his heart. What a pity. If she awakened the spiritual pattern. Considering her family background, there should be at least 18 million years of life left in her spiritual patterns.
As a result, he now only has 24,455 days of life, which is not worth the money he killed in Logan's tavern.
After getting rid of Zhao Min,
Si Lanyi didn't hesitate at all and dealt with Fan Mao and Zhao Min's other two followers, extending his lifespan by another 58,035 days. He casually put the 5 bodies into the tailspace and then quickly glanced at the crime scene. Looking at the puddles of water and the bloodstains on the ground, Si Lanyi showed helplessness on his face. This barb is useful, but it consumes a lot of water.
The scene is definitely out of control. Outside the warehouse, the noisy footsteps were getting closer.
Si Lanyi didn't delay any longer and switched directly into cat form, crawling out from an inconspicuous hole in the back wall of the warehouse.
Just came out.
Only then did Si Lanyi truly understand how powerful the Zhao group was.
Look around.
Dark alleys and warehouses. There were swaying figures and beams of light everywhere, with hunting dogs with bared teeth leading them, surrounding them in a fan shape.
Seeing this, Si Lanyi couldn't help but frown. This is a bit troublesome. Era and Heisey had been instructed before to disperse and evacuate immediately after the task was completed, and to gather them again after the storm had passed. Right now, I can only rely on myself. With the other party's search intensity as strong as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground, no matter how he hides, he will definitely be discovered in the end. Silani didn't dare to gamble whether this group of people would attack him. I looked up at another warehouse not far away and estimated its height, which was about 8 meters. No hesitation. Under the cover of night, Silani rushed over. Then he exerted force with his limbs and dug his claws deep into the mottled wall of the warehouse. With a few leaps, he climbed up silently. As soon as he reached the roof, Silani's pupils suddenly shrank. In the sky, within the field of vision, there were dozens of black objects similar to drones, quietly floating in the air, without any sound or light. If his eyes had not been strengthened twice, coupled with Cat's natural night vision, they are simply unable to detect these ghosts. Good job. An all-round, 3-dimensional blockade by land and air, right? Silani immediately lowered his body and crawled on the edge of the warehouse roof. He just stuck his head out and looked at the search team gradually approaching below, frantically thinking of countermeasures in his mind. It's definitely not possible to force your way in. We must find a way to divert all their attention. Soon. Silani's gaze fell on the warehouse he had just come out of. A bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Chapter 66 What I, Zhou Lin Yuan, say is the rule. A bold plan quickly took shape in Silani's mind. There is no time to think too much. Silani slipped over immediately. The bodies of Zhao Min and others were thrown back into the abandoned warehouse. After doing all this, he quietly crawled to the middle window of another warehouse a little further away and found an excellent sniper position. Whether it works or not depends on this one. More than 2 hours have passed since the Logan Tavern was blown up, and the orange-yellow energy stored in the tailspace has been restored a little. Although it can't cause much power, it can be used for hearing. It's okay to blow up a few corpses in a more artistic way. Silani took a deep breath, and a soft white light appeared at the tip of his tail. The reason why I didn't climb to the top of the warehouse. I'm just worried that this white light will be discovered by the drones in the sky. The white light converged, compressed, and eventually formed an energy ball the size of a marble. Aim and fire. Boom! A loud bang suddenly exploded in the silent night. The sudden explosion startled all the search team members. Over there! Quick! One team stays behind to guard. Everyone else, gather around. Most people immediately changed direction and rushed towards the explosion site, leaving only a small number of people to continue guarding the periphery. Silani created this explosion, waiting for this moment. When they saw the bodies that were blown beyond recognition, they would definitely panic and would no longer pay attention to him, a cat. When the time comes, this is the perfect time for him to escape. As expected, a man who looked like the captain was the first to rush into the ruins of the warehouse. When he saw a broken limb, his face suddenly changed. He walked quickly forward and reached out to touch the body parts. The body is still warm. He suddenly raised his head and roared into the communicator, "The murderer must not have gotten far. Block all exits and don't let anyone escape. Now is the time." Silani's eyes flashed, and he jumped down from the top of the warehouse. He did not choose to run at full speed. Instead, it trotted at the speed of an ordinary cat, without even trying to hide, and ran openly along the alley towards the outside of the encirclement. The facts prove it. His tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west really worked wonders. The search team they met along the way was so focused on catching people that no one cared about an ordinary stray cat. Even a hound noticed him and bared its teeth at him. But before it could rush over, its owner grabbed its collar and dragged it in the other direction. That's all. Silani slowly and successfully escaped from the core search area where the people were most concentrated. Just as he was about to turn out of the last alley, a completely black floating commercial vehicle passed by him silently. Silani subconsciously glanced into the car window. Back seat of the car. A middle-aged man with an elegant face and a majestic presence sat upright. Next to him was a beautiful woman who kept wiping her tears with a handkerchief. When Silani saw that the beautiful woman's face was 7 points similar to Zhao Min's, his pale red eyes trembled suddenly. He turned his head quickly. Force yourself not to be nervous and continue walking forward with the same steps as before. Inside the car. The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed something.
He subconsciously turned his head and glanced behind him. In the dim light, he could only see the back of a tabby cat, which quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. His only concern now was his daughter's safety.
He had no intention of thinking about a cat, so he looked away. Not long.
Zhao Linyuan and his wife, surrounded by dozens of guards, rushed to the collapsed warehouse. When I saw the charred bodies in the ruins, it was impossible to tell who was who. The beautiful woman, who still had her charm, suddenly felt dizzy and fell down limply, but was supported in time by the female guard behind her.
Zhao Linyuan's body shook violently, uncontrollably. He pushed away the guards who wanted to support him. Zhao Linyuan walked slowly to the center of the ruins step by step. He squatted down, stretched out his slightly trembling hand, and picked up a relatively complete arm from a pile of broken limbs. On the broken arm, black dust and flesh were stuck together. But the bright red on the dirty fingertips stung his eyes. In Zhao Linyuan's mind,
the scene when I went out this morning involuntarily emerged in my mind. The daughter ran up to him and raised her hands as if offering a treasure.
"Dad, do you think my new manicure is beautiful?" Min.
Zhao Linyuan stared at the red color intently. The nails of his other hand had already dug deeply into his palm. The bright red blood dripped onto the ground through his fingers, but he was completely unaware. The face that had always been elegant and calm was now covered with hideous and twisted blue veins. A brutality and madness that could not be described in words burst out from his deep eyes. He stood up suddenly.
"Look around."
The sound was as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other.
Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. "Pass my orders. Lose the city."
As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the law enforcement bureau who first discovered the remains immediately frowned. "Master Zhao, I'm afraid it's against the rules."
"Rule?"
Zhao Linyuan slowly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on him.
"My daughter is dead, and now you're talking to me about rules?"
"Today,
what I, Zhao Linyuan, say is the rule."
Chapter 67. As long as she is alive, I will feel uncomfortable.
Xingjin No. 1 Middle School.
In the quiet reading room, there is only the slight rustling sound of turning pages.
Shen Mengli frowned, thinking about various possible countermeasures that might help Si Lanyi. But no matter how many times you deduce it, the final results all point to a despairing conclusion.
In front of a behemoth like the Zhao group, no matter what tactics are used, they will be ineffective and may even attract the other party's attention.
Unless I also have the power to compete with it. For a while, Shen Mengli's desire for strength was stronger than ever before.
Just then, a dark shadow flashed past the window.
Shen Mengli's body shook violently, and she stood up subconsciously.
The chair rubbed against the ground, making a sharp squeak sound, which attracted the attention of several students around her. She immediately sat back down. She quickly lowered her head, using her bangs to cover her face, while also concealing the excitement in her eyes.
A moment later, Shen Mengli closed the book and quickly walked to the front desk to complete the borrowing procedures. In a pavilion in the school's recreational area, one person and one cat, sitting opposite each other. "Are you hurt?"
There was a slight tremor in Shen Mengli's voice that she herself didn't even notice.
"I'm fine, don't worry." Si Lanyi shook his head and walked around the table as he spoke.
Seeing this, Shen Mengli finally felt relieved.
Then, with a puzzled look on her face, she asked, "How could you, 'cause such a big commotion?"
Si Lanyi thought about it and immediately recounted what had happened.
He wanted to hear Shen Mengli's opinion.
After all, Shen Mengli knows this world and the Zhao group's style of doing things much better than he does. Only by predicting the other party's actions in advance can we be prepared. Of course, the little story that happened with Zhao Min and others in the warehouse after the rain was just mentioned lightly by him.
Listening to Si Lanyi's story,
especially when Shen Mengli heard the purpose of Zhao Min going to Logan Tavern, her body couldn't help but stiffen.
Soon, she figured it all out. Si Lanyi told her that it was not difficult to assassinate Zhao Min in cat form.
But even though he knew that there were 2 guards present, he still insisted on taking action, even at the cost of making such a big noise.
He did this because me. In order to prevent Zhao Min's plan from being implemented, he took the risk.
Shen Mengli stared blankly at the tabby cat in front of her.
Somewhere in my heart,
it was as if it was gently touched by something, causing ripples to appear.
Until Silani stretched out his claws and waved them in front of her eyes. What are you thinking about? Is there something wrong?
Shen Mengli came back to her senses and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth.
If what you said is true, the Zhao Group and the Law Enforcement Bureau must now believe that the murderer is still in the city, so their first action must be to seal off the city. Lose the city?
Seeing Silani frowning, Shen Mengli shook her head and smiled. Don't worry too much about this.
Their city lockdown won't have much impact on us.
You've made 2 moves, which has given them the impression that the murderer is powerful and mysterious. Even if the Zhao Group knew the reason why Zhao Min went to Logan's tavern, they wouldn't think there was anything wrong with me.
Speaking of this,
Shen Mengli even blinked playfully. After all, I'm just an ordinary person from the slums. They will just think it's a coincidence and will never think that I have any connection with the murderer.
So, the best thing we can do next is just pretend that nothing happened. Try not to wander around outside during this time.
Also, it's best to notify your subordinates and have them reduce their presence as much as possible.
I'm worried that if they can't find anyone, they'll take it out on stray cats and dogs. Hearing Shen Mengli's words, Silani couldn't help but feel relieved. Only, I don't know why.
Silani always felt that Shen Mengli's tone of voice tonight seemed much gentler than usual.
Could it be that he was moved by himself? Silani couldn't help but look at Shen Mengli strangely. But it's okay this way.
If I could capture Shen Mengli's heart earlier and wait for her to become my contracted girlfriend, it would be of great help to both Shen Mengli and myself.
Shaking his head, Silani didn't think any further and asked, how long do you think the city lockdown will last? It won't be long.
Shen Mengli smoothed her hair by her ears and said, the lockdown will definitely have a serious impact on the operation of the entire city.
Whether it's warriors or civilians, there will be complaints. So, I'd guess 3 days to a week at most.
If they still can't find the murderer within a week, they'll just have to let the case go. Shen Mengli had just finished speaking.
A quick prompt sounded from the light computer phone.
She clicked on the screen and immediately a red notification popped up. Emergency notice: to investigate a particularly serious and vicious case and ensure the safety of all citizens, Xingjin City will be placed under a 3-day city-wide lockdown starting immediately.
Below the notification,
it also comes with a public video speech by Zhao Linyuan.
In the video,
Zhao Linyuan stood in front of the camera with a haggard face, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Silani recognized him at a glance. This was the middle-aged man he saw in the car when he escaped. Zhao Linyuan first announced the news of his daughter's death in a sad tone, and then used very contagious words to implore the citizens to cooperate with the investigation. They also promised that during the lockdown, all goods in Zhao Group stores would be discounted by 30%. Some gentle consolation, coupled with the image of a father who had lost his beloved daughter, instantly reduced the public dissatisfaction that might be caused by the city lockdown to a minimum. After the video finished playing, the screen automatically dimmed. Silani looked at his furry reflection on the phone screen, his light red eyes narrowed slightly.
This is a tough and ruthless character.
Zhao Linyuan had just experienced the pain of losing his daughter, but he was able to calm down so quickly.
He even used his daughter's death to gain sympathy and minimize the negative impact of the city lockdown.
This kind of person is terrifyingly rational, but when he gets ruthless, he will not recognize any relatives.
It seems
we must improve our strength as soon as possible. At least we have to have the ability to protect ourselves before the Zhao Group finds out.
Silani suppressed these thoughts temporarily.
He looked up at Shen Mengli and suddenly said, there's nothing to do now, let's go to the hospital. Shen Mengli couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, her clear eyes full of confusion.
It's almost 9 o'clock in the evening. What are you going to the hospital for? Let's go and deal with the old woman and that fat guy.
Silani said as if it was a matter of course, I was blind and saved her this morning. As long as she's not dead, I'll feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable all over.
He wasn't kidding. The thought of that old hag still lying in bed makes me feel happy.
Silani felt like there was an ant crawling in his heart.
He probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night unless he crushed the ant to death. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. If you want to return it, it depends on whether I want to accept it. Revenge never waits overnight. This is Silani's life creed.
In his previous life, he was an orphan without parents, but he was able to thrive because of his almost paranoid ruthlessness.
Especially when I was in the orphanage. The environment there is far more cruel than it appears from the outside.
The exclusion and bullying among children are sometimes more naked and direct than those in the adult world. At that time he understood a truth.
Confront bullying.
Retreating and giving in will only lead to worsening of the situation.
If you dare to mess with me, you'll have to be prepared to stay awake at night. It is useless to just fight. Even if you win today, he may call a group of people to block you tomorrow. The only way is to make the other person feel fear from the bottom of their heart. So, as long as someone dares to provoke Silani, once he gets the chance, he will definitely kill him. If he scares one person, the whole group will behave themselves. Therefore, Silani never waits overnight for revenge. If I can report it on the spot, I will never wait until the next second. Before in the hospital, he spared the lives of the old lady and her brother, but he felt that he had ruined Shin Mengli's plan and wanted her to solve the problem herself. After all, things like stealing heads, whether it's in the game or somewhere else, it's heartbreaking.
Seeing Shin Mengli staring at him in a daze, as if she had not yet recovered from his jumping thoughts, Silani had no choice but to explain patiently.
The awakening ceremony and assessment will be held next week, right?
If you deal with them sooner rather than later, you can focus on preparing for the exam. Hearing this, a hint of intention flashed in Shin Mengli's eyes. Although she also wanted to kill those two scumbags immediately, she subconsciously analyzed the situation quickly in her mind.
The whole city is now on lockdown.
The Law Enforcement Bureau and the Zhao Group must have personnel all over the city, and any disturbance could cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, she had to come up with a foolproof plan.
After thinking for a moment,
Shin Mengli gradually came up with an idea in her mind and nodded in response. Okay, but I have to go prepare some things first.
Preparing tools for murder?
Silani immediately became interested and was curious about what cruel means Shin Mengli would use to deal with those two scumbags.
I need to prepare some tools for making potions.
During this special period, we can only start with the medicines they use daily, which is the least likely to arouse suspicion. Shin Mengli looked at Silani and said, I might have to trouble you to inject the liquid medicine into the potion they are using.
Poisoned?
Silani couldn't help but roll his eyes and said speechlessly, you might as well let me finish them off with just 2 claws. Looking at Silani's humane expression of contempt,
Shin Mengli's cheeks flushed slightly, and then she retorted seriously, the current situation is special, of course we can't use other means. Besides, if you use your claws, isn't this just telling the Zhao Group that I'm involved with the stray cats and dogs that are causing chaos outside Logan's tavern? Silani looked at Shin Mengli in surprise.
It is said that when a woman falls in love, her IQ will drop dramatically.
But Shin Mengli hasn't even confirmed our relationship yet, so why is she acting so stupid?
Silani tilted his head and said in a strange tone, you said, can I sneak in as a cat first, then turn into a human to smother them, and then turn into a cat and leave? As soon as these words came out,
Shin Mengli's fair ears were quickly dyed with a beautiful pink color. Yes. Why didn't I think of such a simple and direct method? What's wrong with me?
Shin Mengli asked herself in annoyance, feeling her cheeks getting hotter and hotter.
Silani looked at her with amusement.
In fact, Silani knew very well that Shin Mengli was just accustomed to relying on herself and did not take him into consideration. Seeing her somewhat embarrassed look, Silani stopped teasing her. After dealing with the old woman and her brother, I have to go find Heizi and the others and tell them some things.
Silani was not worried about not being able to find them. There are so many younger brothers.
As long as you come across one, you can quickly gather them together.
Just then,
Silani's eyes suddenly lit up, and a brilliant idea flashed through his mind.
Immediately following,
Silani's mouth curled up into a malicious smile.
I suddenly had an idea. Maybe it could make those two scumbags feel like they're in heaven. Do you want to give it a try? What method? You'll know when the time comes.
Silani deliberately kept the secret, then jumped lightly from the stone table, jumped into Shin Mengli's arms, and curled up in a comfortable position.
This time, Shin Mengli's body just stiffened slightly.
But she soon relaxed and even reached out to gently stroke the smooth hair on his back.
Well, not bad.
That's progress.
It seems. The matter of binding the contracted girlfriend can be put on the agenda. Don't worry about those two scumbags for now.
Silani's eyes flashed with a smile, and he said lazily, while there is still time, let's go take care of something more important first.
What's up?
Shin Mengli's fingertips stroked his warm back, and her voice unconsciously softened. Go see if you can rent a house with a yard near number 1 middle school. Let Shin Mengli rent a yard next to the school, in addition to using it to deal with the dead old woman and her brother.
It can also prevent people from the Zhao family from biting randomly. After all, just because Zhao Lingyuan can keep his composure doesn't mean the rest of the Zhao family can too. Living in the slums is really not safe. It's right next to the school, so I don't think the Zhao family would dare to do anything wrong. Rent a house? Shen Mengli looked a little embarrassed and lowered her voice. I may not have enough time crystals on me. Hey, it's no big deal. Silani, who had just earned over 2 million days of life, immediately said with great wealth, Brother, I lack everything except time crystals. I will give you as many as you want. Shen Mengli's cheeks felt slightly hot. She was silent for a moment, then, as if mustering up a lot of courage, she whispered, Then consider it as a loan from you, except for the rent. Can I borrow another 5,000 time crystals from you? At the end, her voice was almost inaudible, but she raised her head and added, Don't worry, I will return it to you when I awaken the spiritual pattern. 5,000 time crystals. This is not a small number, which translates to 13.5 years of life expectancy. How many 13 years does an average person have in his life? Silani was a little surprised what she wanted so many time crystals for, but he didn't ask any more questions and agreed directly. No problem. Got a positive answer. There was a moving light flashing in Shen Mengli's clear eyes, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a beautiful curve. Thanks. I will definitely return this time crystal to you. Return? Silani's mouth corners couldn't help but rise a little. When you want to pay it back, it depends on whether I want to accept it. Chapter 69, Silani also knows how to repay kindness. Shen Mengli has not yet awakened her spiritual pattern, so her lifespan cannot be transferred directly. Said hello to Shen Mengli. Silani found an empty corner and quickly changed into human form. A thought came to mind. A pile of shiny prismatic crystals condensed from the location of the spiritual pattern. A total of 6,000 time crystals. It's not that Silani is stingy, it's mainly because no matter how much it is, a little girl like Shen Mengli can't take it all. Soon. Silani knew what Shen Mengli was going to do by borrowing the time crystal. She just operated on the light computer phone for a while. Not long after, a middle-aged woman who looked very capable came over in a hovercraft and took her to see the house. Not long. Shen Mengli lives near the school, in a yard that no one has rented yet. The yard is a bit like a small courtyard house, which can accommodate 8 households in total. At Silani's suggestion, Shen Mengli directly rented the entire yard. It's not expensive anyway. The deposit was 1 and the payment was 3, and the total cost was only 840 time crystals. Rent a good house. Instead of buying daily necessities, Shen Mengli took Silani to a nearby supermarket and bought 5 packaged fruits. I also specifically asked the boss to put a black plastic bag in each piece of fruit. Seeing that she was a polite girl, the boss did not refuse and agreed readily. Do all this? Shen Mengli smiled and said, You can't rely on me now. Silani curled his lips. He jumped out of her arms and followed her towards the slums. The closer you get to the slums, the more desolate the streets become. At this time of day in the past, the street stalls and cheap bars were doing a booming business. But now, the streets are full of people from the Zhao Group and the Public Security Bureau. They set up checkpoints at every intersection for inspection. Those whose identities are found to be normal will be ordered to go home quickly and not wander around for no reason. After passing identity verification and returning to the slums, Shen Mengli was not in a hurry to go back and pack her things. Could you please help me keep an eye on these bags of fruit? After saying something to Silani, Shen Mengli carried one of the bags, walked into the courtyard where Aunt Li lived, and knocked gently on the door. Who is it? A familiar voice came from inside the door, and the door was opened with a creak. Aunt Li saw Shen Mengli standing at the door. He was stunned at first, then a look of concern appeared on his face and he grabbed her hand. Xiaoshun? Why are you here so late? Did that old bastard Nia Fanfan kick you out again? Come, don't be afraid, stay at my aunt's house tonight. As she said that, Aunt Li was about to pull Shen Mengli into the house. Aunt Li, you misunderstood. Shen Mengli felt a warm feeling in her heart, and smiled as she shook her head. The school will hold the awakening ceremony and assessment next week. I've rented a house near the school and plan to review well. I might not be back often in the future. She paused and said sincerely, You've taken good care of me since I was little. Before I leave, I came here to tell you something. Hearing this, instead of showing any reluctance, Aunt Li had a bright smile on her face. Good. Good. Auntie knew you were a promising person. She clapped Shin Mengli's hands excitedly. With your intelligence, you will definitely be able to enter the martial arts school, and you won't have to suffer from that old immortal anymore. As she spoke, Aunt Lee raised her rough left hand. The spiritual pattern on the back of his hand flashed, and 20 time crystals appeared in the palm of his hand. She thought about it, gritted her teeth, and condensed another 30, making a total of 50, which she stuffed into Shin Mengli's hands without saying a word. Here. I don't have any special skills, so I can't help you much. Take these time crystals and don't mistreat yourself outside. Shin Mengli pretended to refuse, then smiled and accepted Shi Jing, and handed over the black bag containing the fruit. Aunt Lee, this is the fruit I brought you. You must accept it. Aunt Lee opened the bag and took a look. Seeing that there were indeed fresh fruits inside, he did not refuse and accepted it with a smile. Okay, then I won't be polite to you. Look at me, I'm just busy talking at the door. Come on, come in and sit down. Shin Mengli took a step back and said apologetically, No, Auntie, it's getting late. I have to pack my things and go back to school. Okay, then drive slowly and be safe. Only after watching Shin Mengli's figure disappear at the entrance of the alley did Aunt Lee close the door. The moment the door closed, a trace of pain appeared on her face, and she muttered softly, 50 time crystals. Oh, I have to live 50 days less. Aunt Lee shook her head. He walked into the house carrying the bag, muttering to himself, There aren't many fruits here, why put them in 2 bags? What a waste. As she spoke, Aunt Lee casually took off the outer black bag, intending to use it as a garbage bag, but she felt something was wrong with it. The bottom of the outer bag felt heavy, as if it contained something hard. She opened it with confusion. At the bottom of the bag, there was actually a small pile of time crystals lying quietly. I'm afraid there must be at least 1,000 of them. Aunt Lee's breath suddenly stopped. She reacted immediately, turned around, rushed out and opened the door. But the door was empty, and there was no sign of Shin Mengli. She stood at the door for a while, then looked down at the pile of time crystals in the bag. Her eyes became hot and turbid tears flowed uncontrollably. She raised her sleeve and wiped her face roughly. What a good child. Nya Fong Fong, you bastard. You don't even cherish such a wonderful granddaughter. You'll regret it one day. A man and a cat walked in a dim alley, their shadows stretched long by the old streetlights. Silani, who had seen the entire scene, suddenly asked in a low voice, Did you give her 1,000 time crystals? Shin Mengli looked down at the tabby cat at her feet, her clear eyes curved into crescent shapes. You can see that she is very happy now. Did you guess it? Nonsense. Silani rolled his eyes at her. You've made it so obvious. If I still can't guess it, wouldn't I be a fool? Shin Mengli turned her head to look forward, and continued walking briskly, with a sense of relief in her voice. Besides Aunt Lee, there are several other aunts who have secretly helped me in the past. If it weren't for them, I might. None of them would have survived to this day. She paused, a hint of melancholy in her tone. I didn't have the ability before, but now that I have it, I have to do something before I leave. Hearing this, Silani couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Be grateful and repay kindness? What a coincidence. He, Silani, is also a kind-hearted person who knows how to be grateful. Chapter 70. With such a virtuous wife, it will be difficult for me to fail in the future. After delivering the remaining fruits, Shin Mengli returned home to pack her clothes, while Silani put large items such as bed sheets and quilt covers into the tailspace. Not long. The two returned to the newly rented yard next to the school. Shin Mengli carried her few luggage, hesitated for a moment, turned her head, and her eyes fell on Silani. There are enough rooms now. I'll clean up a room for you later. After saying this, she seemed afraid that Silani would refuse. Her cheeks felt slightly hot as she quickly walked into the room with her luggage and closed the door. Looking at the closed door, Silani raised a wicked smile. Clean up a house for yourself? It's obvious that he wants to sleep in a separate room from me. How could Silani miss such an opportunity to enhance their relationship? It would be up to him to decide which room to sleep in. Such a good and virtuous wife, I can't let her slip away no matter what. Why is she called a good wife? This story starts with renting this yard. When Silani first said he wanted to rent a house, Shin Mengli thought he just wanted to rent a single room and didn't think much about it. But when Silani proposed to rent the entire yard, she immediately realized the problem. This is a special period of city lockdown. How could she, a student from the slums, have such a large sum of money to rent the entire courtyard for no reason? This is too abnormal. It would easily attract the attention of interested people and might even lead to an investigation by the Zhao family. So, after learning that Silani intended to rent the entire yard, Shen Mengli immediately reached a private agreement with the female agent who took her to see the house. She proposed to rent the entire yard on the grounds that she did not want to be disturbed while preparing for the exam, but she did not have enough time and hoped that the intermediary woman could advance the payment. After she awakens her spiritual pattern, she will be paid an additional 10% of the total rent as a thank you. After checking Shen Mengli's student ID and confirming that she was a student of number 1 middle school, the intermediary woman agreed without much hesitation. The awakening ceremony will be held in these few days. Moreover, the agreement was signed in black and white, and there was no possibility of the spiritual pattern failing to awaken. She had no reason to refuse the good thing of picking up 84 time crystals for free in just a few days. Silani immediately understood why Shen Mengli went to such lengths, and his opinion of her improved a bit. This matter was indeed my own negligence. However, Shen Mengli was able to come up with a solution in such a short time. This brain is really smart. As for the 5,000 time crystals, they were all sent privately under the pretext of sending fruits, and those families were all particularly caring towards Shen Mengli, so they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to tell this to others. Even if this matter gets out, as long as Shen Mengli insisted on dying, she would be given fruits, and the Public Security Bureau would have no way to deal with her. You can say that. Shen Mengli took every aspect into consideration. With such a virtuous wife, it will be hard for you to fail in the future. The woman is in charge of the home, and the man is in charge of the outside. I have to work harder too. Silani wagged his tail, turned around and strolled to the gate of the yard. Then he urinated against the doorframe. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have the bad habit of urinating and defecating anywhere. He just leaves a mark. It won't take long before Era and Heizi can smell the scent and find him. Do all this. Silani returned to the center of the yard and immediately started the 1000-fold Krypton life mode. He planned to strengthen all parts of his body. But before that, you must first squeeze your body's potential to its limit in order not to waste the recovery effect brought by strengthening your torso. Next second, Silani was lying on the ground. He placed his paws on his head, exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and began to do sit-ups. And today's speed is much faster than usual. Do 10 sets in one go, a total of 2,000 sit-ups. Silani's chest heaved violently and he gasped for breath. After resting for less than half a minute, Silani glanced around the yard and finally his eyes fell on a big tree in the yard. It's you! Immediately, Silani jumped up from the ground. At the same time, it popped out the claws hidden under its pads, grabbed a horizontal thick tree trunk, and hung its body in mid-air. Pull-ups, get going. 1, 2, 3. When he did 100, Silani felt that the muscles in his forelimbs were about to be torn apart, and it was burning with pain. Silani gritted his teeth. Continue. Do 200 pull-ups. When Silani landed, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. After moving my limbs a little, the burning sensation was relieved. Not much rest. Silani started running back and forth at a rapid speed again. In the room, Shen Mengli had just made her bed when she heard slight noises coming from the yard. She felt something in her heart and quietly walked to the window, and used her slender fingers to push aside a corner of the curtain. Under the moonlight, that tireless figure is exercising frantically. Watching this scene, Shen Mengli couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, and then slowly clenched her fists. When the spirit pattern is awakened, I must accompany him, grow together, and become stronger together. This thought instantly ignited in Shen Mengli's heart. The reason why not join now? This is because the effect of exercising before awakening the spiritual pattern can only be a drop in the bucket. The human leaders spend countless thoughts and efforts of several generations before adjusting the awakening time of spiritual patterns to after the age of 18. Naturally, there is a reason for this. Besides being too young and mentally immature, they are easily deceived or robbed of their lives by criminals. A more important reason. That is, performing high-intensity physical exercise too early will affect the normal development of bones and body, overdraw future potential, and be detrimental to future strength improvement. Therefore, before the age of 18,
The education system focuses more on instilling theoretical knowledge. Let students learn as much as possible about the habits and weaknesses of various source beasts, learn wilderness survival skills, and analyze tactical cases.
Only this way.
Only when they become true warriors and walk out of the city walls to hunt source beasts will they have a higher survival rate.
Shen Mengli is very clear about these principles.
So, the only thing she can do now is to wait. Waiting for the awakening ceremony in a few days, waiting to be truly qualified to embark on this path.
Until then, she will no longer be just a girl hiding behind Si Lanyu and needing protection. She wanted to become a comrade who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Think of this. Shen Mengli lowered the curtains, turned around and walked to the desk.
He spread out the book, Source Beast Illustrated Book, Intermediate Edition, borrowed from the reference room, and calmed down again.
The night fades. A hint of paleness appeared on the horizon.
The cold wind in the early morning, with a bit of moisture, blew through the quiet courtyard.
Just then,
outside the courtyard wall, two furtive figures were peeking into the yard.
Is this the place? Chapter 71. Hey. Isn't the east wind coming? In a bedroom in the middle of the yard.
Si Lanyi had just finished taking a shower, and water droplets slowly slid down his well-defined abdominal muscles.
It took a whole night. Finally, all parts of the body have been strengthened.
The torso has been strengthened to the second stage, and the limbs, eyes, nose, mouth, ears, penis, and tail have all been strengthened to the third stage. The lifespan in the spiritual pattern of the fate will has also been consumed by 1.1 million days.
Next,
if you want to strengthen any part of your body, you will need a lifespan of 1 million days.
After the trunk is strengthened to the second stage, the most obvious change is weight. In cat form,
my weight soared to 35 kilograms. When switching to human form, his weight reaches about 380 kilograms. However, Si Lanyi's figure did not become bloated because of this. Instead, his muscle lines became smoother and firmer, and it was obvious that his body density increased.
Weight is secondary.
The biggest changes are physical strength, endurance, and recovery speed from injuries. Compared with before, it has more than doubled. The only downside is that Shen Mengli won't be able to hug him anymore.
A 35-pound tabby cat? Not to mention a little girl who hasn't even started practicing yet.
Even if an adult man came, he wouldn't be able to bear hugging her for too long.
Except for the torso. The forelimbs and tail are the two positions that change the most.
Not only did the hardness of the claws increase again, but the length also soared from 10 centimeters to 30 centimeters. The tail space has been increased from 100 cubic meters to 1000 cubic meters, and the speed of absorbing orange-yellow energy is also faster than before. As for the hind limbs, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, there are no big surprises. They are all improved by about double the original basis.
Right now,
Si Lanyi only felt refreshed, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. With a thought, he called up the panel and took a look. Here is a picture of Si Lanyi's attribute panel.
Lifespan minus 6,000 is definitely not the correct number. Aren't there Era and the other three contracted beasts? The software automatically increases their lifespans based on time and their current strength.
Considering they've been lurking all night and don't have much time to hunt, I've specifically reduced it by half.
Very nice. One night's work.
Through training and strengthening, he gained 486 kilograms of strength, 243 points of physical fitness, 5 points of mental strength, and his speed increased by 9 meters per second. Si Lanyi showed a satisfied smile on his face.
We are one step closer to the frontier.
I heard from Shen Mengli that the actual combat assessment in previous years would be conducted outside the city.
He must meet the promotion requirements to the Bingfang realm before she takes the assessment.
In this way, he can follow her out of the city and find a way to kill a source beast to complete the promotion.
He shook his head and didn't think about it anymore.
Si Lanyi grabbed a towel and wiped his hair.
He opened the door and walked straight towards Shen Mengli's room next door. Pushed the door open quietly.
I saw Shen Mengli lying on the desk. It seemed that she had read too late and fell asleep.
The early morning light.
The light shining through the window fell on her peaceful sleeping face, and her long eyelashes cast a light shadow under her eyelids.
Si Lanyu stepped forward.
Looking at her profile, an indulgent smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He reached out his hand and gently brushed away the strands of hair from her cheek with his fingertips.
Then, Si Lanyi bent down. He put one hand through her knees and the other hand around her back to pick her up by the waist.
The body in my arms was very light, with a faint fragrance.
The moment Shen Mengli was picked up,
Silani clearly felt the soft body in his arms tense up.
Look down.
I saw Shen Mengli's long eyelashes trembling slightly.
Oh. Pretending to sleep, huh?
Silani raised a wicked smile. Then he held Shen Mengli, walked slowly to the bed, and put her down gently. Silani did not stand up, but bent down and slowly moved closer to the pink lips that were so close to him.
He would like to see it. How long can Shen Mengli keep pretending?
However, just when their lips were about to touch, Silani's movements suddenly stopped. He frowned and glanced out the window inconspicuously. Those two flies outside really know how to pick the right time. However, Silani did not respond immediately, but gently kissed Shen Mengli on her soft lips.
Instantly separate.
Silani stood up and glanced at the girl who was still sleeping soundly on the bed, a smile flashing in his eyes. Then his figure shook. In an instant, he switched into cat form and jumped out of the half-open window.
Silani had just left.
Shen Mengli on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently touched her lips with her fingertips, as if there was still a trace of warmth left there.
Immediately following,
a heat rushed from the neck to the top of the head, and the fair cheeks were instantly covered with a layer of red glow, and even the small earlobes became crystal clear. She turned over suddenly and buried her hot face in the pillow. My heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my throat. Shen Mengli lay stiff on the bed for a long time. Then he slowly lifted his burning cheeks from the pillow. She stretched out her fingertips and gently touched her lips again.
My first kiss is gone, Shen Mengli muttered softly.
But what she didn't know was that her real first kiss had already happened one night a few days ago.
The other side. Silani was standing in the yard.
He watched with interest the two figures clumsily climbing over the courtyard wall. There was a hint of teasing in Silani's eyes. These two figures were the dead old woman and the fat man.
Silani asked Shen Mengli to rent a house outside just to lure these two ignorant guys over. But he didn't expect it.
These two people were so impatient that they showed up at the door just after dawn.
But you came just in time.
He had just strengthened his body and had a lot of energy that he had nowhere to vent, so he was very energetic.
Sister, are you sure it's here?
The fat man lowered his voice and looked around. How can that little bitch afford to rent such a big yard?
If we make a mistake, we will be in big trouble.
No mistake. The old woman's triangular eyes gleamed. Lu Matzi told me about her renting a house.
I got the address from the real estate agency with my household registration certificate.
Without saying anything more, the two of them tiptoed towards the room with the dim light. Just as they passed the big tree in the middle of the yard,
a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of them.
Who?
Before they could react, Silani moved.
A sharp knife strike landed on the back of the fat man's neck. The fat guy rolled his eyes and fell straight back, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Maybe it was the first time he did this, and Silani was worried that he would use too much force and kill the old woman, so he hit the back of the neck 3 times in a row before she passed out. Silani looked at the two people who had fainted on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. He had just finished speaking.
Woo!
Suddenly, a suppressed dog whimper was heard from the direction of the courtyard gate.
Silani's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! Isn't the east wind coming? Just 2 chapters today.
The quality of my first new book is too poor, I really can't muster the mood to write. Old book friends also know that Coke quit his job to write full-time. He smokes a lot while writing, almost 2 packs a day. The money he earns from writing is not enough to buy cigarettes.
He is really tired.
Brothers, Coke doesn't need you to spend money on gifts, there's no need for that. After reading the main text every day, take a little more than a minute to browse the 3 free apps using Love Power.
One person generates electricity with love, and a Coke costs 10 cents.
The rule for adding more chapters in the future: if you reach 1000 powered by love, you will get more chapters.
Cola thanks brothers for their support. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Have you ever thought that this day would come? In a blink of an eye. The 3-day lockdown deadline is approaching. Xingjin City, Yunding Villa District.
In the luxurious study, Zhao Linyuan leaned back in a leather chair, with dozens of documents spread out on the mahogany desk in front of him. These are all the people who have been investigated layer by layer over the past 3 days and are considered to be suspects of attacking Zhao Min. His eyes swept over the resumes. Finally, it landed on a thin piece of paper.
Shun Mengli.
From her birth in a slum, to the early death of her parents, to the various abuses she suffered at the hands of her grandmother. From her excellent grades that she deliberately concealed in school, to the conflicts between her and Zhao Min, and even the reason why she suddenly moved to rent a house near the school, everything was recorded clearly.
The reason why this information appears here is simple.
That day, Zhao Min went to Logan Tavern to issue a mission. The two guards were not far from her, so they naturally heard the conversation between Zhao Min and her followers. Zhao Linyuan tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Looking at Shen Mengli's information, there was no hatred in his eyes, but instead a hint of appreciation.
Coming from a low-income family.
Yet he was able to endure and remain dormant in such a harsh environment, and his character and methods were far superior to those of his peers.
With a little polishing, such a talent would be an excellent candidate to be a secretary. He was genuinely saddened by his daughter's death.
However, Zhao Linyuan knew better than anyone that even under such a tight siege, the other party could still escape.
Trying to find the person in such a huge Xinjiang city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The reason why he was willing to pay a huge price and insisted on closing the city was more to show it to other families in the city. Not everyone can touch the people of the Zhao family. Just then. Bang!
The door of the study was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in.
The man walked quickly to the table. He grabbed Shen Mengli's information and slammed it on the table. Zhao Linyuan. What do you mean?
The beautiful woman's voice was sharp, her bloodshot eyes filled with resentment.
Minmin died so tragically.
She went to Logan's tavern just to deal with that little bitch.
Why did you stop the people I sent out? Zhao Linyuan's brows furrowed instantly. Have you had enough of the commotion?
He raised his head and looked at his wife, who was out of control, with a cold gaze.
If you hadn't doted on Minmin since she was a child, would she have developed such a lawless personality?
Looking at his wife's red eyes,
Zhao Linyuan's tone finally softened.
Shen Mengli is a candidate for this year's exam and will soon awaken her spirit pattern.
It's not appropriate to touch her now. Not suitable now? The beautiful woman immediately laughed out of anger. Then tell me, when is the right time? After she gets accepted into those top martial arts schools? Well.
A trace of fatigue appeared on Zhao Linyuan's face, and then he raised his hand and pointed at an item in Shen Mengli's information. She is permanently deaf in her left ear, so those top martial arts schools won't consider her.
Wait until she awakens her spirit pattern and leaves the city. When the time comes, it's up to you to do whatever you want.
The beautiful woman bit her lips tightly and glanced at Shen Mengli's information. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Okay, then let that little bitch live a few more days. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. But just as she reached the door, she stopped again, as if she remembered something.
Don't let me touch that little bitch now, okay?
Her eyes flashed with resentment. Then I can take care of those stray cats and dogs in the city, right? The day Zhao Min got into trouble. It was those damn beasts who suddenly appeared and created chaos, which led to Minmin's disappearance and murder. Therefore, those stray cats and dogs are also one of the culprits who killed her daughter. Zhao Linyuan looked at his wife's face, which was slightly hideous due to hatred, and knew that she needed an outlet to vent. They were just some insignificant stray animals, and it didn't matter if it made my wife feel better.
After a brief hesitation, he slowly nodded. At the same time,
next to Xinjiang No. 1 Middle School, in the yard where Shen Mengli rented a house.
In a secluded room.
The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with blood, foot odor, and dog saliva. The dead old woman and the fat man were tied to two benches respectively. Both of them had rags stuffed in their mouths, their eyes were bloodshot due to long-term fear and torture, and their eyeballs had become cloudy.
Si Lanyi never hit them or scolded them. Even for their health's sake, Si Lanyi specially asked Shen Mengli to buy high-concentration nutrient solution and inject it into them with a syringe. It's so thoughtful. That morning,
after Era followed the scent and found the place, he ordered Era to gather a dozen cat brothers.
Arrange shifts and take turns on duty 24 hours a day. At this time,
there were 4 stray cats working diligently, licking the soles of their feet which had already been in a mess with their rough tongues.
At the beginning, it was just an unbearable tingling.
But a cat's tongue is covered with fine barbs, like natural sandpaper.
After a long time, it's like scraping meat.
At this time, the soles of the brother and sister's feet were already bloody. The outer layer of skin and most of the flesh were licked off, and the white bones were barely visible in the dim light. It could only be described in 2 words: so fucking miserable.
At this time,
The door was gently pushed open.
Shin Mengli walked in. She squatted down and gently rubbed Silani's furry head.
Then he turned his gaze to the old woman and her brother, his eyes calm and collected. The resentment that had been pent up in my heart for more than 10 years had almost dissipated when I saw their miserable condition on the first day. She shook her head and called Silani out of the room.
Let's deal with them.
The awakening ceremony is in 2 days, and I don't want to cause any trouble because of them at this juncture.
Silani glanced into the room.
On the day when the old woman's accomplices were knocked unconscious, Silani used their mobile phones to send messages and lured them to a secluded place to deal with them.
That person's strength is not weak.
Although he has not reached the Bingfang realm, he is considered a superman among ordinary people. Unfortunately, it wasn't even enough to warm him up. Now that the worries have been eliminated, when to send these 2 people on their journey depends entirely on Shin Mengli's mood.
It's up to you. As long as you feel relieved, that's fine. Thank you,
Shin Mengli said in a low voice.
Silani shook his head and said nothing more.
Shin Mengli took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the house, pulling out a dagger that she had prepared long ago from her bag. She walked up to the 2 men and reached out to tear off the rags stuffed in their mouths.
Give me a quick death.
The fat man's voice was as hoarse as a broken gong, and turbid tears slid down his swollen cheeks. I
can't stand it anymore. Please.
The old woman's body was shaking violently. When she looked at Shin Mengli now, there was not even a trace of resentment in her eyes, only begging.
This torture. She really didn't want to experience it again for even a second.
It was 1,000 times more terrifying than death.
Shin Mengli held the dagger.
His cold gaze fell on the old woman's face, and his voice was calm.
When you forced my mother to death, did you ever think this day would come? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. This last knife is for myself. Hearing Shin Mengli's words,
the old woman trembled all over, as if the last bit of her strength had been drained away.
I was wrong, Mengli, I was really wrong.
For the sake of me being your grandmother.
Please let me die. I beg you.
Shin Mengli smiled, but her smile was cold.
Puff. The dagger pierced the old woman's thigh cleanly.
This knife is for the beating my mother received. The old woman let out a scream and twisted her body violently.
Puff. The second knife stabbed into the other thigh. This knife is for the winter when my mother was frozen in the snow. Shin Mengli moved without any pause, raised the dagger and cut off the old woman's left ear. This knife is for my deaf left ear. This blow is for every time crystal you stole from me.
Blood splattered. It dyed her collar red. The fat guy next to him was already scared to death, with fishy liquid pooling under his body, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. I don't know how long it took. The old woman's struggle gradually weakened, leaving only heavy breathing. Shin Mengli raised the dagger and pointed the tip of the knife at the old woman's heart.
This last knife.
She looked at the tear-stained and blood-stained face and said word by word, "It's for myself." The blade fell.
The world is quiet.
Shin Mengli slowly stood up, turned to the fat man who had lost control of his bladder, and repeated the same action with an expressionless face.
When the last knife fell.
After getting rid of this so-called relative, the dagger in her hand fell to the ground with a clang.
I don't know when. Silani has switched into human form and is standing behind her.
At this time, she may need a strong arm to rely on.
Really? Once the tense nerves relax.
The grievances and pain that had been pent up for more than 10 years burst out like a flood. Shin Mengli could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. She turned around suddenly, threw herself into Silani's arms, and cried silently. Silani didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand and hugged the trembling petite body in his arms tighter.
Afternoon. The sun is shining.
Through the gaps between the leaves in the yard, mottled light and shadows are cast on the stone table.
Shin Mengli did not go to school, and Silani also rarely did not exercise.
Instead, he played chess and chatted with her in human form.
After crying, Shin Mengli felt a lot more relaxed, and the lingering depression between her brows also dissipated.
The relationship between the two became visibly closer. However, Silani was never able to break through that thin layer of window paper. Several times, the atmosphere was set just right, and just when he was about to say something, Shin Mengli would subtly change the subject. This made Si Lani feel a little troubled.
To be honest, he is indeed not very good at this aspect.
He really couldn't bring himself to say those tender and sweet words. In his previous life, he was able to date so many female confidants because his appearance played a major role. Most of the girls actively pursued him.
This is a true portrayal of Coke, huh? Just as Si Lani was thinking. How about being direct and giving her a forced kiss first? Meow woof. Woof woof.
Era and Heizi suddenly rushed in from outside the yard and circled around Si Lani's trouser legs anxiously.
Boss, something big happened. Si Lani frowned, and that bit of romantic thoughts disappeared instantly. Be more specific, what happened?
The people from the Zhao group have gone crazy.
They're all over the city trying to capture our brothers.
Just now, 7 or 8 more of our brothers were captured. Era reported very quickly, I counted, and just this afternoon, we've already caught 57 dog brothers and 23 cat brothers. A lot of my brothers were killed or injured when we created chaos outside Logan's tavern. Including those who have been arrested now. That means he only has 276 dogs and 125 cats left.
Si Lani's brows were twisted into a shape of a river. Where's Dahe? Is he okay? Dahe is fine. He and his remaining brothers have taken refuge in the large garbage dump west of the city. They shouldn't be found there for a while.
Hearing that Dahe was fine, Si Lani's frown relaxed a little. Dahe, Era, and the others were all brought up by him, and he would be heartbroken for a long time if any one of them was missing.
And this is not a solution.
If the Zhao group kills all the stray cats and dogs in the entire Xinjiang city, how can it build an underground world in the future?
Aside.
Shin Mengli didn't understand what Era said, but she knew something was wrong from the look on his face.
What happened?
Si Lani did not hide anything and told her roughly about the Zhao group's large-scale capture of stray cats and dogs in the city. After hearing this, a trace of guilt flashed in Shin Mengli's eyes. She knew very well that the Zhao group would do this, most likely because the stray cats and dogs created chaos on the day Zhaomin got into trouble, and they were taking their anger out on them. After all, this happened because of her.
Hiding isn't an option. Shin Mengli quickly calmed down and began to analyze. The Zhao group's influence in Xinjiang city is complex and intertwined. If we really want to find it, the garbage dump won't be able to hide for long. It's even more unrealistic to go head-to-head with them. The gap in strength is too big.
Shin Mengli frowned slightly and murmured, unless we can find a way to get the entire city to boycott them, then there might be a glimmer of hope.
Hearing this, Si Lani's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, are there many people who keep pets in Xinjiang city?
Quite a lot. Although Shin Mengli was puzzled, she still answered seriously, in addition to ordinary families who adopt stray cats and dogs, there are also many beast masters who, because they cannot afford to contract source beasts, also choose to sign contracts with pet cats and dogs as partners.
Contract pet cats and dogs.
It is definitely impossible to have too high a combat power. To put it bluntly, the main purpose is to provide companionship.
In other words,
there are many cat and dog lovers in this world.
Si Lani's eyes flashed, and a plan quickly formed in his mind. I have an idea. See if it's feasible. I'm going to do this first, and then.
After listening to Si Lani's plan, a hint of strangeness that was difficult to conceal flashed across Shin Mengli's beautiful eyes.
This method.
It can be said to be very bold, and even has a gambling nature. But if you think about it carefully, it is extremely feasible. She couldn't help but look at the man in front of her carefully again. After spending these few days together, she felt more and more that Si Lani was full of mysteries. It was obviously not a spiritual pattern of ordinary quality. The perseverance during training, as well as the strategy and scheming displayed at this moment.
What on earth is there that this man can't do?
She actually knew Si Lani's feelings for her very well, whether it was when he took the risk to attack Xiaomin, or when he later asked her to kill her enemy with her own hands. All these details made her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Every time the atmosphere was just right, when Si Lani wanted to break the window paper, she subconsciously chose to avoid it.
It's not that I don't like it, nor am I being pretentious. She just wanted to wait a little longer.
After the awakening ceremony is over in a few days, she will be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. By then, she wanted to prepare a surprise for him personally.
Chapter 74, additional update. Do you like playing with public opinion? Then I will play with you.
Shen Mengli collected her scattered thoughts and temporarily suppressed them in her heart.
I think we can give it a try. Shen Mengli paused. However, you don't have any identification right now, and the Zhao group is searching the entire city for stray cats and dogs, so it's not convenient for you to show up for many things. So, leave the preparations to me. Good.
Si Lanyi responded simply, then be careful. Shen Mengli said him softly, without saying anything else, turned around and walked out of the yard quickly.
Watching her leaving,
the gentleness on Si Lanyi's face gradually faded, revealing a malicious smile.
Zhao Lingyuan, don't you like playing with public opinion? Then I'll have some fun with you. Soon. Night falls. Because the lockdown is about to end.
The central business district of Xingjin City was bustling with people. In a corner planted with ornamental plants, Si Lanyi poked his head out, his light red eyes fixed on the entrance of the mall.
Behind him,
Haizi, Era, and a big yellow dog with a sturdy build and a ferocious look, only slightly less powerful than Dahe, were lying in the green grass and waiting patiently. At this moment, a cold voice came from the miniature headset worn in Si Lanyi's ear.
The target appears.
Si Lanyi's expression froze, and he immediately retracted his head.
He lowered his voice and said to the Era behind him, "Get ready, the target is coming." Not long.
2 girls, one big and one small, came out of the mall, chatting and laughing.
The older one was about 18 years old.
The younger one looked only 13 or 14 years old.
She was wearing an exquisite Lolita dress and looked as cute as a doll. Even Si Lanyi, who was used to seeing beauties with all kinds of filters, couldn't help but take a few more glances. What a pity. He is too young. Put away the messy thoughts in your mind. Si Lanyi turned his head and looked at the ferocious-looking yellow dog. I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. Don't worry, after you die, I'll let Era and Dahe take good care of your children. Woof. Thank you, boss. The big dog growled, his eyes showing no fear at all, but instead full of gratitude. After all, it is already an old dog and won't live long. Before dying, it can still provide its children with a support. What else can it be dissatisfied with? It crouched low.
Using the crowd and flower beds as cover, he moved towards the mall entrance. When he was less than 5 meters away from the 2 girls, the big yellow dog used all its strength on its limbs and pounced on the little girl in the Lolita skirt, barking wildly like an arrow shot from a bow. The sudden change caused the pedestrians around to exclaim in surprise. The older girl was frightened out of her wits in an instant, but the little girl who was targeted, although her face was also pale with fear, she responded immediately. She grabbed the small bag in front of her with both hands and held it in front of herself. She knew that if she could hold back this mad dog for just 1 second, the guards behind would be able to rush over and subdue it.
However, in the blink of an eye,
her sister beside her, the cousin who usually doted on her, actually pushed her thin body into the bloody mouth of a mad dog. Several guards who were rushing over from behind saw this. His expression changed drastically.
It's over. At this angle and distance, they simply wouldn't have time to arrive before the young lady got hurt. Just then, a black shadow faster than a mad dog suddenly rushed out from the side. Bang!
Haizi did a beautiful side kick in midair and kicked the mad dog on the head, causing it to roll over.
Meow! 1 strike and it's a success.
Haizi didn't chase after her, but landed in front of the little girl. At the same time, he arched his body, made a low threatening sound in his throat, and stared vigilantly at the big dog not far away with his cat eyes. The mad dog got up from the ground, shook its head, bared its teeth, and attacked again.
Koriko went forward without fear. A cat and a dog. They started fighting in an instant. However, the size difference between cats and dogs is too big after all. After a few rounds, Haizi pretended to dodge but failed, and was bitten by the big black dog on the hind leg. He was then thrown out and hit the flower bed nearby. Just as the mad dog was about to rush towards the little girl. Woof woof! The figure of Era rushed out from another corner, slammed into the side of the mad dog, opened its mouth and bit the other's neck, while not forgetting to protect the little girl behind it. The mad dog struggled frantically after being bitten, but the husky refused to let go. The black guy who had just been thrown out also rushed back and joined the battle. All this happened so fast. From the mad dog's sudden attack to the 2 stray animals stepping forward, the whole process took only a few seconds. The pedestrians around were all stunned. Not long. With the tacit cooperation of a cat and a dog. The big, mad dog howled, fell into a pool of blood, and was completely silent. Heisey walked to the little girl's feet and meowed softly at her, as if to comfort her. Then he dragged his injured hind leg, turned around and limped away. Its mission has been accomplished. Until now. The little girl finally came back to her senses from her shock. She glanced at her good cousin who was lying limply on the ground beside her, her face pale, and then looked at the black kitten that was gradually walking away. She immediately picked up her skirt and chased after him. "Nini, don't go yet." She ran to Heisey and squatted down. Looking at the bloody wound on Heisey's hind leg, his fair little face was full of heartache. "You're seriously injured. I'll take you to the hospital for treatment. Just follow me from now on, okay? I swear, I will treat you well." Heisey stopped, but before he could react, a figure stumbled over. It was the little girl's cousin. There was still a trace of fear on her face. She grabbed the little girl's arm and her voice trembled. "Yaki, I'm sorry, I was just too scared just now. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it. Could you please not tell your brother Jinhao about this?" The little girl named Yaki shook her hand off without even looking back at her. All her attention was focused on the black kitten in front of her that had saved her. In her clear eyes, a hint of cautious expectation was revealed. Heisey glanced inconspicuously in the direction where Silani was hiding. Among the green plants. An almost imperceptible nod of the head got Silani's approval. Only then did Heisey let out a soft meow. He even took the initiative to come forward and rub the back of the little girl's hand with his furry head. Not far away. Silani, who took in the entire scene, couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. This is really a pleasant surprise. Letting Heisey stay with this little girl is not a bad choice. After all, this little girl comes from a very important background. Chapter 75, When your loved ones push you into the abyss, it is them who stand up for you. According to Shin Mengli, this little girl named Yang Yaki was born into the Yang family, which is the second largest family in Xingjin City after the Zhao family. The reason why I found them this time. The original intention was just to use the power of the Yang family to give another push in the muddy water of public opinion to prevent the Zhao family from directly suppressing public opinion. Unexpectedly. In addition to the plan, he also successfully placed his younger brother in the Yang family. At the same time, on the other side of the commercial district, inside a street-facing brand clothing store, Shin Mengli walked to the cashier counter, took out a small bag from her pocket and poured it onto the counter. With a loud crash, a pile of shiny prismatic crystals were scattered around, 100 in total. "Boss, can I have a copy of your surveillance footage?" The boss behind the cashier was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had just witnessed everything that happened at the entrance of the shopping mall opposite and was still in shock. Hearing Shin Mengli's words, he first looked at the pile of time crystals in surprise. He looked up in surprise at the girl in front of him who looked like a student. He did not rush to take the time crystal, but instead there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "Little girl, why are you copying the surveillance video?" "Boss, don't misunderstand me." Shin Mengli put on a perfectly coy smile. "I'm just a cat lover. I thought that little black cat and that husky were so brave, so I wanted to post what happened online to call on more people to pay attention to stray cats and dogs." A moment later, Shin Mengli walked out of the shop. With a faint smile on her face, she whispered into an inconspicuous miniature microphone on her collar. "Done." The reason why Shin Mengli did not choose to take pictures with her mobile phone. Because it would be too obvious and too deliberate. Only this fixed surveillance perspective copied from a shop appears real and convincing enough. After all, what just happened too quickly. Ordinary people would not have time to react, let alone take out their phones to record the entire incident. On the other side, among the green plants. Hearing Shin Mengli's voice coming from the headset, Silani's pale red eyes narrowed slightly. Now, the show is over. It's time to take the next step. Just as Silani was about to tell Era to evacuate, a sharp sound of breaking air came from far away. Immediately following, a black suspended sports car with an exaggerated shape. It drew a sharp arc in the air, did a beautiful tailspin and stopped suddenly, and hovered steadily above the shopping mall building. Next second, with a bang, the car door opened upwards.
A tall young man wearing a custom-made combat uniform jumped down from a height of dozens of meters.
Brother Jinhao.
Cousin Yang Yaki lowered her head and shouted. The man didn't even look at her, but rushed to Yang Yaki in a few steps, his tone full of anxiety.
Yaki, are you okay? When Yang Yaki saw the person coming, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Brother, why did you come so soon? I'm fine. It was this kitten and the dog over there who saved me. Can I take them home and raise them? Yang Jinhao didn't rush to answer.
His sharp eyes first swept over the husky who was standing aside with his tongue out and a silly smile on his face, and his brows frowned slightly. Then, his eyes fell on Koriko who was standing in front of his sister.
Let me take a look at its injuries first.
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and picked up Heizi. Seeing his sister frowning slightly, he quickly stretched out his other hand to support Heizi's body.
Taking the excuse of checking the injuries as an excuse, I confirmed that it was a little female cat. The tense lines on Yang Jinhao's face finally relaxed, revealing a gentle smile. Okay, I'll give you this cat. He rubbed his sister's head, changed the subject and looked at the husky not far away. Huskies are generally wild and not suitable for you. I'll leave it to you, brother. It just so happens that I'd like to have a pet to help me out. Not far away. See, Lani's mouth twitched. Well, now Era has a place to go. He was not worried about the safety of Era and Heizi. Once you are promoted to the Bingfang realm, you will be able to communicate with them through long-distance telepathy at any time through the life contract imprint. He gave Era a wink, signaling it to act according to the circumstances. It doesn't matter whether it understands it or not. Lani's figure flashed and disappeared into the green plants. Half an hour later. A post titled "When Your Loved Ones Push You Into the Abyss, It's Them Who Stand Up For You" quickly went viral on the official forum of Xingjin City. The content of the post is simple.
It's a video copied from a shop surveillance camera. The video's clarity wasn't top-notch, but it completely recorded everything that had happened at the mall entrance. The protagonists of the video are a young, beautiful and charming girl, and a Lolita girl who is as delicate and cute as a porcelain doll. The looks of these two people alone are enough to attract a lot of attention.
The content of the video shocked everyone.
Faced with the mad dog's attack, the cousin not only did not protect her, but pushed her younger sister out without hesitation and used her as a shield. The ugliness and selfishness of human nature are fully exposed at this moment. Then, the style of painting suddenly changed. A skinny black cat and a husky that didn't look too smart rushed forward without hesitation and used their bodies to build a line of defense for the little girl.
The strong contrast instantly ignited everyone's emotions. The comments section of the post. Tens of thousands of buildings were built in just a few minutes. Holy shit! Is this sister a monster? Pushing her own sister to death? I'm getting hard. My fist is getting hard. This isn't a question of humanity anymore, this is a beast. Oh no, calling them beasts is an insult to the black cat and the husky. This little girl is so pitiful, betrayed by her own family. Fortunately, there are cats and dogs to protect her. The way the little girl chased after them in the end made my heart melt. Does anyone know what's next? It looks like the little black cat's leg is seriously injured, and I'm really worried about it. In the courtyard next to number 1 middle school. Lani and Shen Mengli sat side by side, watching the rapidly growing data on the computer screen. The heat is rising, but it's not enough. Shen Mengli frowned beautifully. The Zhao Group's public relations capabilities are very strong. Once they realize this, they will be able to suppress this hype very quickly. We must find a water army. You guys have some too. Lani subconsciously replied, then realized there was something wrong with the question and quickly laughed it off. No, I mean, it's just a post. There's no need to recruit an army, right? Shen Mengli laughed out loud at his strange train of thought. The water army I'm talking about is not the water army you think of. They are a special group of people who specialize in creating hype online and guiding public opinion. Lani pretended to be surprised, then slapped his thigh and said with a swagger, "What are you waiting for? Buy it. Just buy the one worth 500,000 time crystals." Seeing Lani preparing to condense the time crystal from the spiritual pattern of the fate wheel, Shen Mengli quickly raised her hand and held him down. No, it's useless to use your time crystal. Seeing the puzzled look on Lani's face, she patiently explained, I haven't awakened my spirit pattern yet. My forum account can't be bound to a spirit pattern, so even if I have more time crystals, I can't use them. What should we do then? If I want to hire a water army now, I can only go to Yanluodai for a loan and have them transfer the time directly to my forum account. Yen Luo loan? Si Lanyi's eyes twitched. This name. It's quite vivid and descriptive. You can imagine that if you can't pay back the loan, it could really cost you your life. Brothers. That is quite nice. I'll just add 2 more chapters. This chapter is for the brothers who use their love to generate electricity. The number of people who use their love to generate electricity is just a little short of 1,000. 1 chapter is added for the brothers who paid for rewards. You are very thoughtful. Coke also knows how to appreciate it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 76, The Zhao Group, Everyone is Calling for a Fight. The so-called Yama loan. It sounds scary, but it's actually not as dark as Si Lanyi imagined. If you borrow 100,000 time crystals, you will get 100,000, not a cent less. The only problem is that the interest rate is a bit high, 10,000 yuan a month. As 100,000 time crystals were injected into Shin Mengli's forum account. After the internet trolls entered the scene, the direction of comments on that post gradually underwent some subtle changes. Fuck, sisters, I checked, and that little girl in Lolita looks like Yang Yaki, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. No wonder she has such a great temperament. The Yang family? Oh my god, this melon is getting bigger and bigger. Wait, haven't you noticed that people from the Zhao group have been killing stray cats and dogs all over the city today? I suspect that the mad dog that suddenly attacked people was driven mad by the Zhao group. Is the above true or false? Is there any evidence? Of course. I just filmed it. #video. Under the guidance of a large number of professional water armies. Some people who were already dissatisfied with the Zhao group's lockdown of the city seemed to have found an outlet and stood up one after another. Public opinion immediately directed its attention towards the Zhao group. Henteing Villa. Zhao Linyuan listened to his subordinate's report without changing his expression. Master, there's some slanderous news about us on the forum. Do I need to teach you how to do such a small thing? Zhao Linyuan's eyes were calm, and his voice was inarticulate. Hire some online trolls to suppress the hype. If that doesn't work, create another hot topic to draw people's attention. In his opinion, this is just some bored netizens trying to make a name for themselves, and it will soon die down. The other side. Yang family villa. Yang Jinhao had just returned with his sister from the best pet home in the city. The wound on Koriko's hind leg had been treated with medicine and wrapped with a cute pink bandage with a beautiful bow tied on it. As soon as the two entered the door, the butler came to greet them. Master, a video of a young lady being attacked at the entrance of a shopping mall has appeared online. It's going viral. Should we? Yang Jinhao frowned and was about to nod. My sister is so cute, how can I let those ugly people on the internet look at her casually? But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Yaki. She held up her laptop, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster. No. Brother, look. This Zhao group has been killing stray cats and dogs. They're so abominable. Netizens are saying that the big yellow dog that attacked me was probably driven crazy by them. Meow. In Yang Yaki's arms, Heizi, whose wound had just been bandaged, raised his head and let out a cry of approval. Beside, Era, who was trying hard to maintain his cool image, nodded in agreement. Yang Jinhao looked at his sister's indignant face, then looked at the cat and dog who shared the same hatred for the enemy, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered the butler, the Zhao family will definitely come out to suppress the heat. This is a rare opportunity. Pass on my orders, contact all available channels, and make this fire burn brighter. The development of things soon exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the instigation of the Yang family, public opinion completely got out of control. More and more people began to take to the streets, spontaneously stopping the Zhao group from continuing to kill stray cats and dogs, and even several small-scale conflicts broke out. For a while, the people of the Zhao group became rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill them. Master, something bad has happened. At the Zhao family villa, a servant rushed into the living room. Master. Outside, there are so many people gathered outside, they've blocked our group building. Some stores have also been smashed. A bunch of untouchables. What right do they have? Why? Isn't it just killing a few stray cats and dogs? It's like losing your parents. without waiting for Zhao Linyuan to react. The beautiful woman slammed the table and started cursing. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her usual elegant and graceful image, and her well-maintained face became somewhat distorted by anger. Zhao Linyuan's face turned completely dark when he saw his wife acting like a shrew. A nameless fire burned wildly in his heart. After the city was closed, he had originally intended to keep a low profile and slowly eliminate the impact. But now such a big mess has occurred. If this matter is not handled properly, the businesses of all industries under the Zhao family will definitely plummet and the losses will be incalculable. But unfortunately, he promised this himself. He wanted to get angry, but he couldn't find a reason, so he could only hold it in. His chest felt stuffy and he could hardly breathe. Just as public opinion was intensifying, the official city lord's mansion of Xingjin City actually intervened and stopped this farce. Almost at the same time, the official website of the Zhao Group and all the major official media platforms of Xingjin City all popped up a pinned apology statement. In the video, Zhao Linyuan was wearing a decent formal suit. His usual aura of authority was restrained, replaced by a slightly haggard yet extremely sincere face. Regarding the series of social problems recently caused by the killing of stray animals by our group's security department, I, Zhao Linyuan, on behalf of the Zhao Group, extend my most sincere apologies to all the citizens of Xingjin City. I hereby promise that the Zhao Group will immediately cease all killing of stray animals. At the same time, we will fund the construction of Xingjin City's first and largest stray animal rescue station. This apology video is 5 minutes long. Zhao Linyuan spoke sincerely and had a humble attitude, and there was absolutely no fault to be found in him. In the courtyard next to number 1 middle school. After watching the apology video, Silani turned his head and met Shen Mengli's gaze. Neither of them spoke. But at the same time, a knowing smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. This battle, it can be said to be a great victory. Silani pondered silently in his mind. In total, he lost 100,000 time crystals for hiring Navy soldiers, plus more than 200 subordinates. But the rewards far outweigh the costs. Not only did he solve Zhao Min's hidden danger, but he also helped her figure out how to use the term contract girlfriend. Now, all parts of the body except the torso have been strengthened to the 3rd stage, and even the 4-dimensional attributes are almost reaching the standard for promotion to the Bingfeng realm. The only thing that is still a little bit lacking is the speed. All the benefits are taken by myself. Now the Zhao family has suffered a loss and has to admit its mistake in front of the whole city. The more Silani thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. Immediately following, his eyes lit up and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Since you're so happy today, how about we go out for a nice meal and celebrate? Shen Mengli shook her head. It's too expensive outside. I'll go buy some food and cook it myself. Okay, I'll listen to you. Silani nodded and agreed quite readily, but he had no intention of going with Shen Mengli. Watching Shen Mengli walk out of the courtyard, the smile on his face grew even brighter, and he turned and strolled out the door. A few minutes later, Silani appeared in front of a 24-hour convenience store on the commercial street. Chapter 77 The smile will not disappear, it will only shift. Commercial street. Inside a 24-hour convenience store, Lin Ziyi was lying on the cashier counter with an indignant expression on her face, and her white fingers were typing quickly on the virtual keyboard of her light computer phone. An apology is all it takes? Wishful thinking. #boycott products. Sisters, push me up. Let everyone see the true face of the Zhao family. These days, the little cat that Lin Ziyi had been thinking about never came, and she felt empty inside. As a result, when I went to the forum today, I found out that people from the Zhao Group were actually killing stray cats and dogs all over the city. New and old grudges added together. Lin Ziyi turned into a keyboard warrior on the spot, debating with many scholars in the forum and leading several waves of rhythm on his own. He was also one of the main forces guiding public opinion this time. Even now Zhao Linyuan has issued an apology statement. She has no intention of stopping and continues to attack heavily in various comment sections. Jingle. The crisp sound of wind chimes came from the door. Lin Ziyi didn't even raise his head, and continued to quickly press the keys on his light computer phone, and just casually shouted, "Welcome, help yourself to your things, and then come over here to pay." However, a few seconds passed, but no footsteps were heard.
Lin Ziyi raised his head with some confusion and looked in the direction of the door. At just one glance, her eyes lit up.
Handsome guy, here you go again. Lin Ziyi immediately put down her phone, and the indignation on her face disappeared in an instant.
Silani walked to the cashier counter and glanced at the screen of her mobile phone, which she had not yet turned off. On it was a post criticizing the Zhao family.
He raised a smile and jokingly said, "Seeing how devoted you are you punishing evildoers?"
When this is mentioned,
Lin Ziyi suddenly regained his spirits. It's because those people in the Zhao family are such bastards. Bullying cats and dogs is simply inhumane.
Silani chatted with her for a few words. His eyes turned to the area on the shelves where various kinds of wine and beverages were placed.
I want to ask you something.
Silani retracted his gaze and leaned forward slightly to the front of the stage.
Do you have any wine here that doesn't make you feel drunk, but is also very easy to get drunk?
Lin Ziyi was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked up at Silani. On that infuriatingly handsome face, there was a malicious smile, and his eyes were filled with a mischievous look that all men could understand.
Well. Lin Ziyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Such a handsome man has indeed been taken for a long time.
I just don't know which lucky girl it is. Think of this.
She felt a faint sense of sourness in her heart.
Yes. Lin Ziyi didn't dare to look into Silani's eyes again.
She turned around and walked to the shelf. From a pile of colorful bottles, she took out a bottle of wine that was packaged like a fruit juice drink.
The bottle is a cute pink with sweet cartoon designs on it. This girl's dream is peach flavored and tastes very similar to a drink, sweet.
She placed the wine on the counter and added, but the after effect is quite strong.
The alcohol content is over 40%. Most girls can't handle half a bottle.
Silani picked up the bottle of wine and looked at it, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
Good. The name is very clever and the packaging is very deceptive. That's it. Do you have any in stock? Give me 2 boxes. Yes, I'll get it for you right away. The price is okay. 1 bottle of wine equals 3 time crystals. There are 12 bottles in a box, and the total lifespan is only 72 days.
When Silani was about to pay, Lin Ziyi reached out to stop him.
You gave me 30,000 days of life last time. I'm just treating you to a few bottles of wine. You won't refuse, right? Okay.
Silani agreed with a smile, hugged the 2 boxes of wine in his arms, turned around and was about to leave.
Etc.
Lin Ziyi mustered up her courage, shook her phone, and with a hint of anticipation on her face, she asked, "Can you leave me your contact information?" Silani paused, turned around and smiled at her.
If fate allows, we will meet again.
After saying that, Silani disappeared at the door of the convenience store, carrying the wine box. It's not that he doesn't want to stay, he had asked Shen Mengli before. It is not difficult to buy a light computer phone, but to activate it, you need to apply for a chip that can connect to the spiritual pattern, which is similar to the SIM card on Earth, and you must have an identity certificate to apply for it.
He is still an illegal resident, so naturally he can't do it.
However, Silani was not in a hurry to get an identity certificate. Given his current situation, he would not be able to find a way even if he risked his life. It would be better to wait for Heizi and Era to get familiar with the Young family first. Perhaps in the future, I can solve the identity problem through this relationship.
In a convenience store. Lin Ziyi looked at Silani's disappearing back and sighed with some disappointment.
She picked up her laptop, and the screen reflected her chubby face. She stretched out her fingers and pinched the soft flesh on her face, and her eyes gradually became firm.
Come on. Lin Ziyi, you can do it. The other side.
As soon as Silani returned to the yard, the tempting aroma of food hit him. Then Shen Mengli came out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming boiled pork slices.
The spicy aroma instantly whetted his appetite. On the stone table in the yard,
2 cold dishes, smashed cucumber and mixed black fungus, were also laid out, along with a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a bowl of steaming seaweed egg drop soup.
That's great. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Silani praised sincerely.
Shen Mengli put the boiled pork slices on the table and looked up at him.
Where have you been?
Silani chuckled and took out 2 bottles of pink-wrapped wine from behind him like a magic trick.
We're celebrating, how can we do without some wine? How about a couple of drinks? Shen Mengli did not answer immediately.
She just looked at Silani quietly, Her clear eyes seemed to see through all the little tricks in his heart. It was not until Silani felt a little uneasy when being looked at that she suddenly curled up the corners of her mouth and revealed a faint smile.
Okay, let's have a couple of drinks then.
The two sat opposite each other. There was a rich dish on the stone table. The moonlight sprinkled softly in the courtyard, and the atmosphere was indescribably warm. Silani poured the wine attentively. The pink fruit wine ripples in the glass, exuding a sweet peach aroma. Shinmengli picked up the wineglass, her clear eyes looked particularly bright in the moonlight. She looked at Silani with a serious expression.
Silani, thank you for everything you have done for me.
After saying that, she tilted her neck back and drank the fruit wine in the glass in one gulp. Her movements were quick and decisive, even with a bit of the heroic spirit of a young man from the underworld.
Silani was stunned. Well, why are you being so polite? If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago.
He said this, but his hands did not stop moving and filled Shinmengli's glass again.
The moonlight is just right and the evening breeze is not dry. After a few drinks,
a beautiful blush quietly appeared on Shinmengli's fair cheeks, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite.
Her usually cold eyes.
At this moment, it seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Suddenly, Shinmengli put down her chopsticks, supported her cheek with one hand, and looked at Silani with a smile.
Drinking one cup after another like this is so boring. Silani raised his eyebrows, then how do you want to drink it?
Shinmengli tilted her head and thought for a while, let's play a game.
Whoever loses drinks. Okay, you decide what to play.
Silani showed a confident smile on his face.
Play games?
He has never been afraid of anyone since he was a child.
Let us get to know the little prince of the nightclub.
Today I must open this little girl's eyes and let her see what real skills are.
Let's play. Idiom chain. The smile on Silani's face froze and shifted to Shinmengli's face.
Chapter 78 Additional update, Shinmengli's true appearance revealed.
In a flash, 2 days passed. In the courtyard,
a tabby cat was lying on a small lazy sofa with its hind legs crossed in a very human way, looking indescribably relaxed and comfortable.
Here is a picture of Silani in cat form.
At this time, the door of the room was pushed open and Shinmengli walked out.
Let's go. Today is the awakening ceremony. We have to go to school early.
Silani opened his eyes when he heard the voice. Today, Shinmengli changed into a brand new set of pure white sportswear, which perfectly outlined her tall and well-proportioned figure.
The long black hair was tied into a ponytail.
As she moved gently, her whole body exuded a clean and neat youthful aura.
Well. Silani sighed silently in his heart. This was the nth time he sighed in the past 2 days. The last time he sighed. Or last time.
Looking at Shinmengli's beautiful figure, he couldn't help but curse himself for being so disappointing that night and not even being able to win over a little girl.
However, it's not his fault.
Who made Shinmengli so cunning, playing idiom chain games at the wine table?
Silani could only grit his teeth and accompany him.
In the end, the 2 boxes of girl's dream almost all ended up in Silani's stomach, truly realizing the dream of the girl appearing.
In other words, his physical condition is far superior to that of ordinary people.
He had to meet the standards for advancement to the Bingfang realm, otherwise whether he could wake up the next day was another matter. It's not good for this little girl to be too smart.
Well. Silani sighed inwardly again and was about to get up. At this moment, Shinmengli's voice rang out again, how about, you go to school with me in your human form today?
Silani was a little surprised. Shinmengli's eyes were a little vague, she didn't dare to look him in the eye, and her voice was a little lower.
Today is the day of awakening.
My classmates, they all have their families accompanying them to school, so. She hadn't finished speaking yet. The shape of the tabby cat in front of him suddenly stretched and changed.
Next second,
a tall man appeared on the spot, wearing a set of white sportswear of the same style, which made his figure look even taller and more slender.
Shinmengli bought this for him yesterday.
After changing into clothes, switching to cat form and then switching back, the clothes will still be on your body, which saves a lot of trouble. Silani had a gentle smile on his face, and he naturally reached out his hand and rubbed her head.
Let's go. Xingjin No. 1 Middle School.
Just as Shinmengli said. In addition to the students who were about to attend the awakening ceremony, a large number of parents also came.
Hundreds of people gathered in the central square of the school.
All eyes were focused on the giant metal sphere that was slowly rotating and emitting a soft light right above the square. Shen Mengli also whispered to Si Lanyi that the awakening of the spiritual pattern would be done through this sphere.
Just then, a figure appeared above everyone's heads without any warning.
Si Lanyi's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were fixed on that person. The man who came was a bald middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was floating above the square without any help.
Flying in the air.
There are 7 realms of warriors: soldier, general, king, emperor, lord, god, and emperor. At least one needs to reach the 5th realm, the honorable lord realm, to have the ability to fly.
That is to say, this middle-aged bald man who looked ordinary, even with a precarious hairline, was actually a top-tier warrior with a minimum strength of 50,000 kilograms? Si Lanyi couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that in such a middle school, there would be a big shot of this level hidden. You really can't judge a person by appearance. However, soon, Si Lanyi realized that he had drawn conclusions too early. This powerful principle from another world is no different from those on Earth. What about you are the future of Xinjiang City? Spiritual patterns are just the starting point, hard work is the key, no matter what the result is, you must maintain a normal mind. He talked for more than half an hour, all meaningless nonsense. All right. My speech is over. Now, the awakening ceremony officially begins.
Students whose names have been called, please come to the stage.
I also wish you all the best in awakening higher-level spiritual patterns.
Si Lanyi, who was drowsy, finally perked up after hearing these words.
The ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner.
There was no such melodramatic scene as in novels where anyone who awakened an ordinary talent would be collectively ridiculed. After all, most people present knew it very well. There was a high probability that I would just be an ordinary spiritual pattern, and no one had the right to laugh at anyone else.
Everything is going smoothly. Next, Shen Mengli.
As the name was called, Shen Mengli looked to her side. Si Lanyi nodded vigorously at her.
Go ahead.
Shen Mengli calmed herself down and walked up to the platform. When the bald principal on the stage saw her, he couldn't help but look at her face twice, and then a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
Buzz.
A soft beam of light was cast from the bottom of the huge metal sphere, enveloping Shen Mengli.
Next second, suddenly, there were bursts of suppressed exclamations from the crowd. Look at her hair. What's going on? Why did her hair turn white?
I've never heard that awakening a spiritual pattern will change hair color.
No. Look at her face. Listening to the noisy exclamations around,
Si Lanyi's heart also began to hang in the air, his eyes fixed on the figure on the stage.
Under the illumination of the beam of light,
Shen Mengli's jet black hair was turning into dazzling silver white inch by inch, starting from the roots, at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Immediately following, on her pretty face, fine cracks actually appeared, as if a piece of fine porcelain was about to break. Could it be that the awakening of the spiritual pattern made her method of hiding her appearance ineffective? Si Lanyi reacted instantly. On the high platform, crack!
With a slight sound, a piece of camouflaged skin fell off Shen Mengli's cheek, revealing the delicate and flawless skin underneath, as delicate as white jade.
Then, the second piece, the third piece. That ordinary face peeled off inch by inch. What was revealed was a face so beautiful that it could make the heaven and earth pale in comparison.
Her skin is as white as cream and her eyebrows are as dark as distant ink. A pair of cold phoenix eyes seem to contain the sea of stars. Her nose bridge is straight and every detail of her facial features is like the most perfect masterpiece of the creator, so exquisite that there is not a single flaw to be found. It was a beauty that was pure to the extreme, so beautiful that it was breathtaking and made everything around it pale in comparison.
I think my descriptions of this beauty are not exaggerated. The pictures were chosen by you guys. Here is a picture of Shen Mengli's true appearance. The entire square.
At this moment, there was a dead silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the girl on the stage, who looked like a banished immortal who had walked out of a painting.
Si Lanyi was also stunned and murmured softly, "Wow, I found a treasure."
Brothers. Yesterday's generating power with love was not very effective. I asked for more than 1,000 updates, but in the end I couldn't even get 1,000 generating power with love.
Tell me, are you being lazy?
However, considering the big brothers who spent money to reward and the brothers who gave their love to generate electricity, today's extra update is still arranged. While coding, Kaylay suddenly discovered a serious problem.
Holy crap! Shen Mengli's true face has been revealed. Is she going to hide it again?
Shit, what should I do when I haven't recovered from coke yet?
Chapter 79 Peerless Spiritual Pattern. Wow, I really found a treasure.
Silani thought that Shen Mengli might be very beautiful. After all, her mother's beauty is there, and she is a top beauty without any makeup, but he really didn't expect that Shen Mengli would be so beautiful. No wonder she wanted to hide her appearance. With this kind of looks, if she hadn't hidden it, she would have been eaten up long ago. The surprise on Silani's face slowly faded, and his expression became solemn.
Shen Mengli's appearance has been exposed.
It would be fine if she awakened a higher grade spiritual pattern, but if she only awakened an ordinary or rare spiritual pattern, there would probably be a lot of trouble in the future.
Silani just had this thought.
A high-pitched voice, so excited that it almost broke, suddenly brought everyone back to their senses.
Shen Mengli. Peerless Spiritual Pattern. It's a peerless spiritual pattern.
We at Xingjin No. 1 Middle School have also awakened a peerless spiritual pattern.
On the high platform.
The bald principal's face flushed with excitement, and even the few stubborn hairs on his head were trembling.
Peerless spiritual pattern? Oh my god. First Middle School is really going to rise this time. After awakening a peerless spiritual pattern, I'm afraid the resources next year will be twice as much as those of similar schools, right?
Double?
Are you kidding me?
It took a whole 1,000 years to awaken 47 peerless spiritual patterns. Even if it were 10 times that, it wouldn't be much.
After a brief silence, a thunderous roar of discussion erupted in the square.
However, while the discussion was heated, many people's eyes would uncontrollably and subconsciously drift towards that impeccable face. The bald headmaster was so excited that his face almost broke with laughter, and he announced loudly on the spot. To commend Shen Mengli's outstanding talent, on behalf of Xingjin No. 1 Middle School, I would like to award Shen Mengli with 300,000 days of life, free of charge.
As soon as the words fell,
among the crowd at the edge of the square,
several calm figures walked out. They were the representatives of the top 10 major families in Xingjin City.
Zhao Linyuan was also among them. He had a perfectly congratulatory smile on his face. But the hand hidden behind his back was clenched into a fist, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to excessive force.
Peerless spiritual pattern.
Zhao Linyuan took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the thoughts surging in his heart. He understood this girl named Shen Mengli. She was no longer someone he could easily control. Even if her left ear had a defect, those top martial arts schools would never let go of such a rough gem. Coming to the stage, Zhao Linyuan was the first to speak. My Zhao family is willing to contribute to Mr. Shen's martial arts journey and grant him 200,000 days of life for free. My Yang family also grants Shen Mengli 200,000 days of life.
Wang family, 150,000. The top 10 families in Xingjin City spoke.
All in all, there was an additional 1.2 million days of life bonus.
It's not that they can't come up with more.
But the rewards of No. 1 Middle School are there, and if they give too much, it would be a bit of an overshadowing.
Not to mention,
now Shen Mengli only has the potential to become a top-level expert, but has not yet truly grown up.
The fact that they can invest these lifespans is a sign of great sincerity.
Faced with this sudden huge lifespan and countless envious eyes, Shen Mengli, however, seemed neither arrogant nor impatient. She bowed to the principal and representatives of the major families one by one and expressed her gratitude in a dignified manner, then calmly accepted all the rewards. Then, everyone looked at them with mixed expressions of surprise, shock, and confusion.
Shen Mengli turned around and walked down the platform. Walked straight towards Silani in the crowd.
The entire square seemed to have been muted, and everyone's eyes followed her figure, finally focusing on the smiling man.
Shen Mengli came to Silani and stopped.
Shen Mengli was also full of surprise at being able to awaken a spiritual pattern of peerless quality, but she had already anticipated the exposure of her appearance. Her mother had told her when she gave her the disguise prop. If the grade of the awakened spiritual pattern exceeds the ordinary grade, the energy released during awakening will completely destroy it. So, from the moment you stepped onto the platform, she knew that she would greet a new beginning with her truest appearance.
And now, she has to do it. It is at this starting point.
For yourself and for him, cut off all unnecessary covetousness.
In the dead silence of the whole audience,
Shin Mengli held Si Lanyi's arm, tilted her head slightly, and raised the corners of her lips slightly, forming a beautiful arc.
Let's go home. Boom.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole square seemed to have been hit by a heavy bomb. Everyone's expression became extremely interesting, and their eyes looked back and forth between the two of them with complicated expressions.
The meaning of Shin Mengli's words couldn't be more obvious.
This favored girl who had just revealed her peerless beauty and had an unlimited future was telling everyone in a way that was almost a declaration of sovereignty. She, Shin Mengli, already had someone in her heart.
For a while.
Countless envious, jealous, confused, and even murderous gazes.
Everyone focused on Si Lanyi. Who is this man? Where did this come from? He looks quite handsome, but can being handsome be enough to make a living? How could she win the favor of such a stunning genius just by having a face?
Si Lanyi stared at the girl in front of him in a daze. Looking at her clear eyes, there was an undisguised look of anticipation. An indescribable warmth instantly surged through my body and warmed my heart. He thought of countless possibilities. But she never thought that at this moment when everyone was paying attention, at the highest point of her life, she would choose to tie herself tightly to him without hesitation. This heavy trust.
It's really heavy.
Si Lanyi stretched out his hand and, amidst countless gazes that were almost spitting fire, naturally put his arm around her slender waist. Feeling the envious and jealous gazes around him, Si Lanyi did not feel uncomfortable at all, but rather felt quite happy.
Glancing around,
Si Lanyi raised the corner of his mouth in an arrogant arc.
How does the saying go?
If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight.
The same logic actually applies here.
Since you have decided to be Shin Mengli's man, if you don't even have the awareness of being envied to death, then what's the point of living?
Immediately, Si Lanyi took Shin Mengli's slender hand and interlocked their fingers. Okay. Let's go home. Chapter 80. I can't always stay in your arms and be a clingy little kitten. Just as Si Lanyi was pulling Shin Mengli to leave,
a barely perceptible sound of breaking wind was heard. The bald principal, who had just been on the podium, landed directly in front of the two of them. He looked Si Lanyi over with a complicated look, a mixture of confusion, surprise, and scrutiny.
Apart from being handsome and brave, I don't see anything special about this guy.
Moreover, judging from the blood energy emanating from Si Lanyi, he has not even reached the Bingfang realm.
He really couldn't understand why Shin Mengli would choose such a man.
Only Shin Mengli is not his daughter.
Otherwise, he would have to hang this kid up and beat him.
The bald principal calmed himself down and didn't think about it anymore. When he looked at Shin Mengli, his face was instantly filled with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum.
Student Shin, you don't have to take the mock exam this afternoon. Take a good rest. Wait until all the assessments are over at 5 o'clock, then come back and have a comprehensive physical examination. That's right.
He seemed to have remembered something, and his tone became more gentle.
I just had someone check. You rented a yard next to the school, right?
Seeing Shin Mengli nod slightly, he immediately struck while the iron was hot.
Look, the security there is limited after all. If Mr. Shin doesn't mind, why not move to the school?
There's a group of single-family villas in the hills behind the school that are reserved for exceptional teachers.
I'll have someone clean up the best one right away. You can come back and live here anytime you want.
He is a powerful master in the realm of honor and the highest authority in Xingjin No. 1 Middle School. But at this time he lowered his posture so much, and there was even a hint of flattery in his words.
However, none of the students and parents in the square thought there was anything wrong with this. What a joke. That is a peerless spiritual pattern. In the thousands of years of recorded human history, this is only the 48th one. Among the 47 mentioned above, there are 32 people who are still alive. Which one of them is not an emperor-level strongman who can intimidate a group with just a stomp of his feet?
While Shin Mengli is still in her humble beginnings. Being able to provide her with shelter and convenience is not even an investment, but a pie in the sky. Even if Shin Mengli becomes successful and forgets this love in the future, as long as she still remembers a little bit of the incense, it will be a huge benefit to Xingjin No. 1 Middle School and the bald principal personally. Faced with this sudden generous gift, Shin Mengli did not agree immediately. She subconsciously tightened her hands clasped with Si Lanyi's, looked sideways at Si Lanyi, and then looked at the principal again.
Can my boyfriend live in here too?
As soon as these words were spoken, the corner of the bald principal's eye twitched uncontrollably. He couldn't help but take another look at the handsome man next to him with a calm expression.
This kid. Could it be that he used some kind of evil magic to brainwash Shin Mengli? Think of this possibility. The bald principal couldn't help but become a little alert. His own daughter said that she would take some time to come back soon and take the cat to the martial arts academy. You must keep a close eye on your daughter when the time comes. I must not let this evil boy come into contact with my daughter. The bald principal was complaining madly in his mind, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. Of course. The villa is huge, not to mention 2 people, it's more than enough for 10 or 8 people to live here. Got a positive answer. Shin Mengli stopped talking and just looked at Silani quietly, leaving the final decision in his hands. Silani understood what she meant. However, there is nothing to hesitate about this matter. A villa that is free to live in, don't miss it. Moreover, with this principal who is at the Lord level in charge of Xingjin No. 1 Middle School, there will definitely be fewer troubles. Think of this. Silani smiled and nodded slightly to the bald principal. Then, Principal, thank you for your help. We will move in later. On the way back, the 2 of them still held hands. The noisy voices and clamor behind them faded away little by little as they walked away. The surroundings became quiet. Shin Mengli's heartbeat became clearer and more audible. She secretly raised her eyes, glanced at the handsome profile of the man next to her, and her lips moved. Will you blame me for acting on my own? Silani paused. Turn your head sideways. Seeing the hint of uneasiness in her eyes, I couldn't help but laugh. You mean, you announced me officially in front of so many people? Shin Mengli responded softly and lowered her head even more. What's so strange about that? Silani stopped and turned to face her. Sooner or later, I will have to stand in front of people. I can't. Speaking of this. He suddenly lowered his body and leaned close to Shin Mengli's ear. I can't always stay in your arms and be a clingy little kitten. The warm breath tickled her ears. Shin Mengli's face suddenly turned red, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back. But Silani held her hand tightly and pulled her closer to him. The distance between the 2 people was instantly shortened to less than a punch. Shin Mengli could even clearly see her own embarrassed and humiliated look reflected in Silani's smiling eyes. She simply gave up, raised her head, and glared at him with puffed cheeks. Who treated you like a kitten? I treated you like. Raised him as a son. Oh? Silani raised his eyebrows, and the smile on his face became even more intense. If that's the case, can I really experience the greatness of a mother's love today? Silani glanced at her towering chest while speaking. Shin Mengli was defeated instantly. I don't want to bother with you. With a coquettish cry, Shin Mengli shook off his hand, turned around and ran away. Silani followed her slowly behind her. The 2 of them laughed and played all the way back to the familiar courtyard. In the yard, next to the stone table. The afterglow of the fight has not yet faded. Shin Mengli held a cup of hot water. She raised her head and looked at Silani opposite her. Actually, I didn't plan to do that. My original plan was to wait until the awakening ceremony was over, then remove my disguise and reveal my true self. Silani understood the meaning of her words and felt a little curious. So, it was because you awakened the peerless spiritual pattern that you changed your mind? Shin Mengli nodded. Didn't you say you lost your memory and don't remember anything? Silani resisted the urge to touch his nose and nodded in response. With our current strength, it's almost impossible to find out your identity. I've publicly expressed my feelings for you. Those noble families will definitely look up your information. Then, we might be able to get some useful clues from them. She paused, then added, furthermore, the rank of my spirit pattern will soon spread throughout Xingjin City, and even beyond. By then, everyone and everything around me will be scrutinized under a magnifying glass, especially you. Instead of waiting for them to make wild guesses or even attack you in secret, why not make the relationship clear first? I want everyone to know that you belong to me, Shin Mengli. If I want to touch you, I have to think about whether I dare to bear my anger. Shin Mengli dared to say this not because she was arrogant, but because she was really confident. If any aristocratic family really dares to attack Silani, she dared to spread the word that no matter how big she grew up, she would serve the family that avenged her. By then, there will definitely be a group of old established families who will stand up to uphold justice. Chapter 81, additional update, sir, if you can't get in through the front door, you can go in through the back door. After saying this,
The yard fell into silence for a moment. Silani didn't care at all whether those people would investigate or not.
I am a visitor from another world. Even if they turn the world upside down, what can they find out? But Shen Mengli didn't know about this.
She could only use her own methods to seek as much protection as possible for him.
Even after it's done.
She also worried about whether she would be angry because she hadn't discussed it in advance. Silani looked at the girl in front of him, at her stunningly beautiful face that could captivate everyone. He always knew that Shen Mengli was very smart.
But I didn't expect that she would consider me to this extent.
Something in Silani's heart was touched again, and he even had the idea of being with Shen Mengli for the rest of his life.
Only. As soon as this thought came to mind, he dismissed it.
If you want to live a stable life, you must have the corresponding strength.
Without strength, everything is empty.
The effect of having a girlfriend can make oneself grow quickly, and it is also of great benefit to Shen Mengli, if only Shen Mengli is contracted.
It's not that Silani underestimates her.
She really couldn't bear it, and even if she could, her body couldn't take it. After all, the progress bar for contracting a girlfriend is calculated on a daily basis.
And the progress bar is full. Silani and all contracted girlfriends can get one super enhancement.
Therefore, only when you have more contracted girlfriends can you increase the progress bar faster.
Silani put his thoughts aside and didn't think about it anymore.
We haven't even dealt with Shen Mengli yet, why think so much? Immediately, Silani stood up, walked around the stone table and came to Shen Mengli. In Shen Mengli's slightly puzzled gaze, Silani reached out his hand and gently held her in his arms, resting his chin on her fragrant silver hair, with a hint of teasing in his voice.
Am I yours? How come I didn't know about this when it happened? Just now.
Shen Mengli pressed her cheek against his chest, a hint of embarrassment in her voice.
A smile appeared on Silani's face.
He slowly let go of her and cupped her delicate and flawless face with his hands.
Their eyes met.
The air froze at this moment. Silani no longer hesitated and slowly lowered his head. There was a soft and warm touch on my lips, accompanied by a slight tremor. Shen Mengli's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly closed her eyes, clumsily responding to this sudden kiss.
Time loses its meaning at this moment.
The only sounds in the yard were the rustling of green leaves in the breeze and the gradually blending breaths of the two people. Just when Silani's hands were no longer satisfied with just holding her face and were about to explore deeper,
Shen Mengli seemed to be electrocuted.
She suddenly broke free from his arms, stood up and took several steps back. She raised her hand to wipe her slightly swollen lips, then hurriedly adjusted her sportswear, her chest heaving.
No, not yet. Seeing the disappointment on Silani's face, Shen Mengli added, I have to go to school to take a mock exam this afternoon. Let's wait until tonight.
Silani's eyes lit up instantly.
Then he was a little surprised. Didn't the bald principal say that you don't have to attend? Shen Mengli glared at him angrily. That's Principal Ling.
If Principal Ling knew you called him that, you'd be in big trouble. I feel like having only peerless spiritual patterns isn't enough. Shen Mengli paused, looked at Silani, and her expression became serious. I still need to show more before I can make demands on those top martial arts schools.
Making a request? Right. Shen Mengli nodded slightly and expressed her thoughts.
She wanted to display her unparalleled strategic planning ability on the basis of awakening the peerless spiritual pattern.
Use this as leverage.
Let us try to get those top martial arts schools to accept Silani as well. Only by entering a martial arts school can one learn various sophisticated combat techniques, and also use the more effective gravity room to improve strength faster.
Afternoon. Xingjin No. 1 Middle School, Simulation Test Site. Regarding Shen Mengli's arrival,
both the teacher in charge of the assessment and other students were very surprised, but no one dared to ask any more questions.
Needless to say, the assessment results are obvious. Shen Mengli easily won the first place and broke the record of Xingjin City. After the assessment, a comprehensive physical data test will be conducted.
When the test report came out, the teacher in charge's face changed slightly, and he hurried to find Principal Ling with the report.
At this time,
Principal Ling was personally taking Shen Mengli and Silani to the detached villa arranged for them. The teacher in charge looked a little hesitant when he saw Shen Mengli was there.
Report it to me. Principal Ling took the report and just glanced at it. Regarding the conclusion of the report that left ear nerve necrosis and complete deafness, He didn't show the slightest surprise. There was just a hint of inexplicable pity in his eyes. He looked at this girl who was not much younger than his own daughter and sighed softly. Obviously, after Shen Mengli awakened the peerless spiritual pattern, he immediately used his authority to retrieve all of Shen Mengli's information, and he already knew everything she had experienced over the years. She has come this far. The hardships and efforts involved are simply unimaginable to ordinary people. With such a mentality, coupled with peerless spiritual patterns and super IQ, his future achievements are limitless. Principal Ling became more determined. No matter what, within the scope of my protection, I must at least ensure that she can grow up smoothly. Not long. Principal Ling led the two of them to a 3-story villa with its own swimming pool and garden. From now on, this will be your home. The security system has recorded your spiritual pattern information. No one except you can enter without permission. As he spoke, Principal Ling handed the test report to Shen Mengli. Girl, don't worry about your ears. They're just a small matter. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you reach the god's presence. Everything will be fine in the future. Thank you, Principal Ling. Principal Ling nodded, then turned his gaze to see Lanyi. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and his face became stern. Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you. The actual combat assessment will be held in a month. This is the most important part of the assessment. It will have a crucial impact on Miss Shen's future choice of martial arts school and even her life trajectory. If I knew that you had disturbed her practice during this month and delayed her future. Snort. A cold snort said it all. After saying that, Principal Ling didn't wait for the two to respond. He disappeared from the spot in a flash. Silani looked at the direction he disappeared and couldn't help but shook his head with amusement. This little old man is quite interesting. Shen Mengli rolled her eyes at him and said, Principal Ling is doing this for my own good. Don't give people random nicknames. Yes, I'll do as you say. Chatting and laughing, the two walked into the villa. The villa is very large, with 3 floors, and is fully equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. It even has a separate training room and a small gravity room. Silani walked around the villa and felt very happy. Especially when he thought of Shen Mengli's words wait until night, he became a little distracted and thought everything he saw was beautiful. The night deepens. After taking a shower, Shen Mengli changed into loose pajamas. Her long silver hair draped over her shoulders, making her beautiful face look even more elegant and refined. She came out of the bathroom. He saw Silani sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at him. Shen Mengli's cheeks couldn't help but feel hot, and her steps became hesitant. She walked up to Silani and said in a low voice apologetically, I'm having my period, and I didn't expect it would be such a coincidence. That? Could it be that? The smile on Silani's face froze instantly. The feeling of falling from heaven to hell made him lose the desire to live. He looked forward to the stars and the moon, and looked forward to the night. Pants. No, I was mentally prepared, but this is the result? Looking at Silani's shocked expression, Shen Mengli felt both angry and amused. Just when Silani was completely desperate. Without any warning, he recalled a wise saying that Li Yuanfang had said to his master in a TV series he had watched in his previous life. Sir, if you can't get in through the front door, you can go in through the back door. I promise to update more, so I'll keep my word. The hidden version should be out tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, so you know what I mean. Chapter 82. Does this count as being kept by you? Back door. This thought flashed through Silani's mind, and was immediately extinguished by him. What a joke. Shen Mengli is not Zhao Min, who can allow herself to show her skills. This silly girl in front of him, whose heart and eyes are filled with him, really holds him at the top of her heart. If he were to do anything to her while she is having her period, he would be a terrible person. But it seems that I am not a real person. Forget it, there is no need to rush this matter. The backdoor issue can wait until later. It's just a few days anyway, I can wait. Putting aside those improper thoughts, Silani reached out and pulled Shen Mengli to sit next to him, and took the initiative to change the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. Principal Ling mentioned earlier that there will be a practical assessment in a month. Tell me more about it. Shen Mengli felt relieved when she saw that he was no longer bothered about that matter.
She gathered her thoughts and explained, "The reason we have to wait a month is to give us students who have just awakened our spirit patterns enough time to improve our strength."
The content of the actual combat assessment is that all graduates will form teams of 3. The school will send us to a specific area outside the city. There are some source beasts that have not yet reached the Bingfang realm and are relatively weak. By then, each of our teams will need to kill at least one source beast to truly graduate. As she spoke, Shin Mengli picked up the laptop phone on the stone table and started operating it. Soon, a curtain of light unfolded in front of the two of them. In the video screen,
3 young men and women who looked not very old were standing back to back, nervously confronting 2 monsters that looked like giant wolves and were covered with bone spurs.
The next second, the battle broke out.
The flashing swords and shadows collided with the sharp claws and fangs of the source beast, making a harsh sound of metal collision.
The entire battle was bloody and violent. Even the scene of the candidate's death was not cut at all. The bloody scene of being torn into pieces by the source beast was presented before our eyes without any obstruction.
Silani looked at these images, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes.
Is this the assessment video from previous years? Seeing Shin Mengli nod, Silani couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you get it? Did that old man named Ling give you some special treatment?"
Shin Mengli rolled her eyes at him unhappily.
Every year's practical assessment is broadcast live throughout the city. You can find it by searching online. Live streaming? Silani's eyes widened. Why is this assessment being broadcast live? And it's so bloody. Aren't they afraid of scaring the public? Of course not.
Shin Mengli patiently explained, "The annual combat assessment is actually the moment that everyone looks forward to the most. The official reason for broadcasting the assessment footage live is to let the public know the hardships faced by the soldiers defending the city, and thus inspire a stronger martial spirit. But more, it should be those noble families pushing behind the scenes. Every year they set up betting based on the strength and performance of us candidates, and almost all adults in the city will participate."
Betting?
Silani's eyes lit up instantly, and his mind became active immediately.
Isn't this a great opportunity to make a fortune?
Indeed, Shin Mengli has the title of Peerless Spiritual Pattern, so the odds will definitely be very low, but what if she does not form a team and chooses to form a team on her own to participate in the assessment? By then you will be able to participate in it without having to worry about ranking issues. After all, the Beastmaster's ability is not displayed when the spiritual pattern is awakened. Whether or not one has the Beastmaster's ability is up to Shin Mengli herself.
The time and place are both right for me.
If I don't take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, I would be unworthy of my identity as a time traveler.
Silani's mind was busy calculating, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Just then,
Shin Mengli suddenly stretched out her white hand towards him.
"Give me your hand."
Although Silani was puzzled, he still extended his hand and placed it on her soft palm.
Next second, feel the information fed back by the spiritual patterns.
Silani's expression trembled, and his pupils were full of shock. Shin Mengli awakened a peerless grade spiritual pattern, and the school rewarded her with 300,000 days of life. The major families gave her a total of 1.2 million days, plus she already had about 25,000 days.
After the afternoon simulation test,
she immediately repaid the 100,000 days of life she had borrowed from Yen Luo, along with the interest of 1,000 days.
The most complete.
The total lifespan she has now is only 1,424,000 days.
And now,
she actually traveled back 720,000 days.
Half. Shin Mengli actually gave half of her life to herself without hesitation. Damn, I'm really going to cry.
Silani's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by a warm big hand.
An indescribable emotion surged in his chest, almost overflowing from his throat.
Shin Mengli seemed to have anticipated this reaction from him. Before he could speak, she spoke first. "I told you before that I would definitely return the time crystals I borrowed from you.
The extra amount will be considered interest."
Silani knew that she was talking about the 5,000 time crystals that he had lent her.
But that was 5,000, this is 700 and 200,000. This is not a question of whether to pay it back or not. But what you gave me was 2.
Silani's voice was a little dry, and before he could finish his words, Shin Mengli raised her hand to interrupt him. Her fingertips, which were slightly cold, gently pressed on Silani's lips, blocking his next words.
"This is what I am willing to give you, just keep it.
As she spoke, Shin Mengli raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. Also, you have to work hard in the next month, don't let me leave you too far behind. Si Lanyi suddenly laughed. Well, I am really living off her. And this rice is really delicious. Si Lanyi held her small hand with his backhand, and wrapped the fingers that were still pressing on his lips in his palm. The expression on his face gradually became calm, and even a little proud. He leaned forward and kissed her gently on her smooth forehead. So? Si Lanyi's tone was a little playful, but his eyes were extremely serious. Does this count as being supported by you? Keeping a mistress? Hear the word. Shin Mengli's cheeks became hot again. But seeing Si Lanyi's smug look, she immediately snorted and raised her delicate and flawless little face. Why? You don't want to? Si Lanyi didn't say anything. Promises seem cheap if you say them too much. In the future, he will use his actions to let Shin Mengli know that her choice was not wrong. Si Lanyi smiled, looking at Shin Mengli with a hint of expectation. He leaned down and kissed that soft spot again. Chapter 83 Carry out the spirit of Kong Rong, giving up the pair to the end. After a long time, their lips parted. When Shin Mengli was almost out of breath, Si Lanyi took the initiative to let her go, his forehead gently resting against hers, their noses touching, their breaths intertwined. On the sofa, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Si Lanyi looked at the beautiful face with a charming blush under him, and the pair of clear eyes filled with moisture, and felt that all the blood in his body was rushing towards one place. No. If we continue like this, we will make mistakes. Si Lanyi immediately let go of her, bent his body slightly, and his movements seemed a little stiff. Is it uncomfortable? Shin Mengli hesitated for a moment, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Is there any way I can help you? Yes, there is. Si Lanyi's eyes unconsciously looked at her lips, and he hesitated for a moment. But, are you sure you want to help me? It has to be said that Si Lanyi has implemented the spirit of Kong Rong, giving up his pair very thoroughly, and always thinks of his younger brother first when it comes to good things. After a moment of silence. Cough. Cough, cough. Shin Mengli seemed to be choked by Si Lanyi's words. She covered her mouth and coughed violently, her pretty face red as if bleeding, and she glared at Si Lanyi fiercely. She really didn't expect it. Si Lanyi was so mean that he pinched her nose to prevent her from breathing. Hey hey! Si Lanyi chuckled, a satisfied smile on his face, and took her into his arms. Don't blame me, it's because my wife is so beautiful. I can't help myself, I can't help myself. I heard Si Lanyi's words of taking advantage of me. Shin Mengli wanted to open her mouth to refute, but her expression suddenly froze. The shame and anger on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by an incredible confusion and astonishment. What's wrong? Si Lanyi noticed that something was wrong with her. Shin Mengli did not answer, but just tilted her head in a daze, as if trying to listen to something. She discovered. My left ear, which had long been deaf, seemed to hear an extremely faint rustling sound, like an electric current passing through it. Although it is blurry, it does exist. Shin Mengli turned her head to look at Si Lanyi, her voice trembling. You keep talking. Can you hear in your left ear? Yeah. But it's very blurry. Si Lanyi was stunned for a moment, and then an idea flashed in his mind. Could it be that? Is it because of my brother's special ability? When he asked his younger brother to deal with Zhao Min and the others, he discovered that the energy released by his younger brother contained extremely strong vitality, and the healing effect was surprisingly good. Think of this. Si Lanyi immediately told Shin Mengli his guess. Shin Mengli's beautiful big eyes widened, and the confusion in her eyes was gradually replaced by shock. She quickly calmed down. Although she wanted to believe Si Lanyi, her reason still made her feel that this matter was too unbelievable. You wouldn't. Are you trying to coax me into doing this? Do you want to come more often? Shin Mengli looked at Si Lanyi with some suspicion in her eyes. Si Lanyi raised his hand and knocked her head, saying speechlessly, Do you think I can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant and joke with you about something like this? Hearing this, Shin Mengli finally accepted this somewhat unbelievable statement. Next second, an indescribable ecstasy instantly swept over her body. The deafness in her left ear has always been the biggest pain and regret in her heart. She thought it could be repaired when she reached the realm of God, but when would that happen? During this period, this ear was her biggest weakness. In addition to those huge source beasts, there are many small and dangerous species in the wild that are good at sneak attacks. Being unable to hear in her left ear will greatly affect her reaction speed and combat effectiveness, and may even cost her life at a critical moment.
And now, there is hope for early recovery. How could this not excite her? How could she not be ecstatic? Shen Mengli could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She threw herself into Silani's arms, raised her head, and kissed him on the lips. Oh shit. He swore an oath that he would never eat his own children even if he was beaten to death. Silani was startled and quickly turned his head away, and her soft lips fell on his cheek. Shen Mengli frowned slightly, and a hint of grievance flashed in her eyes. Do you dislike me? Silani immediately denied it 3 times in a row. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Then kiss me. Don't want. Silani answered decisively. However, he still underestimated Shen Mengli's determination at the moment. A cunning look flashed in Shen Mengli's eyes, and she suddenly jumped up and pressed him under her. Now, she is even more urgent than Silani. She wants to witness the miracle happen with her own eyes. You. Silani only had time to say one word before his body shrank instantly and turned back into the form of a tabby cat. Shen Mengli missed her target and almost fell onto the sofa. She steadied herself and looked at the tabby cat lying on the sofa with its paws in its tucked-in clothes and an innocent look on its face. She felt both angry and amused. Next second, she stretched out her hands, grabbed the cat's front legs, and lifted it up in front of her. One person and one cat, staring at each other. You change back first, it's okay if I don't kiss you. Silani shook his tail and said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to change, but I've run out of time to transform into a human form today. Didn't I tell you before that the time I can transform into a human form every day is limited? This is really not Silani making excuses. The time he can switch to human form every day has now increased to 3 hours and 54 minutes, plus the accumulated time from the past few days. It is almost half a day. But I went to attend the awakening ceremony early this morning. Later, he accompanied Shen Mengli to participate in the mock exam and then moved into the villa. He was in human form almost the entire time, and his time quota had long been used up. After hearing this explanation, the slight grievance in Shen Mengli's eyes disappeared. She put Silani back on the sofa, raised her hand and rubbed his furry head, and her mood became cheerful again. Okay, I'll let you go today. Silani's face was suddenly filled with black lines, and his ears twitched uncomfortably. Before he and Shen Mengli confirmed their relationship, he didn't feel anything special when being patted on the head like a pet cat, and he even enjoyed it a little. But now, why did this feeling change? It feels like being treated like a son. Here's a picture of another version of Shen Mengli. What do you think of this? Chapter 84, additional update. I didn't realize you were still impatient. I simply can't make it now. Ah, it's a transformation. Silani suggested going to see the gravity room in the villa. Shen Mengli naturally had no objection. Now that there was hope for her ears to recover, she had to seize every opportunity to improve her strength and not slack off at all. In the corner of the first floor of the villa is an independent gravity room. The entire room is made of a silvery white unknown metal, which is seamless and there is no trace of splicing. The interior space is not large. It's about 12 or 13 square meters and contains some simple training equipment. A small display is embedded in the door handle position, and there is an oval groove below it that looks like the coin slot in a game hall. Shen Mengli walked forward and tapped on the monitor. This gravity chamber can only adjust to a maximum of 10 times the gravity. Every time the gravity is doubled, an additional 10-time crystals will be consumed per hour. As she spoke, she condensed 100-time crystals and put them into the coin slot, then clicked on the display. Okay, I'll adjust the gravity to double. You can go in and get used to it first. Silani responded and walked in with a hint of anticipation. The moment you step into the gravity chamber, he immediately felt an invisible pressure coming from all directions. Even the air seemed to become thicker, and every breath seemed to require a little more effort. That feeling. It's like wearing 3 layers of masks. Silani moved his body around and didn't feel any discomfort. After all, his physical fitness has now reached the critical point of the Bingfang realm, which is about 10 times that of an ordinary person. For him, this pressure was not much different from the feeling outside the gravity room. Shen Mengli also followed in. Unlike Silani's ease and comfort, the double gravity was like carrying 2 invisible selves on her back out of thin air. Every step you take,
My feet felt like they were filled with lead, and even lifting my arms felt a bit difficult.
However, after a brief imbalance,
she quickly steadied herself and began to try some simple stretching exercises to get her body used to the feeling as quickly as possible. Silani just felt it for a moment, then walked to the door and gave her the open space.
Seeing this, Shen Mengli was a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you practicing today?"
My speed is still a little behind, but everything else has already reached the upper limit of the soldier front realm, so there's no need to rush.
Has the limit been reached?
Shen Mengli paused, a look of surprise flashing across her face. She knew Silani was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong.
But she didn't ask any more questions, just nodded silently and focused her attention on her training again.
Everyone has their own secrets, she understands. Besides, Silani is already so strong, she has to work harder. Silani, in the form of a tabby cat, was lying at the door, with his front paws tucked in, the tip of his tail tapping the ground from time to time, his eyes fixed on the figure in the center of the gravity room. Actually, there was a reason he didn't exercise. In addition to the fact that the four-dimensional attributes are almost reaching the critical point of the Bingfang realm, it is more because of Shen Mengli. When she came, Shen Mengli had already changed out of her loose pajamas. At this time, she was wearing a tight white sports vest and tight black shorts. As she began to do some stretching exercises, her already impeccable figure was displayed to the fullest. This made it impossible for him to concentrate on exercising.
After just a few glances, a little red appeared uncontrollably on the hind legs. If Shen Mengli saw this, she would laugh to death. Watch and watch. An idea suddenly popped up in Silani's mind. You won't build muscle by exercising like this, will you?
He really couldn't imagine what a horrifying scene it would be if such a perfect body was transformed into a Barbie doll with arms thicker than his thighs.
I heard this nonsensical question. Shen Mengli stopped and turned around.
The sweat added a unique charm to her already delicate face.
He just glanced at Silani.
Shen Mengli guessed what he was thinking, and a sly look flashed in her eyes.
She said hesitantly, "But, this is the only way to quickly improve my strength. If I become a muscular woman in the future, will you dislike me?"
Silani looked at her delicate arms and was speechless. I wouldn't say I dislike it, but it might be a little uncomfortable to hold.
Puff.
Shen Mengli laughed out loud at his words, her eyebrows curved like a beautiful crescent moon. Don't worry, the situation you described will indeed occur. Long-term, high-intensity physical training will make the muscle fibers of female warriors thicker and stronger, and their bodies will become more and more muscular. However, there are special body-restoring potions that can solve this problem, and most female warriors always have them on hand. Of course, some people just like that big, powerful look and will train hard to achieve it. Hearing that there was a medicine that could solve the problem, Silani finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really couldn't imagine his wife turning into a Barbie doll. As time goes by, every second,
Shen Mengli's movements became a little difficult. Beads of sweat slid down her smooth neck and sank into the deep clavicle.
Further down, there is the chest that rises and falls slightly due to breathing. When she bent her legs slightly and squatted, her buttocks wrapped in black shorts were stretched into a straight and full arc, and the lines of her legs appeared even more slender and tight.
Silani's throat moved unconsciously. Meow. I can't watch it anymore, keep reading. He was really worried that he would do something out of the ordinary like the cat in the 100 Ghosts detective agency. I'm tired today, so I'm going back to my room to sleep. Silani greeted Shen Mengli.
So he went back to the bedroom, fell headfirst onto the soft big bed, and prepared to have a good sleep.
In a flash,
more than 2 hours passed. The hour hand of the clock on the wall has passed the number 12, which represents midnight.
The bedroom door was gently pushed open a crack. Immediately following,
Shen Mengli, wrapped in a bathrobe, tiptoed to the bed.
Don't get me wrong, she didn't mean anything else.
I simply want to confirm whether that incredible recovery ability really exists. After all, this concerns whether her greatest weakness can be eradicated.
She really didn't want to wait even a minute longer.
Looking at the tabby cat sleeping soundly on the bed, Shen Mengli hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and gently pushed him.
Silani, wake up.
Silani opened his eyes drowsily and saw Shen Mengli standing beside the bed, her silver hair still wet with moisture.
What's wrong? I want to try, if my ears can really be restored. Hearing this, Silani instantly came to his senses.
He looked at Shen Mengli's eyes, which were filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness, and couldn't help but laugh.
I didn't realize you were such an impatient person.
As he spoke, Silani's mind moved, and his body returned to human form. However, what he didn't expect was that the moment he regained his human form,
Pa! A bathrobe slipped to the floor.
Under his completely petrified gaze, Shen Mengli blushed and pounced on him.
Brothers, awesome! Yesterday, more than 1,100 people generated electricity with love.
You guys are so awesome. Cola must also arrange for more updates. Furthermore, Hidden Coke is already being written. I will probably have to stay up all night and finish writing it in the morning. I will then notify you directly at the gathering place.
Here is a picture, a friendly reminder from Era. Handsome guy. Don't miss it if you pass by.
My eldest brother said that this hidden gem is very powerful, so I use my love to generate electricity.
I don't need Benha to remind you. Chapter 85 and Terminator?
The moment the bathrobe fell to the ground, time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and every frame was terrifyingly clear. Silani's mind went blank, leaving only the most primitive visual impact. There was a gap in the curtains, and the cold moonlight fell right on her perfect body, flowing over her white and almost transparent skin, as if it had been coated with a layer of cold jade like halo.
Gudong. When a cute mythical beast appeared in Silani's vision, his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. This. How come all of them hit my XP? It's almost killing me.
While he was in a daze, Shen Mengli blushed and pounced on him. A clumsy kiss landed on his lips. Both hands were still groping around his body, as if trying to strip off his clothes. Silani's brain froze for a moment, and then he couldn't help but frown. He raised his hand to hold Shen Mengli's shoulders, preventing her from taking any further action, and pushed her slightly away from him. Then he sat up. He casually pulled over the thin blanket and covered her exquisite body with it. Be good, your boyfriend just arrived, we have plenty of time, there's no need to rush. Silani's voice was very soft.
There is a hint of helplessness, but more of it is unbreakable tenderness.
Shen Mengli also stopped moving, and her heart seemed to be filled with something warm. She looked at Silani, and the charming blush on her face not only did not fade, but became even more intense.
I'm not impulsive.
I just realized when I was taking a shower that, it's gone.
What the hell? Silani's mind was full of question marks. There is none left? What's missing? It's gone just like that?
Looking at Silani's bewildered expression, Shen Mengli couldn't help but laugh out loud, then she leaned close to his ear and gave a brief explanation in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
That's because the endometrium will periodically proliferate, become ischemic, necrotic, and eventually fall off. Silani was stunned when he heard this. Although he is a poor student, he still understands basic physiological knowledge. So, that thing is so awesome that it can even send your aunt away. Wouldn't that mean I'd have another nickname from now on, Aunt Terminator? Immediately following, Silani's eyes lit up. Aunt Shen Mengli was sent away, so doesn't that mean that I can enjoy myself from now on?
At this moment, Shen Mengli suddenly said, Silani, I have decided on you for this life.
Please take me. Hearing this, Silani's breathing suddenly became rapid. I am not Lu Xiaohui. Shen Mengli has said this much, so there is no need to hesitate. Any hesitation for even a second would be disrespectful to Shen Mengli. A 12,000-word hidden document is omitted here. The next day,
the scattered sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. The bedroom was silent. On the soft big bed, the silver-haired girl.
Oh no, I can't be called a girl now.
Shen Mengli was sleeping soundly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, forming a beautiful arc, as if she was immersed in a beautiful dream. And in her arms, there was a lazy tabby cat. Silani stretched, looked up and saw the beautiful sleeping face close to him, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. The beauty of last night is still vivid in my mind. He crawled out of Shen Mengli's arms very gently, for fear of waking her up. After all, she was very tired last night. Jumped out of the bed. With a thought, Silani returned to human form. Then she walked barefoot to the window and closed the gap in the curtain that let light in, plunging the entire bedroom into darkness again so that she could sleep a little longer. Then he poured a glass of warm water and gently placed it on the bedside table. Do all this. Silani picked up his clothes and changed into them, then switched into the form of a tabby cat. He came to the hall on the first floor of the villa and began to sort out the harvest from last night. The first and biggest gain is naturally getting a girlfriend. As the mind moves slightly, a virtual light curtain that only he could see slowly unfolded before his eyes.
Here is a picture of Shin Mengli's attribute panel. Name, Shin Mengli contracted girlfriend. Strength beginner apprentice level. Strength, 64 kilograms. Movement speed, 9 meters per second. Constitution, 35. Spirit, 52. Fate will spiritual pattern, 710,000 days, 7 hours, 52 minutes, and 9 seconds. Detailed information, age 18, height 170 centimeters, weight 109 kilograms, overall appearance score 98, number of times driven, 7 person. Number of unused body enhancements, 4. Super enhancement progress, 7% plus 5% provided by Zhao Min. Favorability, 92. Looking at Shin Mengli's panel attributes, Silani couldn't help but smile.
In terms of 4-dimensional attributes, in addition to the higher mental power,
the other 3 items are not much different from those of ordinary people. Zhao Min had similar data before.
And the overall appearance score is as high as 98. The time it took him to switch to human form increased by 260 minutes, with the first critical hit being 200 minutes. The subsequent daily increases were the same as Zhao Min's, with only an increase of 10 minutes.
A full 4 hours and 20 minutes more.
Adding the previous time, the time it takes to switch to human form has reached 8 hours and 14 minutes.
As for seconds?
Silani no longer cares about that short period of time. And you don't have to go to school to increase your time in the future. With Shin Mengli, the human-shaped power bank, you can add 10 minutes every day. I believe it won't take long to fill up the time.
This is also why Silani can still switch into human form now. But
even if it hadn't increased, there was still plenty of time left to switch forms.
Last night from start to finish.
In total, it took only an hour and a half in human form, half of which was spent on preparations before officially starting. After all, it was due to Shin Mengli's lack of experience. As long as I practice more with her in the future, she will definitely make progress. After all, experience is gained through hard work.
Put away your thoughts. Silani's gaze finally fell on the column of favorability. Looking at the number 92, the curve of his mouth couldn't help but widen a little. Really? Just as he thought.
With Shin Mengli's personality and upbringing, once she sets her mind on someone, she will be loyal to them until death without reservation. Such a good girl, you can't let her down no matter what. Just when Silani was thinking about what gift to prepare for Shin Mengli. Ding dong. Suddenly, there was a doorbell ring outside the villa.
Silani glanced at the clock on the living room wall. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Who would come to see Shin Mengli at this time?
Silani switched back to human form, walked to the entrance, and took a look through the surveillance camera at the door.
Woman? Chapter 86 Silani, I am also very loyal.
Silani originally thought that it would be Principal Ling who would come. After all, in this Xingjin middle school, apart from the little old man, he and Shin Mengli didn't know anyone else. But the person who came to the door was a strange woman.
He looked to be in his 30s, with short, neat burgundy hair.
She was wearing a professional suit that perfectly outlined her mature and plump figure. Her face was delicately made up, and her whole body exuded the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Silani frowned, but still raised his hand to open the door. The moment the woman outside the door saw Silani's appearance, her originally somewhat arrogant look subsided a little after she met Silani's overly handsome face. However, her tone still carried a clear hint of arrogance.
I'm looking for Shin Mengli.
I'm her man. Silani leaned against the doorframe and looked her up and down.
It's not convenient for her to come out right now. If you have anything to do with her, it's the same as telling me. Hearing this,
the woman cleared her throat and straightened her posture.
Then I'll be frank.
I'm the personal secretary of the eldest daughter of the Li family, one of the 4 great families in Shangjing City.
Good job. Silani almost laughed out loud.
The long self-introduction made him think that some important person had come, but it turned out to be just a secretary.
After revealing your identity,
the woman took out a document from her bag and handed it over.
Silani reached out and took it. On the cover of the document, a few large and flamboyant characters were printed in gold foil Tianjiao support plan. Silani didn't have time to take a closer look.
Then the woman continued in a businesslike tone, "To tell you the truth, my lady thinks Shen Mengli has great potential and is planning to invest in her."
Give her this document. It contains my contact information.
Tell her to contact me directly after she's thought it over.
As soon as the words fell.
Before Silani could react, she took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Silani. Silani raised his eyebrows slightly.
Isn't the contact information in the file? Why do you give me a separate business card? Handsome boy, this is my personal contact information.
The woman's voice suddenly lowered a few degrees, and after she finished speaking, she blinked at him very ambiguously, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes twitched a few times.
All right. It seems like he has taken a fancy to me.
Silani suddenly showed a wicked smile on his face. He raised his hand to take the business card, and then pinched the woman's buttocks, which were wrapped in a skirt and were very firm.
Really?
Silani withdrew his hand, leaned close to her ear, and said with a hint of evil in his voice, "Then don't ignore my call when the time comes." The woman's body stiffened instantly, and her breathing stopped for half a second.
Instead of being angry, she felt extremely excited.
Her chest heaved and she giggled.
He, what an interesting little handsome guy.
The woman glanced at him seductively. Then she turned around, walked away in her high heels, swaying her waist. The door of the villa was slowly closed. The moment the door closed, the smile on Silani's face disappeared without a trace. He looked down at the business card the woman stuffed into his hand, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. "What the hell, you still want to take advantage of me?" With a flick of his finger, the business card that exuded a strong scent of perfume drew a precise parabola and fell steadily into a trash can not far away. This woman's beauty is not even comparable to that of the pink-haired girl, yet she dares to flirt in front of him. The reason why he was willing to play along in this show.
I just speak human words to human beings and speak ghost words to ghosts.
I just want to see what this so-called genius support plan is all about and whether it will be of any use to Shen Mengli.
And he is also very loyal and only likes 18-year-old girls. Silani sat back on the sofa.
Just as I was about to open the file to take a look, the doorbell rang again.
Alas. I'm afraid I won't have any free time in the next few days.
Silani muttered something, then stood up and opened the door. As a result, the person standing outside the door this time was the bald Principal Lingzhen.
Principal Ling, why are you here? Principal Ling was holding a black suitcase in his hand.
He first glanced at Silani, then his eyes passed over him and looked into the villa. Not seeing the person he wanted to see, he couldn't help but frown slightly.
Where's classmate Shen? Ask her to come out for a moment. I have something to talk to her about. Well.
Silani showed a hint of unnatural expression on his face. Principal Ling, it's the same if you tell me anything. I will tell Mengli the truth later.
Principal Ling's gaze returned to Silani.
His eyes instantly became sharp, and an invisible pressure slowly spread from him.
The air seemed to be a little heavier.
If it were an ordinary student, under the aura deliberately released by this powerful Lord Realm expert, he would not be able to even stand steadily, let alone look at him.
But what surprised Principal Ling was
Xiaohu documents are protected from piracy.
Choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable. No pitfalls.
The boy in front of him, who hadn't even reached the Bingfeng realm, not only did not retreat at all, but continued to look at him calmly, without any fear or avoidance in his eyes.
This kid. It's quite courageous.
A hint of surprise flashed through Lingzhen's mind, and his aura subsided, and his tone softened a little. I came here this time to deliver something to her, and she needs to receive it in person. As he spoke, he raised the suitcase in his hand.
Principal Ling, you're here.
Just as Silani was about to speak again, a pleasant yet somewhat lazy voice came from behind him.
Brother E, why are you blocking Principal Ling at the door? Please invite the principal in and sit down.
When Principal Ling heard Shen Mengli's voice, his face, which had been stern a second ago, was instantly filled with a smile.
He even glanced at Silani with considerable pride.
That look seemed to be saying, "See, the person came out on his own without you having to shout."
But the next second,
when he saw Shen Mengli walking down the stairs with sleepy eyes, especially her slightly unnatural walking posture,
the cheerful smile on Lingzhen's face froze in an instant.
The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably.
He is not a fool. Having lived for so many years, how could he not see the trick behind this?
Yesterday, he had just warned Silani not to disturb Shen Mengli's practice during this crucial month.
What's the result? I just left and this guy took me away right after?
Principal Ling felt an uncontrollable rage rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and even the air around him became a little thicker.
The pressure from the powerful Lord Realm Master is like a volcano about to erupt, on the verge of eruption.
It's not that he thinks Silani is not worthy of Shen Mengli. Although this boy is not very strong, his face is indeed stunning, and his character and courage are far beyond that of ordinary people, so it is not an insult to Miss Shen.
But the problem is, now is a critical period.
The actual combat assessment in 1 month will determine Shen Mengli's future.
This kid just ignored his words completely.
Just when Principal Ling was about to teach Silani a lesson and let him understand what it means to respect teachers, a clear, pleasant, and somewhat lively voice suddenly came from behind him.
Dad, I've been looking for you for a long time, huh? Isn't this special teacher's villa uninhabited? Hear this sound.
The anger on Principal Ling's face froze instantly, and his heart skipped a beat. The aura that was about to explode in his body was like a balloon being punctured, and it deflated completely with a whoosh.
Brothers, please understand. I hid the code all night yesterday and didn't finish it until 9:30 in the morning.
I couldn't take it anymore, so I got up in the afternoon and continued writing.
After typing 12,000 words, it's almost 7 o'clock, so I'll hide today's extra chapter. After reading, remember to come back and click the update button and read it with love. And then there is. I see many people are still asking what the Earth is. That thing is the green WeChat. Just search the full name of the gathering place on it. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. This old man, is he afraid that I will kidnap his daughter? It's over. How did my precious daughter find me here?
Ling Jin almost subconsciously stuffed the black suitcase in his hand into Silani's arms.
Shin girl, this is a gift from me as your elder.
I'll come talk to you later about choosing a martial arts school.
Before he finished speaking, Silani only felt his hand sink. In a flash, Ling Jin's figure disappeared from the spot. Also disappearing was the pink figure that was hurriedly approaching from a distance.
The speed was so fast that even the afterimage could not be seen, as if there was some emperor-level source beast here.
Silani narrowed his eyes slightly.
Although the figure in the distance disappeared quickly, he was still able to vaguely capture some details with the help of his dynamic vision.
That should be a young girl.
She was wearing a pink sports outfit and looked very youthful and beautiful, but I don't know what she looks like.
This old man, isn't he afraid that I'll kidnap his daughter?
Silani curled his lips and muttered to himself.
With Ling Jin's shiny Mediterranean hairstyle, how pretty can his daughter be? Principal Ling, what is this?
Shen Mengli walked up to him, her face full of confusion.
I guess he has paranoid delusions.
Silani shook his head, picked up the suitcase in his left hand, and put his right hand around Shen Mengli's soft waist.
Forget about him. Let's see what gift he gave you first. After all, he is a powerful master, so the gift he gave you shouldn't be too bad. The two returned to the living room and placed the suitcase on the coffee table.
With a click, the box was opened. There were no rare treasures as imagined, but just a pair of black wristbands lying quietly, the texture of which looked a bit like carbon fiber.
You know what, it looks pretty good. Wristband? Isn't this old man too stingy? Silani picked up a wristband and played with it for a while.
Seeing that there was nothing special about it, he couldn't help but complain.
Shen Mengli seemed to have thought of something.
She took the other wristband out of the box and looked at it carefully for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her clear eyes.
This is actually a gravity wristband. Gravity wristbands? Silani was stunned. Can this thing increase gravity?
Shen Mengli nodded, and lightly tapped an inconspicuous mark on the inside of the wristband with her fingertips. The watch face suddenly lit up with a faint light, and a few numbers appeared. As she fumbled with the operation, she explained. Yes, the gravity wristband can generally provide at least 5 times the gravity. The most important thing is that it can be turned on and off at any time, which is very helpful for daily practice. Even the most common adjustable gravity wristbands like this have a lifespan of at least 1,000,000 years, and they're still in short supply. Because the core material for making it needs to be obtained from a special source beast.
1,000,000 years? Silani's eyelids twitched.
This is measured in years, which translates to more than 300 million days of lifespan. Old man Lingjun has no relationship with Shin Mingli, but he gave her such a big gift.
Could it be that he also wants to invest? Special source beast? Is it very rare? Si Lanyi asked curiously. Shen Mengli nodded. This source beast is called the giant rock gravity source beast. Its body is made entirely of special rocks and has no flesh or blood. Besides the extremely small number, the most troublesome thing is, this source beast can perfectly mimic the surrounding rocky environment. If it lay still on the ground in the wild, you wouldn't be able to spot it even if you passed by it. Only when it moves, through the gravitational field it emits, will there be a chance to find it. And the materials from a giant rock gravity source beast can only be used to make 2 pairs of gravity wristbands at most. That's why this thing is so precious. After listening to Shen Mengli's explanation,
Si Lanyi's eyes changed when he looked at the wristband. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Small Bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. If that's the case, the value of this gift is enormous. At this moment, Shen Mengli suddenly put the black wristband into Si Lanyi's hand. This wristband is obviously a men's model, and the upper limit of gravity is only 10 times.
I'll give it to you.
I don't need to go out very often, so the gravity room in the villa is enough for training. Si Lanyi was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything, just picked up the wrist guard. Then he gently put the wristband on Shen Mengli's slender white wrist, and raised his hand to pinch the tip of her upturned nose.
This is a gift from the old man. If I dare to wear it, do you believe he will see me and chop me to pieces?
Seeing that Shen Mengli wanted to say something, Si Lanyi immediately changed the subject.
Okay, it's settled. This gravity wristband isn't the only one in the world. We can just find a way to get another one later.
As he spoke, he picked up the document on the coffee table and handed it to Shen Mengli.
Take a look at this first. A woman sent it to me a while ago.
It's called the Tinjiao Support Plan.
At the same time, Xingjin No. 1 Middle School, the other end.
Lingjun sped along with his daughter. It was not until I returned home that I breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his precious daughter's character too well. She yearned for all beautiful things and was as stubborn as a cow. Once he is determined to do something, even the 9-headed emperor-level source beast cannot pull him back. If she fell in love with that brat Si Lanyi. Even though Si Lanyi already has a girlfriend like Shen Mengli, who is both beautiful and capable, Lingjun has no doubt that his daughter will definitely dare to compete for her.
The most important thing is, he thought he was good at judging people, and it was obvious from Si Lanyi's face that he was not a man who would be content with what he had to endure. By then, even if his daughter was not interested, Si Lanyi would probably take the initiative to flirt with her, so he had to be on guard. At this time, Ling Yi, who had been flying at high speed with him all the way, finally recovered, her little face still a little pale. She patted her towering chest and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Dad, what are you doing? Are you running so fast? Is there a ghost chasing you?" Cough. Lingjun cleared his throat, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness. A mysterious person has come to our school. He has unfathomable strength, but he is extremely ugly, and what he loves most in his life is beautiful girls. He will do whatever it takes to get the woman he likes. I'm afraid that if he falls in love with you, it will be bad for you. After saying this, he gave another serious reminder. Dad, this is all for your own good. Don't ever go to the teacher's villa area again, okay? Mysterious man? Strong strength? He is extremely ugly and particularly likes beautiful women? A hint of doubt flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. She had seen from afar before that the person talking to her father was clearly a young man. Although she had doubts in her heart, looking at her father's extremely serious expression, she nodded obediently. Okay, Dad, I get it. Seeing this, Lingjun finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you would be back in a few days? Didn't our academy hear that a genius with peerless spiritual patterns had awakened in Xingjin City, and wanted me to come over in advance to win him over? Ling Yi showed some anticipation on her face. Oh right, Dad, why don't you take me to meet him first? Well. Lingjun was immediately in trouble and froze in place. Ling Yi looked at her father's already thin hair, which seemed to have fallen out a few more times, and couldn't help but wonder, is this a difficult matter? Well. Lingjun sighed deeply. I'm not trying to discourage you, but that's a peerless spiritual pattern. Top martial arts schools like Sky Dome and War God will be vying for it. What do you think? Is there hope for your academy?
Hearing this, Lingy said with some insecurity, the benefits they can give, our school can also provide.
Chapter 88. This guy is too bad, he can't learn from those LS in the gathering place. Fuck. This is too much of a benefit. Silani looked at the terms listed on the document and couldn't help but swear. He couldn't help but be shocked.
This so-called Tianjiao support plan is simply a pie in the sky, and it is a long-term one. As long as Shen Mengli agrees to sign this agreement.
From now on, you can receive 200 years of life from the Li family every month.
When Shen Mengli's strength reaches the Bingfang realm, her salary will be increased to 1,000 years of life per month.
Seoul General Realm, lifespan increases by 3,000 years per month.
Wang Kaijing, 10,000 years of life per month. Imperial Bone Realm, lifespan increases by 30,000 years per month. Lord Realm, 50,000 years of lifespan per month.
Goddess Presence, 100,000 years of lifespan per month.
In the Emperor Ruins realm, the lifespan is as high as 300,000 years per month. Although the benefits of each realm can only be received for a maximum of 1 year, when all of them are added together, the total amount reaches nearly 5.93 million years of life.
Moreover, this is only the most basic treatment.
In addition to lifespan, the Li family will also provide her with exclusive training rooms required for each realm, customized weapons, and gravity wristbands like the one Lingjin just sent her. And the Li family needs rewards. It requires Shen Mengli to join the Li family and become a guest official, and she will never be able to join any other family in her life.
Of course, this is also specifically noted in the document.
After becoming a guest official, the family will not force her to do anything, and if she is needed in the future, she will be paid accordingly.
Let us be honest. This treatment is really amazing. However, Silani knew very well that the so-called non-compulsory policy was just talk. None of these aristocratic families with thousands of years of heritage are fools, and it is even less likely that they will do a business that loses money. Once this agreement is signed, it's like getting on the Li family's boat, and it will be difficult to get off in the future. Silani handed the document to Shen Mengli. Where is Shangjing City? And this Li family, do you know where they come from? Shen Mengli took the document and explained as she looked through it.
Shangjing City was the first city built by humans when the Council of Time was established. It is also one of the 2 largest and most prosperous megacities in the world, with a history of over 1,000 years.
As for the Li family, she shook her head. I'm not sure either.
Xingjin City is too far from Shangjing City, and the internet connections between the cities are not interoperable.
So what do you think about this Tianjiao support plan?
Shen Mengli raised her head, looked at him with clear eyes, and instantly understood the meaning of Silani's words. She awakened the peerless spiritual pattern. Just like a piece of cake emitting an enticing aroma, it will inevitably become the target of the major families.
The Li family was just the first to come to us.
There will definitely be more Zhang, Wang, and Zhao families following suit. Shen Mengli pondered for a moment, her fair fingertips tapping lightly on the documents. I think it's necessary for me to choose a family to join.
Huh? What do you mean?
Silani was a little surprised. Not joining any family may seem like freedom, but in reality, you will become a target of public criticism.
Those top families can't get me.
In order to prevent me from being wooed by their competitors, they may choose to eliminate me in secret to prevent future troubles.
What we lack most now is time and resources.
Shen Mengli continued, the help these families can provide is what we need most at this stage.
It can help us grow in the shortest possible time.
She paused, looked up at Silani, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. My idea is to choose a family that is not the strongest but not too weak to join. In this way, we can obtain sufficient resources and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble.
Hearing this,
Silani thought about it for a moment and understood what Shen Mengli meant. The reason for not choosing the top family is that even if she joins the other family, the other party will only regard Shen Mengli as a valuable tool and will have a strong desire to control her. When they want to leave in the future, they will never let go easily. But if you choose a family with upper middle strength, the situation will be different. For such a family, a genius with peerless spiritual patterns is an investment that can change the future destiny of the entire family.
Not only did they not dare to be overly demanding, they even worshipped Shen Mengli as if she were their ancestor. The most important thing is, with such a family as a shield, we can block a lot of harassment from other forces.
When Shen Mengli and I grow up, that family will not pose much of a threat with their strength, and we can completely take the initiative into our own hands.
Think of this.
Si Lanyi laughed and reached out to scratch her nose. As expected of my wife, your brain works so quickly. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words.
By the way, how does your left ear feel now? I heard Si Lanyi mention this.
Shen Mengli's eyes lit up instantly, and there was an unconcealable joy in her voice.
Now I can vaguely hear some very subtle sounds, unlike before when I couldn't hear anything at all.
As she spoke, a blush crept up her cheeks.
I feel like after another 20 or 30 times, I should be able to fully recover. And there's no one here right now. Why don't you turn into a cat first?
I'm afraid there won't be enough time at night. Si Lanyi was stunned when he heard this, then a sly smile appeared on his face, and he jokingly said, "How long will it take to deal with you?"
Shen Mengli's face turned even redder.
She pinched the soft flesh on his waist in embarrassment and said,
Yesterday was my first time, okay? I will definitely improve in the future. Chatted and joked with Shen Mengli for a while.
Si Lanyi was just about to discuss with her about the practical assessment and how to make a fortune from it. Now that Shen Mengli has the support of her family, she will definitely have a long life in the future.
But he can't. You can't use Shen Mengli's life to raise the younger one. This guy is such a scumbag. We can't learn from those LSPS in the gathering place. However, he was about to speak. Ding dong.
The two looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes.
Shen Mengli was about to get up and open the door.
Si Lanyi held her shoulders and asked her to sit down.
Just stay here. You haven't fully recovered yet. Don't you want to have a snack tonight? Don't think that Shen Mengli can still walk now. This is entirely due to my younger brother's special healing ability.
Otherwise, with his physical fitness that is nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person, and the added damage from the barbs, Shen Mengli would probably be lying on the bed now.
Chapter 89, 7 Martial Arts Schools, Family Choice. Si Lanyi got up and opened the door.
Looking at the familiar Mediterranean hairstyle outside the door, he curled the corners of his mouth.
Principal Ling, you're here again.
Ling Zhen ignored him completely, snorted softly, and walked around him straight into the living room. Si Lanyi didn't care, shrugged, and followed in. Seeing that the person coming was Ling Zhen, Shen Mengli stood up, poured a cup of hot tea from the kitchen, and gently placed it on the coffee table in front of Ling Zhen.
Principal Ling, please have some tea.
She didn't mention the gravity wristband, she kept this favor in her heart. Since she accepted the things, it meant that she accepted the favor. If she could really grow up in the future, she would never forget this kindness. Ling Zhen picked up the teacup and glanced inadvertently, and noticed the black wristband on Shen Mengli's wrist. The tense lines on his face softened instantly, revealing a satisfied smile. Then, he raised his eyes to look at Si Lanyi, who was standing aside as if nothing had happened, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. You're a good kid, you know what's good for you.
You didn't ask for anything you shouldn't have.
The reason why he rushed over so quickly was not only because he wanted to analyze the pros and cons of various martial arts schools with Shen Mengli so that she could make the most appropriate choice. More importantly, I am still worried about the gravity wristband. I was afraid that Shen Mengli would be soft-hearted and give this priceless treasure to Si Lanyi. In his opinion, with Si Lanyi's carefree personality, he would most likely ask for it shamelessly. Now it seems that he was judging others by his own standards. Although this guy doesn't look very reliable, his character is actually quite good. Ling Zhen didn't hesitate. He took a sip of hot tea to moisten his throat and got straight to the point. Shin girl, I'm sure all the major martial arts schools have heard about your awakening of the peerless spiritual pattern. The actual combat assessment in a month will be their chance to make their final assessment of you, so you should get to know these martial arts schools in advance so that you can make the choice that suits you best. Si Lanyi pulled a chair nearby and sat down, listening quietly. Ling Zhen continued, currently, our alliance has 7 top martial arts academies, namely Sky Dome, Blade, Phantom, Spirit Listening, Holy Furnace, God of War, and Tianyan.
These 7 martial arts academies have different teaching philosophies and focuses. Through Ling Zhen's introduction,
Si Lanyi also understood the differences between these martial arts schools and how to strengthen different parts of the body.
Tianqiang Martial Arts Academy.
They mainly strengthen their eyes and are good at long-range weapons such as bows and arrows, guns and cannons. They are collectively called gunners.
Blade Martial Arts Academy.
Mainly strength in hands, focus on close combat, good at swords and other cold weapons, collectively known as Close Combat Master.
Phantom Martial Arts Academy.
They mainly strengthen their legs, have extremely strong speed and burst, and are good at sneak attacks and assassinations. They are collectively known as Dark Knight Warriors.
Lingting Martial Arts Academy.
It mainly strengthens the nose and ears, and is considered an auxiliary flow. It is mainly responsible for exploration in the team, collectively known as Explorer.
Holy Furnace Martial Academy. The main focus is on strengthening the mouth, which can also be considered an auxiliary flow. You can become an alchemist and a blacksmith. You have a sensitive sense of taste and can perceive the effects of materials, which can be used for alchemy and forging. However, speaking of this, Lingjun emphasized that alchemists should not be underestimated under any circumstances. Some gifted alchemists, even if they are only at the Bingfang realm, can create potions that can even kill people who are 2 or 3 realms higher than them. War God Martial Academy.
The main body is strengthened, with strong recovery ability, thick skin and flesh, and it is the meat shield that attracts firepower in the team, collectively known as Guardian. The above-mentioned martial arts academies are the representatives of the extreme style faction.
As for the last one, Tianyan Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, it is the martial arts academy that represents the balanced flow. There is no main strengthening direction, the main focus is on versatility. The minimum recruitment condition is that the spiritual pattern awakening level must at least reach the best level. This has led to the Tianyan Martial Arts Academy having very few students, and it is even on the verge of being kicked out of the ranks of the 7 major martial arts academies. But there's nothing we can do about it.
Ordinary spiritual patterns can get 1 strengthening opportunity every time they are promoted to a higher level, rare spiritual patterns can get 2, top-grade spiritual patterns can get 3, and peerless spiritual patterns can get 4.
If recruiting students whose grade is lower than rare spiritual patterns, if you don't reinforce enough, you will be in an awkward situation where you know a little bit of everything but you can't master it. Si Lanyi was stunned when he heard this. After all this fuss, this so-called physical enhancement is actually similar to the career division in the game. There are ranged, melee, assassins, supports, tanks, and even life professions such as forging and alchemy. But the problem is, which category does my younger brother belong to? Can fight, can breastfeed, and can make girls happy. After Lingjun finished introducing the categories that each martial arts school focused on, he stood up from the sofa. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Take some time this month to think about it carefully. Don't feel any pressure. If you need anything in your cultivation, feel free to tell me. Seeing Lingjun about to leave, Si Lanyi couldn't help but ask, what about the Beastmasters? Isn't there a top-notch Beastmaster Academy?
Lingjun didn't answer, but just looked at him strangely, with a hint of disgust in his eyes.
All right. See this look.
Si Lanyi knew that he must have asked some common-sense questions and was treated as a poor student by Lingjun. He immediately laughed and said, Principal Ling, it's just a joke, don't mind.
I have something I want to ask you. Lingjun paused and turned to look at him. Oh? What's the matter? Tell me. Do you know the origins of the Li family in Shangjing City? The Li family came to our door so soon?
Lingjun looked obviously surprised, and then he seemed to have thought of something, with a look of realization on his face.
That's right. The 3rd daughter of the Li family married into the Zhao family of Xingjin City.
It's normal for her to send someone to contact them in advance after receiving news from the family.
Zhao family? Zhao group? Si Lanyi was stunned and looked at Shen Mengli beside him.
Lingjun's gaze fell back on Shen Mengli. He was about to leave, but sat down again.
I originally wanted to tell you this after the actual combat assessment.
Those top families usually send people over at that time to see your potential with their own eyes.
Since you mentioned it now, I'll talk to you in advance. Lingjun's expression turned serious.
Choosing a family is extremely important to you, even more important than choosing a martial arts school.
This is also an unavoidable choice. I think you should understand what I mean.
Si Lanyi and Shen Mengli nodded at the same time. Lingjun sighed and continued, when choosing a family, you must be extremely cautious.
Don't just look at the benefits they offer at the moment, otherwise. Having said that, Lingjun's voice became low.
There was a hint of sadness that was hard to conceal in his eyes, as if some bad memories were brought back to him. Soon, he adjusted his mood and waved his hand.
Forget it, let's not talk about those old things. This Li family you mentioned is actually a good choice.
Among all the aristocratic families in Shangjing City, their comprehensive strength ranks among the top 4. As for the details, I'll sort out the general situation and strength of each major family later and send it to you for reference.
Okay, thank you for your help, Principal Ling.
Shen Mingli stood up to see him off.
No trouble.
Ling Jin walked to the door and looked back at Si Lanyi. Boy, be nice to Miss Shen and don't let her suffer any injustice. After saying that, he turned and left. The door of the villa slowly closed, and the living room fell into silence for a moment.
After pondering for a moment, a plan gradually took shape in Si Lanyi's mind. He looked at Shen Mingli. Mingli, what do you think about joining the Li family?
Chapter 90. This deal is a win-win no matter how you calculate it.
Join the Li family?
Shen Mingli was slightly startled, and guessed Si Lanyi's thoughts with a glance, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Are you trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Good.
Si Lanyi glanced at her approvingly. Anyway, we don't get along with the Zhao family. If I'm not mistaken, the third daughter of the Li family who married into the Zhao family should be Zhao Min's mother. The Zhao group's previous killing of stray cats and dogs throughout the city was most likely her doing.
Shen Mingli nodded and agreed. Indeed, a big shot like Zhao Linyuan wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Si Lanyi pulled Shen Mingli back to the sofa and continued to analyze.
Zhao Min went to Logan's tavern because she wanted to deal with you, but ended up getting herself into trouble.
Zhao Min's mother will definitely blame you for this. Even before you awakened your spirit pattern, she wanted to attack you.
If I'm not mistaken, it was Zhao Linyuan who stopped her. And the reason she sent someone to deliver this Tianjiao support plan is probably because she couldn't refuse the intention of the Li family in Shangjing City.
Si Lanyi paused, a hint of amusement in his voice.
In that case, we agree to join the Li family. This way, the initiative is in our hands. If she honestly provides resources and doesn't cause trouble, then we can have some free time and focus on developing. But if she dares to tamper with resources or do anything behind the scenes, we won't hesitate to report the matter directly to the Li family in Shangjing City. I'd like to see what the Li family will choose between a daughter who has been married for many years and a future powerful person who has awakened a peerless spiritual pattern.
Hear this. Shen Mingli had already guessed what Si Lanyi was thinking.
However, seeing her man's bossy look, she felt sweet in her heart, so she simply pretended that she knew nothing and acted like a curious baby.
What if the Li family pretends to be deaf and dumb and only favors their own family?
Si Lanyi smiled and said, it would be even better if the Li family pretended to be deaf and dumb. We don't need the resources they gave us.
We can use this as an excuse to break up with them in the future.
Even if we take action against the Li family, no one will find fault with us. The reason why he thought so much was mainly because of Ling Jin's previous reaction.
Ling Jin emphasized again and again.
When choosing a family, don't just look at the immediate interests, you must be extremely cautious, and that gloomy look also explains a lot of problems.
A powerful person who was at least at the Lord Realm.
But he ended up staying in Xingjin City as a middle school principal, which in itself was extremely unreasonable.
Si Lanyi could almost conclude.
It is very likely that Ling Jin suffered a great loss in this matter of family choice. Past mistakes are lessons for the future. Anyway, no matter what, Si Lanyi didn't want a so-called family to hang over his and Shen Mengli's heads forever.
What he has to do? Be a user of the rules, not a vassal of the rules. Shen Mengli listened quietly, feeling at peace in her heart.
This feeling of having someone standing by her side, planning her future, and sharing everything with her.
Very nice.
She raised her head, a look of admiration showing on her delicate and charming face. She took the initiative to move forward and gently kissed Si Lanyi on the cheek.
I'll do whatever you say.
Si Lanyi smiled and scratched the tip of her upturned nose.
Okay, then it's settled.
Now that the general direction has been decided, we should talk about how to make money.
Making money?
Si Lanyi nodded, a gleam in his eyes. The actual combat assessment in a month will be a good opportunity. He immediately gave Shen Mengli a brief account of his initial plan. After hearing this, Shen Mengli frowned slightly and said in confusion, but the capital we have is only a little over 1 million days of lifespan.
Don't worry, I will find a way to solve the capital issue. Okay, just keep it in mind. Shen Mengli nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Then, she thought of another important thing and asked, what do you think I should do to strengthen my body?
Si Lanyi pondered for a moment. Logically speaking, the parts of the body to be strengthened should be chosen after the martial arts school is confirmed, but Shen Mengli's situation is different.
How many lifespans do you need to strengthen your torso?
Shin Mengli's expression became a little strange, feeling as if she had asked this question unnecessarily, but she still answered honestly. The first strengthening of the torso has a lifespan of 10,000 days, and the other parts have a lifespan of 1,000 days.
With each strengthening, the lifespan required for subsequent strengthening will increase tenfold. After learning that the lifespan consumed by the enhancement is the same as his own,
Silani made a decision immediately. He took Shin Mengli's hand and transferred back the 720,000 days of life that she had transferred to him before.
"What are you doing?" A hint of anxiety appeared on Shin Mengli's face.
Before she could say anything more, Silani turned sideways, raised his hand to press her shoulder, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "If you believe me, choose to strengthen your torso, first strengthening it to the third stage.
The remaining 300,000 days of lifespan will be enough for you to practice for this month." Strengthen the torso 3 times? Shin Mengli was stunned. If the main strength is the torso, wouldn't it become a pure meat shield like the War God Martial Academy?
But she has never positioned herself as a guardian who stands in the front row and gets beaten. There was even more doubt in Shin Mengli's eyes, but looking at Silani's serious eyes, she hesitated for only 2 seconds and nodded heavily.
Good.
She believed that Silani would not joke with her about such an important matter.
Since he asked her to do this, he must have his reasons.
Seeing Shin Mengli start to close her eyes and mobilize the spiritual patterns of the Wheel of Life to strengthen her body, Silani showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
It naturally makes sense to let Shin Mengli strengthen her torso.
After strengthening her torso, her endurance and recovery ability can be greatly improved, so that she can improve her 4-dimensional attributes faster and prepare for the actual combat assessment in a month.
And most importantly,
of course, after her torso is strengthened to the third stage, her endurance will make a qualitative leap. This way, she can endure more treatments every day.
Just a few times of strengthening.
In the future, you can exchange it for endless super enhancements without consuming your lifespan.
This deal is a win-win no matter how you look at it. It smells so good. Chapter 91. If I leave now, wouldn't it be a waste of strengthening my torso? Silani was watching quietly by the side.
As time went by, Shin Mengli gradually exuded a more condensed aura, and even her skin seemed to become tighter.
About 10 minutes passed.
Shin Mengli slowly opened her eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes.
How does it feel?
Hearing Silani's question, Shin Mengli stretched her body and a look of surprise appeared on her face.
It's better than ever.
I feel full of strength, and... Her pretty face flushed slightly, and her voice lowered a few notes, and it seems that the injuries from last night have all healed.
Silani's lips curled up into a smile. In this way, I should be able to have a good time tonight.
Seeing that Shin Mengli has completed the strengthening, Silani prepared to go out and prepare some capital for his future money-making plan. Before leaving, Silani remembered something. "Oh, my dear, what's going on with the Beastmaster?"
I asked that old man named Ling before, why did he look at me like I was stupid? Hearing this, Shin Mengli burst out laughing.
Beast Tamer is actually just an additional ability and does not affect the combat system, so there is no dedicated martial arts academy.
Additional abilities?
Shin Mengli nodded and explained, when awakening their spirit patterns, many people will also gain the ability to control beasts, but only a few can truly be called beast masters.
Most people just contract ordinary cats, dogs, and birds to deliver messages or conduct simple investigations. After all, they are relatively easy to train and don't require too many resources. What about the real Beastmaster? Silani asked. A true Beastmaster contracts with source beasts.
It's just that origin beast eggs are extremely rare. No matter what grade they are, as soon as they appear on the market, they will be snapped up by all major forces in an instant.
Some high-grade origin beast eggs can even be sold at exorbitant prices.
Shin Mengli continued, therefore, a Beastmaster who can cultivate a powerful contracted source beast is either from a top family, or a powerful person whose own strength has reached a certain level.
Silani finally understood. It made a lot of noise.
It turned out that becoming a real Beastmaster was too expensive and it was impossible to scale up. Contracted ordinary animals can only improve their 4-dimensional attributes by Krypton life, and there is no way to strengthen the body parts of the contracted beasts, so there is naturally no need to establish a beast taming academy.
But
the mark of my own destiny seems to be very different. Others can only contract a beast 3 times in their lifetime, but I started with 3, and there is still an empty spot that has not been used. Moreover, their bodies can be strengthened, and they will definitely not be worse than those source beasts when they grow up.
Suddenly, an idea suddenly popped up in Silani's mind. Since his fake mark was so special, then, can it be used on humans?
I must try it if I have the chance in the future.
It seems like a good idea to raise a little female dog.
After learning the difference between ordinary beastmasters and himself, Silani put away his thoughts and raised his hand to rub Shen Mangli's silver hair.
You just strengthened your body today. Have a good rest. I'm going out to do something.
Hearing this, Shen Mangli stretched out her slender fingers and gently hooked the corner of his clothes.
Leaving now? Then wouldn't the strengthening of my torso be in vain?
Her voice was quiet, and a charming blush appeared on her cheeks. Silani looked at her like this and understood what she meant. He laughed and raised his hand to scratch the tip of her upturned nose.
Good.
Then before I leave, I'll treat you well. Before he finished speaking, as Shen Mangli screamed, Silani picked her up by the waist and strode towards the second floor of the villa.
Anyway, it will take a while to raise capital. This treatment won't take too much time. An hour later, Silani ran away from the villa.
Although Shen Mangli was a little greedy, she still knew her limits.
She just pestered Silani to treat her ears 3 times and then said she would not come again no matter what. Keep going. She probably won't be able to practice today. Silani was still a little unsatisfied, but he didn't force it. After all, there was still a midnight snack in the evening. Xingjin No. 1 Middle School. Outside the special teacher villa area.
Behind a dense bush, Lingy stuck half of her head out, and her bright big eyes looked curiously towards the depths of the villa area. After being dragged home by her father without explanation at noon, she felt more and more that something was wrong.
What kind of mysterious person with unfathomable strength? He is extremely ugly and only targets pretty girls? This story is too outrageous. Do you really think she is a 3-year-old child who is so easy to fool?
She clearly saw from a distance that the person talking to her father was a young man, and he looked to be in good shape.
I want to see how ugly it can be.
Lingy muttered softly, her heart full of curiosity. But when she arrived at the entrance of the villa area, she hesitated again.
Just in case. What if what Dad said is true?
Just as she was struggling with her conscience and hesitating whether to go in and find out what was going on, a clear sound of footsteps came from the direction of the villa.
Here we come. Lingy's eyes lit up.
He subconsciously shrank into the bushes, leaving only a small gap, and looked out quietly.
However, she waited for a long time. The footsteps suddenly stopped at a certain moment, and then there was no sound anymore. Ha! Why is there no one here?
Lingy blinked, her face full of confusion.
At the same time,
at the gate of Xingjin No. 1 Middle School, Silani looked at Lingjin in front of him speechlessly, and straightened his collar, which was a little messy after being pulled.
I don't know what's wrong with this old man.
As soon as he stepped out of the villa gate, the old man fell from the sky in front of him. Then, without saying a word, he grabbed his collar and flew all the way to the school gate.
In other words, I can't beat him now. Otherwise, I would have to pull out the few remaining hairs on his head. Principal Ling, what are you doing? Ahem.
Lingjin put his hands behind his back, coughed dryly twice, and put on a dignified look.
I have something I want to talk to you about alone, but there are so many people in school, it's not convenient.
Hearing this, Silani's mouth twitched twice.
Too many people and too many eyes? He looked up and looked around.
At this time, passers-by were coming and going at the school gate. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, with their necks stretched out, their faces filled with curiosity and shock.
Just like that in public. You're carrying a living person down from the sky, afraid that others won't notice you, right? And you tell me that there are too many people and too many eyes? Could you please take a look at your surroundings before making an excuse next time? Chapter 92 Additional update, it is Shinyata's blessing to find such a boyfriend.
Silani rolled his eyes in his heart. However, old man Lingjin came at the right time. He was worried about raising capital. Maybe this old man could help. Thinking of this, Silani said, Principal Ling, if you have anything to say, why don't you go to the courtyard we rented outside to talk?
It's really not very convenient here.
Lingjin also noticed the strange looks around him and knew that his excuse was a bit lame.
He followed the steps given by Silani and nodded. Well.
As an old father, he is really worried about his child. Fortunately, he was cautious and knew that his daughter might not be so honest, so he specially turned down his afternoon work and followed his daughter. It turned out to be just as he expected. The girl agreed verbally, but turned around and sneaked off to the teacher's villa area. He knew his daughter's character very well. The more you try to stop her, the more curious she becomes and the more she wants to find out. Therefore, he could only resort to this last resort and get rid of Silani, the source first. Looking at the tall and straight back of Silani walking in front, Lingjun frowned tightly, thinking quickly in his mind how to solve this problem once and for all.
Directly warn this guy to stay away from your daughter? Or should I give him some time crystals and let him leave on his own initiative?
The more Lingjun thought about it, the more headache he got. He felt that his hair, which was not much to begin with, seemed to be falling out again.
This kid. It's simply a walking complex of trouble. 2 people, one in front and one behind.
Soon we arrived at the small courtyard next to number 1 middle school. In the yard, the big black dog was lazily resting under the shade of a tree with a few newly adopted stray cats and dogs.
Seeing Silani coming back,
it immediately stood up and came forward, wagging its tail.
Woof woof.
Boss. Silani reached out and touched the big black head without saying much. At this time, Dahe had noticed Lingjun behind him and understood instantly. It hummed twice tactfully, then retreated with a few of its younger brothers to the tree in the middle of the yard to rest. Lingjun narrowed his eyes slightly and saw all this. He looked around the plain yard, his gaze finally landing on the group of cats and dogs.
He asked meaningfully, "Are those cats and dogs yours?"
No. Silani shook his head and grinned. Just a few days ago, I saw the Zhao group killing stray cats and dogs all over the city.
I couldn't bear it, so I just fed them some food.
Who knew they would stick around and refuse to leave?
Hearing this,
Lingjun looked at Silani deeply and said, "It's a good thing to rescue stray cats and dogs, but don't rescue too many of them. It would be bad if it affects your normal life." Silani heard the subtext in his words. Lingjun must be very clear about what happened to Zhao Men in Logan Tavern. He was reminding himself not to get too many stray cats and dogs, so as to avoid arousing suspicion from the Zhao family.
"Principal Ling, you're worrying too much. I'm just giving them food to eat. I can't afford to feed too many of them."
The 2 of them came to the stone table in the yard and sat down.
"Principal Ling, please sit down first. I'll make you a pot of tea."
Silani greeted him and turned to go into the house to get the tea set. Soon, he came out carrying a pot of freshly boiled water and a simple set of tea sets.
Just as Silani was making tea, Lingjun suddenly spoke. "I'll give you 1,000,000 time crystals. How about you just stay in this courtyard and not go to number 1 middle school for a month?"
Silani's hand trembled, and a few drops of scalding tea splashed out.
This. Why does it sound so familiar?
It was like those melodramatic romance dramas I'd seen in my previous life, where the hero's mother threw out a bank card and said, "Here's 10 million, leave my son." He put down the teapot, raised his head, and looked at Lingjun with a very strange look.
"Principal Ling, are you serious about what you said?"
"Certainly." Lingjun's expression was very serious, without any hint of joking.
Silani pondered it carefully for a moment, then pressed on, "Will you restrict Mengli from coming out to see me?"
This. Lingjun frowned and fell into deep thought. If Shen Mengli was completely banned from coming out, with Silani's cunning personality, he would probably never agree no matter what, and it would be difficult for him to use his power to pressure her. But if he let Shen Mengli move out, he would be worried about her safety.
Just when Lingjun was in a dilemma,
Silani gently pushed a cup of steaming hot tea in front of him.
"Principal Ling, let's do this. I definitely won't go to school during the day.
I'll just stay in this yard.
At night, I have to go back to sleep, right? I'll go back to the villa to rest at night, and I'll come out at daybreak. What do you think of this proposal?"
Lingjun paused while holding the teacup. "Off campus during the day and back on campus at night. This way, we can separate this guy from his daughter and ensure Shen Mengli's safety."
This proposal. Not bad. He nodded, agreeing.
However, Silani changed the subject with a smile on his face.
"However, I have one small request."
Lingjun's brows, which had just relaxed, twisted into a knot again in an instant, and there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes.
How dare this kid push his limits?
Not only did I give him 1,000,000 days of life, I also promised him that he could go back to the villa to rest at night. How dare he make such a request? Silani seemed not to notice the displeasure on his face and said to herself, I don't need the 1,000,000 crystals. The words fell. Lingjin's fingers gripping the teacup tightened slightly, with a look of surprise on his face. Are you sure? Certainly. Silani grinned, revealing his white teeth. I know that Principal Ling is doing this for Mingli's own good. You want her to focus on her training for this month and achieve better results in the actual combat assessment. What would happen if I took your time crystal? It's like I'm trading Mingli's future. I can't do that. The displeasure on Lingjin's face instantly disappeared, and the tense lines softened. For the first time, he looked at Silani with a look of genuine appreciation. This kid usually looks lazy. But when it comes to major issues of right and wrong, he is clear-headed and responsible. Good boy. Lingjin nodded approvingly, his expression completely relaxed. Tell me your request. Principal Ling, how is the food at number 1 middle school? Silani suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Food? Lingjin was stunned and answered subconsciously, the school cafeteria purchases large quantities of live chickens, ducks, and fish from the farm every day to ensure that the ingredients are absolutely fresh. Silani's eyes lit up. This is exactly what he wants. If he went to the market every day to buy large quantities of chickens, ducks, and live fish, he would be targeted by someone with ulterior motives within 2 days. But it would be different if John came forward. Principal Ling, as you can see, I have a bunch of pitiful stray cats and dogs in my yard. Silani pointed at the group of little guys under the shade of the tree, with an expression of pity on his face. I'd like to make a deal with you. Could you please give me some live chickens, ducks, and fish from the school cafeteria every day? There's no need to bother the school chef. Just send it to me when the time comes. I'm free anyway, so I can handle it myself. It can also be considered as improving the meals for these little guys. Lingjin looked at Silani, and his expression became more amiable. He felt that he had been looking at people through tinted glasses before. What's wrong with this guy being unreliable? He is handsome, sensible, not greedy for money, and most importantly, he has such a kind and loving heart. It is Shin Yatu's blessing to find such a boyfriend. My daughter. Alas, it's better not to meet her, so as to avoid her from getting interested in arguing with Miss Shin, which would ruin the relationship. Think of this. Lingjin waved his hand and showed an extremely generous smile on his face. No problem. It's no big deal. Don't worry, not just for this month, but from now on, as long as you want to feed them, number 1 middle school will take care of it. I'll have them deliver as much as you want, and I guarantee it'll be enough. Brothers. The conditions for adding more chapters yesterday were not met. There are more than 2,000 requests for updates every day, but I can't even get 1,000 people to generate power with love. Coke is starting to doubt his life. Chapter 93 The Terrifying City Wall Defense System. Lingjin left very satisfied, and even patted himself on the shoulder and praised himself as a good boy before leaving. Silani returned to the stone table. I poured myself a cup of tea and blew away the heat gently. Hope. I hope you will be able to laugh again in a few days. Bang! He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Next second. A dark shadow jumped out from under the shade of the tree and was at his feet in an instant. Boss. Silani tapped his fingers lightly on the stone table. How's the progress of recruiting new members? Hear the question. Dahei's tail, which was wagging happily, drooped down in an instant, and his head also drooped. Boss, my brain isn't as good as Brother Ha's. I've recruited over 30 minions in the past 2 days. You do this. Silani interrupted it. Tell our brothers to spread the word that from today on, anyone who is willing to follow us will be rewarded. Enough meat. Just give me as much as you can. He told Dahei. Silani did not stop and walked straight towards the slums, where he found the ants who had helped Shin Mengli. At this time, several ants were gathered together chatting. Seeing Silani approaching, they were all a little curious. Ants, I'm Shin Mengli's friend, and I'd like to ask you for a favor. Silani had a gentle smile on his face. When I heard that it was Shin Mengli's friend, several ants immediately became enthusiastic and surrounded him. That look was as if he was sizing up his own son-in-law. Xiaoyi, right? You're so handsome. What does your family do? Xiaoyi, are you Xiaoshen's classmate? But I don't think you're that age. What's your relationship with Xiaoshen?
Silani quickly raised his hand and pressed down. Ants, listen to me first.
Seeing that everyone had quieted down, he cleared his throat and said, "This is what I mean. I rented a yard next to number 1 middle school and raised a lot of stray cats and dogs. I need a few people to help with the cooking and the housekeeping. I'd like to ask a few aunties to come over and help me. They'll just be responsible for cooking and cleaning every day. The wages are..."
As he spoke, Silani stretched out a finger. 10 time crystals a day, plus 2 meals, how about that? The words fell. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The ants looked at each other, and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. 10 time crystals a day? Their men usually work hard all day and can only earn 2 or 3 time crystals. This young man asked for 10 coins right away, and he even provided food? One of the aunties who reacted the fastest quickly waved her hands and said, "Shall we? This is too much. We don't need so much. We just cook and clean. It's not worth the price." Okay. Silani waved his hand and said, "Ants, this job is not easy. There are many stray cats and dogs that need to be fed every day. The wages are set like this." Listen to what he said. The ants did not refuse and thanked him repeatedly. Silani smiled and agreed with them on the time and place to start work tomorrow. Looking at their excited backs as they left, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He really didn't expect that the matter could be resolved so smoothly. After looking around and making sure no one was paying attention to him, Silani slipped into a remote alley. The alley was empty and there were no surveillance cameras. A moment later, Silani switched to the form of a tabby cat. After confirming the direction, he turned on the Krypton life function and ran towards a direction. While it's still early, he planned to go to the border of Xinjiang City first to look for an opportunity to sneak out of the city. After all, he still lacks speed, and he doesn't want to be stuck at the apprentice level and wait for a month. I ran for more than half an hour. Silani had just arrived at the edge of Xinjiang City. The towering metal wall is like a giant steel beast, tightly enclosing the entire city. The city walls were covered with densely packed unknown metal devices and automatic turrets, and the eerie muzzles of their guns flashed with a cold metallic luster. However, this city wall is 20 or 30 meters high. In Silani's opinion, it was not an insurmountable obstacle. With the sharpness of his claws, he could easily climb over it. Is this the level of defense of this city? Silani began to murmur in his heart. Since there was nothing to do now, he didn't act rashly. I found a secluded corner, lay low patiently, and observed quietly. Time passes by every second. Just when Silani was getting a little impatient and was about to move to another place to continue the investigation, a sharp and high-pitched cry suddenly sounded from the distant sky. Silani's expression stiffened, and his body instinctively lowered, instantly locking onto the direction from which the sound came. I saw a black spot on the horizon expanding at an alarming speed. In a moment, a giant bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters appeared in his sight. The giant bird was covered with a layer of dark blue feathers, which glowed with a cold metallic luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. A pair of scarlet eyes, like 2 blood-red lanterns, were filled with brutality and bloodthirstiness. Source beast. Silani made a judgment instantly. Then, his eyes fell on the protective devices on the city wall. Buzz. The densely packed metal devices on the city wall lit up red warning lights at the same time. Immediately following, 20 or 30 automatic artillery batteries, the dark muzzles of their guns turned in unison. Day. Dozens of hotlines composed of bullets intertwined from all angles to form a web of death, covering the giant bird. However, the giant bird's speed was beyond imagination. Most of the bullets just grazed its wings, and only a few hit its body, but only produced a string of sparks. The giant bird was getting closer and closer to the city wall and was about to break through the defense line. Silani's heart also rose to his throat. No way. I have been in Xinjiang City for so long and there has been no movement. I just arrived at the city wall. Could I possibly encounter source beasts invading the city? Just then, the unknown metal devices on the city wall, which had been motionless, suddenly burst out with dazzling purple-blue electric light. Sizzle! Amidst the harsh sound of electric current, countless electric arcs gushed out from the device, rapidly interweaving and spreading in the air, instantly forming a huge electric grid covering the entire airspace. The giant bird had no time to react and crashed into it head-on. The shrill screams resounded through the sky. The giant bird was firmly trapped in the air by the purple-blue electric net.
Its whole body was twitching, its dark blue feathers were standing on end, and bursts of burnt black smoke were emitting.
Before it could break free, the automatic turret launched a new round of attack.
This time, the giant bird, having lost its speed advantage, became a sitting duck.
Dense bullets poured onto it. But only a few seconds. This ferocious source beast was beaten into a sieve full of holes. Bang!
The charred corpse fell from the air and hit the ground inside the city wall with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust.
Silani's eyelids twitched and he smacked his lips in amazement. Meow. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively before.
If I had really climbed up the city wall rashly, I would have been electrocuted into a pile of charcoal by now.
This city's defense system is far more terrifying than he imagined.
It seems that sneaking out from the city wall is not an option. Silani was in no hurry to leave, but remained patiently lurking in the same place.
He had a feeling that things were not over yet. Really? 10 minutes later, a heavy engine roar came from far away. Chapter 94 Ways to Leave the City.
A giant armored vehicle with a ferocious appearance. It rolled over the somewhat rugged ground and slowly stopped beside the giant bird's corpse. The car door opened. 7 men in Dark Moon Patrol uniforms jumped out of the car. The leading man was tall and strong, with a hideous scar on his face. He walked to the giant bird's corpse, his eyes without any fluctuation, pulled out a peculiarly shaped dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into the giant bird's head without hesitation. With a twist of the wrist, he thrust it out fiercely.
Puff!
A fist-sized, pitch-black diamond-shaped crystal was picked up and flew out with a puff of blood.
It drew an arc in the air and was caught in his hand. The man nodded in satisfaction and put the crystal away.
The other 6 people drew the long swords from their waists at the same time without any nonsense.
The knife flashed.
The tough bird skin was easily cut open, and the flesh and bones were separated. In just over a minute, they had neatly cut a huge source beast into dozens of pieces, and then carried them into the armored vehicle like cargo.
The whole process went smoothly.
The heavy tailgate of the armored vehicle slowly closed, the engine roared again, and it turned around and prepared to leave. Silani narrowed his eyes slightly. Without any hesitation, he exerted force with his limbs and followed from a distance.
We followed the armored vehicle for another half an hour.
Silani felt that the pads on his forepaws were about to produce sparks.
Finally, a towering building appeared in front of us. This should be the gate of Xingjin City.
The huge alloy gate, nearly 10 meters high, was tightly closed, its surface covered with mottled marks left by time and battles. The armored vehicle did not stop in front of the main gate, but drove down a slope into an underground passage. Seeing this, Silani stopped and frowned. Because he discovered that at the entrance of the passage, there were several faint blue beams of light sweeping back and forth.
Those faint blue beams seemed to be an all-round scanning device. If he went straight over, he might be discovered in an instant. Is it possible that I can only wait for a month? Wrong.
Silani narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the various armored vehicles coming and going at the entrance of the underground passage. After all, Xingjin City is a medium to large city with a population of tens of millions.
The amount of supplies consumed every day is absolutely astronomical.
Especially for best-selling goods like sourcebeast meat, how much can be transported in one trip using only an armored vehicle the size of an RV?
So,
there must be vehicles specifically responsible for large-scale transportation. And the only gate that can accommodate that kind of vehicle is the main city gate.
Figured this out.
Silani immediately controlled his temper. Since I'm here now, it doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. As time passed, the sky changed from dim yellow to deep inky black. Just when Silani's patience was about to be exhausted and he even began to doubt his own judgment.
Buzz, rumble.
A roar that was 100 times heavier and wilder than the previous armored vehicle engine sound came from the distant horizon, and even the ground under his feet felt a slight vibration.
Here we come.
Silani perked up, and his half-closed eyes opened instantly.
He looked in the direction of the voice.
I saw dozens of dazzling white lights appearing in the darkness in the distance, heading towards the city gate.
At the same time, nearly 100 fully armed Dark Moon patrolmen also emerged from the underground passage inside the city gate. Not long.
Dozens of super heavy trucks, each as big as a small building, lined up and slowly stopped in front of the main city gate. The hundreds of patrolmen immediately surrounded them.
Several people work in groups to check every truck preparing to leave the city.
After confirming that there were no abnormalities in all vehicles leaving the city, the leading patrol captain gestured to the sentry tower at the gate.
Buzz. A teeth-grinding sound of metal friction was heard at the city gate. The heavy gate began to rise slowly, revealing the dark night outside the city. The heavy truck waiting at the door did not drive out immediately. Instead, dozens of giant heavy trucks of the same model drove into the city from outside. After all the trucks entering the city had stopped, the empty trucks waiting at the gate slowly started moving, one after another, out of the city gate and disappearing into the night. Buzz click. As the last empty car left, the huge alloy gate came down with a bang and embedded itself into the ground tightly. The patrolman inside the city gate immediately launched a new round of inspections on the batch of heavy trucks that had just entered the city. As the tailgates of each carriage were pushed open by hydraulic rods. Call. A smell of blood, so strong that it almost became tangible, mixed with the unique fishy smell of the source beast, swept over in an instant. Even if they are hundreds of meters away. Silani felt nauseous at the smell. He suppressed his discomfort and looked at the carriages. Each carriage was filled with mountain-like corpses of source beasts of various types, some of which were even pierced with broken arrows and shrapnel. Silani took it all in, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The opportunity to leave the city has come. The patrols focused almost all their attention on the carriages and the cab, ensuring that no one or anything could hide inside. But only. The chassis of a vehicle is a natural scanning blind spot. As long as he can attach himself to the chassis of the heavy truck before it passes through the city gate, he can sneak out of the city. Got an idea. Silani didn't stay any longer. He turned around and ran back the way he came, while not forgetting to turn on the Krypton life function, so as not to waste any opportunity to increase speed. Ways to get in and out of the city have been found. So, tonight, he will increase his speed to over 50 meters per second. Return to the vicinity of Xingjin No. 1 Middle School. Silani found an empty corner and switched back into human form. He first went to a grocery store on the street and spent more than 20 time crystals to buy a batch of large pots and stoves for cooking meat. He added 3 more time crystals to make up the total and asked the boss to find someone to deliver the things to the rented yard. After doing all this, Silani was not in a hurry to return to No. 1 Middle School. He stopped a few passers-by on the street and asked around, and finally found a weapons store. However, standing at the door of the store, Silani was a little dazed. Is this really a weapons shop? The lights are bright inside the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Several mannequins wearing fashionable and smooth combat uniforms are posing in various cool poses, and a huge fashion poster is hung on the background wall. If it weren't for the small sword emblem next to the 4 big words "Blade Fashion" on the door, he almost thought he had walked into a luxury clothing store. Chapter 95 Additional update: Eat every day, you 1T starve to death if you skip a meal. Just pushed the door open and walked in. Silani noticed a pink figure walking towards the fitting room. This person. Before he could think more, a young waitress in uniform, who looked decent, came up quickly. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on Silani's face for a few seconds longer, and her tone became more enthusiastic. Hello handsome, what can I see? Here we have combat uniforms on the first floor, hot weapons on the second floor, and cold weapons on the third floor. Silani retracted his gaze and smiled. Take me upstairs to see the weapons first. Okay, this way please. The shop assistant was leading the way in front, and she couldn't help but look back at him, stealing glances as she walked. Handsome guy, is this your first time buying weapons? You look very unfamiliar. Yes. Silani replied casually, I just arrived in Xingjin City, so I'm not very familiar with it. Oh? Then you've come to the right place. Our Blade Fashion is the largest and most comprehensive weapon shop in Xingjin City. Chatting with the store clerk, Silani found out the information he wanted. Really? Just as he thought, identification was required to purchase weapons. Silani had an idea in his mind, but his expression did not change. When he came out of the weapons shop, he was wearing a brand new outfit. The pure black combat uniform has a close-fitting design that highlights his smooth and explosive muscle lines. The high collar design and metal buckles on the shoulders add a bit of coolness and handsomeness. Walking on the street, it immediately attracted the attention of many young ladies passing by. In his hands, he was holding 2 bags with the Blade Fashion logo printed on them. Inside was naturally the same combat uniform prepared for Shin Mingli, which could be used as a gift for her. As for weapons,
He actually took a fancy to a long sword and a long spear. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any identification yet, so he can only wait until tomorrow to ask Shin Mengli to come over.
Return to number 1 middle school.
When Silani pushed open the door of the villa, the aroma of food hit him in the face. The lighting in the living room is dimmed. There were several exquisite home-cooked dishes on the table, but they were all cold. Shin Mengli was curled up on the sofa, wearing a loose home dress, her long silver hair casually draped, with a few knotty strands of hair hanging beside her cheeks. She bent her legs and held a pillow in her arms. She was looking down at her phone intently, her white fingertips sliding across the screen from time to time. I heard the door open. She immediately raised her head and saw that it was Silani. Her eyes lit up instantly.
You're back.
She put down her phone, jumped off the sofa, walked quickly to the entrance, got slippers for Silani and placed them in front of him.
Why haven't you eaten yet? The food is almost cold.
Silani changed his shoes and reached out to rub her head.
Waiting for you.
Shin Mengli had a sweet smile on her face and pulled him towards the restaurant.
Go wash your hands quickly. I'll reheat the food.
Silani felt warm in his heart.
Is this what it feels like to have a wife?
After washing his hands, he scooped up a few handfuls of water and rubbed his face.
There's a towel I prepared for you next to it, the white one.
Shin Mengli's voice came from the kitchen. Silani took out a few tissues and wiped the water off his face. I never use a towel to wash my face.
I just rinse it with water. Soon. The food was heated up and put back on the table.
Before picking up his chopsticks, Silani said, "Don't wait for me in the future.
I've been coming back very late in the past month." All right.
Shin Mengli did not ask Silani what was wrong, but a hint of loss flashed in her eyes.
Silani smiled and shook his head.
Then he raised his hand and the two shopping bags that he had put into the space before entering the door appeared out of thin air in his hand.
See if you like it.
A hint of curiosity flashed in Shin Mengli's beautiful eyes. She opened the bag and when she saw the neatly folded combat uniforms inside, she was like a kitten that had stolen some cat food, her eyes and brows curved, filled with unconcealable joy. One set is pure white, and the other set is dark black. The style is almost exactly the same as the one Silani is wearing, but the lines are softer and fit the female body curve better.
I like it. I like everything you give me. Shin Mengli immediately stood up and gave him a kiss on the cheek.
But when she picked up the clothes and felt the unusual material, the smile on her face faded a little, and she looked a little hesitant.
This combat uniform, is it expensive? One set is enough. Why buy two? Just return the black one. You're just buying ordinary clothes, why are you returning them?
Silani pinched her upturned nose and said with a smile, "Sure, Jing can earn back her husband in a few minutes if she loses him.
You just need to focus on looking pretty. Speaking of which,
it is indeed expensive to buy these 3 sets of combat uniforms." The set he was wearing cost 35,000 time crystals, while Shin Mengli's 2 sets cost 30,000 time crystals each. The 3 sets of clothes cost a total of 95,000 time crystals. He now has 1,689,251 days left to live. If converted into the prices on Earth, these 3 sets of clothes would be equivalent to more than 10 million renminbi.
It would be a lie to say that it doesn't hurt. However, this combat uniform is worth the money.
In addition to being extremely comfortable to wear and automatically dust-proof, it also has excellent defensive capabilities and cannot be cut open with ordinary knives. According to the salesgirl, it is made of general-grade beast hide, and it is not known whether it contains moisture. But no matter what, as long as it can make my wife happy, the money is worth spending.
After hearing what Silani said, Shin Mengli didn't say anything more. Then,
"I'll go try it on first to see if it fits."
Not long after,
there were light footsteps coming from the stairs. Silani looked up subconsciously, and his breathing couldn't help but stagnate. Shin Mengli changed into that pure white combat uniform. The close-fitting design and the perfect waist-to-hip ratio present a breathtaking curve under the wrapping of tight fabric. Her long silver hair fell like a moonlight waterfall, complementing the pure white battlesuit, making her look holy and noble, yet with a uniquely heroic sexiness. Shin Mengli seemed a little uncomfortable with such tight clothing. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she stood at the stairs, looking at Silani shyly, with a questioning look in her watery eyes.
Silani's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He felt that these 30,000 time crystals were really worth it. Cough.
He cleared his throat, suppressed the heat in his heart, and waved to Shin Mengli. Shin Mengli then stepped down and circled in front of him, her voice filled with uncertainty. How is it? Is it a little too snug? Si Lani didn't say anything, but stood up and hugged her around the waist. Ah! Let's eat first. Shin Mengli was startled by this sudden action, and she screamed subconsciously and put her arms around his neck. Eat every day. You won't starve if you skip a meal. Silani showed a wicked smile on his face, holding the soft and fragrant body in his arms, and strode towards the bedroom on the second floor. Wife, why don't you try on that black combat uniform? Whom? Answer him. There was only a soft moan of shame that was blocked in the throat. Chapter 96 Shoei, how about Uncle Ling have a discussion with you? The next day. Number 1 Middle School, Principal's Office. Lingjun was half leaning on a wide chair, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in his hand, leisurely browsing the news on his laptop. It can be seen that he is in a very good mood now. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the light computer phone on the desk suddenly rang. Lingjun answered the phone and heard the somewhat anxious voice of Manager Wang from the number 1 middle school cafeteria. Principal Ling. Something bad has happened. What are you panicking about? Lingjun didn't take it seriously and took a sip of hot tea slowly. Is the sky falling? No, Principal Ling. Manager Wang's voice was almost crying. Those live chickens, ducks, and fish you ordered yesterday are not enough. Not enough? Lingjun raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Didn't I ask you to prepare twice as much as usual? That should be enough for 300 or 400 stray cats and dogs, right? How can it not be enough? I don't know either. Someone just came over there and urged us to hurry up and said we've sold out today and that we should send another batch over. They also said they wanted as many as we could get. Lingjun's hand holding the teacup stopped in midair. What the hell is that kid doing? He suppressed his doubts and said in a deep voice, I understand. I'll go and take a look myself. Hang up the phone. Lingjun couldn't sit still anymore. He always felt that there was something weird about this matter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He simply stood up from his chair, disappeared from the office in a flash, and flew straight towards the small courtyard outside the school. However, when he landed on a big tree near the yard, the scene before him made him freeze. I saw 2 lines of people lined up in front of the gate of that ordinary courtyard, and they were so long that they seemed to have no end in sight. The left team. There were all kinds of dogs, big and small, wolfhounds, local dogs, huskies, each one squatting on the ground, wagging its tail like a fan. The right team. They are colorful cats, orange cats, tabby cats, calico cats. Each of them has their hands in their pockets, a cold expression, but their eyes are staring straight into the yard. The 2 teams were in good order and clearly separated. It stretched from the beginning of the street to the end, and there was not a single cat or dog cutting in line or fighting. The corners of Lingjun's mouth twitched wildly and uncontrollably. Is this kid crazy? Just yesterday he reminded Si Lanyi not to get too many stray cats and dogs, so as not to attract the attention of the Zhao group. Now, I'm afraid half of the stray cats and dogs in this city are gathered here. He really is a rebel, isn't he? Lingjun was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring. If it weren't for Shin Mengli, he wouldn't bother to care about the boy's life or death. Cursing inwardly, he walked into the yard. In the yard. It is another scene of great bustle and activity. Si Lanyi was shirtless, holding a long sword in his hand. With a flash of the knife, a live chicken whose neck had just been twisted was instantly chopped into several large pieces. Before the blood could splatter, the pieces of meat had already fallen accurately into several large basins on the side. And at his feet, the piles of chicken feathers, duck feathers, and fish scales have formed a small hill that emits a strong fishy smell. The hired ants were so busy that they kept their feet on the ground and were sweating profusely. They are responsible for the secondary processing of the meat that has been preliminarily processed, such as scalding the skin, plucking the hair, scraping the scales, and roughly cleaning it, and then throwing it all into several boiling pots not far away. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the stench of offal formed an indescribable smell that filled the entire yard. Lingjun only felt his temples throbbing wildly. Principal Ling, you're here. Si Lanyi seemed to have eyes on his back. He swung the long sword in his hand and put it back into the scabbard on the table accurately. Then he picked up the towel hanging next to him and wiped the sweat and blood off his body. Snort!
Ling Jun's face darkened as he snorted coldly, "If I don't come soon, are you planning to bring all the stray cats and dogs in Xingjin City here?" Silani smiled and didn't respond. Instead, he turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Principal Ling, the smell outside is strong. Let's talk inside." Ling Jun frowned and followed Silani into the house. Then he sat down on the chair with a stern face, and was about to start scolding him, but Silani spoke first. "Principal Ling, I know what you are worried about." He poured Ling Jun a glass of water and got straight to the point. Ming Li has already agreed to go to the Li family in the capital this morning and decided to accept the Li family's financial support. Ling Jun was stunned. He looked up at Silani in surprise, with countless pieces of information rapidly connecting in his mind. The Li family in Shangjing City, Zhao Min, and Logan's Tavern. He had looked up Shen Mingli's background information and knew everything about the grudges between her and Zhao Min. If Zhao Min's death was really caused by Silani and Shen Mingli. A gleam of light flashed in Ling Jun's eyes, and he instantly understood what Silani was doing. This kid is not rescuing stray cats and dogs at all. This is clearly a blatant act. Instead of waiting for the Zhao group to investigate secretly and kill behind the scenes, it is better to put the matter on the table. That's what I did. What can you do to me? In this way, there will be countless eyes watching, making the Zhao group dare not act rashly. Ling Jun knew very well the practices of those top families. Profit comes first. Not to mention that you are the third daughter who has been married out for many years. Even if you are the heir to the family, you can be abandoned at any time in the face of absolute interests. Of course, the premise of all this is that you have to be valuable enough. As long as Shen Mengli can demonstrate unparalleled potential in the upcoming practical assessment, anyone in the Li family in the capital who is not a fool will understand what to choose. It is even possible that the Li family will take the initiative to wipe out the Zhao family in order to completely win over Shen Mengli, the future top powerhouse. What a great conspiracy! Ling Jun looked at Silani deeply. His tense expression relaxed, and his tone became more serious. "Just keep this in mind, and if you need any help, just let me know." Immediately following, Ling Jun seemed to have thought of something, and his brows immediately twisted into knots again. "However, even if you wanted to discuss the Zhao family, you wouldn't have to make such a big scene, right?" The chicken, duck, and fish he ordered from the #1 middle school cafeteria were not expensive. Chickens and ducks are not big, only about 2 kilograms, and one-time Crystal can buy 4 or 5 of them. Fish are cheaper, one-time Crystal can buy about 10 fish. But there are so many of them. In just one morning, thousands of live poultry and fish were sent here. By this calculation, the cost of food alone would consume thousands of time crystals a day. The worst thing is, yesterday, he personally promised in front of this kid that he would pay for all the food for these stray cats and dogs in the future. If this continued for a year or two, he would accept it. But if he lets this kid keep on stealing, all the wealth he has saved for most of his life and the dowry he prepared for his precious daughter might be lost. No. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, Ling Jun's eyes when looking at Silani suddenly changed. Shaoui, how about Uncle Ling have a discussion with you?" Chapter 97 Boy, look carefully, I will only demonstrate it once. Listening to Ling Jun's changed address, Silani's mind was as clear as a mirror, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He took over the conversation with a sincere smile on his face. "Uncle Ling, I know what you mean. Don't worry, I will only feed these cats and dogs for a month. I am just taking this opportunity to practice my sword skills." Ling Jun's tense expression relaxed instantly. He picked up the teacup in front of him and blew away the hot steam. He felt that the water brewed from this crude tea leaves had a refreshing sweetness. However, he glanced at Silani. This kid is so cunning and shouldn't be so easy to talk to, so he asked tentatively, "Are you sure it's just 1 month? No other conditions?" Condition? Silani was actually thinking about asking Ling Jun to send some smaller chickens, ducks and fish over in the future. After all, same total weight. The smaller the size, the greater the number, and the greater the total lifespan he can obtain. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he dismissed it. The chickens delivered in the morning generally have a lifespan of around 7 years. Ducks are longer and can live to 9 years. The lifespan of fish is even higher, with some species even living for more than 15 years. Subtract the life they have already consumed. On average, each one can provide a lifespan of about 10 years. In just one morning, he gained 3,726 live poultry and fish from the #1 middle school cafeteria,
and he picked up 37,251 years of his life for free.
More than 30,000 years. Converted into time crystals. That's 13,596,615.
At the end of the day, if the supply can keep up, it is easy to gain more than 30 million days of lifespan.
This speed is already very good. Killing creatures grants life. This is his biggest trump card and a secret that must never be revealed.
If you rashly ask for smaller chickens, ducks, or fish, the request itself is strange.
Lingjun is an experienced man. He may not understand it on the spot, but he will definitely think about it over and over again afterwards, and will eventually realize the unreasonableness of it. By then, I had no suitable reason to explain this abnormal behavior. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for me to take any risk for that little bit of life.
Greed is the original sin, and he knows it well. After figuring this out, Si Lanyi laughed and shook his head.
Uncle Ling, who do you take me for?
You've been very kind to me in Mengli, and I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for me and who won't take advantage of me.
Hearing Si Lanyi's words, the last trace of doubt on Lingjun's face disappeared. This kid is really good. After a slight hesitation,
Lingjun put down the teacup and stood up. Come out with me. Si Lanyi showed a puzzled look on his face, but he still followed him out obediently. Lingjun walked to the blood-stained table and reached out to grab the long sword that Si Lanyi had casually put back into its sheath. The sword techniques you practiced previously were completely disorganized, your strength was scattered, just like a reckless man chopping wood.
Boy, look carefully. I'll only demonstrate it once. How much you can understand depends on your own understanding.
The moment the words fell, Lingjun's entire aura suddenly changed. If we say that before, he was just an old father who was worried about his daughter, and a somewhat majestic principal.
So at this moment,
he who holds the knife is like a peerless and fierce weapon hidden in its sheath, its edge completely concealed. The noisy sounds in the yard seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force at this moment, and even the air seemed to become sticky and heavy.
Lingjun's movements were not fast, and could even be said to be slow. He casually grabbed a live chicken from the cage next to him and threw it lightly with his left hand. Base. An imperceptible cold light flashed in the air. The live chicken that had just been thrown into the air didn't even have time to struggle before it instantly broke into pieces in the air, turning into several pieces of meat of almost identical size, which fell precisely into the basin below. The whole process. There was not a single unnecessary movement, not a single drop of blood splashing out. Si Lanyi's pupils suddenly contracted and he stood there in a daze. He saw it clearly. At that moment, Lingjun swung at least 7 swords. Each cut was made precisely along the texture of the muscle and the gaps between the bones, without any deviation. It's not just speed and power. Rather, it is a skill that is close to Tao and is displayed after reaching the ultimate understanding of the human body, or the biological structure. This is completely different from his previous chopping and slashing, which relied purely on physical fitness. Lingjun casually put the knife back into the sheath. The imposing aura also subsided, and he turned back into that ordinary bald uncle. He glanced at Si Lanyi, who was still in a daze, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The child is teachable. At the same time, Xingjin City, Yunding Villa District. Inside the Zhao family villa, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out. How dare he! How dare he! A sharp female voice broke the silence. Zhao Min's mother, the third daughter of the Li family in Xingjing City, had a well-maintained, noble and delicate face, which had been distorted by extreme anger. As the daughter of the Li family, she married into Xingjing City with an attitude of looking down on everyone. The Zhao group can have its current status precisely because of her and the Li family behind it. This morning, when she learned that Shen Mengli agreed to accept support from the Li family, she was quite happy that Shen Mengli was understanding. Even though this meant that she could no longer attack Shen Mengli openly, being able to make this happen would be a great achievement for her and would bring her huge benefits from the family. However, what she never expected was, how dare Si Lanyi, that lowly person, provoke her in this way? This is not just digging under someone's feet, it's blatantly peeing on her head. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to find someone to kill him right now. The lady grabbed the laptop on the table, her eyes filled with crazy murderous intent. Isn't that messy enough for you? A cold and low male voice sounded. Zhao Linyuan was sitting on the sofa opposite with a gloomy face. Chaos? The lady was like an ignited powder keg, screaming at Zhao Linyuan, that bastard. He must be the murderer who killed Minmin. In fact, Minmin was killed by him. Her voice choked. The tragic death of her daughter appeared before her eyes, and the hatred in her eyes almost became tangible. I want him dead. He's just Shen Mengli's man. As long as I don't touch that little bitch Shen Mengli, what can the family do to me? Idiot. Zhao Linyuan suddenly stood up from the sofa and shouted, "Try to touch him now? Don't you know how many eyes in Xingjin City are watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake? At this critical moment when Shen Mengli is accepting investment from the Li family, you dare to kill her man? Even if the Li family's top brass doesn't punish you, do you believe that the other families in Xingjing will immediately go all out to eat our Zhao family alive under the pretext of standing up for Shen Mengli?" The lady's body trembled, and the madness on her face faded a little, but the resentment in her eyes still remained. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. I will handle it. Zhao Linyuan walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Standing with his hands behind his back, his voice was cold and without a trace of warmth. "Dare to touch my daughter, Zhao Linyuan. This account will never be let go." Chapter 98, It's broad daylight, in a clear and bright place, please don't mess around. The sun sets. The last rays of afterglow dyed the sky a gorgeous orange. The busy ants in the yard had already taken out the last bit of meat from the big pot and started packing up their things, preparing to go home. The strange smell of blood and meat gradually dissipated in the evening breeze. Lingjun was still standing in the yard. He just stood there, like a stone sculpture, from morning till now. His original intention was just to teach Si Lanyi a few tricks, and then go back to deal with the pile of troubles that the school had as graduation season approached. However, from the moment Si Lanyi picked up the knife and started practicing, Lingjun could no longer take his eyes off him, and he was completely stunned and bewildered. Why is the grade of spiritual patterns so important? Compared with the best spiritual patterns, the only difference between peerless spiritual patterns and top-grade spiritual patterns is that the lifespan consumption can be reduced by 10 times when Krypton life is activated. This amount of consumption can be completely ignored for those top families. As for the extra opportunity for strengthening each time a realm is upgraded, although it is precious, it is not enough for the top families to care about it. The peerless spiritual pattern is a place that truly defies the heavens. When the Krypton life state is turned on, it brings more than just 100 times the training effect. 100 times more. Comprehension. However, the improvement in comprehension brought about by top-grade spiritual patterns is only 10 times, and that brought about by rare spiritual patterns is only 1 times. As for ordinary spiritual patterns, there is no such bonus at all. Finally, what did he see? He only demonstrated the knife skills once, and the boy started practicing. At first, his movements were a bit awkward, with traces of imitation everywhere, but the speed of improvement was leaping at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and even terrifying. It only takes one afternoon. Si Lanyi's understanding and application of swordsmanship have almost caught up with the results of his 2 or 3 months of hard training. Lingjun's brows were twisted into a knot. I feel like the little hair on my head is going to fall out. He couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand it. If Si Lanyi also possessed peerless spiritual patterns, how could he be 20 years old and still be stuck at the apprentice level that wasn't even at the threshold? You should know that the Bingfang realm is the easiest and simplest to reach among all realms. Even if it is a rare spiritual pattern, as long as there are enough resources and the bonus of the gravity room, it will be enough to successfully advance in less than a year. Could it be? This kid is just simple, but his understanding is so amazing that it is shocking? No. That's not right. Lingjun immediately rejected this idea in his mind. What kind of geniuses and evildoers has he not seen in his life? But no matter how talented one is, it is impossible to improve so much. Si Lanyi's progress is the kind of continuous improvement where his control of strength, angle, and timing improves a little bit almost every time he swings the knife. This cannot be explained by simple understanding. This is obviously a typical characteristic of the terrifying increase in comprehension ability in the Krypton life state. He was confident that he would not be wrong about this. The sky became completely dark. Si Lanyi looked at Lingjun, who was still standing there like a man waiting for his husband to leave, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. If the old man doesn't leave now, the convoy of heavy trucks carrying goods from the city gate will be about to set off, and his chance of sneaking out of the city tonight will be ruined. Swish! 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 With a flash of cold light, he picked up the last live fish in the basin with one hand. The long knife in his other hand was as fast as a phantom. The blade slid precisely along the fish bones. With only a few slight click sounds,
the meat and bones of the entire fish were perfectly separated, without even a trace of meat remaining on the skeleton. Silani sheathed the knife with his backhand. Then he walked up to Lingjun and shook off the water droplets on his hands.
Uncle Ling. You've been staring at me like this all afternoon.
Silani looked at him with a very strange look. I know I'm very handsome, but you are a man, and I am also a man.
You little bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Jintian was unable to catch his breath.
Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the ants craning their necks to eavesdrop, and his face suddenly turned red. Without thinking, he grabbed Silani's arm and dragged him into the house.
Oh my God. Uncle Ling, Principal Ling.
It's broad daylight, in a clear and open place, please don't do this. Lingjun ignored his strange cries, dragged him into the house, and then slammed the door shut. He let go of his hand, turned around, and a very serious look appeared on his face.
Stinky boy, tell me the truth. Lingjun stared intently into Silani's eyes and asked word by word, what grade is your spiritual pattern?
Silani was stunned for a moment, then he understood. It was probably the extraordinary speed of his progress in swordsmanship that aroused the suspicion of this big boss. His mind was racing with thoughts, but his expression remained calm. He just shrugged and said in a half-joking tone, I didn't expect that even though I hit it so well, you still
speak properly. Lingjun shouted, interrupting his joke.
That face, which was already serious, was now as tense as a piece of iron. Seeing this, Silani knew that he could not fool people into thinking that he was going to fail. The smile on his face faded a little, replaced by an expression that was a little confused and distressed.
Uncle Ling, actually, I don't know what's going on. Seeing that this matter is unavoidable.
Silani repeated to Lingjun the same words he had said to Shen Mingli, omitting the part about his ability to turn into a cat.
That's roughly what happened.
As for the specific grade of my spiritual pattern, I can't say for sure myself, but according to what you said, it should be peerless grade, right?
After listening to Silani's story, Lingjun's furrowed brows did not completely relax, but his eyes softened.
He believed this statement for the time being. After all, Silani's words were not groundless. Just yesterday, this kid asked why there was no beast taming academy. If he hadn't really lost his memory and his basic common sense about the world was not broken, it would be impossible for a 20-year-old young man to ask such an idiotic question. Peerless spiritual pattern, amnesia. Lingjun connected the two pieces of information in his mind, and a bold guess came to his mind.
Could this kid be a descendant of some hidden big family who was ambushed by his own clan and ended up in Xingjin City? Think of this.
The look he gave Silani suddenly became complicated. Silani had no idea that Lingjun had already imagined the background of a whole tragic drama in his mind in just a few seconds.
He looked at Lingjun's expression, which had relaxed. He rolled his eyes and thought, since the cards have already been laid bare, he might as well go all the way.
Immediately, Silani cleared his throat and spoke tentatively,
Uncle Ling, you see, I have now reached the upper limit of the apprentice level, otherwise. Would you like to take me out of the city to level up? Then. And solve my identity problem as well?
Chapter 99. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father.
The words fell. The room fell into dead silence.
Lingjun had just picked up the teacup, but before he could bring it to his mouth, his hand froze in mid-air. He slowly turned his head and stared at Silani with the eyes of a source beast. In his entire life, he had never seen such a shameless person. One second he was pretending to be pitiful and saying he had lost his memory, and the next second he dared to climb up the pole and make so many demands.
Young people of this age in the past.
Everyone who saw him would be cautious and timid. But this kid had a fearless spirit, which made Lingjun feel a little bit bored, but also a little bit curious, as if he had found a friend regardless of age difference.
Can.
Lingjun responded unhappily and placed the teacup heavily on the table. Go back and change into clean clothes first, and tell Xiaoshan that girl, so she won't worry when she can't find you.
Okay. A bright smile instantly broke out on Silani's face. He raised his hand, made an okay gesture, turned around and ran out.
Seeing Silani looking as if he was afraid that he would regret it, Lingjun laughed, shook his head, and cursed under his breath.
This brat.
After Silani went back and briefly explained a few things to Shen Mingli, he did not rush out. Instead, he switched to cat form first, and waited until the remaining time in human form was enough to last until 12 o'clock before arriving at the school gate.
It's late at night.
An armored vehicle with a completely black body and tough lines was parked quietly on the side of the road. The car body is angular and full of oppression. From a distance, it looks like a giant steel beast lurking in the darkness. When the armored vehicle saw Silani, its headlights flashed twice and made two soft beep sounds. Silani hurried over. He looked around the car in amazement, then reached out and opened the heavy door. The space inside the car was even more spacious than he had imagined. The seats at the back were arranged on both sides. If they squeezed together, 20 people could easily sit in the car. As soon as he sat down, Lingjin's voice rang in his ears.
Black Knight, leave the city.
As soon as he finished speaking, a deep and steady middle-aged man's voice sounded from the armored vehicle's central control system, without any emotion.
Okay, Black Knight has set the best route, please sit tight. Uncle Ling, this car is great.
Silani looked at the automatically rotating steering wheel and couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
How many time crystals are needed to get one? How about I give you the time crystals, and Uncle Ling, can you also get one for me?
Lingjin's mouth twitched slightly, and he said unhappily, you can't just buy it if you want.
It requires alliance contribution points. Do you have any? Contribution value? Silani was stunned.
This was the first time he heard this word.
Well.
Lingjin sighed, feeling that it was a bit difficult to talk to this amnesiac boy, but he still explained. The Alliance will periodically release missions. Accepting these missions, or selling materials obtained from hunting source beasts or eggs found, to the Alliance officials can all be exchanged for corresponding contribution points. I'll get your ID processed later.
You can check it yourself on the Alliance intranet. You still have a lot of things to fill in. Thank you, Uncle Ling.
Silani called Uncle Ling sincerely. He knew very well that the reason why Lingjin helped him was mostly because of Shin Mengli's face and his potential to be a peerless spiritual pattern.
But then again,
he is a top boss who is at least at the Lord realm. It is a great favor for him to be willing to take care of a small person like me who is not yet grown up. Judging from Lingjin's appearance, he is about 40 years old. However, their real age may be over 100 years old. Inexplicably, a sentence popped up in Silani's mind, I have been wandering for half my life.
If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your adoptive father.
It doesn't seem like a loss to recognize such a big guy as my godfather. Just as Silani was wondering, the armored vehicle had already arrived near the city gate. From a distance, you can see the convoy of super heavy trucks responsible for transporting supplies being inspected at the city gate. Silani's eyes subconsciously turned to the chassis of those heavy trucks. I was thinking in my mind, if I were to act alone tonight, which angle would be the safest to approach from?
At this time, Silani looked at the armored vehicle he was riding in.
He was stunned when he saw that it did not go to the underground passage but drove straight towards the city gate. Noticing Silani's puzzled look, Lingjinto casually explained.
Just go through the main entrance and say hello. You have to fill out forms to go downstairs. It's troublesome. Well, the boss is the boss, you are awesome. As soon as the armored vehicle approached, a patrolman quickly stepped forward and, upon seeing Lingjin in the car, greeted him with a smile. Principal Ling, are you leaving the city at this hour? The patrolman's gaze lingered on Silani for 2 more seconds, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. According to the rules, a stranger like Silani needs to undergo strict screening, but since Lingjin is here, this step is naturally omitted. Well, take a junior out of the city to gain some experience. Okay, then Principal Ling, take care. The patrolman immediately understood, turned around and gestured to the guard at the door, indicating that he could pass. The armored vehicle drove steadily towards the city gate. It was at this time that Silani realized how naive and ridiculous his previous idea of sneaking out of the city was. The armored vehicle just arrived under the city gate. The intelligence system named Black Knight issued a reminder. Infrared thermal energy detection detected. Do you want to enable signal shielding? No need.
Lingjin responded casually. Hearing this, Silani was startled, then he stuck his head out of the car and looked up. Around the city gate, lines of pale red light curtains, almost invisible to the naked eye, fell like waterfalls, covering the entire entrance and exit. In other words, the real purpose of those patrolmen going on the transport vehicles to check is to make a second confirmation and check whether there are any special devices that can block infrared detection.
Meow.
Silani's eyelids twitched wildly, and a layer of cold sweat instantly seeped out of his back. He had even imagined that if he really climbed onto the heavy truck chassis as planned, the moment he passed through the city gate, a sharp alarm would immediately sound in the monitoring room.
Then, you will be dragged out.
By then, facing the siege of hundreds of patrolmen, I would be in great danger.
Good boy.
Silani couldn't help but secretly click his tongue, his forehead unknowingly covered with cold sweat.
Come to think of it, it makes sense. How could a city that could stand the siege of source beasts be so simple? Chapter 100 Camp outside the city. What are you thinking about?
Lingjin's voice broke the silence in the car. Silani came back to his senses, pulled the corner of his mouth, and laughed dryly. Nothing, I just feel the world outside is quite dangerous.
Are you scared now?
Lingjin glanced at him, his tone lacking any emotion.
Why weren't you scared when we made such a big fuss before? Silani touched his nose awkwardly and didn't respond.
Lingjin didn't ask any further questions, but said calmly, this world is far more complicated than you think. People who can live long are rarely fools, especially those old guys standing at the top of the pyramid.
They are all as smart as ghosts.
You'd better restrain your cleverness in front of them.
Many times, what determines life and death is not conspiracy or intrigue, but absolute strength. Listening to Lingjin's words, Silani's heart trembled, and he nodded solemnly. Thank you for your advice, Uncle Ling. This moment.
He really took Lingjin's words to heart. Ever since he came to this world, he has always relied on the fact that he has the death system, and he always has a vague sense of superiority in his heart, thinking that he can control everything at his fingertips. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. It is true that I am a little clever, but the people in this world are not simple either. Especially for big men like Lingjin, who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, the storms they have experienced and the conspiracies they have witnessed are probably more than all the porn movies he has seen combined.
In the future, we must be more careful. Silani withdrew his thoughts and looked out the car window.
With his night vision, he could barely make out the desolate scene in the distance.
The city and outside the city are completely two different worlds.
As far as the eye can see, there is not even a decent tree, only the endless black Gobi Desert, which is deadly silent under the moonlight. The armored vehicle traveled extremely smoothly, yet at an astonishing speed.
Soon, a light appeared on the horizon ahead.
It was a small camp built on the Gobi Desert, surrounded by tall metal walls covered with searchlights and ferocious artillery positions, like a lonely steel fortress.
Here it is? Lingjin kept his gaze forward and explained casually, this is Xingjin City's second line of defense. There are thousands of camps like this one around Xingjin City.
Farther away, there are tens of thousands of camps serving as the first line of defense. That's the most dangerous place, with source beasts roaming around almost all the time. Silani nodded, and had a new understanding of the dangerousness of this world.
So why are we here?
Lingjin glanced at the long sword on his leg, a hint of disgust in his eyes. You don't think that with your scrap metal, you can break the Kaiyuan beast's defense, do you?
Well.
Silani showed an awkward smile on his face. I asked Shin Mengli to buy this long sword this morning, but when I bought it, I found out that they would not sell high-grade weapons unless you have reached the Bingfang realm. I guess the shop assistant last night didn't mention this matter because she thought she had the strength of a Bingfang realm.
As for the quality of weapons, it is divided into 9 levels from SSS to F.
The higher the quality, the sharper, more durable and tougher the weapon will be. The long sword in Silani's hand can actually hurt the source beast, but after a dozen or so chops at most, the blade will break and cannot be used in combat at all. As they were talking, the armored vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the camp. Lingjin didn't rush to get off the car. Instead, he took something out of the storage compartment on the center console and threw it into Silani's arms.
This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Outside is not like inside the city. If you die, you die. No one will care about you.
If your enemies know your location, you will not only have to deal with the source beasts, but also have to be on guard against their ambush at any time.
Silani looked down and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily.
This is a crudely made pig face mask, and the 2 nostrils have been deliberately enlarged, which looks quite funny.
Uncle Ling, is there no better looking mask? It's good to have one, why bother picking one?
Lingjin cursed with a smile, and then a layer of flowing black substance quickly spread from his body surface, wrapping him up like a living thing.
It only took a second or two.
A set of full coverage armor with a ferocious shape and full of violent aesthetics has been put on.
Silani's eyes widened. It's so damn handsome. Then, Silani thought of a question and couldn't help but ask curiously, Uncle Ling, this set of armor of yours, is there no one who recognizes it? The appearance of the armor can be changed according to your own wishes. You will understand when you reach the Bingfang realm. Lingjin's voice came from under the helmet. It has a hint of metallic dullness, a bit like the feeling of Megatron speaking. Just as Lingjin reached out to open the car door and got out, Silani's attention was drawn to the mark on the left arm of his armor. There were 6 striped marks on it, each of which was a different shade of red. He remembers it very clearly. Back in Logan's tavern, there were 2 marks on the armor of Zhao Min's 2 guards. I saw Lingjin had already gotten off the car. Silani quickly put on a pig face mask, jumped out of the car, and approached Lingjin and whispered, Uncle Ling, do those marks on your arms represent your strength? Good. Lingjin nodded. Every time you advance to a higher realm, you'll have an additional mark. When you advance, the higher the quality of the life core you absorb, the darker the mark will be. Hearing this, Silani's pupils suddenly shrank. Each realm has a mark, and Lingjin's armor has 6. Soldier, General, King, Emperor, Master, God, and Emperor. Doesn't that mean Lingjin is a top-level expert in the God's realm? A powerful person who is at the level of a god is serving as the principal of a middle school in Xingjin City? Silani felt that Lingjin had more secrets than he had imagined. He forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and continued to ask, then, the higher the quality of the life core absorbed, the greater the benefits to oneself? Lingjin glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Aren't you talking nonsense? Whether it's a source beast or us humans, each realm is divided into 3 stages, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. If you absorb the life core of a primary apprentice, the armor you condensed would only be able to withstand about 1 ton of impact force at the basic level, 2 tons at the intermediate level, and 3 tons at the advanced level. Silani thought for a moment and then asked, if I directly absorb the life core of a soldier-level source beast to advance, how much can my defense be improved? Soldier-level life core? Lingjin paused and said in a speechless tone. If you haven't woken up yet, I can take you back to sleep now. The life core absorbed when advancing to a higher realm must be killed by the individual himself, without any external help. Even before being killed, the source beast cannot suffer any substantial damage, otherwise the life core cannot be fully absorbed, resulting in failure of promotion. An apprentice level. Want to kill an intact soldier-level source beast single-handedly? Anyway, Lingjin has lived for so many years and has never heard of anyone being able to do such a thing. Chapter 101, Extra Update, Soldier-Level Source Beast Armored Rhino. Silani's eyes flickered, but he didn't refute. He knew in his heart that what Lingjin said was common sense, but common sense. It doesn't apply to him. Just like Lingjin said before, this world is ruled by strength. If you want to surpass everyone, you must break things that ordinary people cannot do. Silani followed Lingjin and began to look around the camp. The scene in the camp was different from the grim scene he had imagined. Most of the buildings here are converted from containers and abandoned armored vehicles. The walls are covered with rust and bumps and look dilapidated. But the people who live here do not show any sign of dejection on their faces. There were several bonfires burning in the open space. A group of shirtless men with scars all over their bodies were sitting around the bonfires, tearing into the sizzling, greasy meat of the source beast. From time to time, he would raise the rough metal cup in his hand to drink, and let out heroic laughter and curses. Lingjin was obviously very familiar with this place. He took Silani through several alternative streets with ease and finally stopped in front of a shop with a sign that read Old Blacksmith. Silani looked at the store with a strange expression. How to say it? If you compare this place to the blade fashion in the city, this place is more like a garbage recycling station. All kinds of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks and forks were piled up in a mess in the corners and on the shelves. Many of the weapons even had dried dark blood on their surfaces. See someone coming in. A one-eyed old man with gray hair and muscles as twisted as the roots of an old tree was sitting behind the counter with his bare chest, wiping a dagger with a greasy rag. He raised his one eye and glanced at the two of them. He lowered his head again and said in a hoarse voice, "Look at whatever you want. The prices are marked. No bargaining." Silani couldn't help but look at him twice more. This old man. He really looks like the GSD Gandos in DNF, as if they were carved from the same mold. It made Silani want to go up and say something. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul? At this time, Lingjin had already walked to a pile of long knives and kicked the shelf where the long knives were placed with his toes.
Pick one that's within D rank, and I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Silani retracted his gaze and scanned the price tags of those weapons. The price of D-level weapons is not cheap, generally around 500,000 to 600,000 time crystals, and the most expensive one does not exceed 1 million. He couldn't help but curl his lips.
This old man is really biased.
The gift for his wife was a gravity wristband worth 1,000,000 years of life, but when it came to him, it was given as a weapon worth hundreds of thousands of time crystals.
But on second thought, it's good enough to have something to give away. Don't miss it.
Silani put his thoughts aside and began to search carefully in the pile of weapons. Although the weapons here don't look good, each one exudes a bloody smell of having been through the battlefield, and it is obvious that they are real weapons that have seen blood. Soon, his attention was drawn to a long knife in the corner. It was a long sword with a dark blood color all over. The blade was longer than the ordinary standard long sword, about 1.7 meters long.
The most special thing is,
from the handle to the tip of the knife, it is covered with some mysterious black runes, making the whole knife look evil. Just as Silani was looking at the bloody long sword,
the one-eyed old man only had one eye left. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked up at him secretly.
Then he lowered his head and continued to wipe the dagger in his hand as if nothing had happened. Lingjin seemed to have noticed something, looked back, and when he saw nothing unusual, he looked away.
At this time,
Silani has already taken the bloody long sword in his hand. It feels much heavier than it looks when I hold it in my hand, probably around 40 to 50 kilograms.
I looked at the price tag again. 1 million. That's it.
Lingjin glanced at it and said nothing. He took out a black card from his pocket and threw it to the one-eyed old man.
Silani quickly followed and asked in a low voice, "What is that black card?"
Call. Lingjin felt the surprised looks from those around him and took a deep breath. The time bank issued an anonymous black card with a face value of 1 million.
There's a 10% handling fee. Are there any issues with this? Not for now. If you're done, just shut up.
Okay.
Shut up.
The armored vehicle started up again and headed towards deeper darkness.
Time passes by every second.
After waiting for a full half hour, Silani couldn't help it anymore and turned to look at Lingjin, who was resting with his eyes closed.
Uncle Ling, we've been out of the camp for quite some time, how come we haven't seen a single hair? Hearing this, Lingjin didn't even raise his eyelids. Don't you see where we are? We are still inside the first line of defense. The source beasts here have been cleared out long ago.
Occasionally there are a few that slip through the net, but they are just garbage deliberately let in by the soldiers on the defense line, specifically for weaklings like you to be promoted. Lingjin's voice had just fallen. Inside the armored vehicle, the emotionless electronic voice of the Black Knight sounded without any warning.
Detected at 10 o'clock, 1970 meters away, a fluctuation of source beast energy appeared. After a preliminary scan, the strength has reached soldier level. Do you want to go? Soldier level?
Lingjin's eyebrows moved and he was about to shake his head. Silani's voice sounded in the car first.
Go! That's it.
Lingjin finally opened his eyes, his brows furrowed into a shape of a river. He turned his head to look at Silani, his tone darkening. Stinky boy, a soldier-level source beast is not something you can handle at your current level.
Don't think you can get rich overnight. Silani did not refute immediately. After Lingjin finished speaking, he said seriously, "Uncle Ling, let me try." He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Besides, with you here to support me, I'll be fine, right?"
Lingjin stared at him for a few seconds, and finally said nothing more.
Okay. Let this ignorant kid experience firsthand what true terror is. It is better to suffer some setbacks than to lose your life in the future. Black Knight, go ahead. Command confirmed, heading to target location.
Immediately, the armored vehicle did a beautiful tailspin, drew an arc on the Gobi Desert, and rushed towards the target at full speed.
But only a few seconds.
The armored vehicle stopped in a relatively flat area.
Through the car window, Silani saw the soldier-level source beast. This is a giant beast covered with a black shell. Its size is comparable to a heavy truck used to transport supplies. Just standing there, it is like a moving hill, full of oppression. There are 3 ferocious sharp horns on its head, 2 long and 1 short. The shortest horn on the left looked like it had been cut off at the root by a sharp weapon, and the new short horn had just grown out of the scar, exuding a fierceness. Here is a picture of the soldier-level source beast. the iron-armored rhinoceros. A mid-level armored rhino.
Ling Jun's voice sounded beside him, with a bit of solemnity. Its defense is enough to rank in the top 3 among the same level source beasts.
Are you sure you want to go?
He paused, his tone becoming exceedingly serious.
I have to be frank. Once the battle begins, I may not be able to rescue you in time. If you lose any limbs, don't blame me.
Silani nodded, without a trace of fear on his face.
Uncle Ling, don't worry. I never fight a battle I'm not sure of.
The words fell. Silani opened the car door and walked straight down. The biting cold wind blew in his face, making his clothes rustle. Silani held the blood-red long sword he had just acquired in his right hand, and the blade glowed with a strange dark light in the moonlight. He did not rush forward directly, but took a step and walked slowly towards the armored rhinoceros, with the heavy tip of the knife dragging casually behind him. Squeak! The blade rubbed against the hard gobi ground, sending up a string of tiny sparks and drawing a clear straight line.
Chapter 102 Chapter 102 This kid is a monster.
Ling Jun looked at Silani's back as he walked towards the armored rhino with his sword. My originally relaxed body suddenly tensed up, and I couldn't help but curse in my heart.
This kid is really stubborn. At the same time, the armored rhinoceros also sensed the human breath.
It slowly raised its huge head, and Silani's tiny figure was reflected in its scarlet eyes. 2 thick white air spurted out of its nostrils.
Moo! A deafening roar echoed through the wilderness.
The armored rhinoceros dug the ground with its 4 sturdy hooves.
Next second,
its mountain-like body turned into an out-of-control heavy tank and rushed towards Silani. The ground shook violently under its trampling, and the smoke and dust that rose up looked like a yellow dragon.
Ling Jun's pupils shrank, and all his strength was ready to go.
He just wanted to make Silani suffer a little, but he couldn't let him die. The ferocious horns of the armored rhino were less than 5 meters away from Silani. Ling Jun was about to rush out, but the scene before him made him hold back the strength that was about to explode. Silani's figure suddenly slid to the side at an incredible angle like a fallen leaf blown by a strong wind, barely avoiding the fatal collision. Swish! The blood-red long sword swung from bottom to top, creating a sharp arc of light. At the moment of passing by the armored rhinoceros, he struck the rhinoceros's hind leg joint fiercely.
Clang! Sparks flew amid the harsh sound of metal clashing.
A foot-deep wound was cut on the armored rhino's hind leg, and its huge body rushed forward dozens of meters due to inertia before it finally stopped. Ling Jun's momentum of rushing out suddenly stopped, and his whole body froze in place, with his eyes under the helmet as big as copper bells.
How is this possible?
He blinked hard, wondering if he had seen it wrong. Although the armored rhino is huge, its speed of charging is so fast that ordinary warriors at the forefront level find it difficult to dodge it.
But Silani isn't even at the Bingfang realm. How did he do it? Could it be that he was lucky and avoided it by accident? What Ling Jun didn't know was, in Silani's vision, the whole world has changed.
The iron-armored rhino's thunderous impact seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. Every muscle, every inch of shell movement, even the trail of flying dust, were all clearly reflected in his mind. It's like the slow-motion scene when Franklin is driving in GTA 5.
This is another talent he inherited from his cat form besides his barb's dynamic vision.
As long as the body's reaction can keep up with the brain's judgment, the armored rhinoceros will never be able to touch a single hair of his. The reason he got injured when he was fighting with the group of wild cats in the alley was that his brain reacted quickly, but his physical fitness was too poor and he couldn't keep up with the movements. But now, he is no longer the weakling he used to be. Adapted to the attack rhythm of the armored rhinoceros. Silani raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Instead of keeping his distance, he dragged the bloody long sword and took the initiative to meet him. What he lacks most now is combat experience. This big guy with thick skin and flesh in front of me is the best sparring partner.
Ling Jun's heart was in his throat.
Looking at Silani's figure under the fierce attack of the armored rhino, he was like a small boat, swaying in the raging waves.
Every dodge is extremely dangerous. Several times, the sharp horn almost grazed Silani's body.
Ling Jun could even see that Silani's clothes were torn open by the fierce wind.
But unfortunately, I just can't touch it. Over time,
the horror in Ling Jun's eyes was gradually replaced by shock. Silani's movements, which were a bit awkward at the beginning, became more and more smooth and freehand. His steps were no longer simple evasions, but had a peculiar rhythm.
Every movement was just right, allowing him to avoid the attack while creating the best angle for the next strike. Soon, Ling Jin frowned again. The damage caused by Si Lanyi's attack to the armored rhinoceros was almost negligible. Each of his sword strikes hit the gaps in the armored rhino's shell and the weak joints, but it was unrealistic to kill the huge armored rhino with that little damage. This can't go on. The longer it drags on, the more Si Lanyi's energy will be depleted, and any mistake he makes later will mean he loses the chance to turn the situation around. What is this kid thinking? Doesn't he know? Etc. Ling Jin slapped his forehead suddenly. How could he forget? This kid has lost his memory. He probably hasn't even seen the basic Source Beast illustrations. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice towards the center of the battlefield. You little bastard! The Iron Rhino's weakness is its chrysanthemum. Attack its chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum? Si Lanyi was breathing heavily, sweat running down his cheeks and soaking his collar. Hearing Ling Jin's powerful shout, he took a deep breath, suppressed the burning pain in his chest, and relying on his abnormal dynamic vision, he quickly circled behind the armored rhinoceros. Now is the time. Si Lanyi's eyes flashed, and the muscles in his arms bulged instantly. Using all his strength, he aimed the blood-red long knife in his hand at the wrinkled area the size of a basketball and stabbed it hard. However, just when the tip of the knife was about to touch the bull's eye, the blood-red long sword in his hand suddenly sank down, and a huge force of thousands of pounds came from the sword without warning. This force came too suddenly. Si Lanyi had no time to react at all. His wrist twisted and the tip of the knife lost its aim in an instant. Clang! The tip of the knife pierced the thick thigh of the armored rhinoceros, emitting a string of dazzling sparks, but it failed to completely penetrate the surface of the shell. Oh my god! What's going on? Si Lanyi exerted force with his feet, and his body leaped back like a spring, instantly creating a distance of more than 10 meters. Then he looked down at the long sword in his hand in surprise and doubt, his heart pounding wildly. But the dark red long sword no longer showed any abnormality at this time. It's like the 1,000-pound force just now was just his illusion. Moo! Without giving him time to think, the armored rhino locked its scarlet eyes on Si Lanyi, turned around, and rushed towards him again. Si Lanyi glanced towards Ling Jin. His eyes fixed, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He no longer tried to attack. He quietly clenched his left hand into a fist and held a knife in his right hand. His body was erratic, and he dodged dangerously under the huge horns of the armored rhinoceros again and again. Next to the armored vehicle, Ling Jin's brows were twisted into a knot. He saw clearly the fatal mistake Si Lanyi made just now. He didn't think about the weapon, but just thought that Si Lanyi was physically exhausted after a long period of high-intensity combat, and his strength and accuracy began to decline sharply. After all, he is an apprentice who is not even at the Bingfang realm. Being able to fight with a mid-level soldier-level armored rhinoceros for so long is a miracle worthy of being recorded in textbooks. Seeing that Si Lanyi was just dodging and had no intention of fighting back, Ling Jin became more certain of his guess. He felt both regret and uncontrollable excitement. This kid is a monster. Chapter 103. This knife, could it be alive? Stinky boy, stop pushing yourself when you're exhausted. Ling Jin's voice was filled with excitement as he shouted towards Si Lanyi on the battlefield, retreat first. When you recover, I'll take you to find a soldier-level source beast. It will definitely work. Although he didn't know how Si Lanyi did it. But judging from this kid's current performance, hunting down a soldier-level initial stage source beast is absolutely a sure thing. Cross a major realm and kill the source beast to complete the promotion. He is Ling Jin. I am going to witness history with my own eyes today. However, Si Lanyi seemed not to have heard his words and continued to move around the scene, with no intention of retreating. Ling Jin frowned even more tightly. Why is this kid so stubborn? No. If we delay any longer, something serious will happen. Just as he was about to step forward and forcibly pull Si Lanyi back, his sight was attracted by a glimmer of light. A soft white light appeared faintly from the gap between Si Lanyi's clenched left fist. This is. Before Ling Jin could figure out what that thing was, Si Lanyi took advantage of the moment when the armored rhinoceros was stiff after a charge, and with a flash of his body, he appeared behind it again. This time, he didn't use a knife. Instead, he suddenly raised his left hand, and with all his strength, he aimed the glowing object in his hand at the bull's eye and smashed it hard.
A dazzling white light flew out of his hand, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, accurately and precisely hitting the indescribable position of the armored rhino. At the same time, Silani's body suddenly retreated backwards.
Next second. Boom!
There was a dull thud, accompanied by a blinding white light. The terrifying impact created a shocking hole in the armored rhino's buttocks.
Moo!
A shrill, out-of-tune scream tore through the Gobi night sky. The armored rhinoceros mountain-like body suddenly stiffened, and its hind legs twisted wildly, as if every movement was causing unspeakable pain. Lingjun was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly, his mouth under the helmet open wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes filled with confusion and shock.
That. So what the fuck is that? Kill it while it's sick.
A cold light flashed in Silani's eyes, and he exerted force on his feet. His figure once again turned into a ghostly shadow, and he instantly got close to the huge head that was shaking wildly due to the severe pain.
Puff!
The tip of the knife pierced the lantern-sized left eye of the armored rhino, and scarlet blood mixed with turbid liquid splashed out.
Lost his left eye.
The armored rhinoceros went completely crazy and attacked randomly on the spot. Every time it swung its ferocious horns, it plowed deep grooves in the hard ground.
Silani was not anxious. Just stand not far away and wait for the armored rhinoceros attack to slow down.
Seeing the right moment, he leaped up like a cannonball, held the knife in both hands, concentrated all his strength on one point, and stabbed it fiercely into the left eye of the armored rhino.
Puff!
The nearly 1.7-meter-long blade was completely inserted, leaving only a section of the handle outside. The huge body of the iron rhino suddenly stiffened, and the last light in its single scarlet eye quickly dimmed.
Boom!
As its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, a prompt sounded in Silani's mind. Killed the mid-level soldier-level source beast, the iron-armored rhino. Lifespan increased by 2,479,080 days. Current lifespan, 31,920,0035 days. A reminder sounded in my mind. Silani's tense nerves relaxed, and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. His whole body was completely soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. At this moment, his eyes suddenly fixed. A wisp of blood-red mist, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, was slowly floating out from the body of the armored rhinoceros. Then, it was as if being pulled by some invisible force. In an instant, it sank into the hilt of the blood-red longsword that was still stuck in the left eye of the armored rhinoceros. If his eyes had not been strengthened 3 times and had not been blessed with dynamic vision, it would have been impossible for him to notice this strange scene. Recalling the previous attack on the armored rhinoceros's weakness, the longsword suddenly gained weight. An absurd thought popped up in Silani's mind.
This knife. Could it be alive? That one-eyed old man who looks like Gandalf seems to have a big problem.
I guess he placed this knife there on purpose, but I don't know what his purpose was.
Good boy. A burst of hurried footsteps came from far away.
Lingjun's figure appeared in the smoke and dust. The armor on his head had dissipated, revealing his face full of shock and ecstasy.
He rushed to Silani quickly without asking what the white light was. Everyone has their own secrets.
If Silani wants to tell them, he will tell them. He was more concerned with something else now.
Hurry, brat. The life core is in its head. Take it out and absorb it quickly to see if you can succeed in the promotion. In Lingjun's voice, there was an irrepressible excitement mixed with a hint of nervousness. He didn't know what the last thing Silani threw out was.
If that thing is an alchemical bomb made by a forger, it must contain enormous energy.
The nature is completely different. The world's rules are extremely strict regarding warriors' advancement.
If you want to absorb the life core 100% and complete the promotion, you must rely on your own strength to complete the kill and cannot use any form of external force.
For example, some gunners who use technological weapons.
In addition to practicing marksmanship, they also have to master the ability to manufacture firearms. Only by using weapons such as guns and energy bombs made by oneself can the source beasts be killed without being judged as external intervention by the rules.
Lingjun's urging interrupted Silani's thoughts. He glanced at the blood-red longsword still stuck in the eye socket of the armored rhino, and his mind raced. There's something wrong with this knife, and it's a big problem. The one-eyed old man is not a good person at first glance.
He put such a weird weapon in the store for no reason.
His purpose is definitely not simple.
After thinking about it, he decided not to tell Lingjun about this.
There was no need to drag this newly recognized confidant into the water. As for myself,
He was wearing a pig face mask when he entered the camp. When you go back, put the knife into the tail space to isolate it from all breath sensing. Even if that old man has great abilities, don't even think about finding him. It won't be too late to study this thing when you are strong enough in the future.
After making up my mind, Silani didn't think about it anymore and nodded.
He stood up, grasped the hilt of the knife, and with a sudden force, he pulled the long knife out of the iron-armored rhino's eye socket with a puff. Then he turned over and jumped onto the huge head of the armored rhinoceros. After finding the approximate position, he swung the knife and started cutting. The feeling of the blade entering the flesh was much smoother than he had imagined. It seems that after absorbing the blood mist, the knife has become sharper. Even so, Silani used all his strength and it took him more than half an hour to finally dig the life core out of the skull. The life core is about the size of a goose egg. It is pitch black all over, cold to the touch, and has a clear blood-red pattern on the surface. Seeing Silani turning the life core over and over, Lingjun took the initiative to explain, the blood-colored lines on it are just like the marks on our armor that represent levels.
Each line represents a higher realm. You little brat, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and absorb it. Uncle Ling.
Silani was speechless and raised the life core in his hand.
Can you at least tell me how to absorb this thing?
Chapter 104 Chapter 104, Additional Update, Advancing to the Frontier Realm, the Possibility of Invincibility.
Hearing this, the corner of Lingjun's mouth twitched noticeably.
Just put it on the spiritual pattern and think about absorbing it. Silani sat down cross-legged as he was told and pressed the life core on the spiritual pattern on his left hand.
Time passes by every second.
The night sky gradually faded away, revealing a hint of paleness, and then was dyed red by the magnificent morning glow, and finally turned into daytime. The sun rises and sets. When night fell again, Lingjun had paced back and forth no less than 1,000 times. Looking at Silani, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground motionless, his brows were twisted into a knot.
Why hasn't it healed after so long?
That shouldn't be the case.
Even if I were to cross a realm in advance, it wouldn't take a whole day and night, right?
He anxiously scratched his already thin hair and said, "Boy, please don't get into any trouble.
Otherwise, how am I going to explain this to Miss Shin when I get back?" Just when Lingjun was getting restless, Silani's tightly closed eyes finally slowly opened.
Lingjun rushed up almost immediately, but when he saw Silani's furrowed brows, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat.
Judging from his expression, he has probably failed. Well.
Lingjun sighed inwardly, raised his hand and patted Silani's shoulder, saying comfortingly, "Stinky boy, it doesn't matter if you fail. With your strength, you can kill a soldier-level initial stage source beast without any external aid.
Let's."
Silani raised his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression.
"Uncle Ling, I didn't say I failed the promotion?" Lingjun's words of comfort came to an abrupt halt, and he froze in his tracks. "So what are you doing?" Silani scratched his head, frowned, and muttered, "Didn't they say that absorbing the life core can increase lifespan? I was wondering why my lifespan hasn't increased at all." Increase lifespan? Lingjun was stunned for 2 full seconds before he realized what Silani was saying.
He suddenly felt that if he kept talking to this amnesiac boy, he would have a myocardial infarction sooner or later.
"Have you lost your memory and common sense as well?"
Lingjun cursed angrily. "All the energy from the life cores you absorbed during your promotion will be used to build your battle armor.
How could it possibly increase your lifespan?" "Well." Silani's expression froze.
He thought there was a bug in the death system, and after directly absorbing the lifespan in the life core was gone.
"Make sure it's not your fault." Silani didn't think about it anymore.
Then, a thought came to my mind, and a strange feeling instantly surged throughout my body.
Next second,
a layer of black substance like liquid metal seeped out from his body surface, like a living thing, quickly covering every corner of his body. The black matter continued to wriggle and intertwine, eventually condensing into shape. A set of fierce armor that was completely black and full of streamlined muscle lines completely wrapped Silani. The joints and chest of the armor. It was covered with mysterious scarlet lines like blood vessels, which matched the blood-red sword very well.
In the dim light of the early morning, it exuded an indescribable evil. It's better to use the demon armor of the protagonist in the later period of the old book. I can't find a better one. Here is a picture of Silani's armor.
A hint of astonishment flashed in Lingjun's eyes. He had seen countless warriors assemble their first sets of armor, most of which had a rough metal texture and a patchwork feel. But Silani's armor looks like a natural work of art, with every inch of it exuding violent aesthetics.
Just as Lingjun was secretly amazed.
Silani noticed that his lifespan was being consumed at 1,000 times the rate. This consumption rate is still within his acceptable range, and is not as much as when he is in the Krypton life state.
How does it feel?
Lingjun's voice pulled him back from his immersion.
Silani moved his joints and didn't feel any discomfort. It feels good. It should be pretty strong. Strong or not, it's not something you can just say with your mouth.
Lingjun took a step forward and raised his hand to grab Silani's wrist.
Before Silani could react, a terrifying force came from his wrist.
Lingjun put his other hand behind his back, with a testing look on his face, and the strength in his hand continued to increase.
1 ton. 5 tons. 20 tons.
Silani remained calm at first, but as the strength in Lingjun's hands became more and more terrifying, he felt as if his wrist was being pressed down by a mountain, and even the armor itself began to make a creaking sound under the heavy weight. It was not until he felt a clear pain in his wrist that he quickly stopped.
It hurts. Uncle Ling, let go.
Upon hearing this, Lingjun immediately let go of his hand. He looked down at his palm, then looked at Silani moving his wrist, his eyes filled with incredible shock.
Several seconds passed.
He came back to his senses, grabbed Silani's shoulders, shook him hard, and his face was full of ecstatic smile.
You're really rich now, little bastard.
How do you say that? Lingjun patted Silani's shoulder heavily, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Just now, I used at least 20 tons of force to make you feel pain.
20 tons. Do you know what that means? The basic defense limit of this set of armor you condensed is 20 times that of an ordinary soldier-level warrior. 20 times?
Silani was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips. This multiple sounds scary, but we are only at the Bingfang realm now, and the base number is too small.
Wait till the back. Now that everyone has become a big shot, this little gap doesn't matter. Seeing Silani's nonchalant look, Lingjun almost couldn't breathe. You stinky boy, you got such a great deal and you're still complaining about it. Do you know what 20 times means? Lingjun took a deep breath.
After calming down his excitement, he continued to explain, you have to know that this base number is permanent. From now on, every time you advance to a higher realm, your armor's defense will be strengthened based on this 20-ton base. In other words, as long as your opponent isn't a monster like you, your armor's defense will always be 20 times stronger than someone of the same realm.
More importantly,
Lingjun paused, a fiery flash in his eyes, if you can still cross a major realm and absorb the life core when you advance in the future.
This multiple can continue to increase. When the time comes, the strength of your armor will be hundreds, even thousands of times that of warriors of the same level. After listening to Lingjun's words, the indifference on Silani's face disappeared instantly. He understood what Lingjun meant.
With subsequent upgrades, the armor would also be strengthened, and the defense would increase exponentially based on the basic defense.
Hundreds or thousands of times? Wow, won't I be invincible from now on? This moment.
Silani finally realized how outrageous the thing he had done was. Looking down at the black armor covered with scarlet patterns on his body, Silani's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably.
Just then,
a somewhat uncertain voice suddenly sounded in Silani's mind.
Boss?
He subconsciously responded in his heart. Then, the voice sounded again, this time with a crying tone.
Boss. It's really you, boss. Help. Whoa.
That Yang Jinhao is not a human being.
He wants to take me to the hospital to get my balls fucked. I will never be a complete dog again. Woohoo. Chapter 105 Blood-colored longsword blood amber.
Hearing the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, Silani was only surprised for a moment.
After all, Shen Mengli told him,
after a Beastmaster is promoted to the Bingfang realm, he can communicate with the contracted beast through long-distance consciousness.
Boss? Boss, are you listening? Yes, I am. Boss, I'm hiding under the bed now.
That bastard Yang Jinhao has people looking for me everywhere.
Boss, I think I can still be saved. Woo. Silani almost couldn't help laughing out loud.
He also remembered the young man he met at the entrance of the mall. Little Loli Yan Nyaki wanted to adopt Heizi, but Yang Jinhao even checked whether Heizi was a male. He is a typical super sister complex. He is not surprised at all that people are now taking their husky for sterilization.
I'm out of town, and it'll take a while for me to get back.
Silani thought about it and decided to save his little brother if he could, so he added, I'll tell Heisey which room you are in and have him take Yan Yaki to find you. With that little Lolita here, she should be able to keep you safe.
I only know this is the 3rd floor.
Silani immediately separated a strand of his mind and contacted Heisey, explaining a few words to him briefly. Then he withdrew his thoughts and looked at the gradually brightening sky.
It's almost dawn, Uncle Ling, let's go back. Lingjun rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Dawn? This is already the 3rd day since we left.
It only takes others 10 to 20 minutes to absorb the life core, but you took a whole day and night.
1 day and 1 night?
Silani's heart skipped a beat. Then he calmly brought out the system panel. After being promoted to the Bingfang realm, the 4-dimensional attributes did not change much, but the countdown for switching forms was still more than 2 hours away.
What's going on? That's not right.
When he left the city, he calculated that the remaining human form could last just until 12 o'clock that night. Once 12 o'clock passes, the form switching time will be refreshed, and there will be nearly 9 more hours, which is enough for him to complete the promotion.
But now, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. Shouldn't the time to maintain human form have run out long ago? Could it be that when you are promoted, the form switching time will be paused? That's not right either.
If promotion does not consume time, then the remaining time should not be more than 2 hours, but more.
Strange, what went wrong? Could it be that?
Silani's gaze couldn't help but fall on the bloody long sword in his hand.
Is it because of this knife? It seems that this is the only possibility.
According to his experience from reading countless novels, this kind of strange knife will generally give certain benefits to the user after absorbing the blood and energy of a living creature.
Anyway, it's a good thing that I didn't turn into a cat in front of Lingjun.
After all, a big shot like Lingjun is not as easy to fool as Shin Mangli.
If he mistakenly thinks he is a transformed source beast or something, that would be a lot of fun. Despite getting along,
Lingjun has always been like a patriarch, taking good care of him and Shin Mangli. But Silani knew in his heart that this was more of an investment, or perhaps it was out of appreciation for their potential and a desire to help them. There is no deep enough relationship between the two parties to entrust their lives to each other.
If some huge interests are involved, what will Lingjun choose? Silani didn't dare to gamble.
Human nature cannot stand the test. This is also the reason why he chose to conceal the strangeness of the long sword. If I tell Lingjun, Lingjun will most likely ask Silani to give him the bloody long sword for safekeeping.
Then will he give it to him or not? There aren't many useful materials on the ironclad rhino.
The edible meat, plus the 2 horns on its head, is estimated to be worth only 20,000 time crystals. Lingjun looked down on it, and Silani was too lazy to bother with such a small amount of time crystals.
They both tacitly did not mention the matter of dealing with the armored rhino. On the way back,
Silani glanced around the carriage.
My attention was quickly drawn to a long wooden box in the back corner.
The box was about 2 meters long and, judging by its design, it was probably designed to hold long weapons. His eyes suddenly lit up and he moved closer to Lingjun.
Uncle Ling, that wooden box with knives in the back looks nice. Why, are you interested again? Lingjun didn't even raise his eyelids. Hey, just give it to me. It's just enough for these 2 knives.
Silani grinned, I can't just go back to the city with a knife in hand. It would have a bad impact.
Lingjun glanced at him and cursed angrily, you little bastard, were you a bandit in your previous life? You want everything you see? Take it, take it. Leave me alone. Okay. Silani immediately rushed to the back row.
He opened the lid of the box and put the ordinary long sword that Shin Mangli bought for him and the bloody long sword into it.
The moment the lid is closed,
Silani's mind moved slightly. The blood-red long sword disappeared out of thin air and was quietly put into the tail space by him.
At the same time, in a camp on the second line of defense of Xingjin City. Old man, your axe is almost rusted into a pile of shit, and you still want 800,000 time crystals from me? Why don't you just go and rob me?
In the old blacksmith's shop, a burly man was haggling over the price with the one-eyed old man behind the counter, spitting heavily.
The one-eyed old man seemed not to hear. Still shirtless, he used the greasy rag to wipe the dagger in his hand over and over again. Just then,
the old man's wiping action suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head, and a trace of confusion flashed in his only remaining cloudy eye.
Hey! Old man, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?
Seeing this, another thinner man next to him reached out his hand impatiently and wanted to pat the old man on the shoulder. But his hand had not yet touched the old man.
Roll!
A hoarse word came out of the old man's throat.
Immediately afterwards, an indescribable terrifying pressure erupted from his twisted body.
The impatience and arrogance on the faces of those burly men dressed as mercenaries froze instantly. They just felt like they were being stared at by an emperor-level source beast. Even breathing became difficult, their legs went weak, and they almost fell to their knees. They didn't dare to say a word and rushed out of the store crawling
after driving people away.
The confusion on the old man's face became even more intense. He threw away the dagger he had been wiping on the counter for a long time, turned around and walked to the corner of the store, and swept all the weapons piled on a wooden box to the ground with a clatter.
Lift the heavy lid.
What was revealed was not some magical weapon, but a strange instrument with a simple shape but a sense of precision.
In the center of the instrument is a palm-sized screen.
At this moment, the screen was completely dark, with only a line of small words flashing in the upper left corner.
Blood amber signal lost, last seen at 3728 foot 15.6 and 121:43:09.3 E.
The old man stared at the line of small words with his one eye, and the confusion and puzzlement in his eyes almost overflowed.
How come?
There was a slight tremor in his hoarse voice. How could the blood amber signal
disappear out of thin air? Bang!
He slammed the box shut.
Next second,
the whole person turned into a shadow and rushed out of the store.
When he arrived at the open space, he lightly tapped the ground with his feet, and his body was like a cannonball, instantly soaring into the sky and rushing towards the direction where Silani was when he put the long sword into space. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 This young man has a very bad temper.
The armored vehicle had a smooth journey and soon returned to Xingjin City.
After entering the city,
Ling Jin glanced at Silani, who had been silent, and took the initiative to speak. How about finding a place to eat and have a couple of drinks?
Next time, Uncle Ling.
Silani picked up the long wooden box beside him and refused without a second thought. She's been out for 2 days.
Megli must be worried sick. I have to go back and accompany her first. I'll definitely treat you another day.
The armored vehicle just stopped at the door of the villa. Silani said hello, then opened the car door and jumped out, rushing towards the villa without looking back. Seeing this, Ling Jin couldn't help but laugh and shook his head.
Young people are really hot-tempered.
This time, Ling Jin misunderstood Silani. He was not angry at all, but simply because the time for him to transform into a human form was about to come.
As soon as I entered the door,
I saw Shen Mengli curled up on the sofa in the living room and fell asleep.
Silani couldn't help but lighten his pace. But before he could make any move,
his body shrank rapidly in a twisting motion, turning back into the form of a tabby cat. The long wooden box in his hand also fell to the ground. The wooden box fell to the ground without making any sound. Because just as the wooden box was about to fall to the ground, Silani put it into the tailspace and released it the next second.
The whole process was smooth and extremely fast. Silani looked at the wooden box on the ground, and his eyes lit up.
He just acted subconsciously to avoid the wooden box falling to the ground and waking up Shen Mengli. But this unintentional act provided him with a new idea. Since it can store dropped wooden boxes,
can it also catch flying bullets?
If a gunner attacks me, with the help of dynamic vision, as long as I can capture the trajectory of the bullet, can't I directly put the bullet into space? I guess the gunner who will fight against me will doubt his life on the spot. This ability is simply the nemesis of the gunner. In the future, I can buy some guns and let Shen Mengli shoot at me to train this ability. As soon as this thought came to mind, Silani felt something was strange. After thinking about it carefully, I soon discovered the source of this strange feeling.
Isn't this a classic scene from a Chinese science fiction movie? My brother Han shouted, "Fire at me?" Put away these messy thoughts.
Silani walked to the side of the sofa, looked at Shen Mengli's peaceful sleeping face, and a trace of imperceptible pity flashed in his eyes. This silly girl probably didn't sleep well these past 2 days. Silani turned around and jumped onto the sofa next to him, picked up the thin blanket on the backrest and wanted to cover Shen Mengli with it. However, it is still a bit inconvenient for a cat's body to do this.
One not paying attention.
The cat's claws stepped on the thin blanket, and the whole cat, along with the blanket, fell onto Shen Mengli. Shinmengli let out a moan and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. When she saw the tabby cat lying on her and looking at her innocently, she was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised smile appeared on her face. "You're back." She rubbed her eyes, hugged Silani into her arms, and rubbed her cheek against his furry head affectionately. Her voice still carried the softness of just waking up. "I thought you would be back yesterday. There was an accident during the promotion process, which delayed it a little."
"Accident?"
Shinmengli quickly sat up straight, put her hands under Silani's armpits, picked him up, held him in front of her eyes, and carefully examined him from front to back.
"Are you okay? Did Principal Ling discover that he can transform into a cat?" "No."
Silani shook his cat head and explained, "When I was promoted, I absorbed the life core of a mid-level soldier-level source beast, so it took a little longer."
He said it lightly, but to Shinmengli, it was like a thunderclap. "Soldier? Soldier-level source beast?" Shinmengli's eyes widened, and even her voice stuttered. As a top student, she certainly knew what this meant. For ordinary warriors to advance to the Bingfang realm, many of them needed to try repeatedly before they could succeed. Not to mention, it was still a leap across an entire realm, and the source beast killed was a mid-level soldier. This is simply not something humans can do. Are you lying to me?" Silani raised his paw and flicked her smooth forehead. "You are mine now. Why would I lie to you?" Got a positive answer. Shinmengli could no longer suppress her emotions and hugged Silani tightly in her arms. "Ah! How are you so powerful?" After she finished speaking, she realized that her voice was a little louder and lowered it again, and continued, "Do you know what this means? This means you will be the strongest warrior in the Bingfang realm in history, and you will be the strongest in every major realm in the future." Hearing this, Silani replied in a very pretentious manner, basic exercises, my wife is so beautiful, if I am not stronger, how can I drive away the flies around you in the future?" After making a fuss for a while, Shinmengli finally calmed down. She held Silani in her arms again, as if she was admiring a rare treasure, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and her admiration almost overflowing. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Her pink lips pouted slightly as she complained softly, "Humph, you've been out for 2 days. You didn't treat me the day before yesterday and yesterday. Are you going to make up for it today?" Hearing this, Silani couldn't help but feel ashamed. He even had doubts now, whether she really wanted to treat her ears, or was it just addicted? But, can such a thing be refused? Of course not. "Then I'll give you double compensation when I come back tonight." "Real?" Shinmengli's eyes lit up, then she lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Then it's a deal." Looking at her shy look, Silani felt tempted, but unfortunately his time in human form had been squeezed out and there was not a bit left. "Otherwise, I must have a good morning exercise with her." He stretched out his paw and gently rubbed her smooth cheek. Then Silani got down to business. "Something's going on with Era. I'm going to go check it out. I should be back tonight." "Yeah, okay." Shinmengli nodded obediently without asking any more questions. "Then you should be careful." "Rest assured." Silani responded, turned around and jumped out of the window. Today's human switching time has run out, and he can't go to the yard to increase his lifespan. He plans to see if there is a chance to bring out Era, this lively treasure. After all, Dahe's IQ. There's nothing wrong with letting it fight, but asking it to do something that requires thinking is really hard to describe. Like the morning before yesterday. He asked Heisey to call all the younger brothers he had gathered together and prepare for dinner. As a result, this big idiot actually made his younger brothers line up. Isn't this just conspicuous? By the time he found out, it was already too late. Chapter 107 Additional update, Little Loli Yang Yaki. The location of the Yunding Villa district is very easy to find, as it is located at the highest point in the entire Xinjiang city. Silani stood on the high wall. Looking at this wealthy area separated from the outside world by high walls, I couldn't help but sigh. It is comfortable and peaceful here, just like a paradise. But just a few dozen kilometers away in the Gobi Desert, there was a completely different kind of blood and fire. The rich man's paradise is built with the bones and blood of the poor. This is so true. It's like a golf course in the previous life. Everyone is calling for water conservation, but the amount of water a golf course uses in a day is equivalent to the amount of water you use in your entire life. I just want to ask you if you are angry? Silani just sighed in his heart.
He jumped off the high wall and ran towards the villas at the top. At the same time, he communicated with Heisey in his mind through the imprint of the life contract.
What's going on with Era now?
Boss, Era is fine for now, but I have a feeling that young Jinhao won't just let it go.
Hearing this, Si Lanyi couldn't help but wonder, why did Yang Jinhao suddenly think of taking Era to be sterilized? It's all Era's fault.
There was a hint of helplessness in Heisey's tone. He said he usually likes to sleep with Dahei in his arms because he feels safe that way.
But last night, he ran into Yang Yaki's room and took a pillow back to his own nest to sleep with.
Yang Jinhao happened to see him and thought he was in heat in doing that to the pillow. After listening to Heisey's story, Si Lanyi's expression became a little strange.
Do you like to sleep with your arms around Big Black? Isn't Dahei also a male? Why does this sound like a strong Chengdu flavor? Boss, I'm here. Heisey's voice brought Si Lanyi back to his senses.
Looking up, he saw a black cat's head peeking out at him from the third-floor window of an extremely luxurious villa. I looked at the courtyard wall, which was only 3 meters high. Si Lanyi didn't jump in directly. Instead, he went around to the side of the villa, and with a few leaps, he climbed up a large tree with lush branches and leaves beside the courtyard wall. Under the cover of the tree canopy, he began to observe the situation in the courtyard.
Really? Just as he thought. For such a large family, security forces are absolutely indispensable.
He saw 4 or 5 guards patrolling the yard. All of them had bulging temples and exuded a fierce aura. It was obvious that they were very powerful.
Things are a bit difficult to handle. Si Lanyi frowned slightly.
Even though he was in cat form now, it was almost impossible for him to sneak in without alerting anyone. Just when Si Lanyi was about to send a message to Heisey, asking it to find a way to come down and cover him.
A small head.
A sound came out from the window where Heisey was lying, and it was crisp and soft.
Xiaohei, what are you looking at? A moment later.
Si Lanyi was invited in by the guards.
Yes, just please, not the kind that means grabbing someone by the neck. Just now, Yang Yaki stuck her head out of the window and happened to see him in the tree. Then,
the little girl immediately imagined the annual tragic drama of a tabby cat running thousands of miles for love just to find his black cat princess, and was moved to tears on the spot. After learning about this situation from Heisey,
Si Lanyi was speechless about this.
However, being able to sneak in openly saves a lot of trouble.
I can just take the husky and run away at night. Just walked into the villa gate. I saw Yang Yaki holding Heisey and running down the carved stairs quickly.
Si Lanyi's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her.
The little loli is not tall.
He was about 1.4 meters tall and looked about 13 or 14 years old. Her long, light platinum hair was tied into a playful bow at the back of her head, with black gauze flowers and white lace bows wrapped around her hair, making her already fair face look even more delicate. She was wearing a Lolita dress, and a small silver ornament hung from a black lace collar around her neck, swaying slightly with her shallow breathing. Every time, it felt like scratching Si Lanyi's heart.
Satisfy the little loli you want, enough loli, right? Here is the picture, Yang Yaki's character design picture 1. Just asking you guys if you are kawaii. Here is a picture, Yang Yaki's character design picture 2. What a pity.
Si Lanyi sighed again in his heart that he would have to wait a few more years for such a cute and top-notch loli.
Soon. Yang Yaki trotted up to him.
She squatted down, put Heisey aside, then stretched out her white and tender little hand and gently rubbed Si Lanyi's head. Then, she turned her head and looked at Xiaohei beside her, her tone full of envy.
Xiaohei, you are so lucky. Your boyfriend came from such a long way to find you. I don't know how much he has suffered along the way.
As she spoke, she turned to the servant waiting beside her and instructed, "Auntie, please prepare some more food for Mimi.
The best quality. Send it directly to my room later." "Yes, miss."
Yang Yaki nodded and her gaze fell back on Si Lanyi.
"Mimi, you look dirty. Let me give you a bath first. This will be your home from now on, so you have to keep it clean."
After saying that, she stretched out her hands, ready to pick up Si Lanyi.
Just then,
the heavy carved wooden door of the villa was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a middle-aged couple in luxurious clothes walked in angrily with a girl with her head wrapped in gauze. Yang Yaki paused in extending her hand. When she saw the person coming, a sweet and harmless smile instantly appeared on her face.
"Uncle and Aunt, you are here. Dad and the others won't be back for a while, so you guys should sit down for a while."
As she spoke, she seemed to have just noticed the girl behind the couple, whose head was wrapped like a mummy, and a look of surprise appeared on her face.
Ah! Is this my cousin? Cousin, what happened to you? Why are you injured like this?
The noble lady, who was covered in jewels, was so angry that she trembled all over when she saw her like this.
Yang Yaki! Stop pretending in front of me. Your cousin became like this, and you dare to say it wasn't your fault?
Yang Yaki blinked her innocent big eyes, her smile still sweet.
Auntie, why don't I understand what you are saying? My cousin and I have such a good relationship. We often share little secrets together. How could I possibly harm her?
She tilted her head, as if trying to remember something, and then added innocently. By the way, my cousin came to visit me yesterday, and I treated her to some cakes I made myself.
Isn't it, my dearest cousin? Chapter 108 Chapter 108 The first time we meet, we have to take a bath together? Interesting.
I thought she was a naive little girl from a rich family, but I didn't expect she was actually a scheming player.
Silanyi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly.
Then he quietly stepped aside, jumped onto a velvet stool, tucked his front paws in, and prepared to eat melon and watch the show.
The girl wrapped like a mummy.
When she heard Yang Yaki's words, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she shrank back and hid behind her father, not daring to respond at all. Of course, she was speechless now. When the noble lady saw her daughter's appearance, she became even more furious. Her well-maintained face turned purple, and her fingers were trembling as she pointed at Yang Yaki.
Okay. Yang Yaki. You admit it, right? It was you who poisoned your cousin.
A middle-aged man who has been silent.
That was Yang Yaki's uncle.
His brows were twisted into a shape at this moment, and he spoke with a gloomy face.
Yaki, your cousin pushed you at the mall entrance before. It was just an unintentional act. She apologized to you afterwards. You are so young, how can you be so vicious? If you do this, do you still respect me, your uncle?
Faced with the aggressive pressure from the two people, Yang Yaki just blinked her beautiful big eyes, her face still with that innocent look, and tilted her head, as if she was really confused.
Uncle, aunt, you said I poisoned my cousin? Who else could it be if not you?
The lady screamed. After your cousin came back from your place yesterday, the skin on her face and body began to ulcerate.
How could you be so vicious? She is your cousin. Faced with the noble lady's almost uncontrollable roar, the smile on Yang Yaki's face slowly faded. She stood up straight.
Those clear eyes swept over the three people in front of him, and the originally sweet voice turned cold.
First of all, it wasn't me who invited my cousin to be my guest yesterday. I invited my other sisters to the banquet, and my cousin came uninvited. Secondly,
she paused, looking directly into her uncle's eyes.
We all ate the same cakes, so why did only my cousin get into trouble?
Although you are my elders, if you want to throw dirty water on me, please produce evidence.
That's right.
A clear voice came from the door. Yang Jinhao walked in side by side with a middle-aged man who looked 70% similar to him, with a dignified expression and a sense of authority without even getting angry. The person who spoke was Yang Jinhao. He walked quickly to Yang Yaki, protected her behind him, and looked at the three people opposite with cold eyes.
You guys just say it was my sister who poisoned me. Where's the evidence? Human or physical evidence? The uncle's face turned pale and blue. He didn't expect Yang Jinhao to come back so soon.
He opened his mouth, wanting to use his status as an elder to pressure others, but when his eyes met the middle-aged man who was walking behind him without saying a word, he swallowed the words back.
That was Yang Yaki and Yang Jinhao's father, the current head of the Yang family, Yang Jinxiong.
A ruthless character who truly emerged from a sea of blood and corpses.
Brother, sister-in-law.
Yang Jinxiong's voice was calm, but with a sense of oppression. Yaki is my daughter.
I know her character better than anyone else. She would never do such a thing. He walked to the main seat on the sofa and sat down. He picked up the tea that the servant had just brought and blew away the hot steam gently, but he didn't look at them. As for my niece.
He took a sip of tea and said calmly, she usually relies on the Yang family's reputation to offend countless people and make countless enemies.
Do you need me to help you investigate?
A thin layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on my uncle's forehead.
The lady was so frightened that her face turned pale and she dared not say another word. Why, you're not talking anymore.
Yang Jinxiong put down his teacup and looked up at them, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. People in my Yang family will not tolerate even the slightest slander.
Jinxiong, we. Uncle wanted to argue. Get out.
Yang Zhenxiang interrupted him directly, his voice already carrying a hint of chill. For my father's sake, I won't bother with you about what happened today.
If it happens again, don't blame me for not remembering our brotherhood.
The family of three was as if they had been pardoned, and they didn't dare to say a word. They were as arrogant as they were when they left.
Watching their backs as they left in embarrassment.
Silani smacked his lips.
With such little fighting power, he didn't know where he got the courage to come to the door? The door is closed. The atmosphere in the living room changed instantly. Yang Zhenxiong, who had just looked dignified and full of aura, instantly melted the coldness on his face. He walked quickly to Yang Yaki, his face full of concern and heartache. Yaki, tell Dad what's going on.
Surrounded by the two men, Yang Yaki's face regained that sweet and harmless smile. She shook her head and spoke in a soft voice.
Dad, brother, I'm fine. I'm not afraid of them.
As she spoke, she seemed to remember something. He took out an exquisite little porcelain bottle from his pocket, handed it to Yang Zhenxiang, and spoke as if he was presenting a treasure.
Look, Dad. This is the new bad face water I made.
Just one drop can cause your skin to ulcerate from the inside out after 12 hours, and it's very difficult to recover.
But don't worry.
She stuck out her tongue and made a face.
Since she's my cousin, I only used a tiny amount. She'll recover slowly in a month at most.
As for whether or not there will be scars, that's beyond my control.
Si Lanyi. Yang Zhenxiang and Yang Jinhao.
The father and son looked at each other, and saw a hint of helplessness and doting in each other's eyes.
You girl.
Yang Zhenxiang reached out to take the porcelain bottle, put the dangerous item away, and then rubbed his daughter's head lovingly.
Don't do this next time. What if I accidentally get it on you? I know.
Yang Yaki stretched out her voice and hugged Yang Zhenxiang's arm with a smile. Looking at this warm and harmonious scene,
Si Lanyi's favorable impression of this family increased greatly.
They were protective of their shortcomings and were unreasonable.
Heisei shouldn't suffer any injustice if he stays here.
As for that unlucky cousin, Si Lanyi could only mourn for her in his heart for 3 seconds.
Why did he have to mess with such a thorny and black-bellied little lowly?
Yang Yaki didn't seem to care at all about what happened just now.
That's right.
Dad, brother, let me introduce you to a new member of our family. Under the puzzled gazes of the two grown men, she stretched out her white and tender fingers and pointed at Si Lanyi, who was squatting beside her.
This is Xiao Hei's boyfriend.
He will be a member of our family from now on. After saying that, she turned her head deliberately again. He raised his little fist towards Yang Jinhao and warned fiercely, Brother, it is a family member of mine and Xiao Hei, you are not allowed to bully it, otherwise I will never let you go.
I know.
Yang Jinhao raised his hands with a look of surrender on his face. He didn't have any temper towards his sister at all.
That's more like it.
Yang Yaki nodded in satisfaction, then clapped her hands. Alright, Xiao Hei, Mimi, you're all dirty, let's go take a shower.
Si Lanyi was stunned. No, are you serious? This is the first time we meet, are we supposed to take a bath together? Chapter 109 What bad intentions can a cat have?
Brother, I'm taking Xiao Hei and the others to take a bath, you are not allowed to come up. As she spoke, Yang Yaki wanted to reach out and hug Si Lanyi.
Si Lanyi's eyelids twitched and he quickly dodged to the side. Are you kidding me?
He actually weighs 34 kilograms now, making him the Dwayne Johnson among cats. With Yang Yaki's small arms and legs, it would be strange if she could lift him up.
More importantly, there are two big guys standing nearby, watching closely.
If they were to notice that my weight was far beyond common sense, it would definitely arouse unnecessary suspicion. Si Lanyi meowed at Heisei, signaling it to follow, and then spread out his 4 legs and rushed upstairs.
Heisei understood what he meant and followed closely. Xiao Hei, Mimi, wait for me.
Yang Yaki smiled with her eyes curved and chased after him.
Downstairs living room.
Yang Jinhao raised his hand and was about to speak, but was stopped by Yang Zhenxiang beside him. Yang Zhenxiang shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness.
It's just a cat. You're being too cautious.
Seeing his father say this, Yang Jinhao had no choice but to give up.
Come to think of it, what bad intentions could a cat have? Immediately following,
he thought of something else and frowned. Dad, are you really going to agree to let my sister go to martial arts school?
Yang Zhenxiang nodded. But my sister's body. The living room fell into silence for a moment.
After a long time, Yang Zhenxiong spoke slowly. Come with me to number 1 middle school later to see Principal Ling.
The other side. Si Lanyi followed Yang Yaki all the way to the top floor of the villa.
It was not until he saw the huge outdoor heated swimming pool that he realized he had been thinking the wrong thing.
Xiaohei, Mimi, you guys play here first. I'll go change my clothes and come back. Yang Yaki waved at them, then turned and ran into the locker room nearby. See her leave. Si Lanyi didn't think about it anymore.
He had just stayed in the wild for 2 days, so he might as well take this opportunity to take a good wash.
Immediately, he dived into the water and swam happily in the pool. Don't ask him how he swims in cat form. Even a landlubber should be able to do the dog paddle. Had a nice swim in the warm pool water.
Si Lanyi slowly climbed ashore, shook off the water droplets on his body, found a lounge chair and jumped on it, stretching comfortably.
Heisey was a little afraid of water, so he just lay down obediently on the edge of the lounge chair. Just then, a glass door not far away was gently pushed open. Hearing the noise, Si Lanyi subconsciously looked up. At this time, the little Lolita had changed out of her Lolita skirt and was wearing a pure white bikini. The pitifully small amount of fabric made her jade white skin even more dazzling. Her figure is still young, but it has already taken shape. She was holding a pink swimming ring in her arms, and with her pair of delicate and exquisite jade feet bare, she walked towards the swimming pool step by step, on the warm ground. Every step you take. The beauty that was still developing swayed slightly with her movements, drawing thrilling arcs. That picture. Pure and charming, innocent and sexy. Two completely different temperaments blend perfectly in her, forming a fatal attraction. The hair color is not good after adjustment. I will use it first and wait for me to call my cousin to dye it. Here are pictures of little Lolita Yang Yaki in a swimsuit. Gulp.
Si Lanyi seemed to hear the sound of himself swallowing.
What a pity.
Such a top-notch little fairy, but I still have to wait for several more years.
It's really a big regret in life. Just as Si Lanyi was sighing, Yang Yaki's clear voice rang out. Nini, you've already washed yourself. That's great. Xiaohei never dares to go into the water. As soon as the words fell, she threw away her pink swimming ring and sat directly on the lounge chair next to Si Lanyi, then hugged him in her arms and kissed him face to face. I'm going, The soft touch and the sweet scent of the girl instantly enveloped him. Si Lanyi immediately raised his front paws, trying to push Yang Yaki away. But his claws had no power at all, as if he had encountered a bone-dissolving palm, and all his strength turned into softness around his fingers. I played with the little girl in the swimming pool for a while, and then she held me in her arms and watched some melodramatic idol dramas for several hours. Until late at night. Si Lanyi finally found an opportunity and prepared to run away with Era. Before leaving, he stood on the courtyard wall, looked back at the luxurious villa with bright lights, and felt inexplicably reluctant to leave. Then he shook his head. Putting aside this inappropriate emotion, he called to the husky beside him, "Let's go." At this time, Era's body has been strengthened to the second stage, so this height is not a problem for it. With a leap, he caught up steadily. Returned to the yard next to number 1 middle school. Before Si Lanyi could find a way to open the door, it was violently pushed open from the inside. A large black figure rushed out from behind the door and excitedly shouted at Si Lanyi, "Boss." Then, without looking back, it trotted over to Era, stretched out its tongue and licked Era's face, whimpering, "Brother Ha, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Era also excitedly rubbed his head against Dahei's neck, and the two dogs stayed together like this. Looking at their passionate expressions, Si Lanyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Could it be that these two bastards are really? Ha! He shuddered and couldn't look anymore. Seeing Si Lanyi enter the yard, Era and Dahei stopped being so close to each other. After all, there was plenty of time at night, and tonight they had to sleep side by side. How have things been these past 2 days? Hearing Si Lanyi's question, Dahei immediately sat up straight. "Boss, number 1 middle school has been sending chickens, ducks, and fish as usual these past 2 days, but there are much fewer than on the first day. I also took the opportunity to kill quite a few." Si Lanyi nodded. He understood that this was not the canteen manager's fault, but without him to help with the slaughtering, the progress would definitely slow down if only those ants were relied upon. He brought up the system panel and switched to the contracted beast page to take a look. Not bad. In these 2 days, Dahei also lost more than 20 million days of life.
After extracting half of the lifespan, the total lifespan directly exceeded the 40 million mark, reaching 42 million days. Looking at this number, Silani was in a good mood. He has never been a stingy person, especially when it comes to treating his own people. Immediately, he began to strengthen the 3 contracted beasts. All parts except a certain place are directly strengthened to the 3rd stage. Strengthening the contracted beast requires double the lifespan. A total of 12.54 million days of lifespan was consumed, and Silani also subsidized an additional 1.25 million.
Oh hoo! Boss! I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch right now.
Era was so excited that he started spinning around in circles. Da-Hei was also very excited. He stretched out his front paws with sharp claws more than 10 centimeters long and easily inserted them into the hard concrete floor.
At the same time, Heizi's equally excited yet somewhat restrained voice also rang in Silani's mind. Boss, I feel like my body has been reforged. Thank you, boss.
Silani soothed them with a few words, and after they had calmed down a little, he asked the question that concerned him most.
After your tails were strengthened, did they experience any special changes? Chapter 110 Additional update, Shinmangli, he is my cat.
Upon hearing this question, Era and Da-Hei both subconsciously wagged their tails. Era tilted his head and felt it with a puzzled look on his face.
It seems, my tail feels more resilient and stronger. Boss, what's the problem?
Silani frowned slightly, but didn't explain directly.
Try and see if you can speak human language. Speak human language? Era was stunned for a moment, and then a very human and serious expression appeared on his face. It cleared its throat and crouched slightly on its hind legs. Next second. A woof? Seeing this, Silani understood.
It seems that the strengthening of his body parts is quite special. The incredible ability of Tailspace is a golden finger that belongs to him alone.
Silani didn't dwell on this matter anymore.
He turned to check the system panel for methods to activate the Krypton life function of the contracted beast. The contracted beast can activate the Krypton life function on its own. The maximum multiplier can reach 100 times, and the basic consumption is 10 times, which is the same level as the peerless spiritual pattern. When the 100 times Krypton life is opened, the lifespan will pass away at 1,000 times the speed. The consumed lifespan is not deducted from Silani's total lifespan. Instead, they can only consume half of their lifespan that they obtain and store after killing living creatures.
This setting is pretty good. It can save you a lot of trouble.
Immediately, Silani told the 3 little ones how to mobilize the Krypton life function and some exercises to improve physical attributes, directly through the life contract imprinted in their minds. After explaining everything, Silani looked at the sky.
It's getting late.
Silani didn't delay any longer, turned around and walked towards number 1 middle school.
The contracted beasts like Era have caught up with him in the strengthening stage, so he also needs to strengthen them well.
Moreover, now that he has reached the Bingfang realm, he has to test whether the training effect has changed.
Just returned to the villa.
Before Silani had time to discuss the double compensation with Shinmangli, the doorbell rang suddenly.
Ding dong. Soon.
The sound of a door opening was heard from the entrance, along with Shinmangli's slightly puzzled voice.
Principal Ling? Silani twitched his ears. What was old man Ling doing here so late? He raised his head and looked towards the door.
Ling Jin appeared at the door, and behind him were 2 people who shouldn't have been here. Silani's eyes widened instantly.
Oh my god. Even if he was a sister-loving maniac or a daughter-slave, he wouldn't find his way here so quickly, right? The people who came were none other than Yang Jinxiong and his son Yang Jinhao.
At this moment, Yang Jinhao's gaze was on Shinmangli, and a hint of unconcealable surprise flashed in his eyes.
The girl in front of me.
Her long, smooth silver hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her delicate facial features were flawless, her skin was whiter than snow, and even a simple home outfit could not conceal her elegant and refined temperament. This beauty is amazing when looking at the huge Xinjiang city. I guess only my precious sister can be compared with her. Yang Jinhao was only slightly surprised, and his attention was soon attracted by another figure. When I saw the tabby cat curled up on the sofa, with its paws in its tucked-in pockets and its head tilted looking over here. Yang Jinhao was stunned for a moment. Then his face instantly darkened, and without thinking, he said directly, "Why are you here? Do you know that Yaki was so worried that she cried when she couldn't find you? Come back with me." Hearing this, Shinmangli took a step forward immediately. She stood in front of Si Lanyi, looked at Yang Jinhao with cold eyes, and frowned slightly.
He's my cat. Your cat?
Yang Jinhao's brows also furrowed. I don't care whose cat he is, he must come back with me now.
Seeing that his son was about to say something,
Yang Jinxiong, who was standing by, frowned and immediately scolded him.
Shut up. Yang Jinxiong took a step forward.
With a somewhat apologetic look on his face, he said to Shen Mengli in a gentle tone, Miss Shen, please don't mind. My son acted rashly, and there may be some misunderstanding. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Jinhao.
Don't apologize yet.
After being scolded by his father, Yang Jinhao realized that he had indeed been a bit presumptuous.
Although he was worried about his sister, he also knew his limits and took a deep breath. Sorry, I was just too anxious. Shen Mengli ignored him.
She turned her clear eyes to Ling Jin and asked directly, Principal Ling, why did you bring them here?
The atmosphere was a bit tense.
Ling Jin quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, forcing a smile on his face.
Mundli, let me introduce you.
He pointed to Yang Jinxiong beside him and said, This is Yang Jinxiong, the chairman of the Yang Group.
You should have seen him at the forum. His father was kind to me in his early years.
This time he came to me, and I couldn't refuse, so I shamelessly brought them here to see you.
I want to discuss something with you. Certainly.
He changed the subject and emphasized, it's just a discussion. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you.
Don't consider me.
After saying that, Ling Jin glanced around the living room.
By the way, why haven't I seen that brat Si Lanyi?
Ling Jin has said this much, so I must give him some face.
He won't be back until later.
Shen Mengli explained, then moved aside and made a gesture of invitation, Principal Ling, Patriarch Yang, please take a seat. Ling Jin and Yang Jinxiong nodded and walked to the sofa and sat down. Shen Mengli walked over to Si Lanyi and sat down, placing her slender white fingers on his back, gently stroking the smooth fur.
Master Yang, what do you want to discuss with me? If you want me to join the Yang family, don't mention it.
I have already joined the Li family in Shangjing City. Yang Jinxiong's face showed no displeasure, but instead a hint of appreciation. Miss Shen is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush.
I'm not here to recruit anyone, but for my daughter Yaki's affairs. As he spoke, he took out his light computer phone and opened young Yaki's photo. This is my little girl. Do you think she is only 13 or 14 years old? Seeing Shen Mengli nodded.
Yang Jinxiong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of pity in his voice.
My daughter is actually 18 years old this year.
The reason she looks so young is because my wife suffered an accident when she was pregnant with her, which resulted in Yaki being born prematurely.
She has some congenital developmental deficiencies.
After the words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Si Lanyi, who was squatting on the sofa, felt a buzzing in his head.
Oh shit. 10, 18 years old? Together. Is young Yaki still a legal loli? This isn't some kind of congenital developmental deficiency, it's clearly a congenital Lolita Saint body. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. How can I not take a bite of the meat that is right before my mouth? Yang Jinxiong didn't notice anything unusual about a cat.
He continued, with a barely perceptible hint of pride in his voice. Due to her congenital deficiency, Yaki has always been weak and is destined to never be able to practice like a normal warrior. So, she has devoted all her energy to the study of alchemy since she was young. Even though she has just awakened her spirit patterns, her attainments in alchemy are definitely not inferior to any alchemist at the soldier realm. She's been determined to go to the martial arts academy recently, and as a father, I just can't bear to deny her this wish.
Speaking of this, Yang Jinxiong looked at Shen Mengli, his eyes full of earnestness.
I know this request is a bit abrupt, but I'm really worried. So, I would like to ask Miss Shen to team up with my daughter to participate in the actual combat assessment. When we go to the martial arts school in the future, please try to take care of my daughter and don't let her be bullied there. For this, my Yang family is willing to pay the corresponding compensation. Si Lanyi's eyes lit up instantly.
To put it bluntly, Yang Jinxiong just wanted to ask Shen Mengli to be Yang Yaki's personal bodyguard.
I can take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, and I can also pick up a legal loli for free. And this legal loli is not just a vase.
What is there to hesitate about in this deal?
He wanted to jump up from the sofa right now and agree to this on behalf of Shen Mengli.
Shen Mengli did not answer immediately.
She pondered for a moment before speaking. I need to think about this. When my boyfriend comes back,
I'll discuss it with him and give you an answer tomorrow morning. Okay. Then we won't disturb Miss Shin anymore. Yang Zhenxiong was very straightforward. He took out a pure black business card and placed it on the table, pushing it in front of Shin Mengli. You now have the support of the Li family, so you will definitely have a long life. If Miss Shin has any other requests, please feel free to ask. At this time, Ling Jin also took out a thick craft paper envelope from his arms. That brat Si Lani asked me to make this. When he comes back, tell him he still owes me a drink. Shin Mengli reached out to take it. Okay, Principal Ling. After Yang Zhenxiong and his group left, the living room returned to silence. Shin Mengli closed the door, but the calmness on her face disappeared in an instant. She turned around, crossed her arms, and looked at Si Lani on the sofa with a half smile. Sure, you've only been out for one day and you've already hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Young family? While speaking, she walked up to Si Lanyu and gently poked his forehead with her finger. They can't find you and are crying. Why don't you go and comfort them? Si Lani's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that Shin Mengli was jealous, he immediately said, she's just a little kid. Isn't it normal for her to cry? Little brat? Shin Mengli raised her eyebrows and said with a half smile, Patriarch Yang said that she is already 18 years old this year, not much younger than me, maybe even older than me. Wife, are you jealous? No. You still say no, but I can smell a strong sour smell. Si Lani raised his paw and gently placed it on the back of her hand. My Mengli is smart, beautiful, and capable. I'm not blind. How could I possibly give up such a wonderful wife and dwell on a half-grown brat? If I hold her in my arms, I might not be able to tell the front from the back. Puff. Shin Mengli was amused by his words. A beautiful blush appeared on her cheeks, and she rolled her eyes at him in reproach. You are the only one who has a bad mouth. How can you talk about a girl like that? The jealousy that rose in my heart disappeared in an instant. After all, she is still very confident about her figure and appearance. She sat down on the sofa. Taking advantage of the situation, he took Si Lani into his arms, rubbed his soft fur with his cheek, and asked softly. Then do you want to agree to this? Certainly. Si Lani blurted out without even thinking. Seeing Shin Mengli's eyes narrowed slightly, he quickly added, listen to me first and tell you something. He immediately described what he had seen in the Young family villa that morning, adding more details. Besides, didn't Principal Ling say that? Never underestimate an alchemist. With her here, we won't be completely blinded if we're attacked by other alchemists in the future, right? Si Lani's words were well reasoned. Alchemist is a very special profession. His own martial arts skills may not be very strong, but in terms of the degree of danger, he is definitely ranked first. Well, you have a point. Shin Mengli nodded, feeling convinced, but she still warned him, but don't try to hit on her in the future. Si Lani chuckled inwardly. How can you not take a bite of the meat that is right in front of you? I have always considered that Shin Mengli's body might not be able to bear it, so I always go easy on her and stop when I should. I am worried that if I scare her once, she will not dare to do it again. It seems. Tonight, I need to let her see what a Gatling gun with white light is. In this way, maybe in the future, she will actively ask me to find a few more sisters to share the firepower. While thinking about the flirtatious words in his mind, Si Lani immediately assured her, don't worry. I will definitely not take the initiative to provoke her. But your man is so handsome, you have to keep a close eye on him. Who knows, maybe someone will have ideas about me. Puff. Shin Mengli was amused again. How can you praise yourself like this? You're so shameless. Seeing that the matter had been successfully fooled, Si Lani quickly changed the subject. By the way, take a look at the envelope Principal Ling gave me. Is it the ID card I got? Shin Mengli nodded in response and opened the brown paper envelope left by Lingjin. The envelope indeed contained several identity documents. But when Shin Mengli read it carefully, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was not a simple ID card at all. It recorded in detail the identity of Si Lani, including all the information from birth to the present. Birth certificate, vaccination record, academic records, transcripts of various subjects. There are even a few composite ID photos of people at different ages. At the end of the information, there is a personal resume. The resume shows that Si Lani is the orphan of a martyr. His father was Lingjin's early comrade in arms.
He died heroically to protect Lingjin in a large-scale source beast siege more than 10 years ago.
The quality of the awakened spiritual pattern is top-notch.
He encountered an accident when he was promoted to the Bingfang realm, which resulted in him not going to martial arts school for the past 2 years.
He has been recuperating in Lingjin's old house.
This resume is so perfect that there is not a single flaw to be found. Silani also leaned over to take a few glances, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart.
This old guy is really thoughtful. Chapter 112 Comprehensive Improvement. More than half a month later. The afternoon sun is quite harsh.
The yard next to number 1 middle school was filled with the fishy smell of chickens and ducks mixed with the strong smell of blood. Silani was shirtless, his bronze skin was covered with beads of sweat, reflecting a glossy luster in the sunlight. The long knife in his hand drew a series of afterimages. Every time he swung the knife, he could see his muscles trembling slightly, and it was obvious that he had reached his limit. Swish! With the last duck, it was split into a dozen pieces of equal weight in the air and fell into the already full basin. Silani rinsed the long knife in the bucket of water, placed it casually on the table, and exhaled heavily. He turned around and called out to the busy ants under the eaves, "Ant, please clean up the mess."
"Oh, no trouble. No trouble." A chubby auntie waved her hands quickly.
Although she was very tired, she had a big smile on her face.
"Shall we go and have a rest? Leave the rest to us." Yeah, look at you, you're sweating all over."
Because of the heavy workload, Silani gave them an extra 10 time crystals per day. They could earn 20 time crystals for a day's work.
How could they complain? Silani didn't say anything more, nodded, turned and walked into the house.
However, every step he took now seemed extremely heavy, as if a 1,000-pound weight was tied to his feet.
As soon as you walk into the house,
isolated from the noise and sight of the outside world, Silani immediately raised his wrist and pressed the switch of the pair of black wrist guards on his wrist.
Drop. With a slight sound, an invisible heavy pressure suddenly disappeared.
Silani let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had just been pulled out of the water. His whole body was soaked in sweat, and even his hair was dripping.
That's right. This day,
he was exercising with 10 times the gravity and 1,000 times the Krypton life. As for this pair of black gravity wristbands, they were naturally the pair that Lingjin gave to Shin Mengli.
More than half a month ago, Shin Mengli replied to Yang Jinshong and agreed to take care of Yan Yaki. She did not make any demands. Just as Silani analyzed, the value of a top alchemist as a teammate was far beyond the measure of some petty profits. There was no need to destroy this relationship for the sake of immediate benefits. But who is Yang Jinshong?
He is a well-known figure in Xingjin City and knows how to deal with the human relationships and the ways of the world.
The next day, he personally brought Yan Yaki to visit.
A pair of brand new, snow-white gravity wristbands were delivered. Their functions were exactly the same as the pair Lingjin had sent, and their upper limit was also 10 times the gravity.
In this way,
Shin Mengli got a new pair of black gravity wristbands, which naturally fell into Silani's hands. Lingjin was also present at the time. Seeing this scene, he just curled his lips and didn't say much. After all, it was he who gave the things away, and it was Shin Mengli's freedom to decide how to deal with them. What's more, this pair of wristbands can be said to be fully utilized by Silani. Silani walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The cool water poured down from the top of his head, taking away all the fatigue and heat from his body, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan.
Took a shower. After changing into clean clothes, Silani lay on the recliner feeling refreshed.
With a thought, he brought out the system panel.
This picture finally doesn't get stuck in review. The previous one without a shirt always got stuck in review. Here is a picture of Silani's Bingfang Realm Attribute panel. Name, Silani. Strength, High Bingfang Realm. Human form time, 23 hours, 34 minutes, 56 seconds per day. Strength, 3,000 kilograms. Speed, 57 ms. Constitution 2000. Spirit, 109.
Fate will spiritual pattern, 2,002,054. Detailed information, height 186 centimeters, weight 666 kilograms, age 20, overall appearance score 97.
Contracted girlfriend, Shin Mengli favorability 97.
Contracted beast, Era loyalty 92, Heizi loyalty 100, Dahe loyalty 98 and used life contract brand 1.
Body enhancement, torso +4, limbs +4, eyes +4, nose +4, ears +4, mouth +4, tinea +4, tail +5. Super enhancement times 19%. The hard training over the past half month has brought about all-round improvements. First of all, it is how long the human form can be maintained. Because of her close boyfriend who has the period terminator buff, Shen Mengli has completely gotten rid of the troubles of menstruation. For the past 23 days, she has taken off 3 or 4 times almost every day. Every takeoff. Both can provide 10 minutes of form switching time. Counting it all, it's just these 23 days. He brushed it for more than 15 hours, plus the remaining 8 hours. The time he could maintain his human form every day had reached an astonishing 23 hours and 34 minutes. I'll have an in-depth discussion with Shen Mengli when I get back tonight, and I'll be able to use up this time completely. Si Lanyi was quite looking forward to it. I don't know if there will be any surprises after I max out this thing. Next, the 4-dimensional attributes grew. During this period, he actually didn't exercise deliberately. Every day he would just activate 1,000 times the Krypton life and 10 times the gravity, slaughter the chickens, ducks and fish sent to him in the yard, and practice his knife skills while increasing his strength and physical fitness to the upper limit of the Bingfang realm. It is worth mentioning. After being promoted to the Bingfang realm, the effect of normal training was directly weakened tenfold. In the past, 200 sit-ups or 200 push-ups could increase 2 kilograms of strength and 1 point of physical fitness, but now it requires 10 times that. However, with the tenfold increase in gravity from the gravity wristband, the training effect was reduced. 1 increase and 1 decrease, just enough to make them equal. When I go to a martial arts school in the future and can use a higher magnification gravity training room, the speed of improvement will continue to soar. Besides, it's the relationship between physique, trunk strengthening, and weight. The next day after I got my ID, Si Lanyi went to apply for an optical computer chip, then turned on the Krypton life function and made up for a lot of basic knowledge. Each time the torso was enhanced by a certain level, the upper limit of the physical attribute will increase by 500 points. The higher your physique, the higher your body density, and your weight will naturally increase. It turns out that for every 3 points of physical fitness, you will gain 1 kilogram of weight. Si Lanyi could understand this. Those who mainly strengthen the torso and serve as the team's meat shield guardians, if they are too light, they will be sent flying far away with just a touch from the source beast. And the weight is just incidental. With the improvement of physical fitness, the ability to withstand blows and endurance have made a qualitative leap. He did the experiment himself. With my current 2,000-point physique, if I cut a 2 or 3 centimeters deep cut on my arm with a knife, it would only take 2 or 3 minutes to heal completely, without even a trace of scar. The only downside. Chapter 113 Additional update, when I get your sister, I'll make you mad to death. The only downside. Probably just a bit of a waste bed. In the past half month, he and Shen Mengli had changed 3 beds in the villa where they lived. Finally, we replaced the bed with a reinforced alloy one and the problem was finally resolved. When Lingjun saw the alloy bed being carried into the school by the workers, he was stunned for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but curse at the air beast. At this time, all parts of Si Lanyi's body have been strengthened to the 4th stage, and the tail, which serves as a super trump card, has been directly strengthened to the 5th stage. A total of 31 million days of life were consumed, which is equivalent to 85,000 years. Si Lanyi did not choose to continue strengthening. He also didn't use the super enhancement opportunity that he had accumulated over time and finally got. After all, the later you use super enhancement, the more cost-effective it will be. It would be a waste to use it now. Shen Mengli also has the same idea. The progress bar is full. Shen Mengli naturally also got a chance for super enhancement. When she learned the usefulness of this super enhancement opportunity, she understood why Si Lanyi asked her to prioritize strengthening her torso, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep the whole night. It wasn't until the morning that I fainted from excessive excitement. After all, Shen Mengli is still just a little girl. Everyone knows. When the little girl is excited, she likes to jump onto the bed and jump up and down, and Si Lanyi can't stop her. That was that night. She was asked to do it and ruined 2 beds. Si Lanyi had no choice but to spend a lot of money to replace it with a sturdier alloy bed. As for why it doesn't consume lifespan to strengthen? This is because if he wants to strengthen all parts to the 5th stage, he will have to consume nearly 200 million days of his lifespan, which will consume a quarter of his inventory at once.
He was also counting on these lifespans to make a fortune in the upcoming practical assessment betting.
Speaking of lifespan,
Silani's gaze couldn't help but fall on the column of fate-will spiritual patterns. Looking at the number of more than 2 million years, the curve of his mouth couldn't help but widen a little. This is the biggest gain in the past half month. 23 consecutive days without interruption. On average, he could gain 32 million days of life every day, which is about 88,000 years.
A lifespan of 2 million years. I think I can make a lot of money in the actual combat assessment betting. Pack up your things.
After glancing at the setting sun, Silani locked the courtyard gate and walked towards number 1 middle school.
The actual combat assessment is approaching.
The streets have been noticeably busier these days, with groups of students in colorful school uniforms visible everywhere. Silani walked through the crowd and soon arrived at the school gate. Before he got close to the villa area, he saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance like a door god. Silani was speechless for a moment.
I say, you can't be so defensive against me, right? He walked up to Yang Jinhao and said unhappily, if your sister goes to a martial arts school in the future, will you still be able to follow her? This future brother-in-law really treated him like a thief and was on guard against him. Ever since Shen Mengli agreed to team up with Yang Yaqi that day, with Ling Zhen's relationship, Yang Zhenxiong bought the villa next to them without saying a word and let Yang Yaqi live in it. Then, he was targeted by Yang Jinhao. In the first few days, this guy followed her almost every step of the way, fearing that she would do something to Yang Yaqi. Later I found out that he went to the yard to kill chickens and practice sword skills early in the morning every day, and returned to the villa after dark. Only then did the surveillance stop for a while. I didn't expect you to come again today.
When Yang Jinhao saw Silani, his expression was still not very good. Ever since his younger sister moved in, his precious little sister has been calling him brothery all the time, and she is even more affectionate to him than to her biological brother.
Coupled with Silani's face, which was even more handsome than his, Yang Jinhao never felt happy. Fortunately, this boy is relatively well behaved and doesn't seem to have any improper thoughts about his sister. Otherwise, I'll beat the shit out of him. I'm not here to see you.
Yang Jinhao replied with a cold face.
You're not here to see me? Then why are you guarding here?
Yang Jinhao patiently explained, I have something to tell Yaqi and Miss Shen, but my sister is at your house now. It wouldn't be appropriate for a grown man like me to go over there directly, even if my sister is there.
Hearing this,
Silani's impression of this brother-in-law improved a little.
Big brother, what do you want to talk to them about? Yang Jinhao glanced at him.
Without saying anything, he turned and walked towards the villa.
Silani looked at his back and couldn't help but secretly complain, when I get your sister, I will make you mad to death. The two walked to the door of the villa one after the other.
Silani didn't unlock the door directly with his fingerprint, but raised his hand and knocked on the door. After all, the two women often train together, and it would be bad if they opened the door and went in and saw something they shouldn't see. Seeing this, Yang Jinhao, who was following behind, couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this kid is indeed a good person and knows how to avoid suspicion.
How would he know? Silani simply didn't want him to see what he shouldn't see. As for himself, not only have I seen it, I've also often taken advantage of it.
Of course, this tofu is eaten when he is in cat form. Taking the opportunity to be a pillow for the little girl, you can rub and touch her as you please.
What bad intentions can a cat have anyway? Waited for a while.
The door was opened a crack, and a small head popped out from behind it.
Brothery, you're back just in time.
When Yang Yaqi saw Silani, her eyes lit up.
Today, Sister Mengli and I are learning to cook. Come and try my cooking skills.
The dark aura on Yang Jinhao's face, who was standing behind Silani, became even thicker. He coughed twice to remind himself of his presence.
Yang Yaqi only then noticed him and blinked in surprise. Brother, you're here too. This differential treatment was like another stab in the heart for Yang Jinhao.
When they entered the villa, Shen Mengli was walking out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. When she saw Silani, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. But when her eyes swept over Yang Jinhao, who was following behind her,
the smile quickly disappeared and his eyes became a little colder.
It was not only because of the unpleasantness of their first meeting, but more because she could clearly feel that Yang Jinhao had an inexplicable hostility towards her man.
Dare to be hostile to her man? If it weren't for Yang Yaqi's sake, she would have shouted to chase the person away. Yang Jinhao naturally also noticed the change in Shen Mengli's attitude. But he was thick-skinned enough to pretend not to see it. My sister has grown up so much. Not to mention cooking, I haven't even been to the kitchen many times. This was his first meal today, and he insisted on trying it. Mission, I'm sorry to bother you. I came here today because I have something very important to tell you. Let's talk while we eat. As he said that, he sat down at the dining table and glanced at it. There were 6 dishes and a soup on the table. They all looked quite good, especially the stir-fried pork with green peppers and the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which looked particularly bright in color. After everyone has arrived at the table, Yan Yaki pointed to the plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and said expectantly, I made these 2 dishes. Come and try them and see how they taste. The alchemist's control over the heat and the proportion of ingredients is absolutely first class, so I think the taste should not be too bad. Silani didn't think much about it. He picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As soon as he chewed it, his eyes widened. Seeing this, Yan Yaki suddenly felt a little nervous. But the next second, Silani gave her a thumbs up. Tasty. His face was full of sincerity. It's not much worse than my Mengli's cooking skills. To be able to achieve this level of cooking for the first time is quite impressive. Really? Yan Yaki immediately smiled and was as happy as a child who got candy. A hint of doubt flashed in the eyes of Shin Mengli, who was standing by. She just picked up the chopsticks. She saw Silani blinking at her and shaking his head slightly, and she immediately understood something. My own man. Are you trying to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose yourself by 800? Wrong. She didn't see Silani swallowing at all, which means Silani put the food in his mouth directly into the space. After thinking it through, the corners of Shin Mengli's eyes rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. She then blinked and made a subtle swallowing motion. Chapter 114 Evil Gardenia Plan. Silani and Yang Jinhao sat side by side, opposite Shin Mengli and Yang Yaki. The atmosphere at the table was very harmonious, and the 2 siblings were completely unaware of the small movements of the 2 people next to them. Don't you see whose sister this is? Yang Jinhao showed a bit of pride on his face. He glanced at Silani, then picked up a large chopstick of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, ready to appreciate his sister's cooking skills. However, as soon as the dish entered the mouth, the smugness on his face froze instantly, and his eyes widened even wider than Silani's just now. What the hell is this smell? There is no burnt smell and the saltiness is just right. But an indescribable pungent feeling, like that of chemical reagents, mixed with a fishy smell similar to metal, suddenly exploded on the tip of the tongue. It felt as if someone had squeezed a whole tube of cheap mustard into his mouth, and the aftereffects went straight to the top of his head. Just a moment. Yang Jinhao couldn't control his tears. He turned his head to look at Silani in disbelief, but saw that the guy remained calm, with even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and was slowly picking up the second piece of meat. Is this guy a devil? Yang Jinhao resisted the urge to vomit, his Adam's apple rolled violently, and he swallowed the thing in his mouth whole, not daring to chew it any longer. He didn't believe it and reached out his chopsticks again. He took a small piece of meat from the plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers in front of Silani. Damn it! Even more unpalatable. There was a strong and insoluble bitter taste, as if a whole bottle of berberine was poured in, and the aftereffect was stronger than scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How on earth did this guy manage to remain calm and even enjoy his food? Is he even human? Brother, why are you crying? Yang Yaki looked at Yang Jinhao with tears in his eyes and asked curiously. It's so delicious. Yang Jinhao squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Brother, I am moved to tears by my sister's craftsmanship. Is it really that delicious? As Yang Yaki spoke, she picked up the chopsticks curiously, wanting to taste her own masterpiece. Don't! Yang Jinhao was quick to pull both dishes in front of him and said righteously, this is your first time cooking. It's so memorable, you must let me finish it all by myself. After saying that, he felt something was wrong. Then he pushed the plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers in front of Silani. Come on, brother, I can't be the only one feeling touched. Please take care of my sister during this period. You should also eat more. Let's share this blessing together. Silani raised his eyebrows. Not only was there no displeasure on his face, but there was a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Want to drag me down? Then don't blame me for bringing the evil gardenia project into this world. Yaki's dish is really well made. Silani picked up a large piece of meat, his expression sincere. The meat isn't tough, and the peppers aren't soft. Most importantly, it has a unique flavor. If the cooking time is a little better, it will be perfect. As he spoke, he put the meat into his mouth. The chewing action was extremely natural, and there was even an expression of enjoyment on his face. The heartfelt praise made young Yaki's little face blush and her eyes narrowed into crescents with joy. Even Shen Mengli couldn't help but become curious. She quietly picked up a tiny bit of green pepper shreds and put it in her mouth. Next second, Shen Mengli's beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed. She knew that young Yaki's cooking might be unpalatable, but she never expected it to be so bad. Shen Mengli couldn't help but recall the scene of young Yaki busy in the kitchen. In addition to the normal oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, she also added several kinds of powders and liquids of different colors into the pot, and said confidently that those were alchemical materials that she had carefully refined to enhance the color and freshness. If young Yaki hadn't repeatedly assured her that the materials were absolutely non-toxic, she would have thought that the little girl wanted to poison them all to death. Shen Mengli couldn't figure out what Silani was planning, but she still chose to believe her man. She put down her chopsticks and followed suit, praising him. Not bad, Yaki is very talented. Silani's idea is actually very simple. This scheming little loli must go home before reporting to the martial arts school. After his lavish praise. By then, the little girl will most likely cook for herself and prepare a large table of delicious dishes. There is a kind of happiness that is built on the suffering of others. When I think about Yang Jinxiong and Yang Jinhao, father and son, I realize that they may have to face a whole table of such dark dishes in the future, and have to force themselves to smile and eat them with tears in their eyes. The smile on Silani's face couldn't help but grow wider. Seeing this, Yang Jinhao's mouth twitched. Are these two crazy? Or is there something wrong with my sense of taste? The couple has given me so much face. As Yan Yaki's brother, how can I let her down at this time? No. I absolutely cannot let this guy look down on me. Thinking of this, young Jinhao hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, picked up the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of him, and stuffed it into his mouth with big mouthfuls of food with the tragic momentum of rushing to the execution ground. He regretted it, really regretted it. If I had known earlier, I should have finished the business and left. Why did you have to stay for dinner and be so mean? Every bite. It was like swallowing a ball of burning chemical waste. The strange taste rushed from the root of his tongue straight to his brain, stimulating his tear glands to completely lose control, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Brother, eat slowly, don't choke. Yang Yaki looked at her brother wolfing down his food and quickly poured him a glass of water. Fine. Yang Jinhao responded vaguely, but he didn't dare to stop moving his mouth, for fear that if he stopped, the taste would completely explode in his mouth. It's so delicious. Bro. I'm just so touched. Si Yilan silently gave a thumbs up to this future brother-in-law in his heart. It's a werewolf. After finally finishing a whole plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, young Jinhao felt like his soul was about to be sublimated. Grab the water glass next to you. Gudong gudong. After drinking a large glass of boiled water, I was able to suppress the aftereffects that were rushing straight to the top of my head. Yang Jinhao put down his water cup and gave young Yaki a slightly twisted smile. Yaki, your cooking skills are amazing. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be lucky. After saying that, he took a deep breath and got straight to business. Ahem, by the way, I came here today because I have something important to tell you. Yang Jinhao's expression turned serious. There are changes to this combat assessment. Because Miss Shen's peerless spiritual pattern caused such a big commotion, all the top martial arts academies in the Alliance will send people here. The Alliance officials intend to bring all candidates whose spiritual patterns have reached the highest quality in all cities to Xingjin City for an unprecedented joint assessment. At that time, the city with the highest overall ranking will receive the most resources from the Alliance over the next 10 years. Chapter 115, first a friend, then a sister, and finally a little baby. Hearing this, a hint of understanding flashed in Si Lanyi's eyes. No wonder he saw many more groups of students on the street today. It seemed like they came from other cities. Principal Ling should be here to talk to you about this soon. Yang Jinhao paused, his eyes fell on Yang Yaki, and his expression became a little solemn. My Yang family has some connections within the Alliance.
According to leaked information, the rules of this practical assessment have also been changed. It will no longer be conducted in groups of 3. Instead, all candidates from each city will be separated and directly formed into complete teams of 7 by drawing lots. In other words, he looked at Shin Mengli, his tone filled with helplessness. By then, my little sister may not be able to be in the same group with you, Miss Shin. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room suddenly became quiet. The data of candidates who participated in the awakening ceremony this year has already been counted. There are a total of 2.78 million people in the entire alliance, of which 1.95 million have awakened ordinary spiritual patterns and can only be ordinary people in the future.
690,000 people have awakened rare spiritual patterns. That is to say,
the number of candidates participating in this practical assessment will reach a terrifying 140,000, and except for Shin Mengli, all of them have top-grade spiritual patterns.
140,000 people. It is almost impossible to put Shin Mengli and Yang Yaki in the same group.
Yang Yaki personally has no martial arts skills, so even if the alchemical potion she prepared is very powerful, she needs a chance to use it. If she were to join a team full of strangers, if there is no one to protect her and she encounters danger, she will definitely be the first one to die in the team. The bright smile on Yang Yaki's face faded little by little. She clenched her chopsticks and her face fell. Silani looked at her like this, then glanced at young Jinhao who was standing next to her with a serious face, and couldn't help but frown.
Something is wrong. With the strength and financial resources of the Young family, even if they cannot directly control the team allocation, can't they bribe Yang Yaki's teammates after the list is released? Not to mention 6 teammates, even 70 would be just a drop in the bucket for the Young family.
When the time comes, we will just implement the 6 Protect 1 policy and worship Yang Yaki like an ancestor.
What danger could she be in? This uncle.
Silani immediately understood Yang Jinhao's plan.
Could it be that this guy wanted to take this opportunity to make Yang Yaki give up the idea of going to martial arts school? Do you want to ruin my marriage? Can Silani agree to this? Of course not. Silani's face showed a sincere concern for Yang Yaki. Actually, Yaki doesn't have to be on the same team with my Mengli, right?
As soon as these words came out, Yang Jinhao's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling.
Sure enough, Silani continued, once the team assignment results come out, with the strength of the Young family, it shouldn't be difficult to communicate with Yaki's teammates, right? A huge reward always brings a brave man. Tell him to take good care of Yaki during the assessment and ensure that she passes it smoothly. I think no one will mess with her lifespan. Once you pass the assessment, the rest will be easier. Wouldn't it be enough to smooth things over when the time comes and get Yaki into the martial arts academy that my Mengli wants to attend?
What he said was reasonable and clear.
Yes. Yes.
Yang Yaki's little head, which had been drooping, suddenly raised up and looked at her brother with anticipation.
That expectant look.
It was like a bunch of small knives stabbing Yang Jinhao's heart. He felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger, and he really wanted to rush up and tear Silani's broken mouth apart.
Couldn't Yang Jinhao think of this? Even if he couldn't think of it, couldn't he, his father Yang Jinxiang, have thought of this? A place like a martial arts school is really not suitable for Yang Yaki. Even if she has money and connections, it is full of dangers. Not to mention after graduation.
They also have to serve in the city defense line for 3 years, which is the real meat grinder, and countless warriors sacrifice every year. He was afraid that the little princess of the Young family would melt if he held her in his hands.
Wouldn't it be nice to just stay at home and study alchemy peacefully, being a fairy who is detached from the world?
Why do you have to take that risk? But now, with Silani's interference, all his preparations had come to nothing. Under his sister's expectant eyes, he couldn't say no at all. The muscles on Yang Jinhao's face twitched a few times, then he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and raised his hand to pat his forehead.
Look at my head.
I was so focused on changing the rules that I forgot such a simple method. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Silani, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, I really am.
Thank you for reminding me, brother. You're welcome.
Silani smiled brightly, as if she didn't hear the word thank you that Yang Jinhao emphasized on purpose. Yaki and I are friends, and she has always called me brother. I have long regarded her as my own sister.
I will definitely do my best to help her in any way I can.
While saying this, Silani silently added another sentence in his heart.
First she is a friend, then a sister, and finally a little baby. There is nothing wrong with that. Brother E, you are so nice.
Yan Yaki immediately smiled happily, hugged Shen Mengli's arm affectionately, and began to chatter about her future life in the martial arts school. It seems that the matter has been settled.
Silani cleared his throat and asked the question that concerned him most. By the way, big brother, I want to ask you something. Since the assessment rules have changed, will the gambling still be open? Yang Jinhao looked Silani up and down as if he were an alien. Is this guy's brain circuit different from that of normal people? How could he remain calm and ask himself questions with a clear conscience the next second when he had just messed up his plans? He took a deep breath and replied unhappily. Of course it will. Seeing that Silani wanted to continue asking, he simply told him everything he knew. This gambling thing seems to be jointly promoted by the aristocratic families, but why do you think the alliance supports it? Behind this is actually the official operation of the league. When the gambling proceeds come, the league will take 70% of the profits. Hearing this, Silani's expression slightly condensed, and he said hesitantly. Then there won't be any shady dealings, right? This is what he cares most about. If someone rigs the gambling table, then his 2 million years of life will probably be wasted. Yang Jinhao glanced at him with a complicated look in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he explained, of course there have been in the past, but the situation is different this time. All candidates will be disrupted and reorganized. If you want to win honor and resources for your city, you must give it your all. Besides, this is such a big deal. All the top leaders in the entire alliance are watching. No one dares to tamper with such a matter, and no one has the ability to do so. Chapter 116 Additional update, strange, why hasn't it started today yet? It's getting late. Go back to the villa and rest. Don't disturb others. Yang Jinhao gave his sister some instructions again, then left without looking back. Silani looked at his departing back and began to think silently. Just as Yang Jinhao said. This joint examination turned out to be a good thing for him. At least, no one dares to mess around with the gambling, so he can let go and have a go. Put away your thoughts. Silani looked at Yang Yaki, who was still chattering with Shen Mengli, and cleared his throat. Yaki, it's getting late, and your brother asked you to go back to bed early. Hearing this, Yang Yaki pouted. The big watery eyes blinked with a bit of reluctance. She didn't make any unreasonable demands, but just put forward a condition. Brother E, if you tell me another joke, I will go back. As soon as these words came out, even Shen Mengli cast her gaze over, a hint of expectation faintly revealed in her cold eyes. A helpless smile suddenly appeared on Silani's face. Many of the classic jokes on Earth have never appeared in this world. Ever since I accidentally told them this story once, it has become a must-have bedtime program every day. Think about it. Silani had an idea in mind and planned to do something different today. Let me ask you, which do you think is more expensive, cattle or chicken? That must be a cow. Yan Yaki blurted out without thinking, it's as big as a cow, and only a little bit bigger than a chicken. Silani shook his head, no. Wrong? Yan Yaki puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. How can a chicken be more expensive than a cow? Brother E, this is a joke. No, change it. Shen Mengli seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Silani with a reproachful look. You're not talking about that. Before she could finish her words, Silani interrupted with a smile. How is that possible? There are children here. Brother E, I'm not a child anymore. Yan Yaki protested dissatisfiedly. Okay, you're not a child. Silani smiled and soothed him, then gave a hint. Let me give you a reminder. Do you know the idiom, a drop in the ocean? Seeing both women nodded, Silani continued, it's just a drop in the ocean. So, 9 cows are only worth a penny. Yan Yaki's big eyes were filled with confusion, and she muttered quietly, 9 cows for only 1 penny, what about the chicken? The smile on Silani's face grew brighter. With a hint of ill intent, the answer was announced, chicken. Chicken is worth 80 cents, so it's more expensive than beef. Both women had confused expressions on their faces. Yan Yaki even frowned, muttering softly, 80 cents. Why is a chicken worth 80 cents? Chicken, 8 cents. As she was reciting, she suddenly felt like she was tickled funny. Ha 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 ha. The crisp laughter instantly echoed in the living room. The little girl laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward, curled up into a ball,
and kept slapping the sofa with her little hands. I can't take it anymore, brothery, you are so mean, ha ha. Yang Yaki smiled so hard that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. There is a cute blush on her fair little face. Looking at her innocent appearance, Shin Mengli couldn't help but smile gently. However, when she looked at Si Lani, that pretty face, which was pure and beautiful, was involuntarily stained with a faint blush. Her pink lips moved slightly and she cursed silently. Not decent. It was difficult to send the little lowly away who was laughing so hard that she was out of breath. The living room finally returned to peace. Si Lani closed the door with his backhand, and the moment he turned around, the face that had a somewhat playful smile on it was replaced with a hungry wolf expression. He took a quick step forward. Without waiting for Shin Mengli to react, he picked her up by the waist and strode towards the bedroom upstairs. Ah! Shin Mengli exclaimed and subconsciously hugged his neck. However, this time she did not obey as usual. Instead, she gently pulled Si Lani's collar and buried her head in his chest. How about we take a break tonight? After more than half a month and more than 100 continuous and intensive treatments, the hearing in her left ear has completely recovered and is even sharper than before. It's not that she wants to overturn the table after eating, it's mainly because who can stand this every day? This is like going to a foot bath city to wash your feet. It feels comfortable when you massage them. But if you press it 3 or 4 times a day for more than half a month, no matter how comfortable it will become torture. I have to rub the soles of your feet until the skin is peeling. That is to say, her strength has been increasing rapidly during this period, and her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. In addition, her younger brother has excellent healing abilities and can help her heal her injuries, which is why she can barely hold on. Rest? Si Lani paused, a triumphant smile rising from the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and he thought Shin Mengli could hold on forever. But, can he agree to this? Not to mention that he had long wanted Shin Mengli to beg for mercy, and then he took the initiative to ask for a comrade to share the firepower. Just because he could completely use up the time it takes to switch to human form tonight, there was no way he would agree to a truce. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be forced. Si Lani stopped immediately, looked down at the shy and embarrassed face in his arms, and responded gently. Okay, I'll listen to you. We'll just sleep in each other's arms tonight. But if you take the initiative later, you can't blame me. People say that men are lustful, but women are not much worse. Sometimes, even just a small match can set the entire grassland on fire. At the same time, in the villa next door, in a room full of girlish atmosphere, Yang Yaki has changed into a set of furry bunny pajamas. The pure white fur makes her already fair skin look even more delicate, and she has 2 cute long ears standing on her head. Under the loose pajamas are 2 straight and slender legs. The smooth feet stepped gently on the carpet, which was cute yet had a subtle temptation. At this time, Yang Yaki is in a very bad state. With a guilty look on her face, she tiptoed to the bedside table. He opened the drawer and pulled out a pair of small wireless headphones and a black device the size of a tablet. She was clearly the only one in the room and the curtains were drawn tightly. But she still looked around nervously. After confirming safety, she then sneaked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, stuck out her little head, and quickly glanced at the villa less than 5 meters away. Under the dim light, the lights were still on in a room on the 2nd floor of the villa. She placed the black device on the windowsill and pointed the slightly concave side of the device at the lighted window opposite. Do all this? Yang Yaki breathed a sigh of relief as if she had accomplished something great. He pulled the curtains back up, then leaned against the cold wall, slowly slid down onto the carpet, and put the pair of wireless headphones into his ears. There was silence in the headphones. Yang Yaki frowned slightly and muttered something in dissatisfaction with her pink lips. Strange, why hasn't it started yet today? Chapter 117 Human form permanently solidified. A moment later. Finally, a faint sound came from the headphones, as if the conductor was tapping the music stand lightly before going on stage. Immediately following, a grand symphony officially began. The high and melodious soprano voice sounded first, with a faint vibrato, like a nightingale singing under the moon. Immediately, the deep and magnetic bass voice blended in perfectly. Yang Yaki's little face turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. She leaned against the wall. Close your eyes, your long eyelashes tremble gently. At some point, one of her small hands had already reached up to her heart, feeling the violent heartbeat that matched the beat in the headphones. The other hand rests on his leg.
The white and slender fingertips tapped gently to the rhythm.
The music gradually entered its climax. Two completely different timbres interweave and collide, sometimes soothing, sometimes rapid. The melody becomes faster and faster, and the pitch becomes higher and higher.
Eventually, it converges into a torrent that makes one's scalp tingle and strikes the deepest part of the soul. An indescribable tingling sensation.
It went straight up from her tailbone to the top of her head, causing her petite body to tremble uncontrollably.
A long time passed. When the last note fell, the passionate music finally calmed down.
Yan Yaki still kept her eyes closed. Leaning against the cold wall, her small nostrils twitched slightly, as if she was still savoring the aftertaste of the auditory feast just now. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. There was still a hint of confusion in those watery eyes. She stood up with some difficulty and carefully put away the black device on the windowsill. Before closing the curtains, she glanced guiltily at the darkened window opposite, her tender pink lips moving slightly as she spoke silently.
Sorry. A faint sense of guilt came over me.
In fact, she didn't want this to happen.
But ever since I met Silani, his figure always appears in my mind. He's funny and humorous, and he's super handsome.
Moreover, Silani gave her a very familiar feeling and had a fatal attraction to her. This was the first time in her life that she fell in love with someone.
Pity. Brother-y already has sister Mingli.
And after spending some time together, she truly regarded Shen Mingli, who appeared cold on the outside but was extremely gentle on the inside, as her own sister.
On one side is his secret crush, and on the other side is his beloved sister. Yan Yaki's heart was filled with contradictions and shame.
Holding the cold pickup, she slowly walked back to the bed, curled herself up and buried herself in the soft quilt.
Well.
After a long time, a faint sigh was heard in the darkness.
If.
It would have been better if she had met Silani first. If it were her, she would definitely not mind Sister Mingli.
At the same time, in the villa next door,
the bathroom door was gently opened, and Shen Mingli was wearing a silk nightgown. Her skin, which had just finished taking a shower, was tinged with a beautiful pink. The lingering blush on her face added a bit of charm to her beautiful face.
She walked to the bed.
Like a lazy cat, she leaned gently in Silani's arms.
Seeing Silani's slightly furrowed brows, she gently drew circles on his firm chest muscles with her slender fingers. Are you thinking about the joint exam? No. Silani shook his head and suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Are there such creatures in this world that are half beast, half human? Half beast, half human? Shen Mingli was stunned.
The kind that has cat ears or a cat tail. As soon as he finished speaking, a small hand pinched the soft flesh on Silani's waist. Shen Mingli rolled her eyes at him in reproach, her eyes moist with shame. Why do you think about these indecent things all day long? Her voice gradually lowered, and she murmured in a voice as thin as a mosquito, but if you really want it, after you buy it back, I can try it on.
Silani knew she had misunderstood.
However, he had no intention of explaining, instead the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Let us be honest. He actually likes this.
Without saying anything else, Silani gently patted her smooth and delicate back.
Go to sleep.
Shen Mingli responded softly, tilted her head back, and kissed him on the side of his face. Then she moved her body, found the most comfortable position in his arms, and closed her eyes contentedly.
Maybe I'm really tired.
Before long, the sound of steady breathing could be heard in the quiet bedroom.
Silani didn't feel sleepy at all.
He lowered his eyes to look at the beautiful woman sleeping in his arms, but his gaze was actually fixed on the attribute panel that only he could see. The reason why he asked if there were orcs in this world. Because just now, after the time for switching to human form was completely exhausted, a prompt option that he had never seen before popped up on the death panel. The human form has been permanently solidified, unlocking a new option: fusion.
Do you choose fusion?
After confirmation, the cat form will be lost, and the cat form's genes will be deeply integrated with the human form, permanently increasing the upper limit of physical attributes tenfold. The temptation of this option is indeed great. The upper limit of physical fitness is increased tenfold.
And it's not just the current improvement.
After the torso is strengthened, the upper limit of physical fitness will also increase.
Strengthening the torso once can increase the physical strength limit to 500 points.
Then, as long as he chooses fusion, he can gain a physical limit of 5,000 points every time he strengthens his torso. This means that he can increase his physical strength to an unprecedented level of terror, and even being able to be reborn by a drop of blood is not impossible.
The price of integration.
This also made Silani a little difficult to accept. After the fusion, it will lose its cat form, and after the gene fusion, it will also grow animal characteristics such as cat ears and cat tail. If there were a pair of furry cat ears on its head and a tail trailing behind it. That picture. Just thinking about it made Silani's scalp tingle. The most important thing is that there are no orcs in this world. If he chooses to merge, the Alliance will probably send people to capture him and slice him up for research.
Silani tried to study it for a while. I found that this prompt cannot be hidden.
Without making a selection, other functions on the panel cannot be used. This means that he can't wait to make a choice later.
Seeing this,
Silani no longer hesitated. With a thought, he decisively chose no. As the choice was made, the prompt in front of him disappeared instantly and the panel returned to normal. At this time, the time below the form switching option in the upper right corner of the panel has disappeared.
In other words, you will be able to switch forms at will in the future without any time limit. Silani didn't think any more about it.
He put away the panel, hugged the beautiful woman in his arms, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish.
The next day.
The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled light and shadows in the room.
In the bedroom,
Silani was just about to drag Shen Mengli for some morning exercise.
Just then. Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell rang hurriedly, breaking the beauty in the room.
Silani froze.
Shen Mengli also woke up instantly like a frightened deer, and the blush on her pretty face quickly spread to her ears. The doorbell continued to ring persistently. Silani sighed helplessly, kissed Shen Mengli on the smooth forehead, and said softly, "You sleep a little longer, I'll go open the door." He got up, dressed, and walked downstairs slowly. When he opened the door of the villa, Lingjun, who had been waiting at the door for almost 5 minutes, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot.
You crawled over here to open the door, didn't you? It's normal for us young people to sleep in a little bit.
Silani yawned, looking half asleep, and invited Lingjun in.
Uncle Ling, are you here so early for the joint exam?
Hearing this, Lingjun looked at him in surprise.
You already know that?
Silani nodded and poured him a glass of water. Yaki's brother came over last night and said, "Uncle Ling, your information channel is not good."
You know nothing.
Lingjun cursed with a smile, then his face darkened. Originally, I wanted to arrange for you to participate in this assessment as well. But now the rules have suddenly changed.
Too many eyes are watching this joint exam. The identity assigned to you won't stand up to scrutiny. This matter, I can only put it aside for now.
Silani felt warm in his heart.
He actually didn't care much about this matter.
Whether he could enter the martial arts academy or not was of no consequence to him.
At worst, I can just sneak in as Shen Mengli's contracted beast. By then, he could still live in the girls' dormitory openly.
Even if Shen Mengli had any objections, she had to keep it to herself because the martial arts academy had a rule that students were not allowed to live outside during the first year.
Live under the same roof. If you accidentally see something you shouldn't see, it's reasonable to be responsible for others. 3 days passed in a flash. The flow of people in Xinjiang City has reached an unprecedented peak.
In addition to the 140,000 top-grade spiritual pattern candidates who came from all over the Alliance, there were also accompanying teachers and parents. All in all, there were probably nearly 1 million people pouring into the city. The streets were crowded with people. Even the courtyard rented by Shen Mengli was temporarily requisitioned by the Alliance because it was located next to number 1 middle school, and became one of the temporary accommodations for outside candidates.
Today is the day to assign teams.
The central square of number 1 middle school was under tight security at this time. Those who can enter here are all big figures in the Alliance who can cause a stir with just a stomp of their feet. Ordinary wealthy and powerful people don't even have the qualifications to enter the school. The giant light screens on all the streets in Xinjiang City were simultaneously switched to the live broadcast of the number 1 middle school square. Countless candidates and the public could only follow this event in this way or by logging into the light computer. As a favored daughter of heaven who has awakened a peerless spiritual pattern, Shen Mengli is naturally qualified to enter.
She sat quietly in the front seat.
Her cool and aloof temperament was out of tune with the noisy surroundings, yet she became the focus of everyone's attention.
That's Shin Mangli, who awakened the peerless spiritual pattern.
She is truly a rare talent. At such a young age, he has such a magnanimous demeanor.
His future is limitless. Soon,
a melodious bell rang throughout the square. All discussions stopped abruptly. Right above the square, the giant metal sphere with awakened spiritual patterns slowly split open from the middle and retreated to both sides, revealing a huge holographic projection screen. The screen lit up, and lines of fine text appeared. The numbers from 1 to 142,629 are listed above. Behind each number is the name of a candidate in the city he or she represents.
The name following number 1 is Shin Mangli Xingjin City number 1 Middle School. At this time,
the mysterious mayor of Xingjin City, who rarely appears in public, flew down to the platform. He looked to be in his early 40s, with black hair casually draped over his shoulders, and dressed in a simple black robe. A total of 142,629 people participated in this joint assessment. They were divided into 20,375 groups of 7.
The 4 extra people will be randomly assigned to 4 teams by the mastermind. The entire distribution process is calculated by the main brain. It is absolutely fair. You don't have to worry about fairness.
The city lord had just finished speaking. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the room.
My lord city lord, I have an idea. I wonder if you can agree to it.
The eyes of the whole audience were instantly focused on the girl who slowly stood up.
There was no displeasure on the city lord's face. He was always generous with his tolerance towards true geniuses. Oh? Go ahead.
Facing countless looks of astonishment and curiosity, Shin Mangli said calmly, since there are 4 more people, I hope to forego the random assignment of teammates and choose 3 of my own to form a team. As a price, our team will participate in this assessment with a number of 4 people.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone showed an expression of disbelief.
It is true that Shin Mangli has awakened the peerless spiritual pattern, but she has not grown up after all. In this assessment, compared with other candidates with top-grade spiritual patterns, her advantage is actually not that big. But now, she actually gave up 3 combat forces on her own initiative in order to designate teammates. Using a team of 4 to fight against someone else's complete team of 7 is no longer confidence, but rather arrogance that borders on arrogance.
What kind of teammates are they? Is it worth such a huge price for her? The expressions of Yang Jinxiong and Yang Jinhao, father and son, who were sitting not far away, changed instantly.
Yang Jinhao was so anxious that he almost stood up, but was held down by his father beside him. How could they not understand that Shin Mangli's move was to ensure that Yang Yaki could join her team 100%? But the price is too high. There was absolutely no need for Shin Mangli to fulfill her promise by cutting off her own arm. Even the city lord, who was used to seeing many storms, had a strange look in his eyes.
He was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons, before finally speaking slowly and confirming, have you thought it through? Yes. Shin Mangli nodded without any hesitation. This time, the square was in an uproar. Is she crazy? Does she know what she's talking about? Even if it's a peerless spiritual pattern, it hasn't grown yet. Isn't this just courting death? For a while,
all kinds of pessimistic and questioning voices arose, and countless puzzled, stunned, and even gloating eyes were all focused on Shin Mangli.
Edge of the square.
Under the shadow of a huge tree. Silani leaned against the tree trunk, his arms folded across his chest, looking at the aloof figure in the distance, a playful smile on his lips.
Brother Chang said it well, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. How can we maximize our interests without muddying the waters? Just then,
a figure appeared beside him like a ghost, grabbed his arm and dragged him into a hidden corner.
Chapter 119, additional update, betting on them to win is equivalent to doing charity? Oh my god, Uncle Ling, what are you doing? What am I doing? Lingjun lowered his voice, staring intently at Silani. I was just about to ask you what the hell you're doing? He knew Shin Mangli.
That girl was calm and steady, and definitely not the kind of person who would act on impulse.
It's obvious that this bad idea must have come from Silani.
Seeing Lingjun's anxious look, Silani laughed and said, Uncle Ling, don't worry.
Think about it, my Mangli is so smart, she can't just let me do whatever I want, right? Instead of reassuring Lingjun, these words made him frown even more. Stop playing dumb. What on earth are you up to? Si Lani didn't answer directly.
Instead, he changed the subject and asked with a smile, Uncle Ling, you have a strong family background.
How much extra life do you have?
Ling Jin was stunned when he heard this, and then a look of vigilance immediately appeared on his face.
What do you want to do? Hey.
Si Lani rubbed his hands and said, first, lend me 10 million years of your life, and I will tell you my complete plan.
10 million years?
Ling Jin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you speak like that?
Why don't you just go and rob it? Hey, don't get excited. If you borrow something, you must return it. It's not difficult to borrow again.
Si Lani didn't take it seriously and continued to persuade him, just think of it as an investment.
When the matter is done, I will pay you back double.
Ling Jin was so angry that his beard was shaking.
But seeing Si Lani's confident look, his curiosity was aroused again.
He hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, 3 million years at most.
No more. Deal.
Si Lani agreed immediately. Ling Jin crossed his lifespan with a look of pain on his face full of reluctance, and then warned fiercely, this is what I gave. He originally wanted to say that it was a dowry prepared for his daughter. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly changed his tone, this is the pension I prepared for myself. If you dare not return it to me, I will take care of me until the end of my life.
Uncle Ling, don't worry. Once I get the money, I'll double my reward for you. Ling Jin waved his hand impatiently, looked around, and lowered his voice again. Can you tell me now? What are you planning, kid? Uncle Ling, to be honest, I'm actually a Beastmaster. Beastmaster? Right.
Si Lani nodded, I have trained a contracted beast, and its strength has reached the Bingfang realm. When the time comes, let him disguise himself as Meng Li's contracted beast and take part in the assessment together.
Just think about it, with another soldier-level warrior, wouldn't he be able to kill people indiscriminately during the assessment? Hearing this, Ling Jin's frown deepened. A tabby cat from the Bingfang realm? He looked at Si Lani suspiciously. Okay, even if what you said is true, how can you verify it? You don't think you can just find a random source beast to impersonate a contracted beast, do you? The Alliance has long been prepared for this.
Although the identity of the Beastmaster cannot be directly tested, the verification methods are very strict.
All Beastmasters and contracted beasts.
Before entering, everyone must enter a specially designed soundproof room, where humans and animals are separated. Then the main brain will issue random instructions, and the Beastmaster must remotely command the contracted beast through the mental link to perform corresponding actions, such as raising a paw, wagging its tail, or barking 3 times.
There are 10 instructions in total. If you make a mistake with anyone, it will be considered a failure. How could you possibly get through if you found a fate to be Shaoshen's contracted beast? Of course, Si Lani knew about this. If it were a few days ago, he really wouldn't have had any good solution. But just yesterday, under his big stick and candy offensive, Shin Mengli's favorability value finally reached the full value of 100 points. A new function is also unlocked on the girlfriends panel. Looking at Ling Jin with a serious expression,
the smile on Si Lani's face became more mysterious.
Uncle Ling, this verification you mentioned is not a problem for me.
Ling Jin stared at Si Lani's eyes. Si Lani still had that annoying smile on his face, and he let him look at him without dodging at all. After a while, Ling Jin withdrew his gaze, his voice a little hoarse.
Are you sure?
I wouldn't say it's 100%, but I'm 99% sure.
Si Lani shrugged. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to do such a big thing, right?
And Meng Li knows about this, and you know her personality.
If she doesn't think it's okay, she definitely won't let me do whatever I want.
After hearing this, the solemn expression on Ling Jin's face eased a little.
Good.
Ling Jin responded in a deep voice, then grabbed Si Lani's arm, turned around and walked out of the square without saying a word. The force was so great that Si Lani almost stumbled and fell. The two of them took off into the air, transformed into 2 streams of light, and flew towards the most prosperous commercial center of Xingjin City.
Not long.
It landed in front of a sci-fi dome-shaped building.
This is one of the league's largest official betting points.
This one location alone occupies an area comparable to that of a large stadium. At this time, there was a lot of noise inside and outside the building. Ling Jin did not use his connections to alarm the branch's senior management, but simply took Si Lani into the crowded hall.
Right above the hall,
It is a giant holographic screen covering the entire wall, on which the information of candidates from various cities and related analytical data are scrolling in real time.
The two of them just stood in the crowd, waiting for the teams to be assigned and the odds to be finally generated.
There were constant discussions around, and almost everyone was discussing Shen Mengli's shocking behavior.
I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Is Shen Mengli crazy?
In order to bring an alchemist, she actually gave up 3 combat forces.
More than just an alchemist, I just looked at their profiles.
The other 2 she chose are also students from Xingjin City No. 1 Middle School. Their abilities are only in the middle to lower ranks among all the other candidates.
This isn't confidence, this is arrogance. Perhaps you've been blinded by the words peerless spiritual pattern and really think you can fight 7 people on your own? What a pity.
I was planning to bet on her, but now it seems, haha. All kinds of mocking, regretful, and puzzled voices reached the ears of Si Lanyi and Lingjin. Lingjin's eyelids twitched, and he glanced sideways at Si Lanyi, only to find that this guy was not nervous at all, but was listening with great interest.
Just then, the odds are out.
Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone's eyes were focused on the giant light curtain above the hall.
The originally scrolling data was frozen in an instant. Instead, there are odds tables.
The team ranked in the most conspicuous position, with the fonts specially bolded and enlarged, is Shen Mengli's team.
Amber 001 team.
Captain, Shen Mengli Peerless Spiritual Pattern Beast Tamer. Team members, Yang Yaki Top Grade Spiritual Pattern Alchemy, Lin Wei Top Grade Spiritual Pattern, Su Xiaoxiao Top Grade Spiritual Pattern.
Odds of winning 1/1888. Top 3 odds, 1:888. Top 10 odds, 1:320. Top 100 odds, 1:120. Odds for the first 1,000, 132. Odds for the first 10,000, 1:3.
These ridiculously high odds instantly caused the entire hall to explode. Everyone knew the odds would be high, but no one expected them to be this high.
This is not just a matter of being pessimistic, it's the official telling everyone, betting on them to win is equivalent to doing charity.
However, the moment Lingjin saw the odds, a terrifying light suddenly flashed in his eyes.
He slapped Si Lanyi's shoulder suddenly.
Grabbing his arm again, he turned around and squeezed out.
Hey! Uncle Ling, I haven't placed my bet yet. Where are you taking me now?
Lingjin squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth without even turning his head.
Loan.
Chapter 120. Chapter 120. These loan sharks are really no good.
Yanluodai Group.
The largest private credit institution in the entire alliance, with an unfathomable background. When Lingjin and Si Lanyi appeared at the door of the branch building, a middle-aged man in a black suit, with a smart and capable temperament, immediately came out with a smile on his face.
Principal Ling, what brings you, a giant Buddha? What else can I do here besides taking out a loan?
Lingjin glanced at him and said in a rather unkind tone, in a word, can I borrow the money?
If not, I'll go to another company.
Yes.
I must be able to.
The manager's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly made a gesture of invitation.
The two were invited into the luxurious private room on the top floor.
As soon as I sat down, 2 tall and beautiful women came in carrying hot tea and exquisite snacks, and the fragrance of their movements wafted in the air.
Principal Ling, how much do you plan to borrow this time?
The manager personally poured tea for the 2 of them and asked with a smile, within 20 million years, the interest rate can be negotiated with just a word from you. Si Lanyi listened to this and was amazed.
Is this the face of a top boss?
When you ask for a loan, not only do they not ask about your qualifications, require collateral, or mention the purpose of the loan, but the other party also acts as if they are afraid that you have not borrowed enough and they are eager to give you more. Lingjin picked up the teacup and blew away the hot steam.
Then let's start with 20 million years. Okay.
The manager responded decisively. Si Lanyi looked at this scene and his heart became lively. He thought for a moment, took off the black wrist guards from his wrists, and placed them on the table.
Manager, how much can I borrow using this pair of gravity wristbands as collateral?
Lingjin raised his eyebrows and said nothing, which was considered as his tacit consent. Upon hearing this, the manager looked at Si Lanyi in surprise. After all, not everyone can have a gravity wristband.
Glancing at the gravity wristband,
his pupils shrank slightly.
Obviously, he recognized the origin of the pair of wristbands.
He glanced at Lingjin calmly, and when he saw that he didn't show any reaction, he immediately understood.
This pair of gravity wristbands normally lasts for 1,000,000 years. However, for Principal Ling's sake, I'll grant you 2,000,000 years of lifespan. What do you think? 2,000,000 years of life? This was beyond Silani's expectations, so of course he had no objection. Soon, all the loan procedures were completed. When Silani and Lingjun came out of Yanluodai building, Lingjun's spiritual patterns added a full 20,000,000 years of life. Silani also had an additional 2,000,000, plus the 3,000,000 borrowed from Lingjun and his original 2,000,000. The total lifespan he had on hand reached 7,000,000 years. Out of the building, Silani couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Uncle Ling, you are really generous. You don't even need any collateral. You just open your mouth and lend me 20,000,000 for a year. Do you think he's really that kind? Lingjun glanced at him without stopping and said, if I can't pay back this lifetime debt, I'll have to work like a slave for them for the rest of my life, until I die. Work yourself to death? Lingjun did not hide anything and told the little-known secrets. According to the rules of Yanluodai, any overdue loan will be charged compound interest. If I can't pay it back, the interest will compound, and I will never be able to pay it off in this lifetime. By then, I will have to sign a compulsory contract with them and work for the Yanluodai group until all debts are repaid through labor. He paused, a mocking arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. To put it bluntly, they're gambling 20,000,000 years of their lifespan on a chance to buy a thug from the god's land. Believe it or not, their people have already started investigating the purpose of my life loan? Once they know the purpose, they will try every possible means to prevent me from repaying the loan. Hearing this, Silani couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow, it's worthy of being called Yanluo loan. None of these lenders are good people. Uncle Ling, should we place our bets now? Or should we wait until the market closes? Go now. Lingjun said firmly, gambling odds will be adjusted at any time according to the betting ratio. Xiaoshan's odds are too high now, so it is inevitable that some people will want to take a chance. Let's place our bets now and lower the odds first. The two returned to the betting spot that was comparable to a gymnasium. This time, Lingjun did not squeeze into the crowd, but went straight to the VIP channel. After some operations, Silani, without hesitation, bet all of his 7,000,000 years of life on Team Xingjin 001's chance of winning. It was Lingjun's turn. In addition to the 20,000,000 years he had just borrowed, this old man actually carved out another 2,000,000 years from the spiritual pattern. Silani cast a questioning look. Lingjun's face darkened, he blew his beard, and said unhappily, what are you looking at? I lent you 3,000,000 years, what else do you want? The operator, his hands trembling as he looked at the terrifying total of 29,000,000 years on the computer screen, repeatedly confirmed, gentlemen, once a bet is placed, it cannot be refunded or changed. Are you sure you want to place your bets on team member 001 to win? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Lingjun urged impatiently. With huge sums of money injected. Above the hall, on the giant light screen, the odds of Shen Mengli's team changed accordingly. Odds of winning, 1:1895 1:372. The entire hall fell silent for a moment, and then erupted into even more intense discussions than before. Oh my god. Who is this? Such a big deal? The odds are down to 1,500 times? That's at least 20,000,000 years of lifespan. That's crazy. I was thinking of supporting our local talent, but with these odds, forget it. Listen to the movements around you. Silani and Lingjun looked at each other. A little fox and an old fox, both of them had a smile on their lips. At the same time, Yanluodai Group branch building, top floor. The manager in a suit was leisurely sipping tea when one of his men knocked on the door and came in. Manager, I found out that all of Lingjundai's lifespan was used for gambling. Oh? The manager put down his teacup and asked with interest, who did he bet on? Team Shen Mengli from Xingjin City No. 1 High School won the championship. Puff. The manager nearly spit out his tea before bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Shen Mengli? The genius who voluntarily gave up 3 teammates? The subordinate nodded. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. The manager laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He waved his hand and said, okay, I understand. You don't have to worry about this anymore. After his subordinates bowed and left, the smile on the manager's face gradually faded. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below, his eyes becoming deep. Lingjun.
He still knew something about Lingjin's past. If he had not been tricked by someone back then, he would probably have become the strongest person in the Emperor Ruin's realm.
A god who has fallen from the altar.
He was once a god, and his vision and courage were incomparable to ordinary people.
Is this kind of person's desperate gamble really just pure stupidity?
The more the manager thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took out his light computer phone and called up the real-time odds of the betting.
Amber 001 team. Odds of winning 1/382.
The odds have already started to rise. The manager narrowed his eyes slightly and calculated quickly in his mind. According to the current betting trend, when the market is closed, the final odds of this team will most likely stabilize at around 900 times.
900 times. He pondered for a moment.
A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he allocated 1 million years of his life and also bet on Shen Mengli's team's winning option.
Lost the bet.
Just consider these decades of profit as wasted. But if that old guy Lingjin really won the bet and he missed the train, that would be a real loss.
Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Did you secretly have a baby with Shohei?
In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. These 3 days are specially reserved by the league for each team to get used to each other, and are also a time for the public to place bets.
Day 4, early morning.
The countdowns on all the screens in Xinjiang City returned to zero, and the gambling market that the entire alliance was paying attention to was officially closed. The final odds of Shen Mengli's team winning the championship were fixed at a dazzling 862 times. When he saw this number, Silani felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat.
7 million years of lifespan, 862 times. That is
a full 6.34 billion years of lifespan.
Oh shit. If I win, won't I be able to take off right away? As for whether you can get this last bit of life?
Silani was not worried about this problem. He brought Lingjin along, not only because he thought the old man was nice and wanted to give him a hand, but more importantly, he wanted to find a strong supporter. Lingjin was even more ruthless than him.
If anything really happened, there would be tall people to take the lead. Calm down, calm down. Take a deep breath.
Silani forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart.
Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time.
It's futile to think too much now, let us get the championship firmly in our hands first.
Silani didn't think anymore and his eyes fell on Shen Mengli in front of him. She changed into a smart outfit today.
She was wearing the black combat uniform that Silani had bought for her at Fengrenlishang, and a slightly loose sports suit on the outside, which concealed the curvy curves that were enough to drive countless men crazy. Silani raised his hand and gently used his fingertips to tuck a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear.
Let's go too.
After saying this, he thought about it and switched into the form of a tabby cat.
Outside the villa, Yan Yaki and 2 other teammates were already waiting there. Sister Mengli, where's brother E?
We're taking the test today, and he didn't even come to see us off.
He can't come today because of something.
Shen Mengli shook her head and then said meaningfully, he will watch the entire live broadcast and cheer us on.
Okay. Yan Yaki responded with some disappointment.
However, when he noticed the tabby cat at Shen Mengli's feet, his eyes lit up again. He immediately squatted down and stretched out his little hands to rub and pinch his furry head.
Mimi, where have you been these days? I can't see you.
Xiaohei has also been gone for several days. She tilted her head, looked at Silani seriously, and guessed, could it be that you and Xiaohei secretly had a baby?
Ahem.
Silani almost couldn't hold it in and started coughing because of these words.
Good. Having a baby, right?
I'll let you have a bunch of children in the future. Shen Mengli next to him couldn't help laughing, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her cold mouth.
Yan Yaki seemed to have thought of something.
She raised her head and looked at Shen Mengli.
She asked in a low voice with some uncertainty, Sister Mengli, are you going to take Mimi with you to take the test? But Mimi, isn't it? She stopped talking midway. How could an ordinary domestic cat grow to weigh dozens or even hundreds of kilograms?
She didn't ask any more questions, but there was a bit more curiosity in her eyes when she looked at Silani. However, the expressions of the other 2 teammates chosen by Shen Mengli, Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, were not so good.
Before team assignment.
Everyone wants to be on the same team with Shen Mengli, who has awakened the peerless spiritual pattern, and get some help from her. But when Shen Mengli made the bizarre request of a 4-person team, the situation was completely reversed. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao were even more depressed. The two of them were chosen by Shin Mengli, and there was no room for refusal.
This is like being forced onto a ship that is doomed to sink. If refusing would mean giving up the qualification for the assessment, neither of them would agree to it no matter what. Si Lanyi glanced at the two of them. Both of them have above average looks, not outstanding, but they both have pretty good figures. They were also wearing tight combat uniforms, similar in style to the one Shin Mengli was wearing, except that they were not wearing any clothes on the outside, which fully outlined their curvy figures. At this time, the two tried their best to restrain themselves. But the subtle displeasure between their brows and the occasional helpless glances they exchanged still revealed their true thoughts. Si Lanyi withdrew his gaze. After the assessment began, it would be fine if the two of them behaved themselves and didn't make any trouble. They just acted like accessories and he wouldn't mind taking them with him. If you dare to complain and refuse to cooperate in the team, Si Lanyi would definitely not mind letting them act as cannon fodder to explore the way. The group didn't communicate much, and the atmosphere was subtly dull. Soon, they passed through layers of checkpoints and entered the heavily guarded examination area. Because Shin Mengli reported her contracted beast, she had to go through identity verification first. When they arrived at the verification point, I found that there were not many people queuing here, less than 100 in total. The contracted beasts surround these candidates. Without exception, they are all small source beasts. There are red flame foxes with flames burning all over their bodies, and wind wolves with wings on their backs, but they are obviously still in their infancy and have not yet fully grown. It's not that there are only so few beastmasters among the 140,000 candidates. This is because before one's own strength reaches the Bingfang realm, contracting an ordinary animal will not add any combat power bonus at all, and bringing it along will be a burden. Only these candidates with backgrounds have the conditions and channels to obtain the precious source beast eggs. So, when Shin Mengli and her group arrived, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. In addition to Shin Mengli's reputation as a top genius and her stunning face, she is more famous for the slightly larger tabby cat beside her. This is Shin Mengli's contracted beast? For a moment, the expressions on the faces of these candidates became strange. Although no one was stupid enough to mock them in person, the contempt in their eyes and the arrogance in their bones were not concealed at all, as if they were examining a country bumpkin who had wandered onto the wrong set. For these eyes, Shin Mengli turned a blind eye, and there was no ripple on her cold and pretty face. Yan Yaki was a little indignant, her face puffed up with anger. Just as she was about to say something, she was stopped by Shin Mengli's look. But Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao did not have such a good attitude. Being swept by those contemptuous gazes, the two of them felt uncomfortable all over. Su Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her voice and said to Shin Mengli, "Wei Wei and I will go to the meeting point to grab a good spot. You guys can come find us later." After saying that, without waiting for Shin Mengli to answer, he pulled Lin Wei away quickly. Si Lanyi looked at the backs of the two women and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the words of that idiot, these two people have already found their way to death. Chapter 122 Additional update, I've been holding back a lot of things. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, these two women, are indeed unstable factors. It seems. Once the assessment begins, we have to find a way to deal with them first. After all, this matter concerns more than 6 billion years of life, and Lingjin is betting everything on it. For the sake of trust, no accidents can happen. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Si Lanyi sentenced the two of them to death in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and looked up at the two fully enclosed soundproof rooms made of special metal standing side by side in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. You know, if you want to remotely command the contracted beast through a mental link, the Beastmaster himself must at least reach the Bingfang realm. And all the candidates who took part in the examination this time. The Alliance has clearly set a restriction that strength must not exceed the threshold of the Bingfang realm, otherwise the qualification will be directly disqualified. That is to say, theoretically speaking, it is impossible for all the Beast Tamer candidates present to give remote commands. Just as Si Lanyi was thinking, a powerful aura descended from the sky. An old man in a gray robe and with white hair and beard appeared silently in front of everyone. Obviously, this is a powerful person whose strength has at least reached the Lord Realm. He glanced indifferently at the crowd and lingered on Shin Mengli for a moment. When he saw Si Lanyi beside her, his brows furrowed slightly. Now that everyone is here, let's start the verification. The Beastmaster goes to the room on the left, and the contracted beast goes to the right. Once inside, there's a black box on the table. Place your hand on it, and you'll temporarily gain the ability to communicate with your contracted beast through telepathy.
You just need to follow the instructions of the main brain and make the contracted beasts behave accordingly.
Remember, the contracted beast cannot make any unnecessary movements during this period, otherwise the verification will fail. Okay, who's going first?
As the old man finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present were all focused on Shen Mengli.
The amusement and gloating in his eyes were self-evident.
Everyone knows that the intelligence of a contracted beast is proportional to its strength.
How high can the IQ of a domestic cat that hasn't even reached the Bingfang realm be?
Shen Mengli seemed oblivious to the gazes around her. She just glanced down at Si Lanyi, then took a long step and walked towards the soundproof room first.
Si Lanyi yawned lazily.
Following her, a man and a cat each walked into a soundproof room.
Bang! Two heavy metal doors closed simultaneously.
Almost at the moment the door closed, the discussions at the scene could no longer be suppressed.
This is hilarious. Bringing a cat to the test, what does she think of the alliance exam? Is she playing house?
I guess he relies on his peerless spiritual patterns and thinks he can handle everything.
What a pity, his brain isn't very good. How many instructions do you think she can survive? I bet 3, no more. 3?
You think too highly of her.
I don't think even one of them will make it. Ha ha.
All kinds of sarcastic and mocking voices came one after another, extremely harsh. Yang Yaki was so angry that her face turned red and she clenched her fists.
But the next second,
the anger on her face turned into an innocent and cute smile. Then he ran towards the candidates who spoke the most unpleasantly with his short legs.
When those people saw Yang Yaki, instead of restraining themselves, they became even more excited.
The leading woman, who was wearing smoky makeup and a flashy outfit, said in a teasing tone, "Hey, where are you from, little kid?
This isn't the place for you. Go home to your mother.
My brothers and sisters are so awesome."
Yang Yaki wasn't annoyed at all.
Instead, she tilted her head back, her big eyes filled with admiration.
Your contracted beasts are all so handsome. Can I take a picture with you?
Seeing her like this, several people looked at each other, and their vanity was greatly satisfied.
Okay, little sister, come here, I'll give you the C position. Thank you, brother and sister.
Yang Yaki smiled sweetly, raised her laptop, pretended to adjust the angle, and while no one was paying attention, she lightly flicked the fingernail of her little hand hidden behind her back. A few wisps of light pink powder, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, floated silently towards those people.
Do all this.
She quickly took a few photos, then waved her little hands and ran away skipping.
Goodbye, brother and sister. I wish you all the best in your exams. In mid-air,
the white-haired old man's cloudy eyes narrowed slightly.
Obviously, he had just seen Yang Yaki's little trick. The powder did not seem to be very toxic and was probably just a prank. But no matter what, this is not against the rules. Just when he was about to warn. Click.
The two doors of the soundproof room opened at the same time. Above the doorframe, a row of indicator lights suddenly lit up, emitting a soft blue light that represented pass.
Shen Mengli and Si Lanyi walked out one after another. Passed?
The old man muttered subconsciously, with a hint of surprise in his voice. His voice was not loud. But for the candidates present, whose strength had at least reached the threshold of the Bingfang realm, it was no less than a thunderclap. The whole audience fell silent. Everyone was like a chicken with its neck strangled, the mockery and gloating on their faces were all frozen there.
Sister Mengli. You passed? Yang Yaki greeted him cheerfully, breaking the dead silence. Shen Mengli nodded. Yang Yaki immediately puffed out her chest.
With his chin raised, he glanced proudly at the stunned candidates around him. Especially when I scanned the people who had just taken a photo together. There was a bright smile on her face, revealing her little fangs. Shen Mengli rubbed her little head, didn't say much, turned around and walked towards the meeting point with the man and the cat.
The deathly silence at the scene was not broken until their figures completely disappeared around the corner. The gray-robed old man said, "What are you all standing there for? Line up and hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you."
After he shouted at them, the remaining candidates finally woke up from their dreams and quickly lined up again. The heavily made-up woman who had mocked him the most fiercely before had her face flushed with anger and walked into the soundproof room with gritted teeth.
The gray-robed old man looked at the tightly closed metal door.
The parties involved are gone, so it's better to have less trouble than more. He shook his head, too lazy to care anymore.
On the way to the meeting point, Yan Yaki surrounded Shin Mengli, chattering and asking about the verification content. Si Lanyi smiled. This verification was quite complicated. It became more and more tricky as it went on. He even had to stand on one leg with both feet and perform various difficult movements. Ordinary contracted beasts really couldn't do it. As for the reason why he can communicate with Shin Mengli through thoughts, it is actually very simple. When the favorability value of the contracted girlfriend reaches 100 points, a telepathic connection will be established between the two. There are distance restrictions when contracted beasts communicate through telepathy. However, this telepathy can communicate thoughts regardless of distance and space. Besides, Shin Mengli also unlocked the same ability as the Fate contract mark. From now on, whenever she kills any creature, she can also absorb its lifespan, and half of the lifespan she absorbs will be fed back to herself. Si Lanyi can consume the other half of his lifespan to strengthen her body. However, Si Lanyi did not tell Shin Mengli about this directly. Instead, she plans to wait until her accumulated lifespan is sufficient. At that time, taking the opportunity to strengthen her will definitely have the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Soon, the group arrived at the meeting point. Quite a few examinees have gathered here, in groups of 3 or 5, clearly separated. Shin Mengli looked around but did not see Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao. Just as they were about to communicate using the light brain, two figures hurried over from the corner of a building not far away. It was Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao. "Excuse me, we just went to the bathroom." Su Xiaoxiao was running out of breath, with an unnatural blush on her face and her eyes a little evasive. Lin Wei next to her also lowered her head, not daring to look at Shin Mengli. She reached out to tidy up the hair by her ears to hide her guilty conscience. Shin Mengli just nodded and didn't respond. Although Yan Yaki felt that the two of them were a little strange, she didn't think much about it. Only Si Lanyi, after thinking for a moment, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. Now you two are going to die." A cat's sense of smell is 40 to 50 times that of a human, and its nose has been enhanced to the 4th stage. Si Lanyi's sense of smell has now reached a terrifying level. He smelled a faint familiar scent on the two of them. That was the smell of Zhao Linyuan. During this period, there was no movement from the Zhao family. Si Lanyi thought they were planning something big, and even sent Haizi out to take a few of his brothers to keep an eye on the Zhao family villa. Now it seems that there is a big lump in it. Chapter 1 Chapter 123 is the little Lolita a Doraemon? The other side of the Martial Arts Academy. A circular viewing platform suspended in mid-air. This is the seat that Xingjin City specially prepared for entertaining dignitaries from all parties for this joint assessment. Those who can sit here are either rich or noble. They are either admissions representatives from top martial arts academies, or they are from prominent families in the alliance. Zhao Linyuan returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, the well-maintained and charming lady next to him quietly pulled his sleeve. Zhao Linyuan nodded slightly. Then he turned around and continued chatting and laughing with the person sitting next to him. The noble lady next to him was Zhao Min's mother, the third daughter of the Li family from Shangjing City. Li Wanrong was holding a glass of red wine with a smile on her face. But in the depths of those seemingly gentle eyes, a hint of resentment flashed by like a poisonous snake sinking to the bottom of the water. A few days ago, when the representatives sent by the Li family arrived in Xingjin City, it took almost no effort to find out the conflict between the Zhao family and Shin Mengli. Li Wanrong still remembers the cold sweat that broke out on her back when the representative of the Li family questioned her in an almost interrogative tone. The value of a genius who has awakened a peerless spiritual pattern is immeasurable. For such a genius, not to mention her, a married young lady, even the entire Zhao and Li families would be abandoned without hesitation. During those 2 days, she and Zhao Linyuan discussed it for a long time. In the end, he decided to confess everything to the Li family representative, and was even prepared to temporarily swallow his pride and personally go to Shin Mengli's house to apologize. But just as they were about to take action, a turning point appeared. Shin Mengli actually made such a stupid decision under the watchful eyes of everyone. Really? Just as they thought. Therefore, the representative of the Li family temporarily gave up the idea of dealing with the Zhao family and instead adopted a wait-and-see attitude. There are many kinds of geniuses. A genius who is brave, resourceful, and knows how to judge the situation is worthy of being won over by the family. But the value of a genius who is arrogant because of his talent will be greatly reduced in the eyes of a behemoth like the Li family.
It is more accurate to say that this kind of person is not so much about winning him over as it is about finding an opportunity and using some means to firmly control him and squeeze out every last bit of value from him.
Just then, the Lord of Xingjin City stood up from his seat and nodded slightly to the people around him. "Everyone, I'll be back soon." As he left, everyone's attention was directed to the front of the observation deck.
There was a giant light and shadow screen as big as a standard football field suspended, but it was still pitch black at the moment. Soon, the dark screen lit up and a scene appeared on the screen. The figure of the Lord of Xingjin City appeared in the air in front of 140,000 candidates.
This joint assessment will last for 7 days.
The assessment site is the forest of 10,000 beasts outside the city. We've placed a large number of source beasts below the soldier frontier realm, as well as a small number of source beasts at the soldier frontier realm.
This is enough for you to fully display your abilities. Your points will be calculated based on the life core level you obtain after hunting source beasts. The final ranking will be based on this.
There was a pause. He changed the subject and his voice suddenly became stern.
I just want to emphasize 2 points.
First, candidates are strictly prohibited from attacking each other and trying to steal their life cores.
Violators will be immediately disqualified from the exam and their record will be entered into the Alliance's archives. Second, each of you must wear a recorder to record everything you do during the assessment.
You can only apply for temporary closure when you need to solve personal physiological problems, but each time cannot exceed 10 minutes.
Once the time limit is exceeded, it will also be considered a violation.
After the city lord announced the rules, he waved his hand decisively. Now, all teams, please enter the final security checkpoint in turn. As his voice fell,
small teams began to move in an orderly manner towards the narrow passage made of special metal not far away.
At the entrance of the passage, several sophisticated instruments are emitting faint blue light, scanning every candidate who enters without blind spots. Soon, it was Shin Mengli's team's turn.
Shin Mengli had a cold expression and passed through first, but the instrument did not respond at all.
Silani followed behind with cat-like steps, also safe and sound.
But when it was Yang Yaki's turn, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Drip, drip, drip.
The sharp sound instantly broke the orderly atmosphere of the scene, and everyone's attention was drawn to it.
The security staff member's face darkened and he walked up to Yang Yaki.
Examinee, please hand over all the prohibited items you are carrying. Yang Yaki was like a child who had done something wrong. She playfully stuck out her pink tongue and slowly stretched out her little hand under the astonished gaze of everyone. She first carefully picked out 5 or 6 grains the size of rice, wrapped in special wax, from the crevices of her cutely trimmed nails, and placed them on the tray handed to her by the staff.
Everyone has not yet recovered from this operation.
She raised her hand again, and like a magic trick, she gently shook the ends of her long platinum hair, and a dozen peanut-sized particles fell down with a crackling sound.
This is not the end yet.
She opened her little mouth and, in front of everyone's stunned gaze, took out a few more teeth from between her teeth. Then there were the linings of clothes, the hollowed-out soles of shoes, and even the backs of the small, fair ears.
In just less than a minute.
In the small tray in front of Yang Yaki, there was a hill made up of dozens of tiny particles of different colors.
The entire security check passage was completely silent.
Everyone looked at this innocent, cute, and harmless girl as if she were a monster.
Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao's eyelids were twitching.
He subconsciously took 2 steps away from her, as if she were a walking bomb. Even Si Lani's cat-like eyes widened.
Good job. Is this little Lolita a Doraemon?
On the observation deck, many bigwigs who saw this scene through the live broadcast also showed interested expressions on their faces.
This little girl is quite interesting. It's more than just interesting. This hiding method is not simple.
It seems that he has been immersed in alchemy for many years.
A corner seat.
Yang Jinxiong and Yang Jinhao, father and son, looked at each other, their eyes filled with the same confusion.
This. Are you sure it's the cute little one in your house who screams and jumps onto the sofa when he sees a cockroach, and is so soft and adorable?
Yang Jinhao opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence from his throat after a long time.
Dad, is our Yaki always like this? The corners of Yang Jinxiong's mouth twitched. He picked up the teacup and took a sip without answering. After all, he doesn't know either.
He always thought that his daughter was a good girl who only knew how to study bottles and jars. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked Shin Mengli to take care of his daughter. Also included is a pair of gravity wrist guards.
Chapter 2 Chapter 124 Wife, can you play with a gun? This scene happened in the security check channel. It also caught the eyes of all the people watching the live broadcast. So cute. So adorable and fierce, I'm a huge fan. From today on, I'm the young family's eldest daughter's biggest fan. Holy crap. This little girl's way of hiding things is impossible to learn without some experience. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. What are the odds? Is it too late for me to change my bet now? I feel like Shin Mengli and her team have a lot to say. What the hell? You're a bunch of losers who can't even walk at the sight of a beautiful woman. Are you all blind? Didn't you see that everything was checked out? What else can they possibly do to turn the tables? You stinky bitch, who are you calling a stinky loser? If you have the guts, tell me your address or I'll tear both of your mouths apart. The barrage of comments on the live broadcast screen was flying. At the security checkpoint, it was Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao's turn. The two looked at each other. Although they looked calm, they could not hide the tension deep in their eyes. Even more nervous than the two of them was Li Wanrong on the observation deck. Her fingers holding the wine glass tightened unconsciously, and her knuckles turned slightly white from excessive force. Although she forced herself to maintain a decent smile on her face, the corner of her eyes was like being attracted by a magnet, fixed on the figures of Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao in the light curtain. A warm and large palm gently covered the back of her hand. Zhao Linyuan didn't look at her. He was still talking to the person next to him with a smile on his face, as if it was just an unconscious act of intimacy. But the hand covering the back of her hand. But he squeezed it neither too hard nor too lightly, sending a silent warning. Calm. Li Wanrong's breathing stagnated slightly. The strength from her hand made her stiff body relax a little, and the hand holding the wineglass stopped shaking. In front of the passage, Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao had already walked under the instrument, and the blue beam of light slowly swept across their bodies from head to toe. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The instrument remains silent and there is no response. The two men's extremely tense nerves relaxed and they exhaled almost at the same time. They didn't dare to stay any longer. After exchanging glances, they quickly followed Shin Mengli in front. Behind the team, Si Lanyi followed at the end at a leisurely pace. He glanced at Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao's buttocks swaying left and right, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He saw clearly how Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously tightened their buttocks as if they were thieves with a guilty look on their faces. The two men must have hidden something on them and successfully avoided the detection equipment. If nothing unexpected happens, this work should come from Zhao Linyuan. And things? I think it's hiding in a cave somewhere. Soon. A few people passed through the security check passage and the view ahead suddenly became clear. In front of you is a huge dome hall, full of postmodern metal style. On both sides of the hall, rows of weapon racks are filled with a variety of equipment, including alloy swords, longswords, crossbows, and even a few cool-looking high-tech rifles, accompanied by a limited number of special ammunition and arrows. On the wall in the middle of the hall, a line of reminder was written in eye-catching fonts. Each candidate may choose up to 2 weapons. Discarding a weapon grants them 3 additional sets of special ammunition or arrows. Food, water, and potion materials are available as needed. Sister Mengli, I'll go to the materials area first. Yang Yaki's eyes lit up, she said hello, and then rushed to the medicine material area where various bottles and jars were placed like a little hamster that had discovered treasure. Good. Shin Mengli nodded in response and glanced at the weapon rack. What surprised Si Lanyi was that she actually walked straight to the cold weapon area, picked up a black longbow with an ancient shape, waited, and took out a pot of arrows. Then she took another one from a row of long weapons. He pulled out a silver-white spear with a cold gleam on the tip. Shin Mengli plays with a pistol every day. But during normal training, apart from occasionally seeing her practice archery, Si Lanyi had never seen her use a spear. Wife, can you play with a gun? Hearing the voice in her mind, Shin Mengli casually made a gunflower in her hand. Although the movement was a bit awkward, the posture was very powerful. Won't. But an inch longer is an inch stronger. Shin Mengli paused, then added, choosing the longest one always has more advantages. Si Lanyi looked a little strange. He always felt that Shin Mengli was driving, but unfortunately he had no evidence. The other side. Yang Yaki had carefully selected a large number of bottles and jars from the materials area and filled her battle bag. Besides these, she also picked out a silver-white pistol with a sci-fi look.
Silani shifted his gaze from Yang Yaki and glanced at Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, who were hesitating in front of the weapons rack, choosing melee weapons. After thinking about it, he sent a message to Shen Mengli through telepathy. Wife, tell Lin Wei and the others not to choose weapons. Replace their weapon quotas with ammunition and arrows.
Hearing this, Shen Mengli didn't even ask the reason.
He just nodded slightly, then stretched out his long legs and walked straight towards the two women. This time it was Silani who was stunned.
Why don't you ask why?
Shen Mengli's voice sounded in his mind, with a barely perceptible hint of coldness.
I can tell there's something wrong with them without even asking.
If I'm not mistaken, they must have accepted benefits from the Zhao family and wanted to disadvantage us during the assessment.
Silani was amused when he heard this.
As expected of his wife, she is smart and saved him a lot of explanations. At this time, Shen Mengli had already walked in front of Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao.
Don't choose your weapons.
Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao's expressions changed slightly.
Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but retort, why? How can we fight without weapons? We are running low on ammunition and arrows. We need you to swap out your weapon quotas and get more.
Before they could speak, Shen Mengli added, you can use Yaki and Ai's weapons.
Now that things have come to this.
If Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao refused again, it would be unreasonable. The two looked at each other, and finally could only grit their teeth and nodded reluctantly.
Okay, we'll listen to the captain. Not long. Everything is ready.
Shen Mengli carried a longbow and quiver on her back and held a silver spear in her hand. Yang Yaki stood by like a curious baby, taking the pistol apart and putting it back together, curiously studying the internal structure of the gun. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao each carried a large backpack filled with special ammunition and arrows, and their faces looked as sour as if they had just been pulled out of the toilet.
Just then, the broadcast sounded in the hall. A majestic male voice echoed in everyone's ears.
All candidates, prepare to board the ship. Repeat, all candidates, prepare to board the ship.
Chapter 3, Chapter 125, Additional Update, Damn. This is a real fi.
As the broadcast sounded, the metal wall at the front of the hall suddenly cracked in the middle, then slowly retreated to both sides, revealing a huge exit that could accommodate dozens of heavy trucks driving side by side.
Outside the exit, the sky was dark. Because there is a supergiant flying ship that is comparable to a floating island, hovering quietly in the air.
The entire hull of the ship was a deep silver gray color. The surface is covered with layers of complex armor, and countless dark green energy bands flow between the gaps in the armor, full of the beauty of future technology. Here is a picture of a giant flying ship.
Laugh. The hatch opens.
10 5-meter wide boarding bridges extend from the aircraft carrier. More than 20,000 teams, totaling more than 140,000 people. Under the guidance of a group of soldiers in combat uniforms, they formed streams of people and poured into the interior of the spaceship in an orderly manner through dozens of wide boarding bridges. Silani followed Shen Mengli, looking at the interior of the spaceship, and was amazed. The all-metal passages, streamlined bulkheads, and holographic projection operating interfaces everywhere really give it a bit of the flavor of a sci-fi battleship in a movie.
Just then, a booming voice came over the PA system. Xingjin 001, UA 032, UA 1375, Shangjing 019 team, come to Channel A. There were 10 teams in total, each led by an armed man. After leaving the main passage, we boarded a small flying ship the size of a bus. More than an hour later, Silani felt the small flying ship vibrate slightly, and then a feeling of weightlessness arose. Just a moment. The hatch opened and teams were deployed one after another. Silani and the others were the last to leave. Before leaving, the armed officer in charge of guiding them glanced at Shen Mengli's cold face and suddenly said, although your chances of winning are slim, but still do your best. I hope you can win glory for Xingjin City. Shen Mengli paused. She looked back at him and nodded solemnly. Even Yang Yaki, who was standing next to her, put away her usual playfulness and tried to put on a serious expression on her cute little face. We will. Come outside. The glaring sunlight did not appear. Instead, a cold wind carrying sand and dust blew towards me. The sky was gray and the sunlight was blocked by thick clouds, making the whole environment feel depressing and gloomy. The city lord had clearly stated before that the assessment location was the Forest of Beasts. But when I looked around, there was no shadow of a tree anywhere. This place is more like a rocky desert that has been magnified countless times. Countless bizarre-shaped boulders rise from the ground, forming a natural stone forest maze. First,
Make sure the surrounding area is safe, find a temporary base, and then make plans for the next step.
Shen Mengli's cold voice broke the silence.
Silani immediately exerted force with his hind legs and leaped a few times to the top of a huge rock more than 10 meters high.
Look around.
After confirming that there was no danger for the time being, he turned his gaze to Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao below.
They haven't shown any abnormalities so far. He even reacted quickly.
After Shen Mengli gave the order, he immediately looked around vigilantly, one on each side. Silani narrowed his eyes slightly.
I glanced at the wristband-like recorder on their wrists.
This thing is used for live broadcasts.
It seems. We can only take action when they turn off the recorder. 10 minutes later.
A few people confirmed that the area was temporarily safe and found a cave formed by several huge rocks.
Just entered the cave.
Yang Yaki couldn't wait to put the bottles and jars she had selected all over the floor. With a wave of her hand, she began to prepare the medicine on the spot. Various powders and liquids seemed to come alive in her hands. They were poured into different containers precisely, shaken, heated, and cooled in one go.
That focus and skill.
Countless viewers in the live broadcast room and instructors from various colleges were amazed.
This is the basic skill that all alchemists have.
But to have this level of skill before reaching the Bingfang realm is not something that can be achieved through hard work alone, it also requires extremely high talent.
Soon, Yang Yaki made 2 potions.
One is an emerald green liquid with a faint grassy scent. She divided it into several small spray bottles and handed them out to everyone. This is insect repellent. Apply it on your body, and those messy and venomous insects will not come near us. The other was a small bottle of sticky black liquid, which didn't look like a good thing. This is my latest cartilage powder. Yang Yaki raised the bottle as if presenting a treasure, and introduced it with a smile. It's most effective against source beasts below the soldier's edge realm.
Just apply it on your weapon and hit them 6 to 10 times. The toxin will seep into their bodies, slowing their movements. Hearing this, Shen Mengli's eyes lit up. It's also useful against the source beasts in the frontier realm?
Yang Yaki tilted her head and thought for a moment. Yes, but the effect will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult to see any results.
This scene.
The live broadcast images from the recorder were clearly presented to all the viewers. The barrage of comments that were constantly refreshing on the internet paused for a moment.
Then, it began to roll wildly at an even more violent speed than before. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is a real Phi. No wonder Shen Mengli would rather lose 3 teammates than choose her.
Having such a top-tier alchemist as a support is far better than having 3 ordinary teammates.
Isn't that true? Are alchemists that powerful? I don't think the steps she just made weren't particularly difficult. Why don't the other teams do it themselves? Yeah. Why don't other teams deploy their own? Can someone explain this to me? Chapter 4 Chapter 126, Additional Update, it's really hidden deep enough. On the observation deck.
Naturally, many bigwigs also saw some of the barrage selected on the screen. The Lord of Xingjin City smiled and looked at the white-haired old man beside him, who looked like an immortal.
He said politely, Mr. Rong, why don't you explain it to the people? After all, you are the most authoritative person in the field of alchemy.
The white-haired old man called Mr. Rong nodded slightly.
Next second.
His holographic image appeared in the independent live broadcast room of Shen Mengli's team.
Greetings, citizens of Xingjin City. I am Rong Lin, the head of the alchemy department at the Holy Furnace Martial Academy. Holy crap! One of the 7 great martial arts academies, the Holy Furnace Martial Academy? Meet Mr. Rong. +1. Meet Mr. Rong. +2. Meet Mr. Rong. +N.
The old man smiled and patiently explained, alchemy is far more complex than what you see on the screen.
Every step that Yang Yaki took in preparing the potion just now was textbook standard.
Firstly, the materials required for alchemy are all highly concentrated substances extracted through countless complex processes, and their properties are extremely unstable. Ordinary people, without systematic training, wouldn't even be able to achieve the first step of material fusion. Secondly, the control of force and timing. Even the slightest mistake in any of these areas will lead to fusion failure. Mr. Rong paused, and a trace of regret appeared on his wrinkled face. A failed product has a high probability of releasing highly toxic gases or even causing a violent explosion.
Many alchemists die every year while mixing it.
As soon as these words came out,
The comments in the live broadcast room were suddenly filled with amazement. Are alchemists really that dangerous? I've learned something. Thanks, Mr. Rong, for clarifying this. Doesn't this mean Team Shen Mengli has a huge advantage? 862 times. Ha 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 ha. My villa. My young model. You're waving at me. Fuck. You're suppressing Team Amber 001?
Watching the barrage rolling on the light screen.
On the observation deck.
Many experienced veteran warriors who had truly experienced life and death battles shook their heads in disapproval.
In their opinion, this level of medicine will ultimately have limited effect in the upcoming assessment. In a real battle, things change rapidly. Where would you have the time to slowly add 6 or 7 negative states to the enemy?
If you encounter 2 or even more source beasts at once, the effect will be minimal.
Shen Mengli's team is still not favored. Inside the cave,
Shen Mengli took a bottle of cartilage powder and was carefully applying it to the tip of each arrow. Yang Yaqi carefully poisoned her special bullets.
Just then,
Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all the time, looked at each other.
Su Xiaoxiao stood up with a hint of apology on her face. Captain, Wei Wei and I want to go to the bathroom. Shen Mengli paused while painting the arrow.
He raised his eyes and looked at them calmly, but there seemed to be something hidden in the depths of his eyes, making it difficult to see clearly.
Go ahead, and be safe.
Yang Yaqi, who was standing by, pouted her delicate lips and muttered softly, "What a hassle."
They went to the restroom at the meeting point, and it's only been a short while, and now they're going again. I think they're just trying to be lazy.
She spoke softly. But the cave was very quiet, so Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao naturally heard everything clearly.
Both of them looked a little ugly, but they didn't refute anything.
They lowered their heads and walked out of the cave quickly. Silani looked at the backs of the 2 women leaving and narrowed his eyes slightly.
You can't help it so soon, you want to take action.
He gave Shen Mengli a calm look, then his figure turned into a black afterimage and followed silently. The 2 of them went around in circles.
Finally, he hid in a narrow crevice formed by several huge rocks.
This place is extremely hidden and can just block the view from the other side of the cave. They first looked around for a while, pretending to check if there was any danger around, and then confirmed that Shen Mengli and Yang Yaqi did not follow them. They both raised their wrists and turned off the recorder.
Xiao, do we really want to do that?
Lin Wei's voice trembled slightly.
If we were caught, we would definitely be sent to the border, and we might never be able to return to the city. It has come to this, what else can we do? Su Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and asked, if we don't do it, do you think the Zhao group will let us go? Hurry up, time is running out. There was still some hesitation on Lin Wei's face.
It wasn't that she couldn't do it, but she had other concerns. The reagents Xiao Lin Yuan gave us are used to lure the source beast here.
Can we really escape? Even if.
She took a deep breath and expressed her concerns.
Even if we do escape with our lives, after the assessment is over, do you think someone like Zhao Lin Yuan will let us, 2 people who know the secret, go? On top of the boulder, Silani was already ready to take action. But hear this. His eyes flickered and his movements stopped. A plan gradually took shape in my mind.
Perhaps, we can take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Zhao group in one fell swoop.
Su Xiaoxiao had obviously thought about this as well. She lowered her voice and said, we'll only use 1 bottle of the potion. Bury the other bottle here as evidence. After the assessment is over, we'll go our separate ways and immediately leave a timed will on the forum. If anything happens to any of us, we'll fight Zhao Jiayu to the death.
Perhaps, we can use this to threaten the Zhao group to give us more resources in the future.
Good.
Lin Wei's eyes lit up instantly, and the uneasiness in her heart was replaced by greed.
Listen to their wishful thinking. Silani couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. There is a little cleverness, but not much. Still want to threaten Zhao Lin Yuan? I really don't know how to write the word death. Just as he was about to turn around and leave to carry out his next plan, the actions of the 2 people below made him stumble. Oh my god. Could it be that these 2 girls really hid the potion in the cave? It really is. It's hidden really well. Brothers.
The rule for adding more chapters is that 1000 Power of Love will add 1 more chapter. Today, there were more than 3,000 requests for updates, but in the end, there were less than 900 Power of Love. One who generates electricity with love can get 1 cent from Coke. Brothers, please give some help, the little Lolia's hiding is already being prepared. 2 more chapters will be added today, thanks to the 2 great brothers, Juanyinghan and Swansea, for sending them.
Chapter 5, Chapter 127, Give this cat a chicken leg. You must give it a chicken leg. Inside a simple cave formed by several huge rocks. After Shin Mengli heard Silani's message, she suddenly paused while poisoning the arrow. She raised her hand and took off the recorder on her wrist. Seeing this, Yang Yaki asked with some confusion. Sister Mengli, what's wrong? It's not very convenient to wear.
Shin Mengli explained, placing the recorder on a flat stone beside her. It's the same if you put it here. As the most talked about team in this joint assessment. Whether it is Shin Mengli's peerless spiritual patterns or Yang Yaki's amazing alchemical talent, coupled with the 2 women's incredible looks.
Almost the entire Xingjin city.
All the people watching the live broadcast flocked into their live broadcast room, wanting to witness with their own eyes how far this strange team could go. At this moment, all viewers' screens are on it. A shadow suddenly rushed out of the cave, so fast that it was almost invisible, scaring everyone.
Immediately following, the live broadcast screen is divided into 2.
Holy shit! What the hell is this? A source beast?
No. It looks like Shin Mengli's tabby cat. Contracted beast? Then where is it going with the recorder in its mouth?
On the observation deck. The big guys also frowned slightly. Logically speaking, contracted beasts that can pass the verification have extremely high intelligence and obedience, and should not exhibit such abnormal behavior of acting on their own.
Just when everyone was confused,
Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao's sneaky figures appeared in the live broadcast.
See the content on the screen.
Many bigwigs had strange expressions and awkward eyes, but they couldn't resist their curiosity and never took their eyes off the screen.
Buzz.
Li Wanrong only felt a buzzing in her brain, and the blood in her body seemed to solidify in an instant. Zhao Lin Yuan, who was beside her, had a calm smile on his face that completely froze, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he stared at the screen intently. The barrage in the live broadcast room. After a moment of pause, the screen was refreshed at a terrifying speed.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this something I can watch for free? No, aren't these 2 women Shin Mengli's teammates? It's only been a few minutes, and they're already so impatient?
Give this cat a chicken drumstick.
I must give it a chicken drumstick. Ha 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 ha. Only seen in the picture.
Su Xiaoxiao and Lin Wei were huddled in a corner, furtively searching for something.
Soon,
Lin Wei's eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice and exclaimed in surprise, "Found it."
Immediately following,
a small bottle about the size of an egg, covered with a layer of golden mesh, appeared in her hand.
See this scene.
Countless sharp-eyed netizens in the live broadcast room finally discovered something was wrong.
What is this? Hey, that's not right, there's something in that bottle?
The rules strictly prohibit bringing any items other than those specified, not even weapons.
Aren't they cheating?
On the observation deck, the brows of the city lord and the representatives of the martial arts academy were tightly locked together.
The Alliance's testing equipment cannot escape detection simply by being hidden deep enough.
The problem must be with the golden mesh wrapping the bottle.
At this time, Li Wanrong's face was pale.
The hand holding the wineglass began to tremble uncontrollably, and he was unaware that the scarlet wine had spilled all over his body. Zhao Lin Yuan's face was also so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. But in comparison, he could still keep his composure, but his eyes, fixed on the screen, were filled with murderous intent.
He still has a chance. He hasn't lost yet. So what if these 2 stupid women were exposed? From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting them come back alive. He had tampered with the 2 bottles of spirit-luring magic dew, leaving tiny cracks that were imperceptible to the naked eye. From the moment they took the bottle out,
the scent that was enough to attract all the source beasts within a radius of several miles was already spreading silently. As long as the source beasts were attracted, they would tear them all into pieces.
There is no evidence to prove the truth. Who can prove that this thing was given by himself? In the stone forest,
Lin Wei was about to unscrew the cork when a flash of cold silver light suddenly cut through the air and landed precisely on her fair neck. The cold touch made her hair stand on end.
At the same time,
a cold voice sounded in her ears.
Put your things down.
Lin Wei's body froze, and she turned her head mechanically, and Shin Mengli's beautiful face came into view.
Just now.
There was only cold murderous intent in those beautiful eyes. On top of the huge rock above the few people,
Shen Mengli's recorder was put aside. Silani looked down at Lin Wei and Su Xiaoxiao, his eyes fixed on them. He didn't take action immediately. It was easy to deal with the two women, but what about the bottle? Pick it up with your mouth? The bottle must have been marinated, and he couldn't bring himself to eat it. As for using space to put it away, that is even more inappropriate. Space is his biggest secret and must not be exposed under the live camera. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Su Xiaoxiao saw that the truth was revealed and knew that she was doomed to die. Her face was instantly replaced by resentment and madness. If we can't live, then we'll die together. She didn't care about Lin Wei's life or death at all, and reached out to snatch the bottle from Lin Wei's hand. See this scene. A hint of coldness flashed in Silani's eyes, and he knew that this woman would not be honest. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was heard. Silani descended from the sky, his sharp cat claws flashing with a cold light, directly cutting off Su Xiaoxiao's outstretched arm at the shoulder. The severed arm shot up into the sky, blood gushing out. Su Xiaoxiao fell to the ground, hugging her shoulders, her screams already reaching her throat. Just when Silani was about to finish him off, a cold light flashed in Shen Mengli's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the silver spear shot out instantly, piercing straight through her throat. Well! The scream stopped abruptly, stuck in the throat. Su Xiaoxiao's body twitched twice, and the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Blood dripped from the silver tip of the gun. A hint of discomfort flashed across Shen Mengli's eyes, and her hand gripping the gun tightened slightly, but she just took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the discomfort. She raised the silver spear again and pointed the cold tip at Lin Wei, who was already frightened silly. I'll give you one last chance. Put the bottle down and tell me who gave it to you and what the purpose was. Think carefully. If you tell the truth now, the worst that can happen is death. Otherwise, once you fall into the hands of the Alliance, your parents and your family will all be implicated because of you. Chapter 6, Chapter 128, The Downfall of the Zhao Family, the Bloodthirsty Beast. Look at Shen Mengli's ruthless method of killing people at will. Lin Wei's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Her eyes were full of fear. She raised her hands high, slowly squatted down, and carefully placed the bottle on the ground. I'll tell you everything. At this time, Yang Yaqi, who was a little behind, also ran over. When I saw the corpses and broken arms on the ground, her little face turned pale instantly, but she still suppressed her nausea. At Shen Mengli's signal, she tore off a piece of relatively clean cloth from Su Xiaoxiao with a look of disgust, wrapped the bottle, and took it aside. Lin Wei collapsed on the ground, her voice trembling as she explained, It was Zhao Linyuan from the Zhao group. He gave Xiaoxiao and me 100,000 years of life each, and told us to bring the soul-attracting dew in. He'll open it when you're least prepared, lure out the source beast, and kill you. That's all I know. At this time, Silani's voice sounded in Shen Mengli's mind. Wife, they have 2 bottles in total, and the other one must have been hidden. Shen Mengli tightened her grip on the silver spear. Her gaze fell on Lin Wei again, and her voice was cold. There's more than 1 bottle of soul-seducing dew, right? There's another one, where is it? Yes. Lin Wei didn't dare to hide anything. She raised her hand and pointed at a pile of rubble not far away. It's right there. Soon, she dug out a second identical vial from under the rubble. At the same time, Xingjin City, circular viewing platform. The atmosphere on the entire platform has become extremely depressing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the picture on the light screen and Zhao Linyuan and his wife. Lin Wei's testimony in the live broadcast. The entire Xingjin City, and even the countless people in the entire alliance who were watching the live broadcast, heard it clearly. Zhao Linyuan. A calm voice, yet filled with raging anger, rang out. The Lord of Xingjin City slowly stood up from his seat. He did not deliberately release his aura, but an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire viewing platform, and the air seemed to freeze. The city lord stared at Zhao Linyuan with eyes as sharp as knives. You are good, and your Zhao group is also good. In the joint assessment that the entire alliance was watching, they openly bribed the candidates, intending to murder the peerless genius and tarnish the reputation of our Xingjin City. Zhao Linyuan's face turned pale. He sat on the chair without saying a word. His hands were placed on his knees, his knuckles were white from being pinched, and veins were bulging on the back of his hands. It was obvious that his heart was far from being as calm as he appeared.
Li Wanrong beside him had long lost the composure of a noble lady, and her well-maintained face was now pale. She rolled and crawled to the Li family representative. He knelt on the ground without caring about his image, raised his hand to grab the sleeve of the Li family representative, and cried, "Uncle! Uncle, save me! Save Lin Yuan!" We were just confused for a moment. The Li family representative didn't even look at Li Wanrong. He raised his hand and threw her to the ground, cursing the couple in his heart. Two complete idiots. A peerless genius who was 100% capable of reaching the Emperor Ruin's realm. As a result, just because of a trivial old grudge, he was pushed to the opposite side by these two idiots. It's okay to just take action. His methods were so crude that he was caught red-handed and executed live in front of the entire league. Now, let alone winning him over, the feud is completely over. The Li family's plan to support Shen Mengli's genius will probably encounter countless obstacles out of thin air. Then he stood up and bowed slightly to the city lord. "City lord, my Li family is completely unaware of this matter. Since Li Wanrong has married out, she is no longer a member of our Li family. These two idiots dared to do such a shameful thing during the joint assessment, bringing disgrace to our family. It is truly a misfortune for our family. You can do whatever you want with me. My Li family will never say a word." The words fell. The blood drained from Li Wanrong's face in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground. Zhao Lingyuan's body also shook violently, and the face that had been pretending to be calm finally revealed a hint of despair. He knew he was finished. The Zhao group is also finished. The Li family is going to give up on them completely. "Someone come." The city lord's voice was cold and emotionless. "Control Zhao Lingyuan, Li Wanrong, and all core members of the Zhao group. Seal all Zhao family assets and await the alliance's trial." He had just finished speaking. Several fully armed soldiers rushed forward and lifted up Li Wanrong, who was lying on the ground, and Zhao Linyuan, who looked as pale as death. Without even glancing at them, the city lord took out his light computer phone and quickly dialed a number. The light curtain lights up. The image of a middle-aged man in the uniform of an alliance officer emerged. "City lord. An emergency has occurred within the examination venue. Immediately dispatch personnel to Area A13 and bring back candidate Lin Wei from Team Xingjin 001. As for Shen Mengli and the others." The city lord frowned. Now that the assessment has begun, it cannot be stopped halfway. He can only compensate Shen Mengli's team after the assessment is over. Just as he was about to say something else. Blood beast? How could there be a blood beast in the forest of beasts? A cry of surprise was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and their eyes fell on the live broadcast screen belonging to Shen Mengli. In the shadow of the top of the boulder captured by the recorder, a humanoid monster with a completely black body and a body size similar to that of an adult was slowly emerging from the stone ground, without a speck of dust on its body. Its entire body was covered with knotted, bulging black blood vessels. The back and joints were covered with sharp bone spurs, and the pair of blood-red eyes were filled with brutality and bloodthirsty madness. Male blood beast. Mother's blood beast. Here is a picture of the blood-curdling beast. The sage-like old man Rong from the Shenglu Martial Academy frowned tightly in an instant. He looked at the lord of Xingjin City, his tone questioning. "It's just an assessment, why did you put something like this in it?" Blood beast. One of the most difficult source beasts. They are born to be able to move across the earth. Although they are small in size, they have extremely terrifying speed and explosive power, and are especially good at sneak attacks. Not to mention candidates like Shen Mengli who haven't reached the Bingfang realm yet. Even an ordinary warrior in the Bingfang realm would be in danger of death if he was attacked by surprise. The city lord's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. He didn't answer Elder Rong's words, but instead said solemnly into his computer phone, "Go to Area A13 immediately." Yes. After the communication was disconnected, the city lord finally replied, "This is not the source beast we captured." Everyone present was stunned at first. Then, as if they had thought of something, their expressions changed. Could it be that the soul-breaking dew is what brought it here? But isn't the bottle unopened? If it was really lured by the soul-breaking dew, then there would be big trouble, because the blood beast is a social beast and rarely hunts alone. In other words, there are probably many blood beasts hiding near Shen Mengli and the others. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a burst of wild laughter broke the dead silence on the observation deck.
Chapter 7, Chapter 129, Additional Update, Nini. Come on. Beat it to death.
Zhao Linyuan was being carried down by the soldiers. At this moment, there was no trace of dejection on his face, instead there was a kind of morbid distortion and madness.
That's right. I did it. I tampered with the 2 bottles of soul-attracting dew. He turned his head like a madman, staring intently at Shen Mengli's figure in the light curtain, and shouted hoarsely, from the moment they took the bottle out of their bodies, the soul-binding dew started to leak out. To be buried with a genius who has awakened a peerless spiritual pattern, for me, Zhao Linyuan, it's worth it. Ha 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 ha. Li Wanrong standing by seemed to be infected as well. Like a shrew, she laughed shrilly, we are just seeking revenge for Minmin, what have we done wrong? It's Shen Mengli who's wrong. She's a bitch from the slums, what right does she have to compete with my Minmin? She deserves to die. On the observation deck, everyone was silent. It's too late to rescue. Even if the examiner, whose strength has reached the Lord Realm, rushed over with all his strength, it would still take at least 2 or 3 minutes. However, the blood beast had already climbed to the edge of the huge rock above Silani and his group's heads. It restrained all its breath, and its blood-red eyes were fixed on the people below. Such a genius who was capable of changing the future was to perish in this way. This is a huge loss for the entire alliance and even for all of humanity. In the live broadcast room, countless people were so angry that they started cursing, and the barrage of comments almost flooded the entire screen. In the stone forest, Silani's nose suddenly twitched slightly. In the air, there was a faint fishy smell wafting over. It was not the bloody smell emanating from Su Xiaoxiao's body, nor was it the foul smell emitted by Lin Wei who had wet her pants due to excessive fear. This smell. It was very faint, but it carried an inexplicable aura of violence. Something is wrong. Silani's heart was filled with alarm and he looked up almost subconsciously. The moment their eyes met, the blood-red pupils of the bloodthirsty beast lurking on the edge of the boulder suddenly contracted. It moves. His body was like a spring compressed to the extreme. He suddenly jumped off the boulder and rushed straight to Yan Yaqi who was standing at the edge. Fast. Too fast. It was so fast that Shen Mengli and Yang Yaqi had no time to react. The sharp claws flashing with cold light were about to tear Yang Yaqi's throat. A raccoon-colored afterimage shot up into the sky at a speed faster than the blood beast. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the small tabby cat, which came later but arrived first, actually grabbed the blood beast's head with one claw, and exerted force with its waist and abdomen, doing an incredible flip in the air. Bang! There was a loud bang. Silani threw the blood beast directly to the ground, smashing it hard onto the hard rock ground. The entire stone forest seemed to be shaken. The air was thick with smoke and dust, obscuring everyone's vision. A cat. A bloodthirsty beast known for its strength and speed was thrown to the ground? Is this fucking reasonable? Before everyone could recover from this scene that subverted their worldview, the raccoon-colored figure plunged into the smoke and dust that had not yet dissipated without any pause. Roar! The next second, a shrill roar erupted from the smoke and dust. Immediately following, there was the swish sound of sharp claws tearing through flesh, and the crack sound of bones being broken. The roar became more miserable, but also weaker and weaker. It only took 2 or 3 breaths. All sounds stopped abruptly. In the smoke and dust, everything returned to dead silence. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. In the live broadcast room, the overwhelming barrage of comments also had strange gaps lasting several seconds. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the slowly dispersing smoke on the screen. Finally, a small figure. He walked out from the smoke and dust with leisurely steps. Millions of people are watching the live broadcast. Whether lying on the sofa or working, they all maintain the same posture. His mouth opened wide, his eyes bulged, and his mind went blank. After a brief silence, the barrage of comments erupted in a blowout manner, 10 times crazier than before. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Am I dazzled? This is a fucking cat? You call this a cat? This is a super beast in cat skin, right? He grabs the head with one claw, then performs a 720-degree spin and throws him. All in one go. All I can say is, it's awesome. The key point is that blood beast. It was a blood beast. How could it just be killed in an instant? Who was that idiot who just said Team Shen Mengli was doomed? Stand up. I want to see if your face hurts. Commercial Street. Inside a 24-hour convenience store. Lin Ziyi opened her mouth slightly. She seemed to be under a spell, staring at the light screen hanging on the wall, her eyes full of disbelief. Lin Ziyi shuddered all over and suddenly came to his senses. Then quickly rewind the video. When she saw the small tuft of blood-red hair on the cat's chest, her eyes widened even more. That's it. It really is it. Mimi. It's so powerful? Lin Ziyi felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and he became excited. Aha! Mimi. Come on. Beat it to death. Yanluodai building, top floor. There was dead silence in the luxurious office. Only the sound of wind from the live broadcast on the giant light screen echoed in the room. The manager sat motionless on the leather sofa, the cigarette burning between his fingers for a long time, the long ash dangling. From the moment the blood beast appeared, his heart was in his throat. It's over. This was his only thought at the time. He had lost 1,000,000 years of his life, and all the money he had made over the past few decades was just wasted. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't heartbroken. But now. The manager slowly raised his hand and pressed the almost burnt cigarette hard into the ashtray. Then he exhaled heavily. He fell back and leaned against the soft sofa. His muscles, which had been tense to the extreme, finally relaxed completely at this moment. A long time. His mouth stretched into a grin, and a deep laugh escaped from his throat. Had ha. Interesting, damn interesting. On the viewing platform. There was also deathly silence. The representatives of the wealthy and powerful families who were used to all kinds of grand scenes were now frozen in their seats as if they were under a spell. Sawamo? Can you have this kind of strength? This moment. They felt that their cognition had been greatly impacted, and they were no less shocked than those civilians. Even the Lord of Xingjin City showed a look of surprise on his face. He knew better than anyone the horror of the blood beast. That is a source beast born purely for killing. Its bone density and muscle strength far exceed those of source beasts of the same level. This guy is also the biggest headache for border guards. But now. But it was completely defeated by a tabby cat? What the hell is this outrageous development? The expressions on the faces of the Zhao couple, who were laughing wildly just now, were even more wonderful. Zhao Linyuan's morbid laughter came to an abrupt end. Like a drake with its neck strangled, all subsequent syllables were blocked in its throat. The resentful and twisted smile on Li Wanlong's face also completely froze. They stared at the light screen intently, their pupils shrunken into 2 needle points due to extreme shock. How could that be? How is that possible? That's a blood beast. A terrifying source beast capable of fighting across realms. Why? Why would a cat give? The two seemed to have been drained of all their strength. His body went limp, and the arms that were being held by the soldiers dropped limply like 2 dead dogs. The moment hope is shattered. The backlash it brings is far more devastating than direct death. Just then, Zhao Linyuan seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised his head, with veins bulging on his neck, like a dying mad dog. Blood beasts. They are blood beasts. They never act alone. I haven't lost yet. Ha 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 ha. You're celebrating too early. I haven't lost yet. Not yet. Chapter 8, Chapter 130, I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart today. Zhao Linyuan's words. Yang Zhenxiong, who had just felt relieved, suddenly felt his heart rise to his throat again. Yang Jinhao next to him stood up from his seat in an instant. His fists were clenched and his eyes were red. The strength displayed by the tabby cat was truly incredible. Being able to kill a blood beast in seconds is unheard of. Even if a few more, or even a dozen more, came, they might not be its match. But the problem is, the most terrifying thing about the blood beasts is never a head-on confrontation, but their elusive sneak attacks. They can move freely across the earth and silently launch a fatal attack from beneath your feet. Without the ability to fly, it's almost a sitting duck. No matter how powerful that tabby cat is, can it handle attacks coming from all directions underground at the same time? Just in case. If Shen Mengli is also in danger, who will it save first? All kinds of thoughts were growing wildly in Yang Jinhao's mind, and he could no longer sit still. No! I have to save my sister. He turned around and was about to rush out, but a strong hand grabbed his arm tightly. Yang Zhenxiang's face was also extremely ugly, but he still maintained the last bit of rationality and whispered to his son, "Calm down. Yaki is in danger now, how can you expect me to stay calm?" Yang Jinhao's eyes turned red and he struggled to shake off his father's hand. "What can you do now?" Yang Zhenxiang's voice suddenly rose, almost shouting, "Collect her body? The examiner in charge has already gone to rescue her." "Sit down." Yang Jinhao's eyes were red. He stared at his father intently, his chest heaving violently. Reason told him that his father was right. But when he thought of his soft and adorable sister who was in danger of being torn to pieces at any time, his rationality was swallowed up bit by violent anxiety. Just then, not far away, Zhao Lingyuan looked at the father and son of the young family, who looked like they had lost their parents, and the gloomy faces of the city lord and a group of big men. The despair in his heart had long been replaced by endless pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Rescue? Is it too late? Ha 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 ha. No one can save them. No one can save them. Just watch. They're about to be torn into pieces. Not even a bone will be left. Fuck you. A loud shout, like thunder from the blue sky, exploded across the entire viewing platform. Yang Jinhao's eyes were red, and he struggled violently, breaking free from Yang Zhenxiang's big, iron-like hands. "I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart today." Before he finished speaking, he was like a cannonball fired from a gun, instantly crossing a distance of more than 10 meters and rushing in front of Zhao Linyuan. The two soldiers who were holding Zhao Linyuan only felt a flash before their eyes. Before he could react, a huge force hit him. Bang! The dull sound of fists hitting flesh was heard. Yang Jinhao threw a fierce right hook, hitting Zhao Linyuan's chin hard. Zhao Linyuan's morbid laughter came to an abrupt end. The man was knocked backwards, and a mouthful of blood foam mixed with a few teeth spurted out of his mouth. Yang Jinhao didn't give Zhao Linyuan any chance to breathe. He followed in a stride, raised his leg and delivered a powerful knee strike, hitting Zhao Linyuan's abdomen hard. Ugh! Zhao Linyuan was in so much pain that his whole body was bent like a shrimp. The acid in the stomach mixed with bile flowed uncontrollably into the throat. But Yang Jinhao's attack has just begun. He grabbed Zhao Linyuan's hair and pulled him up from the ground. His other fist rained down on his face, chest, and lower abdomen. Bang! 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 Every punch. Zhao Linyuan was beaten so badly that his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. However, Yang Jinhao acted with great discretion. He did not attack any fatal points, but simply vented his anger in the most primitive and direct way. Bastards! You damn old bastard! If something really happened to Yaki, I will do everything in my power to save your life, and then turn you into a human pig, so that you can neither live nor die. I'll make you wail for 100 years. 1,000 years. The entire viewing platform was in complete silence. The soldiers in charge of escorting the man looked at each other, not knowing whether they should step forward to stop him or stand still. They subconsciously turned their inquiring gazes to the city lord in the center of the platform. However, the lord of Xingjin City just stood there expressionlessly, as if everything happening before his eyes had nothing to do with him. He gave no orders to stop it. He didn't even frown. The other representatives from martial arts academies and wealthy families were just watching a show. Many people even had a hint of satisfaction on their faces. Their hands are itchy too. If it weren't for their status, which made it inappropriate for them to do such an undignified thing, they would have wanted to go down and kick him a few times themselves. A corner seat. Lingjin just casually glanced at the farce on the scene. His gaze returned to the live broadcast screen in front of him, his face filled with unremovable worry, while he was roaring madly in his heart. Brat! What the hell is this? Where did everyone go at this crucial moment? In the stone forest. The smoke and dust completely dissipated, revealing the miserable corpse of the blood beast. Its entire head was smashed into the hard rock, its body twisted into a strange shape, and its body was covered with claw marks deep enough to see the bone. It was already dead. Yang Yaki's heart was still beating wildly as she watched this scene. That moment just now. She really thought she was going to die. But now, the fear has dissipated, and an indescribable excitement surges in my heart. She waved her white and tender little fists and shouted in the direction of Silani with admiration, "Mimi! You are so handsome!" Silani shook off the bloodstains on his claws, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's just a small scene, don't worry about the basic operations. But before he could show off for 2 seconds, Shen Mengli's voice, which was a bit solemn, sounded directly in his mind. Don't be careless. This is a blood beast. They are born with the ability to burrow underground. Moreover, they rarely act alone. Hearing Shen Mengli's concise and clear words, the smug look on Silani's face instantly disappeared, and he immediately glanced around vigilantly. But this thing is hidden underground, so it's not so easy to find. But the Alliance must have seen the situation here, and rescuers should be on the way. I just need to delay for a while and hold on until the Alliance people come. Just when Silani was on high alert, Shen Mengli left Linwei, who was slumped on the ground, and rushed to Yan Yaki, grabbing her arm. Come up! Shen Mengli cried out softly. He exerted force from his waist and abdomen, pushed off the ground with his legs, and actually jumped directly onto the top of the huge rock over 10 meters high next to him, carrying Yang Yaki. Stand high. It will undoubtedly help to avoid sneak attacks from underground to the greatest extent. Just when they had just stabilized their bodies, something unexpected happened.